What if Yukong were to regain his lost memories, no longer so innocent, but instead turn to malevolence? How would everything unfold? The butterfly gently flutters its wings, stirring up an unforeseen tempest. To recount the genesis of all, we must turn to the GT timeline, where two figures clashed within the Divine Palace. Chapter 1. I devoured a time traveler. After vanquishing Majin Buu, Wukong encounters the reincarnation of Majin Buu, Ub, at a martial arts tournament. In search of a formidable opponent, he takes Ub under his wing for training. 5 years later, in the Celestial Realm, within the Time Chamber, two shadows weave through the air like countless black threads, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thud, 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 bang, bang, bang. Following yet another powerful collision, they exchanged fierce blows. One struck the back of the head, the other the abdomen, causing both to stagger back and confront each other. To the left stands Wukong, his hair resembling that of a flamboyant crab, his blue-green martial arts uniform tattered, with wounds on his face and body testifying to the intensity of their recent battle. Panting, his bright and excited eyes lock onto Ub, who also breathes heavily. Ub, with dark skin, black eyebrows, and pupils, sports a mohawk hairstyle. His blue-green martial arts uniform is similarly tattered, adorned with a yellow belt and wristbands, and he wears red shoes. Wukong rubs the back of his head, the throbbing pain intensifying, and grins at Ub, saying, "Ub, that was a solid hit. You nearly knocked me out." "Huh, Master Wukong, it's still too early. I know you're not so easily defeated." "All right, if that's the case, let us settle this with one decisive move." With that, Wukong withdraws his hands from the back of his head, then brings them together in a lotus position at his waist, quickly gathering a white energy sphere in his palms. Ub mirrors this action. Both energy spheres emit a brilliant white light, flashing to their zenith, followed by two resounding roars. Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha wave. Two immense blue and white energy spheres, streaming with long tails, collide like shooting stars. With a thud, the two energy waves clash, one being pressed back momentarily, but quickly retaliating. Both warriors roar with renewed strength, the colliding hemispheres expanding further as they push against the energy spheres with all their might. The colossal energy waves are at a stalemate, now a test of endurance to see who can last longer. The two continue to channel energy into their Kamehameha waves when suddenly, dark energy emanates from Ub, his eyes turning pitch black, exuding a sinister aura. He grins wickedly as his energy intensifies. The dark energy mingles within the Kamehameha wave, and in an instant, Ub's attack gains the upper hand, firmly suppressing Wukong's wave. As the energy wave draws nearer, Wukong's arms bulge with veins as he unleashes the last of his strength to push back against the Kamehameha wave. Unbeknownst to anyone, the dark energy intertwined with the opposing wave slithers towards Wukong, gradually wrapping around his hands and seeping into his body. In the next moment, the chain reaction triggered by the dark energy occurs. A sudden, excruciating pain strikes Wukong's head, the dark energy coursing through him. Instantly, he clutches his head, howling in agony. The opposing Kamehameha waves, now that Wukong has ceased his output, result in Ub's wave enveloping him and pinning him against the wall. Ub, seemingly out of control, continues to release energy until the dark energy dissipates and the darkness in his eyes fades, allowing him to finally cease his assault. The area of impact is shrouded in smoke as Ub gazes ahead, his dark face etched with terror. Moments ago, his body had completely lost control, forcing him to watch helplessly as he drove Master Wukong into the wall. Amidst the smoke, son Wukong clutches his head, his body ensnared by dark energy, trembling uncontrollably. Memories lost in childhood and his inherent violent instincts gradually resurface, while the dark energy emanating from Ub merges with these memories and instincts, birthing a new malevolent soul. The newly birthed malevolent black spirit quickly engages in a fierce battle with the original benevolent white spirit, vying for dominion over the body. As the two clash fiercely, inflicting grievous wounds upon one another, a fissure suddenly appears in Wukong's mind, for which a yellow spirit emerges, joining forces with the benevolent spirit to attack the newly formed malevolent entity. In a one-on-two confrontation, the malevolent spirit falters, retreating under the relentless assault, its body marred by glass-like cracks. Just as the diminutive malevolent black spirit seems on the verge of annihilation, a strange red glow envelopes it, causing it to swell until a colossal red ape manifests in its place. It roars, tearing the two minuscule spirits apart and swallowing them whole. Simultaneously, Wukong, who had been clutching his head, trembling and howling, suddenly calms. He stands upright, his previously gentle gaze transforming into a fierce glare as he examines the newfound memories in his mind. Another world, Dragon Ball, time traveler, Sun Wukong. So, it follows that I just devoured a time traveler. The newly awakened Sun Wukong deduces from the memories swirling in his mind. Haha, how intriguing. Master Wukong, what has happened to you? Ub observes the transformed Wukong, sensing an ominous shift in the familiar yet strange aura surrounding him. Filled with confusion, Wukong, bare-chested, flies beside Ub, patting his shoulder and saying, "It's nothing. Just witness something fascinating." "Oh, in that case, Master, let us depart. This place can't withstand our combined might for long." "All right, come, Ub, let me assist you." With that, Wukong supports Ub as they head toward the exit. With Wukong's aid, Ub relaxes, and the hidden injuries suddenly manifest. Ub weakly leans against Wukong, and just as they are about to step out, a muffled grunt escapes him. With a sudden thud, a fist, drenched in crimson blood, appeared before Ub, who gazed at it in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. With a swift motion, Wukong withdrew his fist, causing Ub to stagger forward 2 steps before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Blood gushed from Ub's throat, staining the white floor a deep red, his gaze lost in the void as he gasped for breath, teetering on the brink of despair. Wukong seized one of Ub's feet and hurled him backward, accompanied by a dark energy orb that followed suit. A thunderous sound erupted from the time room behind him. Upon exiting, Wukong beheld the presence of the supreme deity and Bobo standing outside. "Mr. Wukong, long time no see. Indeed, it has been quite a while." Due to Wukong's ability to conceal his malevolent aura, neither the supreme deity nor Bobo sensed anything amiss. Dondi, observing the solitary figure of Sun Wukong, curiously inquired, "Wukong, where is Zoob? Did he not come out with you?" "Oh, he mentioned he needed a few days to thoroughly review all the battles and integrate his experiences." "Well, ugh, I'm starving. Could you please prepare some food for me?" Dondi, initially intending to ask further questions, was interrupted by Wukong's plea. Noticing his weakened state and the way he clutched his stomach, she decided to set her inquiries aside and quickly responded, "Very well. Mr. Wukong, please follow us to the dining hall." Chapter 2. The Artificial Moon Within the Temple. A colossal rectangular table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, and Goku was voraciously devouring the food. Dandy watched in astonishment as time and again, everyone was left in awe of the Saiyant's insatiable appetite. Heaps of food vanished in mere moments. Burp. Goku let out a satisfied belch, patting his bulging belly with a look of contentment. "By the way, Mr. Goku, do you plan to continue your training?" Dandy inquired. "Oh, what is the matter?" Dandy scratched his head, a sheepish expression adorning his face. If Mr. Goku is done training, I was thinking of repairing the temple. Because if you continue, the repairs I make will just be undone again. So perhaps it's best to wait until you finish your training." Goku rose, displaying an innocent smile. "Dandy, there is no need to worry. I won't be training here anymore. In fact, I doubt I'll return here at all." Why is that, Mr. Goku?" Dandy looked puzzled, wondering if this place no longer held the potential for Goku's growth. Goku approached Dandy, patting him on the shoulder, and then moved past him, stating, "I have more important matters to attend to." Stepping outside, he gazed at the darkening sky and altered his course towards the depths of the temple. In the heart of the temple, the wrinkled face of Emperor Pilaf and his companions glimmered with excitement as they beheld the shining Dragon Balls, while a colossal blood-red dragon coiled menacingly in the air surrounding them, just as Pilaf and his crew were about to make their wish. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from behind. Turning to face the familiar figure, their expressions morphed into a blend of fear and fury. Son Goku, what should we do, Lord Pilaf?" Little Wu and Dogman Aishio chorused in alarm. The diminutive blue-skinned Pilaf managed to steady his racing heart, regaining composure as he pointed an accusing finger at Goku, exclaiming in indignation, "What to do? Of course, we must eliminate him. You all hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, Little Wu and Aishio leaped into 2 green robotic contraptions resembling square refrigerators. The machines opened like refrigerator doors, launching 3 missiles crackling with sparks towards Goku. With a mere flick of his hand, Goku effortlessly deflected the 3 missiles, which exploded into a cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly appeared beside the trio, sending them crashing against pillars and walls. Turning his gaze back to the radiant Dragon Balls, Goku was relieved to have dispatched them in time. Otherwise, he would risk reverting to his childhood, reminiscent of memories long past. With this thought in mind, Goku addressed the Dragon Balls. "Dragon, grant me the return of my tail." "Very well. The blood-red dragon, with its golden eyes, erupted in a brilliant glow. Goku floated in the air, surrounded by white lightning, and gradually, a brown tail began to sprout from him. All right, my wish is fulfilled. Then the crimson dragon shimmered with brilliance, subsequently dividing into 7 meteors soaring into the distance. Wukong stood on the ground, stretching his long-neglected tail, and, once familiarized, coiled it around his waist. He then ascended into the sky, gazing down at the celestial temple. In the next moment, Wukong placed his hand upon his waist, and an eruption of golden energy surged forth from his being, his hair spiking upward like a crab-s, transformed into a golden, towering hairstyle. Kamehameha wave. A colossal blue and white Kamehameha wave surged downward, crashing with a thunderous boom. Crack, crackle. The already fractured celestial temple shattered instantly, disassembling, while the energy wave persisted, continuing its descent. Below, at the residence of the Cat Sage, Corinne Tower, the Cat Sage suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. He emerged from his chamber, surveying the surroundings. Before approaching the edge of the tower, not noticing anything amiss, he shifted his gaze upward. In the next instant, meow. Whoa! The Cat Sage cried out, his eyes nearly bulging, limbs extending in alarm. In an instant, the blue and white radiance enveloped him, his form swiftly dissipating within the light. The Kamehameha wave continued its descent, only ceasing upon reaching the ground. In the sky, tens of thousands of meters above, Sun Wukong observed the smoke dissipate, revealing a massive crater below, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, imbuing him with an aura of charm and allure. Oh, someone approaches. Wukong sensed several presences flying toward him and instinctively touched his nose, contemplating, I'll handle my affairs first. Once I complete that transformation, I shall execute my plan. With that thought, he brought his index and middle fingers together to his forehead, vanishing in a flash. Minutes after Wukong's departure, several figures arrived at the massive crater below, including the golden-haired Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan. What is happening? We're the Celestial Realm and Corinne Tower, Gohan exclaimed, astonished at the sight. Piccolo scanned the surroundings, carefully sensing the energy, noting this aura resembles old Sun's, but with something else mixed in. I'm not entirely certain. Kakarot. Vegeta, clad in a black bodysuit, cast a glance downward at the immense pit. Minutes later, seeing no clues, Vegeta remarked impatiently, whatever it is, be it some divine miscreant, it will eventually reveal itself. We merely need to wait for it to slip up. With that, he transformed into a white energy wave and soared away. Piccolo glanced at Gohan and nodded. Vegeta is right. If they intend to harm us, they will inevitably confront us. Let us return and remain vigilant. It shouldn't be long before the truth emerges. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo. With that, the two unleashed their energy and flew off in separate directions. On an unknown planet, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported himself there, hovering in the air, reflecting on the memories of the unfortunate traveler, the moon, the golden gorilla, regaining his senses, and then the formidable Super Saiyan 4. In his mind, vivid scenes began to unfold as Goku gazed upon the desolate landscape before him, his eyes drawn to the countless stars twinkling in the sky. It seemed he had no choice but to create a moon of his own. The mere thought of an artificial moon evoked memories of his fierce battles with Vegeta, particularly the moment when Vegeta had conjured his own moon. With a swift motion of his right hand, Goku gathered the oxygen and energy from the planet, merging them into a luminous sphere of white light. After attuning himself to its essence, he hurled the radiant orb into the heavens. He then watched in silence as the artificial moon emerged in the sky, a surge of energy coursing through him, causing his heart to race and his body to swell. His face contorted forward as sharp fangs burst forth from his mouth. His pupils vanished, leaving only a crimson void. The once black body hair thickened, and in a matter of moments, a colossal black ape materialized before him. Chapter 3. The Super Saiyan 4. The giant ape, transformed from Goku, roared with fury, its dark fur gradually shifting to a brilliant gold. In no time, the golden behemoth wreaked havoc on a nameless planet, unleashing its rage. Waves of powerful energy erupted from its mouth, while crimson beams shot from its eyes, obliterating rocks and mountains into fragments. The ground fissured and shattered, a portrait of devastation. Suddenly, the rampaging golden ape grew still, an eerie calm enveloping the scene, leaving only the fervent sounds of its breath and the heavy thudding of its heart. Thud, 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 as the heartbeat echoed. The crimson gaze of the golden ape was gradually shrouded in darkness, and and the nascent malevolent consciousness of Goku returned to his core. "I'm no longer the being I once was," he proclaimed. The terrifying aura emanated from him, fracturing the very ground within a 100-mile radius. Goku began to compress the might of the giant ape, golden radiance enveloping him, as the silhouette of the golden beast shrank until the light vanished. At last, amidst the fog that hung over the shattered earth, a new incarnation of Goku emerged. Towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his thick, tousled black hair cascaded down his back and draped over his shoulders. His eyes, golden and eagle-like, framed by crimson rims, exuded a primal intensity. The upper half of his body was wild, perfect muscles encased in a layer of red fur, revealing a robust chest and abdomen, while his long legs were clad in brown trousers. Goku surveyed his transformed physique, feeling the immense power coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "So this is the Super Saiyan 4, he mused. "What formidable strength." Clenching his fists, Goku yearned to stretch his limbs, instantly enveloped in a golden aura, transforming into a specter as he treated the stones around him as adversaries, beginning his onslaught. Tu, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. With each explosion and reverberation, the already beleaguered planet suffered further, unable to withstand the onslaught. Observing the magma bubbling to the surface and the fractured ground, Goku relished the thought. This reckless release of power is indeed exhilarating. Time to depart. But before I go, let me bestow a parting gift upon this planet. Goku placed a finger to his forehead, while his other hand conjured a dark golden energy sphere, which then vanished into the ether. Only the dark golden energy sphere slowly descended to the ground, followed by a radiant glow accompanied by brilliant fireworks. As this unknown planet vanished into the vastness of the starry sky, on Earth, amidst the bustling streets filled with people, suddenly, Goku appeared. Observing the warm atmosphere around him, he nodded, then turned his gaze to his reflection in the glass window to his right. Not bad, although he had mentally prepared himself. Witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. This is truly me, Sun Wukong. That wild aura, so handsome and imposing. Crack, bang, the glass shattered instantly. Watching this unexpected scene unfold, Goku thought helplessly, the power of Super Saiyan 4 is indeed formidable. I have exerted great effort to control it, yet a mere slip of energy has such overwhelming might. After accomplishing this mission, I must swiftly master this power. With that, Goku returned to his normal state and placed his hand on his forehead. Whoosh! He vanished once more. In West City, at Bulma's house, Bulma, who was taking a bath, was startled by the sudden appearance of a bear Goku. She quickly covered her chest and exclaimed, "Goku, what on earth are you doing? You can't just show up unannounced and without any clothes." Goku's cold, unyielding gaze fixated on Bulma as he said, "I need your help with something." "Help? Then you should step outside first," she retorted, tossing something at him. However, Goku instantly appeared in front of her, gripping her by the neck and lifting her up. "I don't want to repeat myself," he stated. He then dragged the nearly naked Bulma outside and threw her onto the ground, looking at her stunned expression. "I need you to help me build a time machine." "Why do you need a time machine, Goku?" Bulma asked, still in shock. Goku squatted down, his cold eyes glinting ominously. "I said what I said. You only need to comply. No need for all the questions. Do you understand?" Bulma, trembling under his icy stare, instinctively replied, Bulma, is dinner ready?" A sudden voice interrupted her, halting her words. Goku turned to see the newcomer, who upon recognizing Goku, glanced at Bulma, just emerging from her bath. "Kakarot, what are you doing?" Vegeta's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Goku remained expressionless, responding to Vegeta, "Nothing much, just asking Bulma to help me with the machine. Help requires consent from others. It looks to me like you are forcing her." The atmosphere grew tense, the quiet space filled with the faint sound of breathing. Goku's lips curled into a slight smirk, his right hand extending, fingers clenched, as he rotated his fist upward, raising his middle finger in a dismissive gesture. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Vegeta roared, his golden aura enveloping him, his once black hair transforming into a brilliant gold. The ground was fissured by an overwhelming aura. Subsequently, Vegeta ascended into the sky, shattering the rooftop and hovering in midair, while Goku followed suit, leaping and pausing alongside him. The two warriors exchanged glances. The fury emanating from Vegeta's pale green eyes seemed almost tangible, although the meaning of his gesture eluded Goku. Instinctively, he sensed it harbored no benevolence. "Kakarot, Today we shall settle this. With that, Vegeta transformed into a golden meteor, hurtling towards Goku, his arms weaving like countless phantoms striking at him. Goku effortlessly evaded the phantom punches, and as Vegeta's rapid barrage left a fleeting opening, he erupted with energy, his golden aura crackling with blue lightning as his fist connected squarely with Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta expelled a few droplets of saliva, curling into a shrimp-like posture. Without hesitation, Goku blinked above him, extending his right leg and delivering a powerful axe kick that sent Vegeta soaring. Like a shooting star, Vegeta pierced through several buildings. And as he flew, a resounding crash echoed, leaving smoke in his wake. Goku observed casually in the distance as a radiant golden light emerged where Vegeta began to descend, his energy surging dramatically. Amidst the ruins, Vegeta ascended slowly, his black bodysuit dirted and his tight leather pants torn with small holes. However, the golden aura surrounding him intensified, accompanied by flickers of blue lightning. His emerald eyes coldly surveyed the equally transformed Super Saiyan 2 Kakarot. With a sudden burst of speed, Vegeta surged forward, his golden aura trailing behind him. In no time, their fists, both radiant with golden energy and crackling with blue lightning, collided. Chapter 4. 1 against 4. For hands. 4 feet clashed, producing a symphony of sounds. Bang, 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 thud, thud, thud. In the pitch-black night sky, only the 2 golden auras shimmered amidst their clash. Goku instinctively raised his left hand to deflect Vegeta's fierce punch, while his right fist struck like lightning against Vegeta's chin, sending him reeling backward. Vegeta spun in midair before halting, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he glared at Goku. Then, once more, he erupted with energy, his golden aura mingling with blue lightning, appearing immensely powerful. He charged again, becoming a whirlwind of golden flames, each punch accurately meeting Goku's in a series of explosive collisions. Crack! Boom! After delivering simultaneous blows to each other's faces, both retreated a few steps. Goku touched his bruised face, his pale green eyes gleaming with amusement. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. All right, Vegeta. The warm-up is over. With a sudden expansion, the golden aura surged, his hair spiking like a hedgehog down to his waist, his brows vanishing and cheekbones jutting sharply against his eye sockets, enhancing his menacing visage. A prominent tuft of bangs fell across his forehead, and deep green irises emerged from his previously pale green eyes, while the surrounding lightning intensified. Vegeta's expression grew grave as he beheld Goku, now transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. The flames of battle ignited once more as Vegeta swiftly charged towards Super Saiyan 3 Goku, unleashing a barrage of punches that fell like rain upon his opponent. However, Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, effortlessly evaded Vegeta's rapid strikes. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit after such an extended effort, Vegeta somersaulted backward, bringing his hands together. Prince's fighting technique. Countless yellow energy waves engulfed Goku, who let out a cry of surprise as the relentless barrage of energy continued, enveloped in swirling smoke. After a considerable time, Vegeta, panting heavily, stared at the thick cloud of smoke before him. Although a twinge of unease gripped his heart, he remained confident that his recent assault had been effective. As the smoke dissipated, Goku stood bare-chested, his golden tail swaying behind him, reveling in the newfound power of Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, the tail was the wellspring of Saiyan strength. The previous Super Saiyan 3 form had been akin to a balloon with a leak, unsustainable and fleeting. Now, with the tail restored, it felt as if the leak had been sealed and advancement was imminent. With this thought, Goku summoned his power anew, releasing a triumphant shout as golden flames erupted around him, and blue currents of energy danced across his skin. The brilliant light flickered dazzlingly against the night sky. As calm returned, the golden aura around Goku receded, becoming more concentrated and tumultuous, while his mane of hair billowed like a lion's, undisturbed by the wind. Embracing this harmonious power, Goku delightedly mused, this must be the full power of Super Saiyan 3, maximizing efficiency with minimal expenditure. Turning his gaze toward Vegeta, he extended his left arm, waggling his index finger in a provocative manner. Enraged by such a humiliating taunt from Goku, Vegeta's fury ignited, disregarding any enhancements to his strength. Once more, the golden aura enveloped him as he lunged forward. Yet, with each punch he threw, he was met with a counterstrike. soon finding himself spitting blood and covered in wounds. Goku, unscathed, effortlessly dodged Vegeta's uppercut, vanishing in an instant only to reappear behind him, delivering a ferocious kick to his neck. Vegeta was sent flying, crashing through several buildings, ultimately skidding across the ground, leaving a deep, narrow trench in his wake. His hair reverted to black, and he lay amidst the rubble, barely able to catch his breath. Goku, witnessing this, gathered a golden energy wave in his hand, ready to press the advantage and launch it towards Vegeta. The energy wave sped toward its target, but just as it was about to connect, a hand enveloped in golden flames intercepted it, sending it spiraling away like a deflected ball. Startled by the emergence of another golden warrior, Goku instinctively sensed his surroundings and called out, "Come forth. Your energy is so faint that I almost overlooked you." No sooner had he spoken than several figures appeared. First was Goten, clad in a white tracksuit with a sideswept hairstyle. Next was Trunks, with his light purple hair and dressed in a suit. Finally, the last to appear was Piccolo, donned in a white cloak and green attire. "Dad!" Wu Tian gazed at Goku with a face full of bewilderment. His aura was utterly alien to him. Trunks, filled with rage, demanded, "Uncle Goku, this was merely a friendly spar. How could you have reduced my father to this state?" Goku responded with a sinister grin. "Who told you we were merely sparring? I intend to kill him." As soon as the words left his lips, Goku teleported before Trunks, seizing his head and propelling him forward. After crashing through numerous buildings, Trunks suddenly transformed, his hair turning golden, accompanied by a radiant golden aura. Unfortunately, it proved futile. Goku held Trunks' head against the ground, mercilessly grinding it into the earth, debris scattering in all directions. Ahead loomed a massive, abandoned steel factory, and Goku charged into it with fervor, slamming Trunks inside. Ascending into the air, he clasped his hands together, unleashing a colossal yellow energy wave that swept down, obliterating everything below in a cataclysmic explosion. When Wu Tian and Piccolo arrived, they were met with the sight of utter devastation and the faint, flickering energy of Trunks, their expressions darkening with despair. Wu Tian, "Quickly save Trunks, I will hold off this impostor," Piccolo declared, shedding his white cloak as he soared toward Goku. "Understood." Wu Tian cast a complex glance at Piccolo's brave figure before diving toward the ruins. Piccolo, enveloped in golden energy, unleashed a flurry of swift attacks. But the disparity between him and Super Saiyan 3 Goku was insurmountable. Goku nonchalantly dodged all of Piccolo's strikes, and then, with the speed of lightning, delivered a fierce knee strike to his face, sending him hurtling back. Seizing his foot, Goku dragged him back and landed another knee strike to his head. Piccolo was sent flying again, yet one of his feet remained in Goku's grip. In the next moment, Goku hurled him skyward, preparing to unleash a ki blast to finish him off. "Stop!" Gohan, ablaze with golden energy, intervened, disrupting Goku's assault. Goku crossed his arms, taking a few steps back to brace against the powerful kick. With his arms hanging loosely at his sides, Goku regarded his son with amusement. "Gohan, what is this? Do you wish to defy your father?" Gohan cradled Piccolo, silent as he gently placed him on the ground, before soaring into the air, his golden aura flaring as he focused intently on his father. Chapter 5. The Death of Son Gohan. Gohan's white shirt billowed wildly in the wind of his golden aura as he confronted the figure he believed to be his father. "Who are you? Why do you impersonate my dad?" "Oh." Goku revealed his signature villainous smirk. "I am no imposter. I am indeed your father." "Nonsense." Gohan assumed a battle stance. "You are definitely not my father. My dad would never be so cruel. Whoever you are, I shall defeat you and uncover the truth." With that, he launched a golden energy blast toward Goku. With a casual swipe, Super Saiyan Goku sent the energy wave hurtling away, gazing at Gohan with disdain, exclaiming, "Unfilial child." He then surged forward, declaring, "Today, as your father, I shall teach you a proper lesson." Upon reaching Gohan, Goku unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes, his arms moving so swiftly that they left behind mere phantoms. Gohan, momentarily bewildered, found himself at the mercy of this relentless assault, swaying helplessly as he was pummeled. Before long, Goku ceased his flurry of punches, extending his arms straight, fingers interlocked, and with a clenched fist akin to a hammer, he struck Gohan's cheek, sending him crashing to the ground and demolishing yet another structure. The cacophony of smoke, chaos, screams, and cries filled the air. And as Goku surveyed the spot where Gohan had fallen, he clasped his hands at his waist, a blue-white radiance flickering to life. The Kamehameha, a colossal orb of blue and white light, trailing a comet-like tail, hurtled towards its target. With a thunderous crash, the brilliance illuminated the night sky, and after dissipating, a circular pit of 100-mile diameter, shrouded in swirling dark smoke, emerged in the distance. Sensing that Gohan still lived, Goku soared above the crater. Indeed, moments later, a flash of golden light erupted from the pit, revealing Gohan before him. Gohan's condition was grim. His white uniform was tattered, leaving only a small portion intact, and his brown pants were riddled with gaping holes. His exposed skin bore numerous bruises, and a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth. Goku refrained from further assault, gazing at his disheveled son. Gohan, you need not perish. Simply agree to become my right hand, and I shall spare you. Ha! You imposter. Expect me to become your pawn? Dream on, Gohan retorted, erupting with fury as golden energy surged from within him, launching another series of shadowy strikes towards Goku. Goku effortlessly blocked and dodged, contemplating. Indeed, he possesses immense potential. His power has increased. However, he lamented, alas, since this strength refuses to submit to me, it must vanish. With this thought, Goku's gaze hardened, becoming icy and merciless. In an instant, he deflected Gohan's oncoming punch with the back of his hand and accelerated with blinding speed. His fist struck Gohan's chin like a bolt of lightning, and seizing the fleeting moment when Gohan was momentarily incapacitated, he delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending Gohan flying like an arrow released from a bow. Goku swiftly pursued, maneuvering past Gohan to deliver another hammer-like blow that sent him careening in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Goten had brought Trunks to Piccolo's side, watching the fierce battle unfold between his father and brother. From a one-sided thrashing to a brief resistance, and now to aerial exchanges. Goten, fearing for his brother's life, transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed forward. As Goku reveled in his brutal game of combat, contemplating the possibility of defeating Gohan, a fist, enveloped in golden energy, suddenly surged towards his face. Instinctively clenching his fist, he gazed at the approaching figure of Wukong, shaking his head, lamenting yet another unfilial child. Since you wish to save him, then let us perish together. With that, he pulled Wu Qian closer, delivering a punishing blow that forced the bitter essence from him, followed by a powerful strike that sent him crashing into the ground. Countless dark golden energy waves erupted from his hands, raining down upon the earth like a torrential downpour. It was only when the smoke enveloped the area completely that Wukong ceased his onslaught. He then turned his attention to Sun Wufan, who had just fallen onto a lower floor and was struggling to rise. In an instant, Wukong appeared before him, delivering another devastating punch that caused Wufan's form to vanish amidst the collapsing debris. Wukong unleashed a colossal energy wave, the dark golden force obliterating the shattered structure into dust. Surveying the smoke-filled ruins, Wukong descended, searching for Wufan to ascertain whether he still drew breath. There it was, following the faint energy signature. He arrived at a pile of wood, stone, and iron, where Sun Wufan lay partially buried, his head and a portion of his chest exposed, while the rest was concealed beneath the remnants. Observing Wufan in his ordinary state, Wukong landed, stepping upon his buried abdomen. At that moment, Wufan managed to open one eye. Gazing at him, just as Wukong was about to deliver a fatal blow, he instinctively deflected an energy wave aimed at him, glancing at Piccolo behind him. Wufan saved you. Instead of fleeing for your life, you come to offer yourself as a sacrifice. Such a waste of his efforts. The green-faced Piccolo responded gravely. I have merely come to continue the battle we left unfinished. This clash shall serve as the conclusion to our enmity since our first encounter. Very well, let us commence. Wukong surged toward Piccolo, unleashing a torrent of rapid punches that left him unable to retaliate. A fierce kick struck Piccolo's face, followed by a swift elbow to his chest. Purple blood gushed forth, and then a barrage of dark golden energy waves descended upon him. Boom! 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 The energy waves detonated, engulfing Piccolo's form, and amidst the smoke, another knee strike left his face bloodied and bruised. Seizing Piccolo's head with his left hand, Wukong drove his right fist straight through his abdomen. With a sickening squelch, he withdrew his blood-stained hand, tossing Piccolo into the air. Clasping his hands together, he unleashed a super energy wave, a massive column of energy, black at its core and dark golden around the edges, enveloped Piccolo and propelled him higher into the heavens. Watching Piccolo disappear into the sky, Wukong smirked disdainfully before descending once more toward his son. Upon seeing Wufan beneath him, A cruel smile spread across his face as he delivered a punch to his visage. Thud. Followed by another, and another thud, thud, thud. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Wukong raised his bloodied right hand, staring at the grotesque mass that could no longer be considered a head. In his icy gaze, there was nothing but coldness, devoid of any other emotion. You have been given an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Subsequently, he soared into the sky, surveying the positions of others, preparing to eliminate the remaining few. Chapter 6. Gotenks. Observing the group huddled together, Goku remarked unexpectedly, I was so engrossed in the battle that I inadvertently allowed these little mice to congregate. However, mice remain mere mice. Do they dare to challenge an elephant? With a disdainful smile, Goku ascended towards them, contemplating a swift resolution to eradicate them, and then return to oversee Bulma's completion of the time machine. On the ground, the injured Goten, Trunks, and Vegeta gathered together. Watching as Goku approached, Trunks, with unwavering determination, spoke to Goten. We have only that option left. His gaze then shifted to Vegeta. Father, please buy us some time. All right. You focus on your task. I will certainly hold him off. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta enveloped himself in a golden aura, charging fiercely towards the oncoming Goku. Observing his father's struggle to hold back the imposter Goku, Trunks rose to his feet. Quickly, let us buy some time and complete the fusion. That will give us hope. Agreed. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Vegeta initially managed to leverage his momentum for a couple of strikes, but it wasn't long before he found himself on the defensive. A barrage of punches rained down upon him, leaving him to groan helplessly. Ugh! A powerful blow landed in his abdomen, contorting his body in agony, a testament to the pain he endured. Without allowing him a moment's respite, Goku unleashed a devastating energy wave that sent Vegeta hurtling backward, culminating in an explosion that shrouded the air in smoke. Vegeta plummeted like a meteor, and just as Goku prepared to capitalize on his advantage, a fist-sized energy wave hurtled towards him from behind, only to be obliterated in an instant. Turning to confront the assailant, he beheld a green figure, adorned with 2 antennae and stained with purple blood. Piccolo gasped for breath, having been launched away by Goku's energy wave. He had lost much of his form and painstakingly resurrected himself. Upon his return, he witnessed the imposter Goku mercilessly assaulting Vegeta. Without hesitation, he retaliated with an energy wave to disrupt Goku's relentless attack. Goku, observing the beleaguered Piccolo, felt exasperated. You should cherish your precarious life, having just returned from the brink. Piccolo remained silent, crossing his arms over his forehead, and bellowed, Hell's own grenade. A yellow energy wave surged directly towards Goku. Reacting instinctively, Goku sought to evade. But to his dismay, the one straight energy wave, under Piccolo's control, veered and continued its pursuit. Seeing the relentless energy wave closing in, Goku resigned himself, thinking, since evasion is futile, I shall brace myself to endure the impact. Wukong abruptly halted his body, bracing himself with both hands against the energy wave. Gradually adapting, he then began to push back, exclaiming, "Ha! Piccolo, this time, you shall be utterly vanquished." In that instant, as Wukong pushed back, a colossal energy wave erupted from his hands, a circular dark golden blast piercing through the yellow, magical brilliance. Piccolo, witnessing the energy wave hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed, displayed a countenance of despair. Under the relentless onslaught of the energy wave, Piccolo's form gradually twisted until he vanished completely. Wukong gazed upon the scattering ashes, thinking, now, let us see how you manage to survive this. At that moment, a beam of light shot skyward. Wukong, intrigued, looked towards the source of the beam, sensing an overwhelming power. According to his recollections, this must be the fusion. He wondered if it would excite him. His anticipation was swiftly rewarded as a figure enveloped in white flames appeared before him with remarkable speed. The newcomer sported a mane of upright hair, with purple on the sides and black in the center. Adorned in the traditional attire of the Metamorans, a black vest with yellow padding, a deep green belt around the waist, black wristbands, and billowing white trousers with deep green leg straps and black training shoes. The sinewy muscles of his robust physique were accentuated with a pronounced set of abs, and his handsome visage bore a proud, disdainful smirk. I am Gotenks, the super fusion warrior destined to defeat you. Prepare to perish, imposter. The voice of this fusion was peculiar, as if laden with an accent. No sooner had he spoken than Gotenks lunged forward, throwing a punch at Wukong, only to be effortlessly dodged. Wukong seized the opportunity, landing a punch to Gotenks' abdomen. As Gotenks bent forward, Wukong grasped his head and soared towards the ground, making intimate contact with the earth. Uh, uh, uh. The ground shook with a resounding thud. Rocks flew chaotically, and a long, winding trench carved itself into the earth, resembling an intricate artwork. Just then, Gotenks, who had still intended to remain close to the ground for a while longer, suddenly erupted with power, causing Wukong to release him. And Gotenks floated in midair. In that moment, Gotenks underwent a dramatic transformation. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow became pronounced, closely hugging his eye sockets. Within his previously light green irises, deep blue pupils emerged, and his golden aura shifted to a jet-like form. His physique became even more formidable, and his energy surged significantly as Gotenks gradually ascended into the sky, standing defiantly against Wukong. All right, I was careless just now. Now, facing my serious self. Are you prepared for defeat? Observing Gotenks' arrogant demeanor, Wukong grinned mischievously, raising his middle finger skyward. When I turn that handsome face of yours into a pig's head, I hope you can still maintain that bravado. With a fierce shout, Super Saiyan Gotenks charged toward Wukong, and the two became entangled in a whirlwind of motion, their fists moving so swiftly that they became invisible, leaving only ripples in the air. Unwilling to endure any longer, Wukong disregarded the impending fist aimed at his left cheek. With a powerful thrust of his left knee, he propelled himself like a meteor towards the distant mountains. Boom! The resounding crash sent a colossal cloud of dust swirling into the air. At the heart of the shattered mountains, within the debris, Wuqian Keisai found himself ensnared in a vast chasm, desperately clutching his abdomen with his knees, letting out a pained grunt as sheer force sent Wukong flying. He then surged towards the sky, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the counterfeit Wukong, confusion swirling in his eyes. What was happening? After enduring several fierce battles, why did this impostor still exhibit such formidable power? The energy depletion typically associated with Super Saiyan 3 should have left him exhausted by now. Wuqian Keisai's expression turned grave as he reigned in his earlier arrogance. To triumph is the instinct of the strong, while to falter is the mark of a fool. Taking a deep breath, he roared. The golden aura surged once more, and Wuqian Keisai, now fully focused on vanquishing his foe, unleashed his entire might in a desperate struggle. Chapter 7. The Mighty Super Saiyan 4. With all his power unleashed, Wuqian Keisai's strength and speed ascended to new heights, a jet of brilliant golden energy enveloping him. Their velocities became as swift as lightning, and as their combat intensified, they reached a pace so rapid that it defied the naked eye. In the air, each collision birthed spherical ripples that flickered and vanished, their fierce battle escalating to a boiling point. Boom! A figure emerged, hurtling backward and demolishing several structures. Moments later, Wuqian Keisai rose from the rubble, his left hand rubbing the numbness from his unfeeling left cheek. Wukong hovered aloft, his bare torso marred with numerous bruises. Despite the ferocity and endurance of their earlier exchanges, his aura remained remarkably calm, a testament to the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Meanwhile, Wuqian Keisai was consumed by a wave of disbelief. Wasn't Super Saiyan 3 supposed to have significant flaws? Why did this impostor exhibit no signs of weakness and maintain such stamina? As this thought crossed his mind, a massive energy wave suddenly hurtled towards him. Wuqian Keisai swiftly dodged, only to sense a presence behind him. The next instant, his instincts proved accurate. Wukong flashed behind him, delivering a fierce axe kick that slammed him into the earth. Boom! The ground fractured into countless fissures. And in the following moment, Wukong reappeared before Wuqian Keisai, who lay buried in the ground. An ominous dark golden energy wave pressed against his abdomen, expanding menacingly as the stones beneath began to shatter. After the brilliance subsided, a circular pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the earth. Wukong gazed down from the sky, an instinct telling him that this adversary would not be easily vanquished. Suddenly, a golden point of light emerged from the center of the circular pit, growing larger and seemingly teleporting directly before him. The peculiar speed of this energy wave left Wukong with no choice but to instinctively extend his hands to brace against the oval-shaped energy blast. The energy wave propelled Goku backward, yet he adeptly adapted to its force as he flew. Abruptly halting his backward motion, he began to push against it. Huh, you think you can defeat me with such feeble power? You're far from capable. The menacing Super Saiyan 3 Goku grinned. seizing the energy wave and accelerating it in his direction, his arm muscles bulging, enveloped in an increasingly dense aura. Suddenly, a colossal purplish-red energy wave surged toward him from behind, but Goku, quick on his feet, swiftly withdrew one hand to counter the incoming attack. The energy wave, previously suppressed by Trunks, now only supported by Goku's single hand, was forcefully pushed back. Goku strained against the dual waves, yet their intensity escalated, causing his arms to tremble violently. Ugh! A brilliant golden aura erupted, encasing Goku's entire being in radiant light, transforming him into a gleaming golden sphere. The yellow and purplish-red energy waves collided with the ever-expanding golden orb. The forces clashed, merging at their limits, culminating in a violent explosion that illuminated the entire sky. From the crater below, a figure shot into the air, Gotenks, watching the billowing smoke from safe distance. Despite the terrifying power unleashed by the collision, his instincts assured him that the imposter had survived. As the enigmatic smoke gradually dissipated, the first sight to emerge was a striking red, accompanied by a massive, lightning-wreathed golden aura. The feral Super Saiyan 4 re-emerged. Gotenks gazed in astonishment at the wild and striking figure, his eyes wide and mouth agape. What? What is this? How can such immense energy exist? This overwhelming presence also stirred many others. The previously unconscious Vegeta awoke, fueled by the Force. Glaring at Super Saiyan 4 Goku with unyielding resentment, his teeth grinding audibly. In a distant glacier, a man with 3 eyes sensed the energy and looked up in astonishment. Nearby, a child floated in the air, unable to stop trembling. In a bustling city, a scar-faced man, flirting with a girl, suddenly changed his expression, also gazing toward the horizon. Elsewhere, amidst heavy traffic, Krillin, donned in a traffic officer's uniform, exclaimed in surprise, "What an immense energy! Is another formidable monster emerging?" However, he quickly regained composure, his expression serene as he resolutely stated, "It's all right. No matter how powerful the enemy, Goku will surely triumph. He has always been the beacon of victory." Meanwhile, the man revered by Krillin as the beacon of hope observed with keen interest the figure that had just attempted to ambush him. Familiar mohawk black hair adorned with strange black markings. Pitch-black eyes with blood-red pupils radiating malevolence. A robust physique, with a gaping void in the center of its chest, exudes an aura of dread, surrounded by swirling tendrils of ebony mist. "Oh, you have yet to meet your demise." Goku gazed in astonishment at Ub, whom he presumed to be dead, and then, with a sinister grin, inquired, "What is this? Not dead yet? Have you come to seek my forgiveness for your miscalculation?" A piercing, otherworldly roar erupted from Ub's mouth, and in the next moment, he transformed into a streak of black light, charging towards Goku. To Goku's perception, Ub's speed was exceedingly sluggish. With a mere tilt of his head, he deftly evaded Ub's rapid onslaught. Witnessing Ub's brute force, akin to a mindless beast, Goku quickly lost interest. Effortlessly sidestepping a heavy punch, Goku's left foot struck like a bolt of lightning into Ub's abdomen. A torrent of black blood spewed forth. Yet Ub appeared utterly unperturbed by the injury. His right fist, shrouded in dark energy, continued its relentless assault on Goku. With a swift motion, Goku seized Ub's fist and yanked him closer. In an instant, a flurry of phantom-like punches rained down upon him. Ub was battered mercilessly, akin to a punching bag, before Goku unleashed a golden energy wave, ultimately launching him skyward, followed by a powerful kick that struck his shoulder. Crash! Ub careened through countless buildings, culminating in a tremendous explosion upon impact with the ground. Observing the rising plume of smoke in the distance, Goku placed his hand on his waist in a lotus position, declaring, "This time, you shall not escape death." Kamehameha, a massive blue-white beam, shot forth towards the smoke-laden area, its semicircular energy wave expanding relentlessly until it obliterated everything within its vicinity. Goku sensed carefully, and he then soared towards the recently ravaged region, scanning the skies until he spotted a shadowy figure. Upon closer inspection, Ub still clung to life, albeit in a state far worse than death. Chapter 8. The Immaculate Darkness. Ub's form, no longer could it be called a body, was a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and bone, grotesquely intertwined by viscous black energy, writhing in a bizarre manner. Goku, though intrigued, opted for caution. A dark golden light materialized swiftly in his palm. With a swift motion, the dark golden sphere hurtled towards Ub's dismembered remnants. Unexpectedly, As the sphere approached, the clinging black mist dispersed, transforming into countless black arrows that surged towards Goku, embedding themselves into his flesh. Instantly, the dark energy enveloped Goku's body, seeping into him through his ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. Soon, the mist-like black energy flowed around him, his once vibrant red hue gradually darkening to a deep crimson, while his golden eyes flickered between shades of blood red. "Huh, do you dare to tame my soul? Apologies, but my soul is beyond corruption, born of darkness. I shall eternally succumb to evil." The terrifying power unleashed itself with reckless abandon, as a dark golden hemisphere entwined with black lightning expanded upon the ground, wreaking havoc in its wake. Once the tempest of energy subsided, a colossal circular pit, stretching 1,000 miles in diameter, became strikingly prominent. Save for a few wisps of smoke lingering in the air. At the center of this pit, the black gas that had previously enveloped Wukong was now replaced by a blazing dark golden flame, transforming his originally golden eyes into a more regal shade of dark gold. The overall visage now exuded not just wildness and dominance, but also a hint of restrained nobility and sophistication, rendering him even more strikingly handsome. Wukong stood still, savoring his current state. The black mist he had just vanquished was the very essence of evil that embodied Majin Buu, having lingered within Ub-'s soul since Bu's reincarnation. It was only upon Wukong's decisive strike that this malevolent force erupted, seizing control of Ub-'s body. This pure essence of evil had indeed been of great assistance to him, although the newly emerged malevolent spirit had consumed both the benevolent spirit and the traveler spirit. It was still in its infancy, lacking maturity. In contrast, the benevolent and traveler spirits were seasoned entities. Unless unforeseen events transpired, it was inevitable that the naive, evil spirit would be tainted by the memories of the two matured spirits, gradually infusing its pristine darkness with elements of goodness, friendship, and justice, such moralities that could be deemed sinful. However, fate is unpredictable, and indeed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just moments ago, the essence of evil breached Wukong's body, and upon grazing his soul, it was immediately sensed by the malevolent spirit, recognizing it as a nourishing force of its own origin. In an instant, it was absorbed by the insatiable malevolent spirit, elevating it to its maximum potential, rendering the other two spirits mere insignificant fragments of itself. This acquisition was nothing short of bountiful. Not only had his own malevolent spirit matured beyond measure, but also claimed the foundational memories and powers from the essence of evil. Now, Wukong's body bore resemblance to that of Majin Buu, albeit devoid of its terrifying regenerative abilities. However, with Super Saiyan 4's energy absorption, coupled with Buu's own absorption capabilities, he had essentially become a perpetual motion machine. Other than being able to utilize telekinesis, he found himself unable to access the remaining powers, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Gradually, Wukong ascended into the air, his dark golden gaze fixed upon the last remaining adversary above. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Gotenks was now thoroughly intimidated by Wukong's formidable power in Super Saiyan 4. Observing the trembling Gotenks, Wukong instantaneously materialized before him, delivering a simple yet devastating punch to his abdomen. Overwhelmed with excruciating pain, Gotenks reverted from his Super Saiyan form, his eyes losing focus as he slipped into unconsciousness. With a resounding thud, Gotenks was cleaved in twain amidst a radiant glow, transforming back into Goten and Trunks, who plummeted earthward. Wukong hovered in the air, gazing down at the ravaged landscape that bore the scars of their fierce battle. Finally, it was over. With a sigh, Goku descended to the ground, slowly traversing the cracked earth until he halted between Goten and Trunks, gazing at the two unconscious figures. He pondered briefly before raising his left hand towards Goten, a dark golden energy sphere surrounded by black lightning manifesting in his palm. "Farewell, my son." The palm-sized energy wave surged towards Goten, resulting in a thunderous explosion and a mushroom cloud that illuminated the sky, leaving the land charred and desolate, as if turned over multiple times, with only a few wisps of black smoke remaining. Next, Goku shifted his focus to Trunks on his right, advancing to grasp one of his legs before moving in a particular direction. He eventually stood before a man with a towering hairstyle, sharp bangs, and a heart-shaped forehead. "Vegeta, before he could finish, a massive dark golden energy wave engulfed his entire body. creating another deep, scorched crater in the already ravaged ground. At Capsule Corporation, Bulma, clad in white, wore a worried expression as she intermittently gazed outside. Her heart filled with both anticipation and anxiety. "Mom, is dinner ready?" "I am starving." Driven by hunger, Bra emerged from her room and made her way to the living room. Bulma exclaimed upon seeing Bra in her bunny pajamas. "When did you get back?" Bra began, but Bulma interrupted her with urgency. "Don't say anything. Just go outside. If I don't call you back, you must never return. Is that understood?" Bra attempted to respond, but was cut off as Bulma, in her frantic state, pushed her towards the door. "Do you understand?" Bulma, head down, pushed against Bra with all her might, but suddenly felt as if she were pushing against a wall. The grip on Bra's shoulder began to tremble, prompting her to look up in dread. A towering figure loomed over them like a mountain, its dark golden eyes resembling those of a ferocious beast, causing both women to stagger backward in fear. After a moment, Bulma gathered the strength to look around, noticing the wild red fur covering the creature and the figure it dragged behind it. Recognizing the familiar attire, tears streamed down Bulma's face, but in the next instant, that familiar silhouette flew into view. He was not dead, but beyond that, she could not say. Hearing this, Bulma wiped her tears away, hurried to Trunks, and felt his faint breathing, as if a heavy weight had lifted from her heart. She exhaled deeply, smiling with relief. Yet, that smile was fleeting, quickly replaced by vigilance as she eyed the monstrous figure at the door. You're Goku?" Chapter 9. The Rude and Malevolent Blue Dragon. Before her stood a figure reminiscent of Wukong, yet the disparity in stature, physique, and the striking red fur rendered him somewhat unrecognizable, leaving Bulma in a state of uncertainty. Wukong's golden-hued eyes scanned the surroundings as he strode into the room, asserting, "By the way, did I not mention? I require a time machine. Surely, you have not dismissed my words as mere whispers in the wind?" Under the intense gaze of his formidable golden eyes, Bulma felt as though she were ensnared by an extraordinary beast, her body drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. Observing Bulma's stunned silence, Wukong let out an irritable snort. "Humph." This snapped Bulma back to reality, and she stammered, "And no, that is not it. I have a plan in mind, and I will construct the time machine with utmost urgency." "Indeed, I have faith in you, considering our close acquaintance," Wukong replied, placing a hand on Bulma's shoulder. "However, do not let me down. I cannot predict how long your Trunks and daughter will survive should I grow displeased. Do you comprehend?" Bulma, her head bowed, dejectedly affirmed, "I understand. I would never jest with the lives of Trunks and the others." "Well then, I shall await good news. Nevertheless, I will frequently check on your progress during the construction of the time machine, and I hope you do not attempt any tricks." With that, Wukong touched his forehead and vanished in an instant. As the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, Bulma sighed in relief, yet an overwhelming wave of pressure surged within her, causing her to wipe away tears as she lamented, "How terrifying! Wukong, how could you change so much?" Boo-hoo. Suddenly, the once-vanished son Wukong reappeared, his towering figure and the accompanying sense of oppression rendering Bulma momentarily speechless. "Oh, each time I visit, ensure there is an ample supply of food prepared for me. Otherwise, if I become hungry, this planet will suffer greatly." Though this formidable presence had returned, Bulma found herself grappling with another question. "Wait, what about Vegeta?" Wukong pondered for a moment before responding. "Honestly, I see no value in his life that would compel me to spare him. Farewell." With that, Wukong vanished once more, leaving Bulma to wait several minutes before her anxiety subsided, only for fresh tears to stream down her face. Boo-hoo, Vegeta. In the months that followed, Wukong meticulously monitored and observed. However, as time passed, the completion of the time machine seemed increasingly distant. Unable to contain his impatience any longer, he inquired of Bulma how long the current progress would take to yield the time machine. Bulma shared some distressing figures, either 7 or 8 years, or perhaps 6 or 7, somewhere within that range. Unable to bear the thought of such a lengthy wait, Wukong contemplated the only remaining solution, the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the formidable Sun Wukong in his Ultra 4 form swiftly gathered the scattered black star Dragon Balls throughout the cosmos. On a desolate planet, a robust, muscular red-haired ape stood atop the highest peak, with 7 glass orbs, each containing a black star, lying before him. "Arise, divine dragon, and fulfill my wish." As Wukong uttered these words, the sky darkened ominously, and crimson lightning slithered through the clouds like serpents. The Dragon Balls shimmered with brilliance, soaring into the heavens. transforming into a blood-red divine dragon adorned with golden horns. Speak, what is your desire? Transmit the information regarding the time machine into Bulma's mind on Earth. Very well. This shall be a simple task. The dragon's golden eyes glimmered, and moments later, it declared, your wish has been granted. With that, the divine dragon radiated light and transformed into 7 golden meteors, preparing to depart. In the next instant, Wukong intercepted the meteors with astonishing speed, standing atop the peak. He gazed at the Dragon Balls in his grasp, a wicked smile gracing his lips, for the time machine was now within reach. Wukong then instantaneously returned to Earth. After contemplating the information in his mind alongside Bulma's insights, she confidently proclaimed, at most 2.5 years. Indeed, the timeline has been significantly reduced. Excellent. Work diligently, and I shall keep a watchful eye on you. With that, Wukong vanished once more. Over the following year, he eradicated all powerful presences he could sense throughout the universe in pursuit of training. On a barren planet, the same desolate landscape, the same towering peak, the same red-haired figure, yet slightly altered glass orbs lay scattered. The black stars within the glass had transformed to red, while the orange-yellow glass was riddled with cracks. Arise, divine dragon, and fulfill my wish. Instantly, the sky turned crimson, with fine yellow lightning weaving through the clouds, causing the very ground to tremble. And the mountains began to sway. A vast expanse of blue smoke billowed from the cracked glass orbs, gradually converging in the sky to form a blue dragon, markedly different from the previous one. It exuded an aura of malice, producing a lighter from seemingly nowhere. The dragon lit a cigar that had unexpectedly appeared in its mouth and rudely exhaled smoke towards Wukong. Just as it was about to speak, Kamehameha, a colossal blue energy beam surged forth, aimed directly at the malevolent blue dragon. It enveloped the dragon, simultaneously obliterating several mountains behind it, creating a massive chasm that occupied nearly half the landscape. The path carved by the energy wave was shrouded in smoke. As Wukong observed the depths of the mist with a wicked grin, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the colossal azure dragon had vanished, replaced by a creature reminiscent of the illustrious one-star dragon from memory, albeit adorned in blue and grasping a smoking pipe. The azure one-star dragon clutched the pipe between its teeth, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of blue smoke. With a swift motion, it materialized behind Goku, took another drag, and remarked, quite audacious of you. Before I could finish my sentence, you launched an attack. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I would have met my demise upon entering the fray. Hey, you ought to withstand a bit more. Otherwise, I might lose my enthusiasm. With that, it executed a spinning kick. Thud! Goku's right foot struck solidly against the dragon's casually raised left hand. The azure one-star dragon seized Goku's foot and, with a mighty heave, propelled him toward a mountain peak. Crash! A fissure began to spread from the point of impact, and moments later, the mountain split in two. Chapter 10. The Impudent Evil Dragon King. Boom! The severed mountain fragment plummeted to the ground, stirring a vast cloud of dust. The azure one-star dragon, pipe in mouth, occasionally cast its gaze towards the dust-laden area. Snap! Goku shifted a massive stone that had pinned him down, brushed off the dust from his attire, and in a flash, appeared before the smoking azure one-star dragon. Not bad. You possess considerable strength. Boom! The azure one-star dragon remained silent, exhaling another breath of ethereal energy while simultaneously delivering a punch to its abdomen. The force of the blow sent it staggering backward, leaving 2 shallow trenches in its wake. The azure one-star dragon glared at Goku with displeasure before its form began to fade, reappearing instantaneously above Goku. As it swung its fist, Goku swiftly evaded with remarkable speed. Crash! Bang! The azure one-star dragon's fist struck the ground, causing an immediate explosion that left a substantial crater. Goku hovered in the air, surveying the devastation below, silently commending himself for his swiftness. At that moment, the azure one-star dragon sprang into action, its legs bent, muscles taut, and within an instant, its physique expanded dramatically as it surged skyward. Too fast. Goku was caught off guard. His body collided with the dragon, propelling him further into the sky. Sensing the overwhelming velocity, Goku realized he could not allow this creature to continue unchecked. He grasped the 2 perfectly suited black horns on his back, unleashed a primal roar, and transformed, unleashing the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 4. What had begun as a high-speed flight for both quickly came to a halt. Seizing the moment, Goku flipped over, positioning himself behind the azure one-star dragon, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, propelled it like a cannonball. In an instant, Goku anticipated the trajectory, soaring above the dragon once more, delivering another kick that sent it plummeting downward. As it descended, it was relentlessly bombarded, fists and footprints raining down upon the azure one-star dragon as if they were free. It is uncertain how many blows were dealt to the azure one-star dragon. Subsequently, Goku placed his hand at his waist, and a radiant blue-red light illuminated both of them. Tenfold Kamehameha, a colossal sphere of blue-red energy, surged downward with ferocity, swiftly creating a semicircular area of devastation upon the ground, which continued to expand. Once the energy dissipated, a massive crater, reminiscent of a site ravaged by bombardment, lay before them. Goku's expression remained unchanged as he solemnly gazed at the figure that emerged slowly from the thin smoke above the deep pit, a body of the same dark blue hue. With a brazen demeanor, holding a smoke gun, the unscathed form of the azure one-star dragon took another drag of celestial energy before exhaling. This time, he tucked the smoke gun behind his back and began to ascend slowly. The two stood locked in a gaze, their respective auras clashing like the elemental forces of ice and fire. The warm-up was over. It was time to get serious. Remember the name of the one who will end your life, Evil Dragon King. As the words left his lips, the Evil Dragon King instantaneously appeared before Goku, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Gasping, Goku spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before being sent flying backward. The Evil Dragon King pursued relentlessly, his figure flickering as he closed in on Goku, launching another heavy strike. However, this time Goku was prepared, crossing his arms to block the tremendous blow. He retaliated with a kick to the Evil Dragon King's chin, sending him upward, followed by a powerful punch to his abdomen, and then a rapid succession of kicks to his shoulder, neck, and chest. The Evil Dragon King spun in the air before stabilizing, seemingly possessing an innate ability to adjust himself. After a half-turn, he rubbed his chin, twisted his neck, and flexed his waist and arms. Standing upright, the Evil Dragon King first positioned his hands in front of him in a blossom-like formation, then returned them to his waist, gathering a sphere of blue-black energy in his grasp. Goku mirrored his actions, forming a blue-red energy sphere that flickered at his waist. Kamehameha, a dark blue energy beam enveloped by a pitch-black core and a sky-blue beam with a blood-red center shot forth from opposite directions, colliding with one another. The two formed a colossal sphere of contrasting energies, half blue-red and half blue-black, each side compressing in a fierce struggle to overpower the other. Ultimately, they reached a stalemate, the hybrid sphere of light reaching its limit before erupting in a final dazzling display. Boom! In the boundless starry sky, countless twinkling stars were ensnared in the night like a fishing net. This must be the 89th planet. On a desolate, ochre-hued planet, a rather unremarkable red-haired simian, adorned in a black vest with dark golden embellishments and a deep blue belt, with black wristbands and white, billowing trousers embellished with pleats, gazed contemplatively at the planet before him, murmuring to himself. Ever since he vanquished that monstrous foe 6 months ago and donned this peculiar attire, my boredom has compelled me to whimsically seek out planets to set off fireworks. An energy sphere, dark gold on the exterior and pitch black at its core, gradually expanded in his hand before being projected towards the ochre planet. As it soared, a semicircular wave of golden energy began to manifest on the planet's surface, multiplying rapidly and deepening in hue until it radiated a fiery orange, transforming the entire sphere into a blazing orb. With a resounding thud, the planet reached its limit, bursting forth in a final, splendid display of brilliance before disintegrating into cosmic dust. How beautiful it is! No matter how many times I witness this spectacle, I remain utterly enchanted. This indeed ranks as the second most intriguing endeavor I have encountered since the battle. Goku, with his left arm cradling his elbow and his right hand stroking his chin, mused thoughtfully. Time to depart. Today marks the completion of the time machine. As the fireworks faded, Goku recalled the day's significant task and brushed off the dust that had settled on his chest during the display. 7 small black dots formed a circle on his left breast, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. With a swift motion, Goku vanished, possessing a talent as formidable as that of Bu, allowing him to master the Kaioshin's instant transmission with just a glance. On Earth, within Bulma's laboratory, she donned a lab coat, her eyes devoid of life, diligently conducting experiments as if she were a machine. Before her stood an elliptical device, supported by 4 golden legs, while she crouched beneath, engrossed in her work. Suddenly, Goku appeared behind her, paying little heed to the industrious Bulma, instead marveling at the elliptical machine as though it were a rare treasure. Bulma, are you ready? I can hardly contain my excitement. Bulma, completing her task with rapid precision, sealed the device and stood up. Yes, it's nearly finished. We just need to input the time. As Goku listened to Bulma's mechanical response, memories of a year prior flooded his mind. Chapter 11. An unexpected turn of events. On that fateful day a year ago, he had engaged in a fierce battle against the evil Dragon King, ultimately suffering a disheartening defeat. After seeking refuge on a random planet to recuperate, he returned to Earth, eager to satisfy his hunger. However, upon his arrival, an unforeseen incident transpired. He materialized directly in Bulma's bathroom, where he unexpectedly encountered Bra, radiant and enveloped in steam during her bath. In that instant, his desire ignited. How could one so inherently wicked resist such tempting flesh? Without hesitation, he lunged forward, intent on quelling his fervor. In the ensuing chaos, Bra fiercely resisted, and amidst her bites, kicks, and screams, Goku found his patience rapidly depleting. Impatiently, he seized it by the neck and effortlessly hurled it into the air, a wave of dark golden energy propelling it skyward. Just as I departed, Bulma entered and soon beheld the gaping hole above the bathroom. Following the aperture, she glimpsed the fireworks blooming in the sky, their beauty captivating and resplendent. Yet, from that moment on, Bulma's eyes lost their luster. Since then, she had become a shadow of her former self, devoid of vitality. Were it not for the presence of Trunks in my grasp, compelling her to labor, the arrival of my time machine would remain indefinitely postponed. Contemplating this, Goku turned to Bulma, offering words of solace. Fear not. Once I depart, you shall live peacefully with Trunks and his mother. Bulma merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. Very well. Let us commence. Goku ceased to concern himself with her, for everything was now prepared. Nothing could surpass this moment in importance. Bulma stepped forward, retrieving a remote control. After a few presses, she pointed at the machine. All is set. Simply adjust the time when you take your seat. All right, I shall enter now. With that, he opened the machine's hatch and leaped inside, waving goodbye to Bulma. Farewell, Bulma. Until we meet again. With a heavy thud, the machine's cover sealed shut. Goku gazed at the display screen and buttons, promptly setting the time. Talp, talp, beep, beep. Done. He observed the number 765 on the screen. A wave of anxiety washing over him. Although the prospect of traversing time seemed promising, trepidation lingered. Taking a deep breath, Goku's resolve solidified as he pressed the yellow button. Whoosh! The time machine vanished in an instant. Within the time tunnel, Goku marveled at the kaleidoscope of colors surrounding him, his heart racing with exhilaration. At last, a new world, I have arrived. Bang! Huh? What was that sound? Though faint, Goku's keen senses detected the anomaly. Crack! Boom! This time, the noise was undeniable, and a shadow of dread enveloped his heart. Ah, splendi! Sizzle, sizzle. Events were spiraling towards the worst possible outcome. Thud! With one mechanical leg of the time machine detonating, it instantly lost balance, swaying and staggering to the side. In the next moment, it collided with the vibrant tunnel, creating a small black hole. The out-of-control time machine was inexorably drawn in, and moments later, the black hole gradually restored itself. In no time, the entire colorful tunnel returned to a serene silence, as if no one had ever traversed its path. On Earth, in a laboratory, Bulma watched the time machine vanish without a trace, a sinister smile creeping upon her lips as her scheme bore fruit. Imposter, may you disappear forever. Bulma crouched down, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. Brah, Mother has finally avenged you. Throughout this year, I've been tormented endlessly, the thought of revenge lingering in my heart. But today, it has finally come to an end. Sitting on the ground, she gradually calmed her excited emotions. Moments later, she stood up, walking out while speaking. All right, one must look forward. Do not worry, Bra, Trunks and I will live well, and you must take care of yourself too. As she exited the laboratory, Bulma was met with a colossal sight, a dark golden energy sphere, towering 10 men high, pulsating strangely as it expanded and contracted. It seemed to have reached its limit. The dark golden energy entwined with black lightning swelling continuously until, oh, it's over. Boom! A golden radiance enveloped the entire world, erasing all. Earth, buildings, oceans, everything vanished, and finally, the Earth was consumed by flames. In a forgotten time and space, The earth lay in ruins, with signs of destruction everywhere. It could be said that aside from cockroaches and rats, life was nearly imperceptible. In the dim, speckled sky, a shadow flickered, and suddenly a long, spiraling object descended toward the ground, leaving a beautiful trail in the air before crashing into a wasteland. Boom! Billowing smoke ascended into the heavens, and after a while, an oval-shaped machine, rusty and dilapidated, slowly opened its hatch. Inside, a figure lay dormant, with long, thick black hair cascading over their form, and a wild mane of red fur enveloping their strong, perfectly sculpted muscles, each line exquisitely defined. The occupant of the mechanical chamber slept soundly, eyes tightly shut, blood-red eye sockets exuding a formidable presence, and a handsome, striking face adorned with an elusive hint of malevolence. As twilight descended, transforming midday into evening, the fierce figure remained in slumber. Only when darkness fully enveloped the sky and stars began to twinkle did the man's eyelids flutter slightly. Moments later, a pair of dark golden eyes appeared subtly in the shadows. Goku lifted his gaze to the sky, where more than a dozen stars emitted a faint yet resolute glow. His mind recalling the treachery that had forced him to traverse through time with this machine, now unsure of his whereabouts. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Goku floated slowly into the air, surveying the desolate landscape before him, his eyes filled with confusion. He then closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. The energy on this planet is so scarce, and each presence is exceedingly weak, flickering like a candle in the wind. What is this place? How can there be only one aura within 100 miles? Something is amiss. With that, Goku descended, grasped one of the legs of the time machine, and promptly vanished in an instant. In the ruins of the former Western capital, beneath the surface, a beautiful woman with a blue ponytail and a fringe was busily tinkering with some machinery while clad in a white lab coat. Suddenly, with a flash, Wukong materialized from the time machine, but the confined space caused it to collide with the walls upon emergence. A resounding crash echoed through the area, capturing the woman's attention. She turned to witness this astonishing spectacle. Wukong, upon hearing her exclamation, directed his gaze towards the woman, whose striking resemblance to Bulma was accompanied by an air of youthfulness. "Who are you?" she inquired, momentarily startled, but quickly regaining her composure as she brandished a laser gun at him. Observing the weapon in her vigilant grasp, Wukong felt no fear and internally mused whether he had stumbled into a future ravaged by androids 17 and 18. After a brief contemplation, he decided to ask directly, "Are you Bulma? How do you know my name?" Bulma responded, her surprise evident, yet she remained cautious, keeping the gun aimed at him. "I am Bulma. Who are you?" In the next instant, Wukong exhibited remarkable acting prowess, his eyes sparkling with joy as a radiant smile graced his lips. "Bulma, I am Goku, son Goku." He then succinctly recounted their childhood adventures, before explaining his origins. "I come from another timeline, and I am truly delighted to see you." As Bulma listened to the tales of their shared past, her wariness diminished, and she lowered her weapon slightly. "Another timeline? Has something happened?" she asked. "Indeed, something has occurred. But you must tell me, what is the current date? Are the androids still wreaking havoc?" "No, they're not," Bulma replied after a moment's thought, explaining that the androids had been defeated by Trunks using an emergency control system. Subsequently, Trunks had returned to the past via the time machine to inform others of the android crisis and to deliver a special antidote. "If only we could retrieve the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone," she added, a fleeting glimmer of hope crossing her mature and wise features. How long has it been since he left?" Wukong inquired. "He departed in the morning, saying that when we part ways later, it would be too emotional. So he didn't let me accompany him." Wukong felt a sense of urgency and quickly asked, "Where's his time machine?" "It is located in the vast open area outside," Bulma responded, just as Wukong instantly vanished, teleporting outside. Upon arrival, he scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the conspicuous open space. Flying closer, he meticulously surveyed the area. Before long, something caught his attention. Wukong hastily descended to the ground and picked up an item from the floor. It was a deep blue coat emblazoned with the logo of a capsule corporation, accompanied by a black vest, a pair of black cargo pants, and a sword in its sheath. Upon seeing these items, Wukong became acutely aware of the nature of this timeline. This was the timeline of utter despair, where all warriors had perished. Even Trunks had been stealthily slain by Cell. Ultimately, only Bulma remained in this parallel universe. Having grasped the situation he was in, Wukong pondered his next course of action. If Bulma were to discover the fate of her son, he could only imagine how she would cope, as Trunks was her sole beacon of hope. However, this could also be seen as a fortunate turn of events. With her only son gone, there would be nothing left for her in this timeline. And all he needed to do was to whisk her away. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Wukong swiftly clarified his intentions and vanished in an instant. In the underground laboratory, Bulma, sipping coffee and enveloped in solitude, stared intently in one direction, her hopeful eyes seemingly missing something vital. Her sixth sense was acute. Ever since Wukong had departed, she felt a pang of anxiety, as if something monumental was amiss. She could only revert to her past methods of numbing and comforting herself. Suddenly, Wukong's indistinct silhouette materialized before her. Peering through the thin veil of mist at the garments he held, Bulma forced a strained smile. Her premonition had come to pass. After taking a sip of coffee and discarding her cigarette onto the floor, she approached him, taking the clothes into her hands, gazing and smiling. Yet, in that moment of laughter, tears began to flow. She clutched the clothes to her chest, pressing her face against the fabric. And soon the collar was dampened with her sorrow. Witnessing Bulma's heart-wrenching despair, Wukong recognized his opportunity had arrived. He stepped forward and embraced the weeping Bulma tightly. Whispering close to her ear, "Bulma, do not worry, I will not abandon you. I will protect you." Bulma erupted in a torrent of tears, clinging to Wukong as though trying to meld into him. Wukong gazed ahead, feeling an inner satisfaction. Ah, this resolves everything. The time machine can no longer betray me. After crying for what felt like an eternity, Bulma finally settled as dawn broke. They sat facing each other, and as Bulma's emotions gradually stabilized, Wukong seized a moment to speak. "Bulma, you need not fret. You will not be unable to see Trunks again. As long as we use the time machine, you can still meet him. However, the materials required for the time machine are incredibly rare, and Trunks' machine was already unique." Wukong smiled nonchalantly. "It matters not. Have you forgotten how I arrived here? Just tell me what materials you need, and I shall teleport to retrieve them." "Well, I suppose that's fine. After all, there is nothing much left for me in this world." Subsequently, Bulma arrived beneath the severely damaged time machine, and Goku, exhibiting remarkable perceptiveness, ascended to extract the time machine from the wall. Once it was placed on the ground, Bulma began to inspect and repair the machine, engaging in conversation with Goku as she worked. "Goku, what has happened to you?" she inquired. "What? Do I look unappealing?" Goku responded. "No, quite the opposite. You appear quite dashing. It's just that I've never seen you in this form before, and I'm a bit curious." "Oh, it's nothing. Merely a more advanced transformation," he replied. "I see. By the way, how does your timeline differ from this one?" "It's generally quite similar." "Oh, I see before long." Bulma completed her inspection while continuing to ask questions, after which she compiled a list of materials the time machine required, noting that some of the harder-to-find items might take additional time to procure. "No problem, leave it to me," Goku exclaimed, and with a swift motion, he vanished. Thus, as he sought the materials, he also dealt with any adversaries that impeded his progress. Meanwhile, Bulma toiled diligently in the basement, striving to restore and enhance the time machine. During Goku's quest for materials, he unexpectedly encountered a peculiar phenomenon. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, a colossal and elongated red fissure stretched across the vast void. Clutching a large bundle of materials, Goku gazed at the fissure before him. An innate sense warned him that whatever lay within this crack was extraordinary and perilous, something beyond his current capacity to confront. In the next moment, the fissure gradually faded, and the void returned to its ordinary state. Suppressing his urge to explore further, Goku turned away but hesitated, casting one last glance before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 13. Future Timeline, Androids 17 and 18. On Earth, Goku materialized in the underground laboratory, burdened with materials that formed a mountain-like heap, further constricting the already limited space. "How is it?" Goku asked, navigating over the pile to approach Bulma. She nodded, scrutinizing the materials. Combining these should suffice. If it's insufficient, just let me know, and I'll fetch more." "All right, do as you see fit." With that, Bulma resumed her work on the time machine. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Goku instantaneously relocated, intending to scout for formidable opponents in this timeline. Time spent in earnest endeavor always seems to pass swiftly. Half a year later, Bulma's time machine was nearly restored. However, a new issue arose. "What? This device operates randomly?" Goku exclaimed, astonished. Bulma, equally exasperated, responded, "There's nothing we can do. We only discovered this limitation upon completion. I have no idea who imposed such constraints. Is it possible to rectify it?" Goku inquired. Bulma tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, I'm not certain. The individual who designed this has skills comparable to mine, perhaps even superior. By mere happenstance, I stumbled upon this flaw while supplementing energy. Otherwise, it might have remained concealed. The only recourse now is to dismantle the time machine, adjust the settings, and then reassemble it. That said, I have expressed my thoughts. What are yours? Bulma gazed at Goku, having elucidated the reasons and choices, leaving only his decision to be made. Reassembling it once more would be dreadfully time-consuming. Perhaps it is best to leave it be and devise a plan upon reaching the next timeline. Goku, wary of squandering precious time, recalled the memories that warned him of the legal implications of time travel. If he delayed further, it seemed inevitable that the enigmatic god of time would come seeking him. Given the circumstances, I shall continue to replenish the energy. It will only take a few days to fill it completely. 5 days later, in the vast expanse of the outside world, the time machine, now considerably larger, was finally fully charged. Bulma, looking upon her creation, nodded with pride. Shortly thereafter, Goku appeared in a flash. Glancing at the now portly time machine, he inquired of Bulma, could it be that it has consumed too much energy? Bulma, with a frown, replied with exasperation, of course not. With both of us aboard, how could it possibly grow so large? Laughing, she added, I'm just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. Now, let's see where we shall end up. With that, Bulma retrieved a remote control from the pocket of her white attire. After opening the hatch, Goku effortlessly lifted Bulma in a princess carry and leaped inside. The hatch slowly closed, and due to the modifications, the interior of the time machine was now significantly more spacious, with Goku and Bulma seated in separate chairs. Bulma was intently pressing buttons on the control panel, inputting commands. All set, she announced, pressing the final yellow button, causing the time machine to ascend gradually. Through the glass window, Bulma took one last look at her beloved land, feeling a pang of reluctance. Meanwhile, Goku's thoughts drifted to the vast cosmos, fixated on the enormous rift that marred the infinite starry sky. As the time machine soared into the air, it began to leap rapidly, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages before vanishing entirely. A few hours later, a black hole suddenly emerged in the sky, from which several voices echoed. How curious. The signs of historical distortion were unmistakably felt here. Why is there no one around? In the starlit tunnel, the time machine appeared, advancing towards the tunnel's depths. Goku marveled at the breathtaking scenery outside, filled with awe. The time corridor was astonishingly different. This particular passage resembled the night sky, a pitch-black tunnel adorned with countless twinkling blue stars. How beautiful! Bulma exclaimed, captivated by the view. Is this the benefit of traversing time and space? Observing Bulma's exaggerated reaction, Goku shook his head disdainfully, contemplating how she would have lost her mind had she witnessed the previous kaleidoscopic tunnel. The time machine continued its journey through the tunnel, and after several seconds, it abruptly halted, then leaped in place, leaving behind a series of fleeting phantoms that vanished into thin air. In this future timeline, the circumstances bore a striking resemblance to the despairing timeline, both marked by Goku's demise from a viral heart disease and the rampant slaughter wrought by the androids created by Dr. Gero. One by one, the Earth's warriors fell in battle, leaving only Trunks standing. However, in this timeline, Trunks had not resorted to a remote control to eliminate androids 17 and 18. Instead, he planned to return to the past to alter the future, leaving the Earth still mired in turmoil. Amidst the dilapidated city, two figures leaped across the ruins of crumbled buildings. One was a handsome youth with flowing black hair, adorned with a red scarf around his neck. Dressed in a white long-sleeve shirt layered beneath a black short-sleeve top, emblazoned with a red and white RR symbol on his left chest. His lower attire featured a red belt and a satchel paired with deep blue jeans, complemented by green leg warmers and blue and white shoes. The other was a strikingly beautiful girl with golden hair and azure eyes, tall and curvaceous, exuding perfection. She wore a black shirt with black and white striped sleeves beneath a blue vest, a blue denim skirt, and black leggings paired with brown knee-high boots. With every leap they took, they unleashed waves of yellow energy, resulting in cataclysmic explosions. Before long, the surroundings were enveloped in smoke and flickering flames. Suddenly, an indistinct phantom appeared in midair, and one of their energy waves was directed towards it. The impact of the wave collided with the red phantom, resulting in a resounding explosion. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a man with red body hair materialized in the air. Goku squinted against the blinding sunlight above before shifting his gaze toward the area where explosions were erupting. The time machine behind him began its descent, and, at that moment, the distant android duo also took notice of the intruder. Exchanging glances filled with malice, they flew towards the time machine. As Goku observed the approaching duo, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from them and nodded slightly. In an instant, they stood before Goku, scrutinizing the wild-looking individual before them, whose presence unsettled them. Without hesitation, Android 17 inquired, "Who are you?" "Me?" Goku replied with a mischievous grin, asserting his dominance as he declared, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that from this moment onward, I am your master." Chapter 14, 2 Bulmas. Huh. Haha. Sister, did you hear that? How amusing. Android 17 initially stood in stunned silence before scoffing. You, this red-haired monkey, aspire to be our master? What a delusion. With a decisive gesture, a yellow energy wave was unleashed, hurtling towards Goku. He merely waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the spherical attack. Observing this display, Android 17 realized that this red-haired warrior was no ordinary opponent. He quickly called to his sister, 18, "Let us join forces and take him down." Without hesitation, 17 surged ahead, rapidly closing the distance to Goku, unleashing a flurry of afterimages that struck Goku with relentless force. In the next moment, 18 appeared behind him, joining the assault. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding reverberated through the air, yet Goku stood unscathed, his powerful physique impervious to their attacks. "Hey, are you done yet?" Goku remarked, observing the two relentless androids as they futilely attempted to tickle him. Although he had anticipated their efforts, their lack of challenge was rather tedious. 17 and 18, aware of Goku's jest, understood the daunting power he possessed. Their sole objective was to inflict as much damage as possible before making a hasty retreat. Sensing each other's intentions, they simultaneously distanced themselves from Goku and, with hands clasped in a floral pose, shouted in unison, "Positive and negative meteor explosion." An uncountable number of energy waves erupted from their hands, relentlessly bombarding Goku. With boundless energy at their disposal, they could sustain this meteor shower for an extended period. However, the two evil androids were overestimating their capabilities and underestimating Goku in his Super Saiyan form. As they continued their futile onslaught, even creating a smokescreen, an impatient Goku teleported in an instant to stand before 17. With a gentle flick of his left hand, he made contact with 17's face. In a flash, 17's left cheek contorted, a ripple of spatial distortion emanating from the point of impact, and he was sent hurtling away at an astonishing speed. The distant ruins of the city echoed with a tremendous crash, enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. 18, witnessing this astonishing scene, instinctively gathered her energy for an attack. However, before she could fully form the energy wave, Goku appeared before her and delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, causing her back to protrude. Saliva flew from the dazed 18's lips as her unconscious body lurched forward. Goku swiftly caught her waist, hoisting her over his shoulder. He instinctively pressed his hand against her firm, rounded backside, giving it a playful squeeze, before flashing a charming, mischievous smile. "Not bad. Quite resilient," he remarked. After a brief moment of admiration, Goku turned his gaze towards the direction where 17 had been sent flying, and in the next instant, he teleported directly in front of him. Grabbing 17's foot, who was unconscious and bleeding from the mouth, Goku lifted him effortlessly and teleported back to his original location. Suspended in midair, Goku held his newly acquired trophies, scanning the surroundings for the time machine. There it was, nestled between two demolished buildings. Bulma had emerged from the time machine and stood nearby, awaiting his arrival. Wukong instantly materialized before her and remarked, "Behold, the artificial beings of this world have been vanquished. The tragedy shall not repeat itself." Bulma observed this scene, her gaze a mixture of joy and melancholy. Indeed, if only you had been there then to defeat them. The somber atmosphere dissipated in an instant, and Bulma quickly regained her composure. "No, the calamity has ended. I cannot remain mired in the past. The future still holds promise. Moreover, Wukong has assured me that I shall see Trunks again." Contemplating these delightful thoughts, Bulma's face radiated with brilliance. Noticing Bulma's improved demeanor, Wukong continued, "Let us seek out your counterpart in this world, and together we shall properly repair this obstinate time machine." "All right," Bulma nodded, placing one hand upon Wukong and the other on the time machine. In the next moment, Wukong sensed an aura identical to Bulma's and vanished from sight, along with the time machine. In West City, deep within an underground laboratory, a woman resembling Bulma, clad in white, was engrossed in writing in her notebook around a tower-like device. Suddenly, Wukong appeared, carrying Android 18 and holding Android 17, followed closely by Bulma and the time machine. Moments later, as they observed the woman, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Bulma and remained oblivious to their presence, Wukong realized he must interrupt her scientific fervor. After all, no one knew how long it would take her to notice the unusual occurrence. Hello. The sound indeed shattered the woman's concentration. She gasped and dropped her notebook and pen to the floor. The woman, tentatively dubbed Bulma 2, turned around, regarding Wukong and the others with a wary expression, her right hand slowly moving toward the back of her waist. Wait, Bulma, I am Son Goku. The androids have been defeated. Sensing her movements, Wukong quickly revealed his identity to avert any unnecessary complications. Goku, what? The androids have been defeated. Bulma, too, scrutinized Wukong with a skeptical gaze, primarily fixating on his face and the red hair adorning him. Then her eyes shifted to Android 18 on her shoulder and Android 17 in her grasp. Noting her lingering disbelief, Wukong stepped aside to reveal Bulma from his timeline. The sight of her counterpart from the despairing timeline astonished Bulma too, for she stood before someone who looked exactly like her. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma too comprehended the situation. So, you are all individuals from alternate timelines. Wukong, impressed by how swiftly Bulma too grasped the circumstances, regarded her with admiration. Indeed, the prodigious genius has swiftly comprehended the situation. Subsequently, the despondent Bulma of this timeline recounted the origins and intentions of the two. Bulma number 2, processing the freshly acquired information, proclaimed after a few moments, I have grasped the circumstances. After all, the androids have been vanquished by you. Should you require my assistance, I shall exert my utmost effort. By the way, Bulma, have you constructed the time machine? Goku suddenly recalled something and inquired of Bulma number 2. Indeed, I have. Moreover, Trunks has already ventured into the past to deliver medicine to Goku and inform them of the android's emergence. Oh, I see. Chapter 15. Engaging 17 and 18 to pass the time. It appears that by traversing through time once more, one could arrive in that splendid realm, brimming with infinite possibilities. Haha, after enduring numerous trials, my objective is finally within reach. The myriad characters of the protagonist's realm shall welcome you, my king. In his excitement, Goku inadvertently increased the strength of his right hand, causing his fingers to sink deeply into the pliable flesh of Android 18 perched upon his shoulder. Ugh! The unconscious grunt of 18 jolted Goku from his villainous reverie. He apologetically patted her a few times, then awkwardly cleared his throat and stated, Ahem. Well, since Bulma from this timeline is willing to assist, let us repair this obstinate time machine together. All right. With that, both Bulmas proceeded towards the time machine, while Goku ventured off in search of sustenance. Above the vast expanse of the ravaged city, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Goku pondered the need for some activity. He took the two individuals in his grasp outside to explore for anything that might aid him, soaring over the dilapidated remnants of the city and flying several kilometers forward. He encountered a cross-shaped river, its waters rushing tumultuously across the broad landscape. Eureka! I've got it! Observing the bizarrely shaped river, Goku unceremoniously tossed the two individuals into its churning currents, which promptly engulfed them. Tick-tock! Time passed leisurely as Goku awaited their reemergence. Shortly thereafter, two figures burst forth from the water, ascending into the air and encircling Goku, one in front and the other behind. Android 17, drenched and still bearing the marks of battle, remained vigilant, watching the creature before him with apprehension. The near-drowning experience had left an indelible memory of suffocation. Meanwhile, Android 18, also panting, felt her wet clothing cling tightly to her form, droplets cascading down as her gaze fixated fiercely on Goku. So, have you made up your minds? Will you join me as my subordinates? Goku asked, arms crossed and a devilish grin adorning his lips, his fingers playfully tapping along his arm. The atmosphere fell into a hush, and after a few breaths, both 17 and 18 raised their hands simultaneously, unleashing twin beams of energy that trapped Goku in between. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a radiant wave of yellow energy. However, rather than continuing their assault, the two figures leapt backward in an instant, soaring off in opposite directions. Oh, planning to escape, are we? But can you truly flee? Shaking his head, Goku observed the diminishing black dots in the distance. He began a series of warm-up exercises, placing his left hand on his hip and rhythmically waving his right hand to the left, twisting his waist before vanishing in a blink. Meanwhile, in the distance, number 17 accelerated frantically, as if fearing that a lurking monster would devour him at any moment. As he distanced himself from that place, excitement surged on his face. Just as he fantasized about escaping, a towering red figure suddenly obstructed his path. Number 17 slammed on the brakes, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the approaching Goku, who wasted no time in delivering a powerful punch to his torso. Blood sprayed forth as Goku swiftly seized his face, vanishing once more. In another direction, number 18 was exerting every ounce of strength to flee. When she sensed a moment of safety, she occasionally glanced back to see if anyone was pursuing her. I must have shaken them off, she thought, turning her head to confirm her solitude. But just as she did, she was startled to find a face looming ominously close. Instinctively letting out a gasp and striking it with her fist, Goku, unfazed by the feeble blow that felt more like a tickle, grasped her wrist with his left hand. Since your bones are so tough, I suppose it's my duty to loosen them up a bit. Hith, I'm quite bored. I hope you can endure a little longer. With that, he spun the two of them around, hurling one into the ground and the other crashing into the debris of a shattered mountain peak. In the next instant, Goku appeared before number 17 with terrifying speed, delivering a kick to his shin that sent him soaring into the air. He then swiftly materialized in front of number 18, seizing her golden hair and forcing her down into the ground, causing substantial cracks to appear beneath her. Once again, he vanished, perfectly timing his return to intercept the ascending number 17 with another powerful side kick, sending him flying. The two were treated like mere punching bags, subjected to relentless torment, while preparations for the time machine proceeded fervently in the background. A year later, in a place on Earth riddled with various-sized semicircular craters, three figures were engaged in a fierce battle. A brother and sister, strikingly similar in appearance, fought valiantly alongside a red-haired man. The outcome of the skirmish was painfully evident. Number 17 and 18 bore numerous wounds, their clothing tattered and torn, while Goku remained unscathed, effortlessly evading their attacks. All right, it's about time to depart. With that, Goku struck swiftly, landing two punches into their abdomens, resulting in a violent expulsion of breath. On the 17th and 18th, they were racked with pain, clutching their abdomens, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It seems our 47th battle has once again concluded with your defeat. After a brief pause, they spoke slowly. We have profoundly experienced the strength of our master over these past few days. Our loss is justifiable. Well then, place your hands upon me. I owe you much for alleviating my boredom this past year. It is time for us to depart. Upon uttering these words, Goku felt the hands of the 17th and 18th resting on his arms. In the next moment, the three vanished from their location. In West City, within an underground laboratory, two Bulmas were gathered around a time machine, now significantly larger than it had been a year prior, seemingly conducting final adjustments. With a flash, the three reappeared, and one of the Bulmas, hearing the commotion, turned to see them. Oh, you're back. She looked at the 17th and 18th, her eyes betraying no surprise, for she knew they had been thoroughly subdued by Goku. So how is it? Are we ready? The previous random mechanism has been repaired. However, the energy will require several hours to fully accumulate. Goku, running a hand through his hair, surveyed the tattered clothing and battered bodies of the two, which appeared disheveled and unsightly. There is still some time. Why don't you both take a shower and change your clothes? All right. The siblings then departed for their cleansing. After they left, Goku approached the two Bulmas to familiarize himself with the time machine. Several hours later, the time machine was fully charged. The now refreshed 17th and 18th, along with Goku and the two Bulmas, stood before the colossal time machine. Chapter 16. A New and Unknown Space-Time? Master, are we ready to depart? Asked the 18th, clad in a white shirt and a brown coat. Soon, we merely need to finalize the program, and we can traverse through time. Goku gazed at the Bulma, who was adjusting something with a remote control, his anticipation mounting as he glanced at the time machine that would soon transport him to broader horizons, his joy barely contained. If I succeed this time, I can commence my plans. He then turned his gaze toward the 18th, 17th, and Bulma, who had expressed her reluctance to leave her home for the sake of her son. You are all my capable subordinates. None shall escape my grasp. With such mischievous thoughts concealed within, a few minutes later, Bulma tucked the remote into her pocket. All right, it's done. No sooner had she spoken than the top of the time machine began to open slowly. You may enter. Goku looked at the 17th and 18th. You going first." They nodded and flew into the interior of the time machine. Goku then turned to Bulma. "Since you are unwilling to join us in that time, so be it. However, should you change your mind one day, I shall be ready to welcome you." With that, Goku prepared to leap into the time machine. Wait! Suddenly, Wukong's body, which had originally flown away, returned. Almost forgetting about this matter, he informed Bulma no. 2 of the existence of the Cell embryo, and suggested that once they dealt with Cell, she could investigate the technology of androids. The androids possess formidable power, and for the better protection of Earth, I believe this is essential. Please contemplate this carefully. Farewell. After exchanging greetings, Wukong lifted Princess Bulma and leaped into the time machine. Upon entering, they found 4 seats arranged in a cruciform pattern, 2 of which were already occupied by androids 17 and 18. As Wukong and Bulma took their seats, Bulma immediately began tapping on the screen in front of her, pressing several buttons, and finally struck a large yellow button with a decisive fist. Ready. As she finished speaking, the time machine trembled slightly and then ascended slowly into the air. Below, Bulma number 2 waved her hands in farewell. The Bulma inside the time machine also bid goodbye to her counterpart below. After hovering for a moment in the air, the time machine left behind a fading image and vanished. Within a pristine time tunnel, the time machine that had disappeared now appeared and soared toward the unknown. Observing the surrounding snowy expanse, Wukong nodded in curiosity, remarking on the unfamiliar time tunnel. Truly a wondrous phenomenon. Indeed, I suspect there are countless time tunnels, each distinct from the other, replied Bulma, contemplating the whiteness before her. Fascinating. We must take the time to explore this thoroughly. With a mind brimming with questions about other dimensions, Wukong and his companions continued to soar straight ahead until they vanished at the end of the tunnel, entering an unknown parallel universe of the Dragon Ball world. A year after Wukong defeated Frieza on Namek, the invading Frieza and his father were slain by a mysterious youth. Upon returning, Wukong learned from this enigmatic boy, who was referred to as Tete, about his own demise and the impending attack of the androids, receiving a special antidote to prepare for the battle 3 years hence. As the 3-year agreement approached, the Z warriors preemptively surrounded the androids. After a fierce battle, Wukong was eliminated and returned home to recuperate, while Android 19 was obliterated by Vegeta. The current time is one of relentless pursuit. In a chaotic rocky peak area, a frail and emaciated figure, Android 20, also known as Dr. Gero, dressed in a jacket and a black hat adorned with a red ribbon insignia, frantically navigated through the complex terrain of boulders. After he vanished among the peaks, several figures enveloped in white auras appeared, hovering above the mountaintop. "He must have fled in there," remarked an alien with a green face and a cloak. "Let us disperse quickly to capture him. We must not let him escape." A diminutive, bald figure spoke anxiously, his orange turtle hermit attire unmistakably marking his identity. "All right, everyone, split up. Capture the androids, but do not act recklessly. Assemble the group first, understood?" "Understood," responded a long-haired boy in black and another man with 3 eyes and an exposed torso in unison. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed among the rocky terrain, searching the peaks, with only one golden-haired man remaining motionless. He possessed sharply defined cheekbones, a high and smooth forehead, and a prominent tuft of bangs between his brows, his fiery golden hair standing tall like flames. His eyebrows were strong, his nose was straight and firm, and a hint of disdainful charm often graced the corners of his lips. "Hide! I will blow this up and see how you conceal yourself." In the next moment, Vegeta soared into the sky, his right hand raised as he gathered a yellow energy wave, which he then hurled downward. Below, lurking among the rubble, Dr. Gero gazed up at the descending energy wave, his expression one of exhilaration as he rushed towards it, as if drawn to a magnificent, naked beauty. He darted to the area beneath the energy wave, eagerly extending his palm, as the colossal energy transformed into power, absorbed by Dr. Gero. Once the absorption was complete, Dr. Gero wasted no time in fleeing, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye against the rugged stone walls. Vegeta, witnessing the swift escape of the cunning old man, clenched his teeth in frustration. That crafty bastard. Now, Vegeta was left to diligently search for Dr. Gero's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the recently escaped Dr. Gero adeptly evaded capture, eventually leaping onto a concealed rock face, poised to find a suitable target for ambush. Suddenly, a green figure caught his eye, and Dr. Gero smirked with mischief as he stealthily approached Piccolo. Unaware of the looming danger, Piccolo anxiously shook his head side to side. In a swift motion, Dr. Jero clamped a hand over Piccolo's mouth, his legs wrapping around his waist like gnarled roots. Startled, Piccolo grasped the wrist covering his mouth, struggling in vain. Realizing his efforts were futile, he contemplated sending a telepathic message to summon his son for assistance. Suddenly, a rapidly moving yellow blur appeared in midair, capturing the attention of the surrounding warriors, who collectively thought, Time Machine. Chapter 17, Super Vegeta. Upon seeing the time machine materialize, everyone erupted in fury, rushing towards it. The nearest Dr. Jero stood, momentarily captivated by the unexpected machine. However, despite being partially distracted by the metallic contraption, our valiant doctor remained undeterred in his mission. The hand that grasped Piccolo's mouth intensified its energy absorption rather than diminishing. Something feels off. I must absorb quickly and escape, Dr. Jero thought, maneuvering Piccolo backward. At that moment, the lid of the time machine suddenly opened, and a figure flashed past with remarkable speed, emanating a blinding white light that radiated the chilling aura of death, drawing ever closer. Dr. Glow felt the imminent approach of death in an instant, and he could only barely stumble to the side. Crack! Oof! The lightning-fast, white, sword energy severed Dr. Glow's arm into two pieces, causing him to release his grip on Bick and stagger backward. Just then, other warriors arrived in time, blocking Dr. Glow's escape and surrounding him. Bick gasped for breath rapidly, then turned to look at his savior, clad in a blue denim jacket, wielding a sharp sword, with striking light purple hair. Just as he was about to speak, the impetuous Deet interjected, exclaiming, "Let's deal with the enemy first." With that, he aimed to slice Dr. Glow into fragments, reducing him to ashes, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as he prepared to charge forward. What is that? Suddenly, the bald Klin pointed upwards and shouted. The group instinctively looked to the sky, where a yellow silhouette materialized, swiftly revealing its true form. Upon catching sight of the yellow apparition, Deet's expression shifted drastically, and upon seeing its complete figure, he could not help but mutter in astonishment. How can this be? Why is there another one? Is it me? Or someone else? The others sensed the anomaly emanating from this boy from the future. What is wrong, Trunks? Vic asked gravely, his face growing increasingly pale. I'm not sure. In my timeline, this situation never occurred. It must be my fault, and I still don't understand what is happening. I don't know if my crossing over is right or wrong. Deet helplessly voiced his confusion, contradictions, and fear of the unknown. The group was momentarily at a loss for how to console this extraordinary young man. However, silence lasted only a brief moment before the resolute King Bick declared, "If the future is destined to be ravaged, then muster the courage to forge a new one. Trunks, what you are doing is right. Trust your choices." Upon hearing Bick's motivational words, the confusion and fear in Deet's eyes gradually dissipated, leaving only determination behind. Indeed, I wish to transform that bleak, dark world. Whether it be here or my own, is either I change it or I perish. Though thoughts swirled chaotically, everyone silently turned their gaze towards the newly appeared time machine, their vigilance heightened. At that moment, the lid of the newly emerged time machine slowly opened, and a man and a woman flew out. Observing their similar appearances, the countenances of two individuals in the crowd changed dramatically. Demons? How can this be? Deet trembled all over, his eyes filled with rage and hatred, as if he wanted to devour the two. Meanwhile, the other, Dr. Glow, who had lost an arm, looked astonished and bewildered, questioning, what is happening? On the 17th and 18th, were they not in the incubation chamber? They scanned their surroundings, briefly pausing by Dr. Jero and Date before positioning themselves on either side. The onlookers, captivated by the duo's actions, shifted their gazes towards the time machine. Moments later, Goku emerged from the time machine, cradling Bulma, only for the machine to dissipate into mist. The crowd beheld the woman in the arms of the creature clad in a black vest and white trousers, a sense of familiarity washing over them. "Mom, is that you?" Date inquired excitedly, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Upon seeing the face she had longed for and hearing that familiar voice, tears streamed down Bulma's cheeks. Trunks. Date's emotions were tumultuous. He steadied himself, his expression hardening. "Who are you? Release my mother." Goku, observing this poignant moment, grinned mischievously. "Me? You may call me Son Goku, or Kakarot if you prefer. And as for the woman I am holding, I'm afraid she is my companion. I cannot relinquish her." "Scoundrel!" Date charged forward in fury, while 17 and 18 exchanged glances. After a silent exchange, 17, succumbing to the intensity of their gaze, sighed and approached the advancing Trunks. Date's sharp sword transformed into a streak of white light as it descended upon 17, who clasped the radiant blade firmly with both hands. Realizing he could not break through, Date erupted in rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan, a golden aura enveloping the sword as he pressed down with all his might. 17, eyeing Date's exertion with disdain, effortlessly twisted the blade, snapping it with a resounding crack. In an instant, the broken tip pierced Date's shoulder, followed by a swift kick that sent him crashing into several massive stones, ultimately tumbling into the rubble. The spectators watched in horror as the young warrior effortlessly subdued Trunks, the Super Saiyan, leaving him utterly defenseless, cold sweat trickling down their brows. At that moment, Vegeta soared into the scene, observing 17 confidently gesturing towards himself with a thumbs up, striking his iconic pose. I am nothing like that insufferable brat. I am Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans. With that, he launched himself at 17, his golden aura flaring as he attacked with increasing speed, his fists a blur as he danced around. Bang! A powerful punch from Vegeta was caught in 17's grasp. Ugh! Vegeta struggled to break free, but 17's grip was as unyielding as iron. Unable to free his right hand, Vegeta swiftly switched to his left, delivering a punch with lightning speed. Alas, 17 was equally quick, capturing the blow with his left hand. Vegeta, realizing he was trapped, exerted all his strength in a desperate bid for freedom. The golden aura suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the muscles in his arms bulged significantly. At this moment, number 17 smirked disdainfully and remarked, "Oh, is this your limit? Huh, not nearly enough." With that, he forcefully pried Vegeta's arms apart, and then, bending his legs, he launched a spring-like kick to Vegeta's abdomen. Number 17's grip tightened, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he sent Vegeta spitting blood. Moments later, Vegeta's eyes glazed over, and his hair returned to its normal state. Observing the unconscious Vegeta, number 17 shook his head, finding it uninteresting, and casually tossed him aside like refuse. Chapter 18, The Earth Warrior's Annihilation. Vegeta plummeted from the sky like discarded trash, landing on the ground, unconscious. Subsequently, number 17 dusted off his chest and glanced at the remaining fighters, beckoning with his hand. "All right, it's your turn, you insignificant ones. I hope you can provide me with some semblance of challenge." Krillin, trembling with fear, looked at Piccolo and Gohan beside him. Although their expressions were grave, they were not devoid of hope. Perhaps they believed in the man who was battling against his own affliction. Steeling himself, Krillin controlled his trembling body, and the group focused solely on how to defeat the boy before them. The next moment, they charged forward in unison, launching a collective assault on number 17. Unfortunately, they were operating on entirely different levels. Their attacks were effortlessly evaded. Meanwhile, the momentarily forgotten Dr. Gero observed the Earth Warriors being toyed with and quietly retreated, waiting for the opportune moment to flee. However, just a few meters into his escape, a striking blonde beauty appeared before him, blocking his path. Infuriated, he glared at number 18 and exclaimed, "What do you want, number 18? I am your creator. Are you attempting to usurp me? You better step aside, or I shall not hesitate to destroy you." With that, Dr. Gero placed his hand behind his back as if retrieving something, all while warning, "Do not approach, or I will truly render you obsolete." Cold sweat trickled down his brow as his hand fidgeted in his pocket. Whether he had something or not remained a mystery. "Doctor, I have no desire to make this difficult for you, but my master has assigned me a task, to keep watch over you and ensure you do not escape." Upon hearing number 18's words, Dr. Gero found himself at a loss. His earlier threats to destroy her were merely bluster. After all, who would casually bring a remote control to a fight, fearing it might be damaged? Thus, Dr. Gero found himself cornered, stalemated in place. Since number 18's task was simply to observe him, the two stood in mutual silence, exchanging glances. In the air, Goku cradled Bulma, quietly watching the battle between number 17 and the Earth Warriors. As his interest waned, he hastily reminded number 17, "Hurry up, we have matters to attend to." On the 17th, I observed the four individuals attempting to strike me with a sense of amusement, contemplating their futile efforts. With an apologetic smile, I remarked, "I'm afraid I can no longer indulge your little game." I swiftly seized the two fists aimed at me, delivering a rapid kick to the chin of the small bald man before drawing the owners of those fists closer. In one fluid motion, I struck both of their abdomens with powerful punches, then deftly sidestepped to evade a sneak attack from Piccolo behind me. Following this, I executed a forceful elbow strike, causing Piccolo to stagger backward, blood gushing from his face. In mere moments, the once overconfident quartet found themselves significantly injured. The bald man, having been kicked in the chin, lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Gohan and Tien, who had taken blows to their midsections, clutched their abdomens. Their faces contorted in agony as they gasped for breath. Observing the incapacitated four, I shook my head with disdain, preparing to eliminate the two incapacitated men. Just then, Piccolo, despite his severe injuries but possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, soared into the air, arms outstretched. In the next instant, he unleashed the solar flare. The blinding light caused most onlookers to temporarily lose their vision. With his back to the sun, Piccolo placed his fingers to his forehead, gathering energy. An orange glow coalesced at his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, a destructive wave of energy surged toward me. The special beam cannon showcased Piccolo's prowess, its width surpassing that of an arm, enveloping me entirely. The terrifying force created a massive crater in the ground beneath, enveloped in smoke. Panting heavily, Piccolo gazed expectantly at the cloud of smoke in the gaping pit below. How could this be possible? Piccolo's face contorted with horror as I emerged from the crater, unfazed. With a disinterested glance at Piccolo, I noted, impressive, that last move had considerable power, but I dusted off the debris from my tattered clothes with a mischievous grin. It's still insufficient. In an instant, I lunged toward Piccolo with lightning speed, delivering a knee strike to his face, sending purple blood cascading through the air. Following this, I unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks and punches, transforming Piccolo into a mere puppet under my onslaught. Ultimately, I directed a large ki blast at his chest, the yellow energy sphere propelling him to the ground, creating a massive mushroom cloud. Having disposed of Piccolo, I turned my attention to Tien, who was enduring pain while attempting to launch a ki blast. Dodging several yellow energy blasts with ease, I appeared before Tien, landing several heavy punches to his body. To conclude, I delivered a flying kick to his head, rendering him unconscious as he plummeted downward. The last warrior of Earth, Gohan, was also in a precarious state, suffering from excruciating pain and temporary blindness. Just as he regained his senses, I swiftly approached, delivering a side kick that sent him crashing into a pile of rocks. After hovering in the air for a few moments, ensuring that no one would rise again, I flew towards Goku, declaring, "Master, it is done." A touch slow. It would be best to be more prompt next time. Upon finishing his words, Wukong soared to Dr. Gero's front, presenting a seemingly harmless smile. "Hello, Doctor. I am Son Wukong." Dr. Gero, upon hearing this introduction, was momentarily rendered speechless. "What? You are Son Wukong?" "Indeed. And I have come to seek your counsel on a matter of great importance." "Humph. A matter of great importance?" Dr. Gero's expression darkened with rage, his eyes seething with a desire to obliterate the figure before him. "You must understand that if you are indeed Son Wukong, then we are sworn enemies. How could we possibly discuss anything of significance? I would rather perish than allow you to succeed." "Oh." Wukong's countenance shifted to a grim demeanor, an aura of malevolence enveloping him. "Are you certain? I have come today with a sincere invitation for you to join us. Moreover, you may have misunderstood. I am an alternate version of Son Wukong from another timeline. We should have no direct enmity between us. Think carefully." Dr. Gero, weighing these intricate details, found himself in a quandary. After all, this individual was merely another incarnation of Son Wukong, and to lose his life over a conflict that did not exist between them felt profoundly unjust. Yet, having previously spoken so resolutely, it would be a great humiliation to backtrack so swiftly. Furrowing his brow, Dr. Gero lowered his head in contemplation. As time trickled by, Wukong observed the elderly man's unwelcome demeanor, and his temper flared. "How dare you take my goodwill for granted? Do you truly believe I am so desperate for your presence? Consider your fate in hell." In the next moment, he hoisted Bulma onto his shoulder, conjuring a dark golden energy sphere in his hand, which he pressed against Dr. Gero's head. Wait, do not make a move. Please don't." The dark golden energy orb fluctuated in size, and Dr. Gero's eyes widened and shrank in tandem. "Oh, what now, esteemed doctor? Do you have something to say? Please, don't. I will join. The energy sphere continued to pulse, shrinking and expanding. Just moments ago, he had exhibited an unyielding and defiant demeanor. What now? Is it a matter of survival that has led you to compromise your pride? Dr. Gero, sensing the urgency, hastily waved his hands and fervently argued. How could that be? I was merely lost in contemplation of our future harmonious and fruitful collaboration. I was so engrossed that I failed to respond. In truth, I am already a part of your esteemed team. There should be no barriers to our cooperation. Wukong remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, the energy sphere pulsating relentlessly. The oppressive silence grew unbearable, and just as Dr. Gero could no longer endure it and opened his mouth to speak. Very well. However, Dr. Glow exhaled in relief, only to feel the weight return as he witnessed Goku launching an energy orb towards the right. In the next moment, a semicircular radiance expanded relentlessly, obliterating everything in its path. When the light dissipated, Dr. Glow gazed in astonishment at the terrifyingly large crater before him. However, you would do well to behave and refrain from entertaining any unwarranted thoughts. Otherwise, that crater may well be your fate. Understood? Good, I comprehend. Dr. Glow nodded fervently, on the verge of swearing an oath. Now, lead me to your laboratory. Oh, certainly. With that, Dr. Glow guided Goku and the others towards the laboratory located in the northern city, leaving behind the Earth warriors scattered across the rocky terrain, unaware of their fates. The group flew swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the laboratory nestled within a valley in the northern city. Dr. Glow approached a rectangular control panel and entered a password. With a click, the iron doors swung open, allowing them to enter sequentially. Inside the moderately sized laboratory stood 5 incubation pods, 2 of which had already been opened. Dr. Glow, wielding a controller procured from an unknown source, cautiously pressed the button on the pod labeled with the number 17. After glancing back at Goku for any indication and seeing none, he proceeded to open the pod marked 18. As the door gradually opened, a male and a female emerged in succession. The sight of the two was astonishing. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the 17 and 18 from before, prompting one to wonder if they were quadruplets. The newly emerged sibling surveyed their surroundings and simultaneously cast a glance at the remote control in Dr. Glow's hand before politely greeting, "Good morning to you all." Witnessing this, Dr. Glow broke into an unexpected smile, exclaiming, "Bravo! It seems your flaws have been rectified. Haha, soon I shall take you to confront son Wukong and eliminate him." Just then, Goku interjected, setting Bulma down, pushing past Dr. Glow to stand before the android siblings. "You need not feign any longer. I am your leader now, and you are to heed my commands." With that, Goku pointed at the remote in Dr. Glow's hand, and in an instant, it warped, accompanied by a surge of electricity, transforming into a heap of scrap metal. What? Dr. Glow stared in disbelief at the remnants in his hand. His sole means of controlling 17 and 18 had vanished before him. Goku had no time to ponder Dr. Glow's tumultuous emotions. He awaited the response from this timeline's 17 and 18. The 18 of this reality tossed her beautiful golden hair and responded with a cool, subdued tone. "Now that the controller posing a threat to us has been destroyed, we are free. Now, we have but one task to undertake, to vanquish the mastermind behind our creation. Son Wukong." Wukong gazed at the two with a resigned sigh, uttering, "Alas, if it must come to this. Do not blame me for resorting to force to compel your submission. Indeed, must we resolve this with our fists?" The two pondered while warily observing Wukong. "The space here is too confined. Let us ascend." With that, a powerful energy wave shattered the ceiling, and the two swiftly soared upward. "Bulma, you and Dr. Gero must gather all necessary data, and then protect them." With that, Wukong also ascended, while the remaining individuals followed Dr. Gero deeper into the laboratory to collect the required materials. In the air, as Wukong emerged, he beheld the two waiting for him, one on each side. They exchanged glances, as if deliberating who would strike first. Ultimately, Android 17 conceded, propelling himself towards Wukong, declaring, "Allow me to test your strength." He swiftly unleashed a barrage of gravity-infused punches upon Wukong's face. Wukong's visage was struck sideways, yet he slowly turned back, remarking, "If I were you, I would not squander time." As 17 observed his fist being forcefully redirected and noted the absence of any injury on his own face. A sudden blow to his abdomen jolted him with excruciating pain, forcing him to confront the vast disparity in strength between himself and Wukong. Staggering backward, clutching his midsection, he struggled to regain his composure. Wukong then shifted his gaze to the other adversary. Android 18, with a serious expression, met Wukong's eyes as if silently urging, "Will you not engage?" After a brief moment of calming her anxious heart, she launched herself towards Wukong with great speed. In a swift motion, she aimed a knife-hand strike at his neck. Thud! The force of her strike reverberated as if it had met steel, causing her hand to throb with pain. Wukong seized her wrist and, with a firm grip, twisted it, eliciting a melodious cry of pain from 18. He then swung her like a hula hoop, sending her hurtling through the valley with a resounding whoosh, shattering countless stones in her wake. Chapter 20. The New Base. Witnessing 18's defeat, 17 felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could this individual be so formidable? Wukong glided towards 17, asking, "What do you think? Should you now comprehend the chasm that lies between us? I do not have much time to entertain you. It would be wiser to concede and become my subordinate." 17 clasped his hands together, and a yellow luminescence enveloped his bloom-like palms. In the next instant, a colossal beam of golden light erupted forth, resembling a massive golden serpent lunging towards Wukong. Boom! The explosion resonated, enveloping the area in a veil of smoke. 17 anxiously peered into the mist, hoping to witness the fruits of his assault. After a brief interval, as the haze dissipated, a disheartening scene unfolded. Goku's robust physique emerged unscathed within the line of sight, prompting the reluctant android 17 to scrutinize further, unable to believe that his recent assault had been utterly ineffective. In the next moment, Goku, who had been at a considerable distance, instantaneously materialized before android 17, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the ground. The valley below fractured, the sound of impact resonating like an explosion. Observing the near obliteration of the valley, Goku crossed his arms and let out a weary sigh, lamenting his efforts to control his strength. Despite my endeavors, it appears I am still not strong enough. At that moment, the quartet of researchers ascended into the air, with Dr. Gero hastily proclaiming, "Boss, all necessary data has been gathered. We merely need to find a suitable location to reconstruct the laboratory, and my army of androids will undoubtedly assist you in conquering the world." Goku dismissed his grand aspirations and turned his attention to the cultivation pod held by the future android 17, recognizing it as another creation. Indeed, Dr. Gero had described it as a failed experiment, cautioning against its release. However, the ultimate decision lay with the master. After android 17's statement, he stood ready with the pod, awaiting orders. "Very well, let's proceed to open it." Dr. Gero, wishing to offer further counsel, faltered upon witnessing Goku's formidable, untamed physique. Upon receiving the command to open the pod, android 17 pressed the activation button, and shortly thereafter, a tall man clad in green armor, a black bodysuit, green boots, and an orange mohawk emerged. Moments later, he opened his eyes, which glimmered with red light, and soared out of the pod, surveying those around him in eerie silence. After a brief lull, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, Dr. Gero quickly interjected, "Since we are now aligned with our esteemed leader, Son Goku, we must strive to perform admirably and not disappoint his expectations, shall we?" The surroundings remained hushed, though android 16's gaze shifted, scanning Goku with various data displayed in his eyes. "Cease your scanning. No matter how you analyze, the gap between us is insurmountable. Focus instead on how to eliminate this version of Son Goku. If you can," Goku warned, recognizing android 16's ulterior motives and urging him to abandon such impractical thoughts. He had no desire to squander time trampling an ant. Android 16 appeared deep in thought, as if processing the information just received. A few minutes later, he returned to a state of stillness. Observing the quietly standing android 16, Goku felt a sense of relief, indicating that he seemed to have reached an understanding. "All right, it is time for us to depart. By the way, take the two below with us." Since future android 18 was cradling Bulma, it fell to future android 17 and android 16 to assist in carrying androids 17 and 18. "By the way, boss, where shall our new experimental base be located?" Upon hearing that they were about to depart, Dr. Gero hastily inquired. Goku's lips curled into a peculiar, sinister smile. "The place I have chosen is undoubtedly the finest." With that, he soared towards West City, and Dr. Gero promptly followed suit, accompanied by future android 18 cradling Bulma, while future androids 17 and 16 supported the unconscious 17 and 18 behind them. In West City, at Bulma's residence, a group of unexpected guests arrived, gazing in awe at the opulent and spacious edifice. Dr. Gero's face was a portrait of astonishment. "Boss, are you certain this is our new experimental base?" he asked. "Indeed. What, are you unimpressed?" Gero quickly shook his head, responding, "Not at all. It merely comes as a surprise." He felt a twinge of discomfort, as though he did not belong there, His rightful place seemed to be in a dark, damp, concealed, and arduous environment. I feel as if I am unworthy of this place. Goku's smile radiated brightly as he regarded Dr. Gero. That was in the past. You are now my subordinate, and I must fulfill my responsibilities. However, this largely depends on whether you prove yourself worthy of my investment. Should you fail to demonstrate your value, then your ultimate fate will be obsolescence. After this declaration, Dr. Gero's expression turned serious as he bowed, saying yes. I understand. Goku nodded, then directed his gaze towards the mansion. Let us proceed and transform this into our temporary stronghold. Half an hour later, within the estate, numerous limbless robots were entangled in currents, emitting smoke and collapsing in droves. Before Goku and his unexpected guests, two individuals huddled together, trembling. One was a man with blue and white hair, clad in black glasses and a white coat, with a quaking black cat perched on his shoulder. The other was a woman with dazzling golden curls, her pink dress signifying her enduring youthful spirit. Goku recognized them as Bulma's parents, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief. However, observing their tightly shut eyes left him pondering how to engage them in conversation, leading him to turn his attention to Bulma. She nodded at Goku and then approached her parents to discuss their situation. Goku turned to the others beside him, commanding, "You two, take them somewhere to recuperate. They should awaken soon." Subsequently, future androids 17 and 18 escorted the unconscious 17 and 18 to tidy up. Dr. Gero, familiarize yourself with this place and locate the laboratory to repair your arm. I have something to discuss with you shortly, so proceed. With that, Dr. Gero dragged his single arm towards the house. Goku then turned to Android 16, who resembled a statue, and said, "You, feel free to explore the house. Its space is quite expansive." 16 nodded and ventured inside. Observing Bulma still negotiating with her parents, Goku shook his head. If necessary, he would resort to force. Chapter 21. Farewell to the Unknown Rift. Half an hour later, Dr. Brief and his wife stood nervously before Goku, their heads bowed in trepidation. Observing their anxious demeanor, Goku reassured them, "There is no need for such apprehension. I merely require temporary access to everything here. And, Dr. Brief, I hope we can collaborate effectively." Dr. Brief nodded and inquired, "Sir, what would you like me to assist you with?" "No rush," Goku replied. "It is rather late today. You'll find out tomorrow." With that, he stepped into the newly acquired abode. In a realm filled with despair, Bulma glanced at the two elderly figures beside her and said, "Let us go. I doubt anything will go amiss." Dr. Brief nodded but remained stationary. After a moment of waiting, Bulma realized that this alternate version of her father was still hesitant to move, so she decided to let him be. Observing the maturity of her counterpart from another timeline as she departed, Dr. Brief quickly retrieved his phone and dialed. "Bulma, do not return for the next few days," he instructed. "Why?" came the reply. "Your mother and I are going on a trip. We will secure the door when we leave using a special method that you cannot unlock. We will notify you upon our return. Until then, you shall stay outside." "Fine. All right." With a click, Dr. Brief ended the call, exhaling deeply before heading towards the room with his wife. On Earth, in a secluded little town, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the area. It was unsettlingly quiet. From above, countless garments could be seen strewn across the ground. The next day, at Bulma's home in West City, a large dining table was bustling with activity as a group enjoyed breakfast. Goku's voracious eating starkly contrasted with the others' leisurely pace. Grabbing a giant chicken leg, he devoured it in one bite and remarked, "Feel free to wander around a bit." He then addressed Dr. Gero, Bulma, and Dr. Brief. "I will take you to a place shortly. Just follow my lead." "Understood," the group replied, and Goku resumed his feast. A short while later, the dining table lay in disarray. Goku, cradling his swollen belly, stood, and with a flick of his wrist, as if performing a magic trick, his enormous belly vanished, returning to its usual state. "All right, let's be off. Hold on to me." One by one, Bulma, Dr. Brief, and Dr. Gero touched Goku's body. In a flash, the four vanished from the scene, leaving behind only Android 16, who had not eaten since the beginning and sat quietly throughout. As soon as Goku departed, he stood up and left quietly. The two pairs of android siblings exchanged symbolic bites of food. Android 18, twirling her golden hair, turned to her future counterpart and asked, "Would you be interested in shopping?" In the future, number 18 gazed at her reflection, a radiant smile gracing her lips. "Wonderful. I too desire new attire. Let us proceed." With that, number 18 joyfully rose and swiftly made her way outside, closely followed by number 17, while their counterparts from the future, number 17 and 18, also departed. Meanwhile, engaged in a fierce battle against the virus, Sun Wukong had awakened. Upon discovering the existence of formidable artificial beings and otherworldly warriors from different timelines, he excitedly shared the secret of the hyperbolic time chamber with everyone. Thus, the two pairs of Saiyan fathers and sons commenced their journey within to enhance their abilities. In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos, several figures emerged, leaving behind ethereal trails. Suddenly, a dark golden energy sphere enveloped them, and Wukong, gazing at this phenomenon, was filled with astonishment. Before them loomed an immense, obsidian rift, with endless black mist swirling within. Indeed, it was true. He had encountered this entity once more. Wukong thought with exhilaration. Ever since he had witnessed a similar rift in the previous timeline, he had begun to feel a peculiar change within himself. Arriving in this timeline, he sensed an alluring force drawing him in, yet he had to suppress the stirring within his heart due to other pressing matters. Today, seeing this rift confirmed it. What captivated me is this enigmatic black hole. Boss, why have you brought us here? Dr. Gero inquired, discomforted by the surrounding darkness. Huh? Wukong replied, puzzled. Do you not see this enormous rift before us? Dr. Gero squinted, scrutinizing the area intently, but ultimately had to admit, boss, there's nothing here. Furrowing his brow, Wukong turned his gaze to Bulma, who, sensing his stare, withdrew her focus from the front and shook her head. Finally, he looked towards Dr. Briefs, who also responded with a mere shake of his head. How curious that they could not perceive it. Wukong's mind swirled with questions, yet he knew he must not waver in his purpose. Dismissing his thoughts, he continued, since you cannot see it, allow me to explain. Before you lies a colossal, elongated rift with black gas swirling above it. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gero and his companions displayed expressions of astonishment, straining their eyes to see, yet finding nothing. They turned their attention to Wukong. My request is simple. I hope you can devise a method to open this rift or enlarge it. Wukong fixed his determined gaze upon the fissure, affirming, my instincts tell me there is something within, something advantageous for me. Tell me, can you accomplish this? A heavy silence enveloped the space as the three fell into contemplation. After all, having not seen it, how could they find a way to open or expand this unknown entity? Ugh, this is quite challenging. As time trickled by, an enigmatic dark golden energy sphere unexpectedly materialized in Goku's hand. The distressed Dr. Gero inadvertently cast a glance at it, and his expression abruptly altered as he exclaimed, I assure you, the task will be accomplished. Indeed, responded Bulma and Dr. Brief, gazing at Dr. Gero in astonishment, pondering the source of his newfound audacity. Sensing the uncomfortable scrutiny directed towards him, he mustered a reply yes. Goku nodded approvingly at the trio of scientists, feeling a sense of satisfaction. With that settled, allow me to elucidate the intricate details of this rift and other pertinent matters. Thus, Goku commenced a meticulous explanation of the unknown void. 2 days later, on the opposite side, two pairs of android siblings were sauntering through a shopping mall, indulging in a spree of clothing purchases while casually wreaking havoc. In West City, a flourishing town teeming with a diverse populace and vehicles, the streets were adorned with splendid architecture, a sight to behold. Suddenly, a store erupted in an explosion, smoke swirling like a tornado amidst a heap of splintered wood, under which a corpulent man found himself pinned beneath a foot. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Monster Cell. Following the foot upward, our gaze fell upon a figure with resplendent golden hair, a visage of exquisite beauty, and icy blue eyes. Android 18 was mercilessly trampling the unfortunate man beneath her foot, taunting him as she said, It is an honor for you that I wear your clothes. Rather than expressing excitement or gratitude, you dare to demand payment. Pretty, a foulard existence. After several more moments of torment, 18 lifted her foot, preparing to depart. At that moment, Lazuli inquired, Why not kill him? With a flick of her hair, 18 replied, Why would I kill him? Our target is Son Goku. What benefit would arise from eliminating this man? Instead, I would prefer to select a few more outfits. She then glanced at her recently chosen attire, a black inner shirt paired with a white outer jacket, sleek black athletic pants, and a necklace adorned with shimmering diamond-like particles. Ah, truly beautiful, she mused before turning her attention to her companions. The two men shared a similar appearance. One clad in a black and white striped long-sleeve shirt topped with a loose black short sleeve, featuring a brown bear emblem on the chest. They wore matching blue-gray jeans and light blue sneakers, the only distinction being the color of the bear emblem, one brown and the other red. Lazuli remained in her brown coat. remarking that she had not encountered anything appealing. Well, let us depart. There are more intriguing things awaiting us. With that, the group prepared to leave when an eerie sound suddenly echoed through the air. Cackling, the four turned their attention towards the shadowy alley from whence the sound emanated. Talp, talp, talp. The measured footsteps reverberated slowly from the alley, and shortly thereafter, a peculiar shadow emerged, followed by its mysterious owner from the dim recesses. How unsightly. In the minds of the two pairs of artificial siblings present, these words simultaneously materialized. Their emerald bodies were speckled with black spots, resembling oversized, winged insects. Their heads and chests shimmered with a glossy, glass-like black substance, and their tails resembled syringe tips. This grotesque, green-skinned creature moved its mouth, resembling a breathing mask. With rapidity. Haha. Number 17, number 18, I have finally... The creature wore an expression of shock. Having been at a distance before, it now found itself bewildered at the sight of the four identical figures up close. What is happening? A buy two, get two free deal? At this moment, number 18 spoke with evident disdain. What ugly creature you are. The monster paused for a few seconds to regain its composure, recalling its purpose, and rasped. I shall not hesitate to reveal my name to you, but you must first tell me who among you is number 17 and number 18. We are. Number 17 replied coolly, pointing at number 18. Haha, so you two are the components I require. Haha, your honesty is refreshing. Thus I shall reciprocate. My name is Shalu, and I am your ultimate destination. With that, Shalu, brimming with excitement, transformed into a blur and lunged towards the two. Damn it, I just bought new clothes. Number 18 grimaced, stepping back and turning to number 17. You fight him. I have no desire to soil my new attire. You are not permitted to intervene. Let me enjoy this alone. Number 17 declared coolly before charging forward, instantly engaging in a fierce struggle with Shalu. Their speeds were astonishing, each punch following the other, neither willing to concede an inch. Minutes passed, and the two remained locked in combat, seemingly evenly matched. However, as time wore on, Shalu's speed began to wane. Number 17 smirked, confident in his eternal energy core. You think you can outlast me? Watch as I wear you down. With this thought, his attacks became increasingly ferocious, overpowering Shalu. His fists struck Shalu like battering rams, and where Shalu had once been able to retaliate, he was now entirely on the defensive. A punch landed squarely in Shalu's abdomen, causing him to bend over, followed by a powerful kick that sent him crashing into a nearby building. With a resounding crash, several stores were reduced to ruins. Number 17 surveyed the chaotic scene with a wicked smile, raising his hands as a golden sphere of light manifested within them. Boom! The already ravaged structure endured yet another calamity as a massive, semicircular pathway emerged from the rubble. Trash! Number 17 scoffed at the sight of the passage. But just as he was about to turn away, a flash of golden light pierced through the smoke, dispersing the dust and debris. The recent assault had not significantly impacted Shalu. The golden aura surged around him, and he addressed number 17. Well, I have a fair understanding of your power now. The game should come to an end. As if propelled by a flash, the entire body surged towards Android 17, delivering a swift punch to his abdomen. Seizing the opportunity while 17 doubled over in pain, another downward hammer strike sent him crashing into the ground. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom, causing the earth to cave in, rocks to splinter, and a colossal, lotus-shaped crater to form. Without a hint of hesitation, Cell lunged downward, relentlessly pummeling 17 with a series of devastating blows. With a sharp crack, Cell delivered a powerful kick that sent 17 hurtling into several towering electric poles, ultimately crashing into a building and reducing it to mere rubble. With a heavy push, 17 managed to shove aside the stones, pinning him down, gasping for breath. His chest heaving, as he looked up at the approaching Cell, a surge of defiance coursed through him, but Cell offered no respite. In the next instant, a massive blue beam engulfed him, creating a gaping chasm that widened ominously on the ground. Was this the ultimate technique of Goku? How exhilarating! Cell pretended to grasp at the air before advancing towards the oblivious 17. Upon reaching the edge of the chasm, 17 was a mere shadow of himself, his body torn and blood oozing from exposed skin, yet the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he still clung to life. Cell seized 17 by the neck, lifting him effortlessly while letting out an eerie cackle. Ah, my dear 17, become one with me. With that, the tiny needles on Cell's tail expanded dramatically and descended upon 17's head. The enlarged needle, akin to a gaping maw, began to envelop 17, swiftly consuming him until half of his body was ensnared within the syringe. Just at that critical moment, an unexpected foot struck Cell's face with tremendous force, distorting his features. Chapter 23. Cell's cunning escape with a resounding crash. The remaining structures finally succumbed to destruction, leaving the town in ruins. From beneath the rubble, Cell struggled to rise, the left side of his face bearing a stark indentation. Meanwhile, at the spot where Cell had just stood, the future version of Android 17, Lapis, cradled the injured 17. In that moment of peril, Lapis had rushed in with astonishing speed, kicking Cell aside and catching the falling 17 in his arms. Lapis's gaze remained fixed on Cell as he carelessly tossed 17 behind him, slowly advancing towards Cell with the poise of a lion stalking a vulnerable prey. After a few strides, Lapis vanished, reappearing instantaneously before Cell, delivering a powerful punch that struck Cell's still recovering left cheek. The force of the blow drove Cell's head deep into the ground, and in the next moment, Lapis carefully extracted him, following up with a kick to his abdomen that sent him soaring into the air, soaring into the sky. Cell had yet to make a move when a relentless series of assaults ensued, leaving him howling in agony. After a flurry of strikes, he found himself battered and bruised, utterly incapable of retaliation. One could hardly blame Cell. Primarily, it was the result of future Lapis and Goku enduring a year of relentless training that had significantly enhanced their strength, thus rendering Cell vulnerable to such merciless treatment. After pummeling the grotesque creature for a while, Lapis lost interest, treating Cell like a mere punching bag. Following one final punch, he ceased his onslaught. At that moment, Cell's visage had become even more hideous, his face swollen, his body adorned with purple bruises, as he clutched his abdomen and coughed up blood. Trash! D. Lapis's gaze turned icy as he bellowed. A colossal energy wave, a massive sphere of yellow light, enveloped Cell and surged towards the ground. With a thunderous boom, the energy wave expanded several-fold upon impact, exploding violently, and thus, this once thriving little town vanished without a trace. In its stead arose the desolation wrought by the terrifying energy wave, leaving behind a vast crater. Lapis surveyed the land from above, his cold eyes fixated on the center of the gaping void. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. The wretched creature proved surprisingly resilient. As the smoke cleared from the crater center, a writhing form struggled amidst the remnants. Cell, having lost all his limbs in the blast, was left with only half a head and a mangled body. Cell screamed, gradually regrowing his limbs one by one, and soon regained his original form. However, his labored breathing made it evident that he was severely injured. "Oh, you can recover," Lapis observed with keen interest as Cell's severed limbs reformed. It seemed he could entertain Lapis a while longer. After a moment of calm, Cell placed his hands on his hips and roared, "Ah!" A golden aura surged around him, his power fully unleashed as he transformed into a golden comet. Soaring into the sky, turning his back to the sun, he clasped his hands together at his waist, gathering energy while shouting came. Below, Lapis stood casually, seemingly dismissive of the impending onslaught. Just then, the cunning Cell abruptly changed his tactics, placing his hands beside his ears, fingers splayed, and shouted, "Solar flare." Not good. Lapis sensed the impending danger as soon as he noticed Cell's change in strategy. Unfortunately, the speed of light was too swift. In the next moment, a dazzling brilliance momentarily blinded the world. Seizing the opportunity, Cell turned and fled without looking back, his speed a desperate flight for survival. Minutes later, Lapis adjusted to the blinding light and began to recover. As he gazed at the empty expanse before him, he erupted in furious rage, shouting, "Ah!" In the next moment, he raised his hands, unleashing countless waves of yellow energy blasts that surged forth until his assault was completely spent. Lapis descended to the ground, standing silently beside the two spectators who were still rubbing their eyes. After a brief interval, Android 18 regained her sight. She glanced upward, then at Lapis, and exclaimed, "Hey, where's that creature?" Just as Lapis was about to confess his oversight regarding the monster's escape amidst the earlier radiance, several fiery meteors appeared in the distance. Hearing Lapis's inquiry, the two women followed his gaze and spotted several figures approaching with ill intent. Before long, they landed not far from their position. There stood two individuals with golden hair, one tall and one short, alongside the previously encountered purple-haired one and two defeated subordinates, followed by a cloaked figure with a green visage, and finally a short bald man. Android 18 regarded these defeated foes with displeasure. "Previously, I spared you. Instead of fleeing for your lives, You dare to trouble us again. Do you truly believe we cannot vanquish you? Upon uttering these words, both Lapis and Lazuli observed the sullen expression of the short man with keen interest. Meanwhile, Vegeta's fury was reaching a boiling point. He glared at the three and extended his arm, declaring, "None of you shall intervene. I shall avenge the humiliation I suffered before." Android 18, eyeing this bothersome figure, muttered, "Oh, it seems my garments are destined to be soiled after all." Just then, a slender, snow-white hand rested upon her shoulder, and Lazuli chuckled softly, saying, "Allow me to handle this. Look at how distressed you appear. Is that so? I appreciate your effort." Upon hearing this, Android 18's previously sorrowful countenance blossomed with renewed vigor as she stepped back to clear the arena. Lapis lifted the injured Android 17 and flew to a vantage point, preparing to observe the battle intently. Vegeta also retreated, allowing space for the two combatants. Finally, the humiliation I endured at the hands of your kind shall be rectified today. With that proclamation, Vegeta erupted with fury. His white aura transformed into a golden blaze, his once black hair now gleaming in gold, and his light green eyes radiated coldness. He charged towards Lazuli, and in an instant, they clashed, their movements swift as lightning, executing strikes and defenses with impeccable precision. Their limbs became mere blurs, and Lazuli, from the very first contact, sensed that this individual had grown significantly stronger. Though outwardly calm, she was inwardly astonished. To think that just 2 days had passed, and he had gained such power was truly remarkable. However, this moment of astonishment rendered her momentarily distracted, providing Vegeta with the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to Lazuli's abdomen, sending her crashing into the stone wall. Following this, Vegeta unveiled his signature technique once more, Prince's battle method. In an instant, countless waves of yellow energy surged towards Lazuli like shooting stars. Chapter 24. Another traveler from the future. Lazuli, nimble in her movements, deftly evaded the rain of energy blasts, while Vegeta relentlessly unleashed them, ensuring that their formidable presence was felt even if they did not strike true. Soon, the energy blast detonated, enveloping the space in smoke. Yet Vegeta continued his barrage for over 10 minutes before finally pausing. As the smoke began to dissipate, Lazuli emerged unscathed, save for a bit of dust on her clothing. This is precisely how it should be. Otherwise, the thrill would be lost. Vegeta smirked, a haughty grin spreading across his face. Lazuli brushed off the dust from her attire and swiftly approached Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Vegeta casually caught her fist with one hand and then flung it aside. In the next moment, he closed the distance and landed a punch squarely on Lazuli's face, followed by an attempt to kick her in the abdomen. However, Lazuli reacted swiftly, seizing Vegeta's ankle and, with a flourish akin to swinging a hula hoop, she spun him around before launching him away. Vegeta flew backward, crashing into the stone wall, embedding himself within it. Seizing the opportunity, Lazuli followed up with a flying kick to Vegeta's face. Boom! The already cracked wall shattered further, and amidst the debris, Vegeta rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before standing tall. In the next moment, a torrent of golden energy engulfed him, and a beam of golden light shot towards Lazuli. Boom! Vegeta's fist, wreathed in golden flames, collided with Lazuli's crossed arms, and after a brief stalemate, they transformed into countless afterimages, clashing fiercely. In an instant, the sky was filled with waves of spatial distortion, with only a few onlookers able to discern the movements of the two fighters. Goku? Who holds the upper hand now? The bald Krillin inquired of Goku, the original protagonist, who pondered while stroking his golden hair. At this moment, it appears to be evenly matched. However, given the current intensity, Vegeta seems to possess a slight advantage. But what happens next remains uncertain. As the spectators offered their commentary, the battle escalated. Lazuli and Vegeta's confrontation became increasingly intense, culminating in a massive blue energy wave that propelled Lazuli away. Boom! At the edge of a distant stone pit, a colossal semicircular opening emerged amidst the explosive mist, accompanied by a fleeting afterimage. Lazuli delivered a punch to Vegeta's chin, sending him soaring skyward. Following this was a torrent of yellow energy blasts akin to rain. The dense barrage propelled him higher and higher, culminating in a colossal energy wave that erupted into a brilliant explosion in the sky. Dazzling light illuminated the heavens, temporarily obscuring Vegeta's whereabouts from Lazuli. After a moment, gazing at the empty sky, Lazuli scanned her surroundings in confusion. Has it been resolved? Hmm. Lazuli discerned a small black dot on the azure sky, gradually enlarging. With a forceful push from her legs, she soared upwards. Meanwhile, the descending Vegeta, upon witnessing the approaching adversary, launched a powerful punch, only to have Lazuli retaliate with a strike to his face. The two were momentarily separated by their blows, resuming their fierce back-and-forth combat. However, as time progressed, Vegeta's fatigue began to manifest. After all, one was an ordinary human, while the other was powered by a perpetual engine. Once more, they exchanged blows, one landing on his left cheek and the other on his abdomen, before being forcibly separated. Vegeta gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, his body marred by numerous scars and his attire riddled with various tears. In stark contrast, Lazuli maintained an unperturbed demeanor, although her face and clothing bore marks of battle. It was evident that she possessed the upper hand. With a flick of her hair, Lazuli taunted, "Oh, is that all you've got? You spoke so menacingly. I expected you to be more formidable." Vegeta, incensed by the woman's mockery, gritted his teeth, veins bulging from his forehead. "Woman, you are courting death." In an instant, his golden aura erupted, arms extended as he gathered energy, condensing all his strength before his chest, electric currents crackling between his hands. Vegeta roared, his power surging. "Die. Woman, behold my ultimate flash." The golden sphere of energy exploded from his hands, a colossal beam intertwined with lightning hurtling towards Lazuli. Faced with such terrifying might, she chose to ascend, evading the onslaught. Undoubtedly, her decision was prudent. The overwhelming force shattered the ground beneath, the beam piercing through the Earth's surface, soaring into the cosmos. Seconds later, the blinding golden light gradually subsided, and Vegeta surveyed the devastation wrought, muttering in frustration, "Damn it." She evaded it. As Lazuli descended from her ascent, she gazed at the destruction caused by that attack, her heart racing. A massive, semi-cylindrical chasm, riddled with cracks, extended into the unknown. Lazuli's expression grew grave. That strike had indeed landed, and she feared she had been reduced to ashes. The onlookers mirrored her solemnity, some with eyes and mouths agape, utterly astonished. The sheer power displayed had been nothing short of astonishing, invigorating them. At that moment, the final round between Lazuli and Vegeta commenced, their fists colliding before they suddenly halted, both gazing upward. An oval-shaped machine with claws emerged above them, its chilling presence commanding their attention. The crowd below also registered this unexpected apparition, prompting Trunks to exclaim in astonishment, "Hey, a time machine has appeared again." As the crowd gazed at the time machine, their eyes were filled with confusion, uncertainty, and a tinge of fear. The top lid slowly opened, and an extraterrestrial being emerged, causing the time machine to plummet. The creature before them was tall and humanoid in appearance, save for the insectoid green and black helmet adorning its head and the wings protruding from its back. Its glossy black exoskeleton primarily covered its chest, shoulders, groin, and legs, while the rest of its body was encased in a green shell speckled with black. Its overall form was flawless, with sinewy muscles that flowed seamlessly, exuding an air of malevolence. The onlookers regarded the alien intruder with caution, while Vegeta clenched his fists and demanded, "Who are you?" The green creature, grinning wickedly, replied with a playful glint in its eyes, "Oh, so, you haven't encountered me before? Allow me to enlighten you. Sooner or later, you will know, and it would be a shame to perish in ignorance." Chapter 25. The Resurgence of Vegeta. I am Cell. You may also refer to me as the Ultimate Android. What is the matter, Piccolo, Goku, and the others? Too distant to hear Cell's words, noticed Piccolo's astonished expression and inquired curiously. Moments later, Piccolo's initially frantic demeanor settled into a grave seriousness as he declared, "This new arrival is named Cell. He is also an android, and according to his own boast, he is the ultimate android." Ultimate android. The crowd contemplated this revelation, their faces growing solemn. Meanwhile, the dialogue above continued, and upon hearing Cell's proclamation, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, his arrogance palpable as he retorted, "Humph, an android, you say? I've fought androids before. You're no different, merely prey awaiting slaughter." Elsewhere, Lazuli was instinctively retreating, her body sending her signals of impending danger. Choosing to heed her instincts, she found a suitable distance and swiftly turned to flee downward. Vegeta, noticing her movement, cast her a dismissive glance before focusing intently on his adversary, preparing to strike. "Vegeta, catch!" Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Vegeta did not turn, instead, With a flourish, he reached backward, grasping the object, and upon inspection, a triumphant smile crept across his lips. He tossed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Congratulations, Cell. You are about to face me at my peak. Are you ready to be pummeled into a pulp? With that, Vegeta erupted with energy, golden flames encircling his body as he charged towards Cell, his golden fists leaving afterimages that Cell effortlessly evaded. Minutes later, witnessing Cell's relaxed demeanor, inert Vegeta accelerated his speed, yet still found himself unable to land a blow. Frustrated, he unleashed a ki blast at close range. But Cell once again sidestepped the golden wave, standing unfazed in his position. After a prolonged struggle yielding no results, Vegeta disdainfully remarked, "Is this all you can do? You coward?" Upon hearing this, Cell finally stirred, uncrossing his arms and letting them drop to his sides. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Cell effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist. Observing Cell's sudden willingness to engage, Vegeta smiled, preparing to retract his fist. However, he was taken aback. It felt as though an immense mountain had pinned his hand, rendering it immobile and increasingly burdened by an overwhelming force. Moments later, a sharp crack echoed as his captured right hand succumbed to the pressure, prompting a pained roar from Vegeta as he instinctively kicked out with his legs. Finally, he summoned enough strength to break free. Retreating a short distance, he grasped his injured right hand with his left, panting heavily, his fingers contorted and trembling. Before he could assess the damage, Cell, moving with astonishing speed akin to teleportation, advanced toward him, executing a fierce side kick that struck Vegeta's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The earth trembled and fractured around Vegeta's fallen form. Just as he was regaining his composure, a purple energy sphere hurtled toward him, exploding upon impact and unleashing a terrifying wave of purple energy that expanded wildly. After a brief moment, as the violet energy dissipated, a gaping void resembling an abyss appeared in the ground, with white steam rising from the intense heat. "Dad!" Goten anxiously dashed into the chasm. Minutes later, he emerged, cradling Vegeta in his arms, and approached the others. The sight of Vegeta in such a state elicited gasps of horror from the onlookers. His golden hair had reverted to black, his clothing reduced to a mere scrap draped over his left shoulder, and his blue tights were mostly destroyed. His body was marred with wounds, bloodied and unconscious, his eyes vacant. Vegeta, Goku gazed at his fallen comrade, his expression grave as he turned to face Cell in the sky. "Mr. Goku, please. I must avenge my father." However, before Goku could finish, Goten transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the heavens. In the air, Goten glared fiercely at Cell, undaunted by his presence. Clenching his fists and bending his body, he unleashed a furious roar. A golden aura surged around him, his muscles quivering and expanding until his entire frame seemed to grow several sizes larger. "Oh, is it that time again?" Cell smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Goten. Goten's colossal fists, imbued with the might of a mountain, struck viciously at Cell's face, followed by a flurry of relentless blows. Thud! Bang! Bang! Suddenly, Cell intercepted Goten's powerful right fist, twisting his head back to deflect the strike. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he regarded Goten. "Your strength is commendable, but alas, it still lacks the requisite power." As he spoke, he suddenly released his left hand, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the abdomen of the formidable Cell. In response, Cell began to retaliate, fully exploiting his speed advantage to mercilessly pummel him. The sound of impact echoed. Thud, 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 bang, bang, bang. Below, Goku watched helplessly as Trunks endured the assault, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, although this state bestowed immense power, it came at the cost of speed. No matter how great the strength, if one cannot land a hit, it amounts to naught. Observing that Trunks was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Goku swiftly ascended, delivering a punch that temporarily separated Cell from Trunks. Grasping Trunks by the arm, he hurled him backward, where Gohan promptly flew up to catch him and return him to their ranks for a moment of respite. "Oh, so my next opponent is you, Son Goku," Cell stated, not preventing Gohan from rescuing Trunks, his eyes gleaming with interest. Goku, his expression grave and his gaze intense, looked at Cell and said, "You seem quite familiar to me. Do we know each other from the future?" "Ha ha ha." Cell laughed maniacally. "Indeed, we not only know each other, but you are destined to perish because of me. Not only that, but I have obliterated your son, your companions, your family, and your homeland. We could be considered sworn enemies." In stark contrast to Cell's malevolent grin, Goku's face grew increasingly somber. It seems I must do everything in my power to prevent the future from repeating itself. With that thought, Goku lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Cell's face. Cell attempted to intercept it, but Goku abruptly changed tactics, spinning around to deliver a powerful kick that sent Cell flying. He then pursued him with a flurry of rapid punches, culminating in a heavy strike delivered with both hands, sending Cell crashing into the ground. The impact created a conspicuous circular indentation, which Goku transformed into a golden streak of light, dove into, causing the fissured circle to expand into a vast pit. Chapter 26. The Pinnacle of Fury, Gohan's Explosive Outburst. Goku and Cell engaged in a fierce battle beneath the widening chasm, the surface rocks trembling incessantly. Thud, 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 bang, bang, bang. From the depths of the pit, the reverberations of violent clashes resounded. Suddenly, a figure burst through the debris, propelled skyward, as Goku spun in midair before stabilizing his position. A clear bruise marked his right cheek, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Cell, moving like a blur, erupted from the ground, his right hand aimed at Goku. However, Goku, ever prepared, intercepted the powerful fist just in time, countering with a kick aimed at Cell's chin. Reacting swiftly, Cell blocked the kick with his palm and seized Goku's ankle, flinging him away. In the aftermath, a barrage of yellow energy blasts rained down upon Goku, creating a cacophony of explosions. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke billowed, obscuring Goku, yet Cell continued to unleash his onslaught. Indifferent to whether he struck his target. As the sensation of combat drew to a near halt, Cell ceased his assault, gazing quietly at the swirling smoke before him. Moments later, the mist began to dissipate slowly. Sun Wukong, with arms crossed, felt that the damage incurred from the recent barrage was not as severe as anticipated. He retracted his arms and launched himself at Cell once more. However, it seemed as though his speed was slightly inferior to that of Cell. Each of his strikes was anticipated and countered, resulting in Wukong sustaining considerable bruises and injuries. His expression darkened as he thought to himself, "What a formidable opponent. For every blow I land, he retaliates with two." Resolute, he decided to get serious. In an instant, Wukong began to move swiftly around Cell, creating multiple afterimages due to his rapid motion. At that moment, he initiated his attack, combining his high velocity with a shout, "Kamehameha!" As the words escaped his lips, he appeared before Cell, enveloping him in a radiant blue light. Unbeknownst to Wukong, a subtle smile crept across Cell's lips as he was engulfed. Once the blinding brilliance faded, nothing remained before Wukong, inducing a sense of foreboding. As he turned, a shadow materialized before him. Cell delivered a vicious kick to Wukong's face, followed by a flurry of punches that rained down upon him like a relentless storm. With each strike, blood erupted, and soon Wukong found himself battered and bruised. Each time he attempted to teleport away from the fray, Cell matched his movements seamlessly, leaving Wukong in a state of helplessness, akin to a mere punching bag, enduring relentless torment. Once more, Wukong teleported, but Cell instantly followed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wukong hurtling downward. Without a moment's hesitation, Cell began to gather immense energy in his hands, forming the signature Kamehameha. A dazzling blue beam surged forth, aimed directly at the descending Wukong. Suddenly, a golden figure burst forth, propelling Wukong away from harm's reach. The blue beam struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Meanwhile, Gohan, who had just rescued his father, was about to set him down when Cell appeared before him, delivering a kick to Gohan's head that sent him flying. As the two separated, Cell unleashed a yellow energy wave at the plummeting Wukong, then charged toward Gohan, moving with the swiftness of a flash. A knee strike to Gohan's abdomen sent him soaring, followed by a flurry of rapid blows that rendered Gohan powerless, akin to a mere puppet. Why? Gohan thought in frustration as he was battered. What is happening? No matter how I counter, it feels as though he anticipates my every move. It seems he's intent on annihilating me, offering no respite whatsoever. Below, Piccolo and the others watched in horror as Gohan was mercilessly assaulted, blood cascading, their faces turning ashen with dread. What is happening? As soon as Gohan arrives, it seems as though there is a personal vendetta against him, mercilessly beaten. If this continues, Gohan may very well be beaten to death. Piccolo, the true father figure, could no longer remain idle and swiftly ascended. Meanwhile, Cell, relentlessly assaulting Gohan, landed a fierce punch to his abdomen, causing him to expel a copious amount of blood. With hands clasped at his waist, he proclaimed, "Son Gohan, my only rival, perish." The Kamehameha wave surged forth, a massive blue orb of energy that drove him downward. Gohan gazed at the radiant blue light as his consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, a flash of green appeared before him. A hand grasped his burning hand, uttering words of encouragement while flinging him away. "Gohan, survive!" As he escaped the Kamehameha's attack range, he plummeted downward. With a resounding impact, his body collided with the ground. The pain. Gohan, feeling as though his body were disassembled, opened his eyes and struggled to catch a descending arm. Gradually rising to his feet, he beheld the familiar green arm in his grasp, tears streaming down his cheeks, his rage igniting like a blazing inferno. "Uncle e piccolo!" With that furious cry, Gohan was enveloped in a golden light. Once the radiance dissipated, his golden aura transformed into a jet-like form, crackling with serpentine arcs of electricity. His golden hair stood even more erect, a tuft falling over his forehead, and his gaze sharpened to an extraordinary intensity. Cell, hovering in midair, observed this transformation as he descended towards Gohan, muttering to himself, "I had intended to dispatch everyone effortlessly, yet here we are." Meanwhile, the recently revived Goku watched Gohan's metamorphosis, feeling the immense energy emanating from him, and a smile of satisfaction graced his face. Vegeta, who had just awakened, sensed Gohan's formidable presence. His eyes filled with envy. Never did he imagine that his own son would surpass him so dramatically. Krillin, Tin, and Yamcha trembled in awe, profoundly shaken by the overwhelming power. "Goku, what is happening?" The bald Krillin, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired urgently. That is a Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan level. We may refer to it as Super Saiyan 2. "Oh, so that's how it is." The others satisfied their curiosity and continued to observe the battle between Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and Cell. Cell descended to the ground, locking eyes with Gohan. "You arrogant fool. You may flaunt your power, but you should never have killed my Uncle Piccolo." Gohan trembled, articulating each word with anguish in his eyes, his fury and electric arcs intensifying. Cell scoffed derisively, intertwining his fingers as he spoke. "Had I not fought you before, I might have been intimidated. Even after eliminating your Uncle Piccolo, what can you possibly do to me? You think you can defeat me? You're nowhere near my league." Chapter 27. The mutation triggered by death. Upon hearing Cell's audacious remarks, Gohan's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he propelled himself towards Cell with a powerful kick. Alas, Cell seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, deftly evading the strike. "Well, the warm-up is complete," Cell declared, extending his arms as a surge of golden energy erupted forth. His muscles expanding and contracting as a growing number of serpentine arcs of electricity crackled around him. Once Cell stabilized his power, Gohan's expression shifted from cold detachment to one of grave concern. The rest of Goku's group, sensing the immense force emanating from Cell, wore expressions of apprehension. They had not anticipated that this creature harbored such colossal energy. The disparity in strength between the two was now negligible, leaving the outcome of the clash shrouded in uncertainty. All hope rested on Gohan. With a self-satisfied demeanor, Cell relaxed his arms at his sides, proclaiming, "This is my true strength, the epitome of power." In the next moment, Gohan, incensed, teleported in front of him and launched a kick aimed at Cell's head. With a swift motion, Cell raised a hand and effortlessly blocked the powerful strike. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements so swift that they appeared as mere afterimages. The air around them filled with the faint ripples of their colliding energies. With a decisive punch, Gohan struck Cell squarely in the face, sending him careening backward. However, Cell swiftly retaliated, returning to engage Gohan in a fierce struggle once more. The relentless back and forth continued, punctuated by the sounds of their fierce clashes. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, both warriors landed solid punches on each other's left cheeks, their strikes forcing their faces to twist grotesquely, resembling doughy buns. Ultimately, their tremendous powers propelled them apart, crashing into separate mountain peaks and shattering them upon impact. Coughing, Gohan pushed aside the debris that had fallen upon him and ascended into the air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and nose on the left side of his face. Simultaneously, Cell soared upward, his recovery abilities more pronounced, showing only faint bruises and a few streaks of purple blood. The two locked eyes, Cell smirking with disdain, taunting, "What's the matter? You seem rather fragile." Gohan said nothing, merely adopting his fighting stance. Cell initially stood nonchalantly, then clenched his fists as his once stable golden aura surged back to life. The arcs of electricity danced around his form, and with a furious roar, he bellowed, "Ah!" Instantly, the golden energy seemed to diminish rather than amplify. Moments later, the once ferocious aura calmed, and the arcs of electricity dwindled in number. To an observer, it appeared that Cell had not only failed to grow stronger, but had actually weakened. Yet, Gohan's expression did not lighten. Instead, it deepened in concern. What is happening? How has this monster's power seemingly increased again? As Cell reveled in the invigorating power coursing through him, he proudly gazed at Gohan and proclaimed, "Had I just recently mastered this strength, you might have stood chance. However, the current version of me is invincible." With that, Cell instantaneously materialized behind Gohan, delivering a powerful kick to his back, only to reappear in front of him and send him hurtling backward once more. Thus, Cell, utilizing his explosive speed, mercilessly assaulted Gohan, striking him across his abdomen, head, back, waist, and face with brutal force. After enduring such a relentless beating, Gohan found his left arm shattered, his clothing tattered and resembling that of a beggar, his body marred with bloodied wounds, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance. Gasping for breath, he squeezed one eye shut as his chest involuntarily contracted, vibrant drops of blood cascading downward. It was over. The spectators understood that the battle had reached its conclusion. This creature named Cell had emerged victorious. The two android siblings, perceptive as they were, noticed that Lapis was supporting the unconscious android 17 and 18, while Lazuli gradually retreated. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions, Dend, Krillin, and Tien, were now gathering their strength. Observing Gohan's dire situation, Dend swiftly took to the skies. Krillin and Tien battled against their trembling bodies and the overwhelming fear in their hearts as they too soared towards Cell. Cell sensed their approach but paid them no mind, remaining stationary as he awaited their arrival. Soon, the four encircled him. Cell surveyed his adversaries from all angles, shaking his head with a tone of disdain as he remarked, "One is crippled, two are worthless, and one is a defeated foe. Alas, let me dispose of you swiftly and see how entertaining those four prove to be." With a fleeting glance at the two android siblings stealthily retreating, his attention shifted to the most grievously injured Gohan. In the next instant, before the other three could react, he seized Gohan's head and forcefully slammed him into the ground, akin to a meteor colliding with Earth. Instantly, the ground surrounding Gohan crumbled in concentric circles for miles around. Yet Cell felt this was insufficient. Summoning all his strength, he drove Gohan deeper into the earth for dozens of miles before finally relenting. Releasing his grip, Cell turned his gaze to the three approaching him. In an instant, he appeared behind Dend, yanking his golden hair and pulling him closer before delivering a knee strike. Bang! The emerald knee buried itself deep into Dend's abdomen, followed by several punishing blows that sent crimson blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Meanwhile, Krillin and Tien attempted to assault Cell's form, but their efforts were as futile as ants attacking an elephant. Cell continued his onslaught on Dend, completely unfazed by the attacks from the other two. With each relentless punch, Dend's golden hair transformed into a pale purple hue, his consciousness waning. Finally, Cell unleashed a colossal golden energy wave that sent him flying away. As Sheru observed the two individuals diligently engaged with him, he delivered a powerful punch that pierced through Tenshinhan's chest, casually tossing him aside, as if he were mere refuse. He then turned his attention to the bald fighter still attacking him, extending two fingers towards Krillin. In the next moment, Krillin was impaled by a crimson beam, his eyes glazing over as he plummeted downwards. "Ah, bastard! Sheru!" Vegeta exclaimed, his heart ablaze with fury as he witnessed his son's uncertain fate. Goku, even more enraged than Vegeta, was not only distressed by his son's peril, but also mourned the loss of his longtime friend. Both warriors felt an inexhaustible fury surging within them, and in an instant, they transformed into Super Saiyans, their golden auras raging violently around them. Vegeta's hair stood erect and elongated, while Goku's bangs also defied gravity, his body crackling with blue arcs of electricity, emitting a sizzling sound. In Chapter 28, titled "The Mantis Stalks the Cicada," while the yellow bird awaits, fueled by their recent anger, Vegeta and Goku finally transcended their limits, evolving into Super Saiyan 2. Harnessing the newfound power that accompanied this transformation, they charged towards Sheru, initiating a fierce duet of strikes. However, Sheru effortlessly evaded their combined assaults, mocking them as he dodged. "Did you truly believe that the loss of your son could unleash any formidable strength?" Is this all you can muster? Sherru taunted. With that, he seized Vegeta's incoming fist, delivering a swift kick to his chin as he propelled him upwards. Seizing the opportunity, Sherru unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Goku. The sudden increase in speed left Goku unable to react, and he was struck down repeatedly, his already battered body further ravaged. Controlling the flow of time, Sherru delivered a final blow, stomping on Goku's face and launching him away. Using Goku as a springboard, he soared after Vegeta, landing a powerful knee strike directly to his face. Blood sprayed forth as Vegeta's body fell helplessly downwards. With a leisurely flick of his wrist, Sherru sent forth a massive golden energy sphere, colliding forcefully with Vegeta. The explosion resonated through the air, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, Goku hovered midair, wiping the blood from his nose, his gaze fiercely fixed on Sherru. With a burst, Vegeta emerged from the smoke, standing alongside Goku, his appearance a tragic sight. Marred by injuries and oozing blood, with only tattered remnants of his clothing remaining. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Goku inquired, concern evident in his voice as he beheld Vegeta's pitiable state. "Let us settle this with one decisive blow," Vegeta proclaimed, extending his arms forward as a fierce golden aura erupted around him. Goku, recognizing the resolve in his comrade's actions, mirrored his movements, bringing his hands together before placing them at his waist. Sherru observed the movements of the two with a sense of urgency, realizing victory was unattainable. Were they resolved to take a final gamble? "Very well. As you wish, allow me to shatter your delusions with my absolute power." With an expression embodying invincibility, Sherru positioned his hands at his waist, their form resembling a blossoming flower, as a radiant blue light flickered and intensified within. Opposite him, Vegeta slowly brought his hands, crackling with golden arcs of electricity, together, while Goku's hands emitted a brilliant blue light from his waist as well. "Kaioken! Kamehameha!" they exclaimed in unison. In the next moment, two colossal beams of light, one blue, one yellow, collided with another blue beam. Initially, they seemed evenly matched, creating an elliptical sphere that was half blue and half yellow. However, as Sherru exerted his might, the blue-white energy wave gradually overpowered the combined efforts of Vegeta and Goku, forcing their ultimate techniques into a desperate situation. As the immense blue energy wave crept closer, Goku and Vegeta's expressions turned grave, filled with despair. Was this truly the end? They never anticipated that even their combined strength would falter against the monstrous Sherru. "Gohan, everyone, Dad! Gohan!" Goku's spirit surged as he suddenly felt a renewed strength within. "Dad, I entrust my power to you. Do your best, Gohan." Before Goku could finish, he felt even more power surging inside him. "I'm here too. Go for it, old man. Goku, I believe in you. You have always been our hope, Goku. Mister. Goku, you can do it. By the way, tell my dad I believe in him." Feeling the escalating power within, Goku's gaze hardened. Piccolo, Krillin, Tenshin and Yamcha, and everyone else fighting for the survival of Earth. Rest assured, we shall not disappoint your expectations. In an instant, Goku unleashed the power within him, dramatically increasing the size of the blue beam, which then engulfed the yellow beam. The next moment, an even larger blue-green beam surged forward, pushing Sherru's Kamehameha back. Sherru, witnessing the tide turn in what had seemed a settled battle, felt an overwhelming pressure approaching him. He shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! Impossible! I refuse to believe it. I'm so powerful. How can I lose?" Under the weight of impending doom, Sherru's potential was fully unleashed, as the blue-green energy wave slowly began to push back against him. I told you. I'm not alone. I represent countless Earthlings. Therefore, I will not lose." The once languid turquoise beam of light surged with an invigorating vitality, expanding several-fold in an instant, overwhelming Cell's blue Kamehameha with ease. Within the radiant energy, Cell contorted and was swept away. As the dazzling brilliance faded, a scene marred by energy strikes unfolded before Goku and Vegeta. At the very edge of Earth, we followed a semicircular, deeply etched chasm, leading to a vast semicircular pit. Viewed from outer space, one could discern a portion of the Earth missing, a perfect sphere marred by a sizable gap on its left side. This chasm was the result of the clash between Cell and Goku. Vegeta, at the gap, half revealed a vacuum of starlit sky, while the other half showcased a cracked pit floor where a piece of decaying flesh, the size of a newborn, writhed defiantly. Gradually, as time passed, the flesh began to swell, and after a little over 10 minutes, a bloodied head emerged. Ah, ah, Cell roared, filled with dread. Had he not summoned all his strength to rapidly regenerate and counteract the annihilating force, he might have been reduced to ashes. No matter. Once I recover, I shall annihilate them and obliterate this place. As he gazed at his almost fully restored left hand, hope surged within him. Suddenly, a peculiar laughter and hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Turning around, Cell was met with the sight of an unsightly green monster. Hee, I never expected to find myself here. As if the heavens had no intention of forsaking me. This delectable morsel has me drooling. Cell stared at the creature in astonishment. You're my counterpart in this world? Oh, and no. I hail from the future, and my arrival here is a twist of fate. And you must be the gift the heavens have prepared for me. Chapter 29. The Ultimate Perfect Cell. Gazing at his arrogant counterpart, Cell could not help but chuckle ruefully. Truly, a tiger fallen to the plains is preyed upon by dogs. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Now, I shall savor this unexpected fruit. The first stage Cell approached his perfect form, and suddenly the needle on the clock behind him grew larger, positioning itself above the perfect Cell's head. Have you heard a saying? The perfect Cell spoke abruptly. The first stage Cell was about to respond when, bang, the perfect Cell's eyes emitted two beams of violet-pink light, which obliterated the first stage Cell's grotesque head, splattering an unknown purple-white liquid everywhere. It was all too sudden. Too decisive, too swift. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Regardless of the circumstances, a sick tiger is still a tiger. How could a frail little rabbit dare to dream? After uttering those words, the fully transformed Cell exhibited no sign of relaxation. He forcibly morphed his still recovering left arm into a tail, which he then opened like a needle, swiftly ensnaring the upper half of the headless Cell. Subsequently, the needle retracted automatically, gradually accommodating the first stage of Cell into his tail. Observing the swelling of his left tail, a sinister smile crept across Cell's face. As he thought to himself, fool, you think you can take advantage of this? You're merely daydreaming. Harnessing the energy source within his left tail, Cell's regeneration accelerated significantly. As his body and torso began to reform, and his right arm and legs slowly materialized. The tail, replacing his left arm, gradually shifted behind him. For minutes later, Cell's body was completely restored, appearing unscathed yet emanating an aura of newfound strength. This power? As Cell sensed the terrifying energy coursing through him, he felt an urge to unleash it. Soaring into the sky, a moment later, a massive golden aura erupted from him, surging blue lightning enveloping his form. After a brief interval, having vented his energy, Cell clenched his fists, reveling in the thought, damn it. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat those two in this perfect ultimate state. With that, Cell focused on the energy signatures of his adversaries and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, in the crater left by their earlier battle, Vegeta and Goku lay exhausted on the ground, their bodies sprawled out in a starfish formation. Suddenly, the sound of Cell's regeneration echoed ominously as he returned, stronger than before. Goku, who had been resting with closed eyes, felt the overwhelming energy presence before him. A familiar sensation that brought a look of shock and despair to his face. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at the re-emerged Cell in the distance. His expression one of reluctant defiance. Damn it, how can this monster be so resilient? Cell, surveying the unconscious Vegeta and the incapacitated Goku, wore a mocking grin. Did you not anticipate this? All your efforts not only failed to annihilate me, but have instead made me even more powerful. Is that so? Truly, you must be favored by the heavens. Goku, wearing a bitter smile, responded with resignation. Step by step, Cell's footsteps echoed in Goku's ears like a countdown to death, resonating ominously. Approaching the two, Cell placed a foot upon Vegeta, shattering the ground beneath him, causing it to cave in. Vegeta, akin to a crushed shrimp, found his head, hands and feet involuntarily arching upwards, blood erupting from his mouth. However, the excruciating pain momentarily jolted Vegeta awake. Realizing the dire situation, he grasped Goku's hand, imparting his remaining strength to him. Feeling the chilling grip of Vegeta's hand, tears streamed down Goku's face, filled with fury. Rising to his feet, he confronted Cell, declaring, even at the cost of my life, I shall defeat you. The surging golden flames, accompanied by dazzling blue arcs of electricity, framed the golden spikes of hair and the cold, ruthless gaze of Super Saiyan Goku. With a fierce punch, he struck Cell squarely in the face. The sound echoed like a hammer on steel. Cell, unfazed, blinked not once, but looked at Goku with mocking disdain, saying, "Is this what you call using your life to defeat me? How disappointing." With that, he unleashed a punch into Goku's abdomen, perfectly aligning with a brutal knee strike as Goku bent forward. As Goku soared into the sky, Cell's terrifying speed allowed him to appear behind Goku as if he had teleported, delivering a devastating double-fisted blow that sent Goku crashing deep into the ground. What a waste. Let's destroy this place instead. Cell's index and middle fingers came together, conjuring a small dark red sphere, its surface crackling with crimson arcs of electricity. With a flick of his wrist, he launched it towards the Earth. The planet-destroying orb descended slowly, growing larger and larger. Cell enveloped himself in a green energy shield, leisurely watching as the colossal orb first crushed the ground beneath it, then advanced towards the core of the Earth. Goku, buried deep within the Earth, caught sight of the massive energy sphere and foolishly considered deflecting it, but such an effort was akin to a mere insect trying to stop a chariot. Thus, the immense planet-destroying orb propelled Goku deeper towards the Earth's core. In no time, the ground erupted and magma spewed forth. Cell gazed upon the ravaged landscape with a wicked grin, vanishing in an instant to the outer reaches of space. Before him lay the slowly reddening planet, a sight of exquisite beauty. As Cell marveled, he realized that the doomed Earth was about to radiate its final brilliance. The orange-hued surface of the Earth twisted with a series of bubble-like veins until it reached its breaking point. With a thunderous boom, the exploding planet resembled a magnificent firework display, beautiful and resplendent. Truly breathtaking. Such fireworks one could gaze upon for a lifetime. At this moment of frenzied delight, Cell remained oblivious to the striking red-haired figure standing behind him. Let's rewind to a few minutes prior. At the farthest reaches of the universe, our villainous Goku was explaining the peculiar rift he had encountered to 3 scientists. Since they could not see it, the explanation took some time, but it was nearing its conclusion. All right, that's all. Do you have any questions? Boss, I feel we're close to the end. The rest will only be understood through personal experimentation. During this explanation, Dr. Gero was the most attentive and had gleaned much from the discussion. I also feel we're nearly there. It's time to begin, chimed in Dr. Brief and Bulma, both geniuses, keeping pace with Dr. Gero. Good. In that case, I shall return first and bring the laboratory over. Observing the 3 individuals exuding confidence, Goku increasingly felt that his decision was indeed correct. Subsequently, he utilized instant transmission to depart. Chapter 30, Beating, Training, Cell. Back to the present. Upon his arrival through instant transmission, Goku was greeted by the spectacle of vibrant fireworks and the sight of a green-skinned insectoid creature before him, flailing about as if under the influence of a stimulant. Could it be? Has the Earth truly exploded? In his recollections, it resembled the indomitable cockroach, did it not? Goku wore a helpless expression. After all, he had only stepped away for a brief moment, yet his stronghold had been compromised. Who are you? The exhilarated Cell finally noticed the presence of a living person behind him and swiftly turned to interrogate. Hey, you're making this quite difficult for me. Goku furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and suggested, let's find a place to discuss this at our leisure. With that, Goku instantly moved behind Cell, placing a hand on his shoulder, and in a flash, they both vanished. In the cosmos, on an unnamed desolate planet with cracked, parched earth, Goku and Cell materialized. Oof. Cell shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder and regarded the individual clad in red hair and a black vest with a serious demeanor. How swift. I was completely caught off guard and led along like a puppet. Cell, is it? You are quite the source of my frustration. Goku crossed his arms, reflecting on memories while stroking his smooth chin, his tail swaying behind him before coiling around his waist. Here's the deal. Your actions have inflicted irreparable losses upon me, wasting time, which is tantamount to losing money. You shall work for me to repay this debt. Oof. Though I'm unaware of how you know my name. I am not intimidated, Cell retorted sarcastically. You just wish to recruit me as your subordinate, don't you? Goku, raising his hands in a gesture of acceptance, replied, if that is how you perceive it, I shall not oppose. No sooner had he spoken than golden flames surged around Cell, interspersed with flickering blue arcs of electricity. In truth, it is quite simple. All that needs to be done is to eliminate you, and everything will cease to be a problem. Cell swiftly charged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Goku's head. Bang! Goku raised his hand to block the heavy strike, then seized Cell's ankle, spinning him around like a top before flinging him away. Goku vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Cell, and with a robust right fist, he struck forcefully into Cell's abdomen. Gurgle! Purple blood erupted from Cell's mouth, but in the next moment, Goku grasped his head, yanking him downwards and hurling him towards the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Cell crashed along the ground, colliding with an unknown object, producing 3 resounding booms, accompanied by a plume of dust rising into the air. Surely this cannot be the end? Goku placed his left hand on his hip and extended his right hand across his forehead, peering into the distance. Fortunately, the ultimate entity Cell, despite his shortcomings, possesses formidable resilience. Like a green moth, he swiftly ascends into the sky, gazing at Goku from a distance. Not bad, displaying some vigor. Cell extends his thumb, wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, and praises. Is that so? There's more where that came from. No sooner had the words left his lips than Goku vanished in an instant, reappearing before Cell, his elbow strike poised and aimed squarely at Cell's face. Thud! With a sudden burst, Cell propelled himself away, soaring towards the right with the speed of a released arrow. Goku anticipated his position and executed a swift kick, cleaving downward. Bam! The ground below instantly formed a massive crater. Following this, a blue energy sphere, trailing a long meteor-like tail, surged towards the pit. Boom! The sphere erupted upon contact with the earth, emitting a blinding radiance, causing the ground to descend further by several meters. Goku retracted his flower-like gesture, surveying the devastation below. Oh, he is still alive. Sensing the significant drop in energy, he pondered. This fellow's resilience rivals that of my Super Saiyan 3. But what of his other capabilities? Nevertheless, with such durability, he is already worthy of being my subordinate. However, his arrogance must be tempered further. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Cell emerged from the rubble below. Though this time, he was far from unscathed, displaying evident injuries, bruises marking his body. Heaving heavily, Cell's chest rose and fell, cold sweat forming on his brow as he narrowly escaped death. Why? Oh heavens! Why is it that every time I am invincible, unforeseen circumstances arise? Damn it! I shall never be a traveler again. Regardless of Cell's inner turmoil and fury, Goku stands before him like an immovable mountain. He must either surmount it or be crushed. Yet, he had nearly exhausted himself with just a few moves. How am I to fight? Just as despair enveloped Cell, Goku unexpectedly proposed a wager. In 2 minutes. You may strike me however you wish. If you can make me move or inflict injury upon me, I shall let you go. In an instant, Cell's anger surged, albeit subtly, as he seethed with humiliation. A disgrace. How dare you insult me thus? Observing Cell's clenched teeth and furious demeanor, Goku remained unfazed. For he indeed sought to humiliate him, intending to demonstrate that he could not even lay a finger on him. The next moment, enveloped in a golden aura, Cell unleashed a punch that connected with Goku's face. Thud! Gazing at Goku's unscathed visage, Cell, in disbelief, launched an unrelenting barrage of rapid strikes at Goku's entire body. After a few seconds of fruitless effort, the anxious Cell unleashed his ultimate moves, launching massive blue and white energy spheres at Goku as if they were of no value. The blinding white light lingered for quite some time. 2 minutes later, witnessing the immense cloud of smoke generated by several Kamehameha waves, Cell was filled with anticipation. After all, these were his full-powered Kamehameha waves, and there was more than one. He could scarcely believe that they had caused no damage whatsoever. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the sight that met his eyes was the unchanged figure of Goku, just as he had been at the beginning. This was impossible. This could not be. You must be cheating. Not willing to accept the truth, Cell turned and fled, moving with an air of nonchalance and grace. He was indifferent to the outcome, but to have exerted such effort with no effect was a severe blow to his confidence. Distraught, he sought a place to recuperate. Watching Cell retreat into the distance, Goku shook his head. He had indeed not cheated, merely enveloping his necessary clothing and energy. Surely, this could not be considered cheating? After a moment's contemplation, Goku's figure vanished in an instant. Chapter 31. The cold joke of King Kai, stumbling and despondent. Cell was fleeing this sorrowful place when suddenly, an obstacle appeared in his path. Goku, arms crossed, with his tail swaying behind him and a deep blue belt dancing at his waist, addressed the small creature. It seems you've lost. Haven to you? Could you grant me a moment of silence? Rest assured, I will return. Cell uttered his plea, gazing with reluctance at the imposing figure before him. 2 seconds later, Goku brought his open palm to cover Cell's entire face, mere millimeters apart. Since you refuse to uphold our agreement, you may as well face your demise. The dazzling light not only illuminated Cell's face, but also jolted his senses awake. Wait, wait, I've had an epiphany. Boss, I've come to a realization. Please, calm down. Terror etched across Cell's features as the specter of death compelled him to make the right choice. Oh, just a moment ago, you weren't saying that, Goku remarked, allowing the radiance of his palm to fade slowly. He then affectionately patted Cell's shiny bald head, the comforting sensation eliciting a satisfied smile from him. Phew, I was just a bit muddled. I didn't even know what I was doing. That was all just a misunderstanding. Boss, it was all a misunderstanding. Cell, enduring the unusual sensation on his head, explained. All right then, since that is the case, I have a task for you now, and I hope to see your determination, Goku said, giving the reluctant head a playful pat. Understood. With that, Goku seized Cell's arm, and their figures flickered away. Meanwhile, at the edge of the universe, 2 doctors, a brilliant woman, and 3 scientists found themselves encircled within a dark golden energy shield. 3 individuals were deep in contemplation when, suddenly, 2 shadowy figures materialized before them, instantly captivating their attention. Doctors, I have procured a bodyguard for you. Your safety is now assured. The vibrant-haired Goku appeared, clutching the green-skinned Cell, elucidating his purpose. Strange. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Dr. Gero pondered, furrowing his brow in curiosity. Understood, echoed Dr. Brief and Bulma in unison. Cell, this is your inaugural task. Diligently safeguard these 3. Should they lose even a single hair, you must reckon with the number of lives you possess. After patting Cell on the shoulder, Goku turned to the trio. All right, I shall fetch the equipment you require. With a nod to Cell, Goku instantly vanished. The Earth had been obliterated, rendering the Dragon Balls useless. The only recourse now lay with the Namekian Dragon Balls, though locating the Namekian planet was no simple feat. The most likely source of knowledge would be King Kai. On North Kai's planet, the yellow-green orb was unlike any ordinary celestial body. All life forms and activities existed upon its surface amidst a tenfold gravity. Standing near a half-spherical house was the North Kai, clad in black garb adorned with the character for Kai emblazoned upon his chest. He bowed his head, tightly gripping his hands, his slender, elongated black antennae twitching subtly. Suddenly, Goku appeared behind the rotund North Kai. Ah, you've arrived. King Kai exhaled, then relaxed his antennae, standing tall with his hands clasped behind him as he turned leisurely to face Goku. Ahem, you seek my assistance in locating the Namekian planet, correct? Indeed, esteemed King Kai. Ah, that is not overly difficult. However, to enlist my services, all must adhere to the established protocols. North Kai nodded, his antennae swaying gently. Are you prepared? I am ready, Goku replied, scratching his head as he rummaged through his memories for something amusing. After a moment, he exclaimed once, I got lost while out dining and encountered a small child. I patted his head and asked, little one, where's this place? He replied, this is my head. Goku gazed at King Kai with unwavering confidence, but upon seeing his expressionless demeanor, he wondered, was that not funny? Not to worry. I have more, he continued. Once, Xiaoming scored second to last in an exam. Upon returning home, his father, upon reviewing the test paper, began to scold him. After a while, likely fatigued, they both sat on the sofa. Xiaoming intended to ease the awkward tension by asking if his father had eaten, but instead blurted out, Dad, you haven't eaten, have you? This resulted in yet another round of reprimands. Having shared the anecdote, Goku nearly burst into laughter himself. However, noticing King Kai's still impassive expression, his mirth quickly faded, and he couldn't help but reflect. Could it be? Was I always this resilient? As Goku stood there, perplexed and contemplating another attempt, the North Kai suddenly covered his mouth, emitting strange sounds. Woo, haha woo, woo, this is too amusing, it's my head. Huh, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. With that, the North Kai clutched his belly, alternating between laughter and tears, pounding the ground in delight. Haha, this is hilarious. And you, did you forget to eat? Whoa, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Goku, with a somber expression, observed the North Kai rolling on the ground, unable to contain himself. Tears and mucus streaming down his face. He still has a purpose. He still has a purpose. Endure, endure. Suppressing the wicked thoughts swirling in his mind, Goku patiently awaited the North Kai to regain his composure. After 10 minutes, with a sudden puff and a few snorts, the North Kai wiped his nose with a handkerchief and declared, All right, let me find out where Namek is. Clenching his fists, his long, slender antennae swirled around, sending invisible waves radiating outward until they faded into the distance. Moments later, a grin broke across the North Kai's face. I've got it. Now I'll transmit the coordinates to you. Directing his antennae toward Goku, an ethereal glow enveloped them, and a sequence of coordinates materialized in Goku's mind. There, I have fulfilled your request. You may leave now. By the way, if you need anything else from me in the future, feel free to come back. As long as you share a few more jokes as delightful as the last two. The North Kai waved him off, turning to retreat into his chamber. Oh, that one TB necessary. I doubt we shall meet again. Goku smirked mischievously, his figure vanishing in an instant. We one team meet again, the North Kai lamented, realizing he would no longer hear such delightful jokes. He swiftly turned to persuade Goku to share his jokes once more, but as he did, a pulsating, dark golden sphere came into view. Boom! Moments later, with a resounding explosion and a burst of beautiful fireworks, the North Kai's star vanished amidst the boundless yellow clouds. Chapter 32. Shinran Polna. In the North Galaxy, at a secluded and obscure location, there lay an unremarkable grass-green planet, the new abode of the Namekians, New Namek. Inside the planet, semi-spherical white shell-like houses were scattered throughout the land in a village-like formation. Surrounding these homes, one could see tall, mature Namekians laboring diligently, sweat trickling down their green faces. Meanwhile, the younger Namekians, sporting tiny green antennae, chased each other in playful delight, painting a picture of tranquility and beauty. On a towering peak adjacent to a medium-sized village, consisting of over a dozen homes, stood Super Saiyan 4 Goku, clad in a dark golden-black vest. His deep blue belt danced freely in the gentle breeze, and a charming smile graced his handsome, mischievous face. Indeed, this is the place. The blue giant, embodying a mind that falters, dares not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall venture to the underworld to teach him a lesson. Goku gazed at the nearby Namekian village, pondering how to seek the Dragon Balls. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energies of the planet. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, I have found them, but why are there two powers that are so similar? In a flash, he arrived at the central region of New Namek, the area abundant with the most dwellings on the planet. Among these structures stood the largest and tallest edifice, the residence of the supreme ruler of the Namekians, Elder Guru. Before his abode stood two formidable Namekian warriors, resembling guardians. Why two warriors, one may wonder? It was evident they were fierce combatants, towering over 2 meters, their muscular forms exuding strength, with somber and resolute gazes. Suddenly, a red figure materialized before them, startling the two warriors momentarily. However, they quickly regained their composure and regarded the man in the red vest with caution. Goku, observing the grand architecture characteristic of Namek, mused to himself. Such a vast structure must house an important individual, perhaps the elder himself, or a repository for the Dragon Balls. The two Namekian warriors scrutinized the man, who was intently gazing at the elder's residence, and demanded loudly, Who are you? What do you seek? Oh, Goku snapped back to reality, addressing the towering figures. Greetings. I am but a traveler, here to borrow your esteemed Dragon Balls. Oomph. The Dragon Balls are not for the likes of you to borrow. Without waiting for the warrior to finish, Goku swiftly maneuvered behind them, striking both on their necks. Bang! Thud! The two mightiest Namekian warriors collapsed instantly, losing consciousness. Too verbose, he remarked before striding towards the enormous building. Upon entering, a colossal figure captured his attention, and Goku was struck by a wave of nostalgia upon seeing the elder he had not encountered in 3 years. Memories of the past flooded back. In those days, before Guru ascended to his current status, the Namekians bore such resemblance to one another that aside from the elder, others were easily forgotten, a case of facial blindness. Now, gazing upon Elder Guru, who bore the essence of the former elder, Goku's memories felt all the more vivid. Intruder, depart at once. We do not welcome you. Even from a distance, I sense your despairing malevolence. The elder's voice resonated through the dimly lit chamber, firmly establishing his stance. Oh dear, elder. Your decision puts me in a predicament. Goku replied, feigning disappointment. I had hoped for a cordial exchange. You provide the Dragon Balls, I fulfill my wish, and we part ways without wasting each other's time. With a resigned shake of his head, Goku aimed his palm at the entrance, uttering darkly, in that case, allow me to alter your perspective. In the next instant, a massive, dark golden energy wave surged forth, violently expanding the entrance and disintegrating the two combatant Namekians outside, melting them away. Accompanied by the emergence of a vast, charred chasm outside, numerous houses have also fallen victim to destruction. Following this tumultuous wave, the Namekians, many of whom are missing limbs or gravely injured, release anguished cries. Inside the Grand Elder's chamber, As he listens to the wails from outside, his eyes bulge with terror, resembling two frightful bronze bells. Old man, you would do well to be sensible. What you have lost are merely 2 guards and some of your kin. Do not force my hand to slay your people one by one before your very eyes, lest you come to regret it. Goku approaches the Grand Elder, unfazed by his predatory glare, placing his hand upon the Elder's ample abdomen. Grand Elder, consider your choices carefully. Is that elusive sense of justice more vital than the lives of your kin? In any case, by eliminating you, I can still acquire the Dragon Balls. You have 3 seconds to contemplate. Goku, with a smirk, announces, let's begin. 3. The Grand Elder ponders his options. Suddenly, a searing sensation radiates from his abdomen. Thud! In an instant, a gaping hole appears in his midsection. His face is a mask of pain and confusion. But there are still 2 seconds left. Seemingly deciphering the Grand Elder's bewilderment, Goku kindly elucidates, I am not one for counting slowly. Indeed, the resilience of your Namekian lives is truly remarkable. However, I wonder if another blow would leave you standing. With that, a dark golden energy sphere materializes in his hand, aimed squarely at the Grand Elder's head. Wait, the Dragon Balls can be yours, just spare my people. Ultimately, the Grand Elder capitulates. Regardless of the motive, Goku secures the Dragon Balls. At the Grand Elder's behest, the various villages swiftly gather the guarding Dragon Balls outside his abode. All right, you may leave now. The Dragon Balls have been assembled. They will assist you in summoning the Eternal Dragon. The Grand Elder, his wound now wrapped in white gauze, speaks in a weakened voice. Nodding slightly, Goku steps outside, where he is greeted by the sight of towering, resplendent Dragon Balls, each the height of a man. The Namekians who brought the Dragon Balls regard this wild outsider with trepidation, sensing his formidable aura. Let's commence. At Goku's command, a youthful Namekian hastily begins chanting, Come fort, Eternal Dragon. As the last syllable escapes his lips, the sky darkens instantly, with countless serpentine bolts of lightning weaving through the clouds. The 7 colossal Dragon Balls shimmer brilliantly, radiating dazzling light. The brilliance soars skyward, coalescing into a creature with green skin, a muscular upper body, and fins resembling those of a fish along its spine. With 4 horns protruding from its head and 2 barbed horns on its shoulders. It bears a resemblance to the genie from Aladdin's lamp. This is the Eternal Dragon, Purunga, Chapter 33, Farewell, Namek. The colossal and oppressive Shenlong Purunga glimmered with its crimson eyes, extending 3 fingers from its right hand. Speak your wishes. I can grant you 3. The young Namekian glanced at Goku, eager to discern what wishes he would articulate. For my first wish, please restore the earth to its former state, he declared. Secondly, resurrect all those who were slain by the androids. He continued. As for the third, well, I haven't quite decided yet. I'll save it for later. With that, Goku closed his eyes and pondered, ensuring there were no oversights before he spoke. Although somewhat perplexed, the astute Namekian youth refrained from questioning and obediently uttered Goku's wishes in the Namekian tongue. Very well, that is a simple task, Purunga responded, its crimson gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light. Moments later, the mysterious red glow dissipated, and Purunga raised 1 claw. Your 2 wishes have been granted. If you do not declare your final wish, it will be considered forfeited. Wait, how can it be deemed forfeited? Goku retorted, his displeasure evident. You muscle-brained, hideous lizard. Do you not comprehend? I stated that I would save the remaining wish. Goku's irritation surged. Whatever belonged to him was his alone to command, and he would determine when to utilize it. The words of that muscular lizard felt akin to a death wish. In that moment, a massive, dark golden energy sphere manifested before him. With a wicked grin aimed at the imposing Shenlong Purunga, he declared, since the wishes are gone, you are of no use and shall vanish from this world. Instantly, the dark golden beam enveloped the dragon, piercing through its form and soaring into the sky until it vanished. The assembled Namekians gasped and recoiled in terror as they beheld the gaping wound on Purunga, which marred its robust chest and abdomen, a truly horrifying sight. In no time, Purunga's body began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into countless sparkling golden specks that scattered into the ether. Once Purunga had vanished, the sky cleared and the towering Dragon Balls that lay upon the ground morphed into massive stone orbs. Suddenly, a small dark golden energy wave sliced through the air, colliding with the 7 enormous stone Dragon Balls. With a resounding crash, the round stone orbs crumbled into debris. Meanwhile, the Namekians present had already pressed their heads to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unsure whether they were pleading to the divine or seeking solace. Goku paid them no mind, leaving behind a single remark as he ascended into the sky. By the way, send my regards to your elder. After a considerable interval, once the ominous presence had receded, the prostrate Namekians gradually rose, each expressing their relief at having narrowly escaped calamity. Wait, why are there two suns? A young Namekian exclaimed, pointing at the sky. Upon hearing these words, the others instinctively turned their gaze towards the sky, their expressions transforming into one of sheer astonishment. In their line of sight, alongside the singular, colossal sun, appeared a much smaller sun, descending towards them. However, what set it apart was its deliberate approach towards the gathered crowd. Within the vast confines of the building, the Grand Elder seemed to sense an unusual presence. Struggling to support his still recovering, immense form, he gradually made his way outside. With his left hand resting against the dilapidated doorway, he exhaled deeply and gazed upwards. In the vastness of outer space, Goku observed the destruction sphere, which was a fifth the size of New Namek, gradually encroaching upon the verdant planet. I promised your demise, and I shall ensure it is absolute, he declared, casting a final glance at the now fiery orb that was once New Namek before vanishing in an instant. As he disappeared, a splendid display of fireworks gracefully marked his departure. The Earth reverted to its former state, and those who had fallen to the androids were resurrected. The Earth Warriors, led by Goku and Vegeta, also returned to life, along with the two pairs of android siblings who perished in the planetary explosion. These resurrected individuals wore expressions of bewilderment, still engulfed in the illusions of life and death, until the first among them delivered a sharp slap to a nearby companion. Gradually, everyone began to realize their continued existence in their own unique ways. While the majority rejoiced with tears of joy, their benefactor, Goku, suddenly materialized in Bulma's home. Upon entering the laboratory, he picked up the capsule boxes prepared by the three scientists and scrutinized the contents within. These must be the research equipment assembled by Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief, he mused, nodding slightly before vanishing once more. At the edge of the universe, Cell observed the three individuals within the sphere of light, who were incessantly chattering and occasionally glancing into the empty void before them. During this time, he was not entirely unproductive, as he gleaned insights into their research. Ahead lay a colossal rift in the void, visible only to the leader, while remaining unseen by the others. Indeed, no matter how many times he looked, that which was meant to remain hidden would perpetually evade his sight. After countless glances into the desolate emptiness, Cell shook his head in frustration. He could not see it. It was beyond his sight. In an instant, Goku's sudden appearance captured the attention of the four present. Tossing the box to Dr. Gero, Goku remarked, "All right, focus on your research. Signal me if anything arises. I await your good news." With that, he seized Cell and, as they vanished, added, "Let's find a nearby location to train." On a desolate planet nearby, two figures materialized in the air, locking eyes with one another. The red-haired Goku stated, "I shall train with you one-on-one, so strive to bring me delight." With no option for refusal, Cell mustered his resolve and swiftly charged forward, becoming a mere blur as he attacked Goku. The two moved with incredible speed, leaving behind a flurry of fleeting afterimages in their wake. 3 months later, at the edge of the universe, a laboratory resembling a steel fortress floated in the void, filled with the cacophony of crackling and booming sounds. Suddenly, a peculiar, deep rumble hushed the atmosphere, only to be followed moments later by a series of wails and howls. Success. The exuberance and pride of the man were palpable in his voice. With a pop and a bang, another strange sound erupted, reminiscent of fireworks, accompanied by the appearance of a hollow symbol in the emptiness. Nearby, amidst the desolate stars, two figures danced through the void, their every contact resonating with the sounds of collisions. At that moment, one of them paused, gazing at the fireworks above. Chapter 34. The Dark Rift of Space. The other figure, seemingly lost in the fray, launched a relentless barrage, fists slicing through the air with a whoosh. Although Wukong was captivated by the celestial display, his movements remained swift. He seized the incoming punch from Cell and, with a deft motion, pulled him close, delivering a powerful knee strike to his face. Bang! Cell gasped in pain, momentarily shaken from his stupor. He stared at his unmoving leader, clutching his face and exclaiming, "Boss, what's wrong? We need to uncover the mystery." With that, he grasped Cell's shoulder, and in an instant the two vanished. In the dim, serene steel chamber, two elderly men and a woman convened, surrounded by an array of intricate and sophisticated instruments, some of which inexplicably emitted wisps of black smoke. With a whoosh, Wukong and Cell materialized above the apparatus. And upon noticing the sole vacant space in the area, they descended. As they landed, they occupied the scant remaining space. However, it seemed that the three esteemed scientists were far too engrossed in their observations to notice the newcomers. Eventually, it was the astute and perceptive Bulma who spotted the additional two figures. Wukong, you're here. Hearing Bulma's call, Dr. Gero and Dr. Brief finally snapped back to reality, lowering their heads in acknowledgement. Dr. Gero, filled with eagerness and excitement, exclaimed, "My apologies, boss. This object is simply astonishing. We were so captivated that we didn't even notice your arrival. Here, take a look. This is what you asked us to create, the device capable of opening rifts." As he presented the mesmerizing object to Wukong, its true form was unveiled. A palm-sized silver disc, resembling two crescent moons entwined, exuding an aura of mystery and grandeur. "Boss, are you not also entranced by its exquisite shell? It's truly magnificent. This creation harnesses unknown energies collected from the rifts you spoke of, fused with other materials. Moreover, there exists a wondrous aspect to this phenomenon." As Dr. Gero spoke, he cast the silver disc into the air. Curiously, after spinning several times, the disc came to a complete halt, suspended motionless in the sky. But that is not all. Dr. Gero continued his actions, soaring to an appropriate height, his hands converging towards it. Strangely, no matter how he exerted force, upwards, downwards, or sideways, he was unable to close the gap. It was as if the silver disc repelled him. Observing the proximity between Dr. Gero's hands and the disc, it was merely the size of a fist apart. "All right, step aside. Let me give it a try." With that, Wukong ascended, and Dr. Gero hastily made way. Wukong extended one hand downward and the other upward, gradually drawing closer. Upon reaching a fist's distance, an immense repulsive force manifested. Wukong's gaze sharpened as he exerted all his strength with both hands. As Wukong applied his full effort, the terrifying repulsion intensified, causing the veins in his red-furred arms to bulge. Furthermore, as his hands collided with the disc, flickers of lightning began to dance around them. After several minutes of stalemate, while the blue arcs of electricity multiplied, the insurmountable distance remained unchanged. This is intriguing. Wukong nodded, releasing the silver disc as he descended to the ground. Gazing up at it, "It won't just stay suspended indefinitely, will it?" Dr. Gero replied, observing the disc. "No, it will descend after a few minutes." "Has this object been named yet?" "Not yet. However, we have each suggested a few names, awaiting your esteemed decision." "No need for that. Let us call it the Silver Shuttle." After Wukong made his decision, Dr. Gero promptly responded, "As expected of you, boss. Such a unique name, ha." The atmosphere fell into silence until, for minutes later, the Silver Shuttle plummeted, and Wukong caught it with ease. "All right, let us head out. By the way, do you all wish to see this? If so, touch my body." In the next moment, all five individuals placed their hands upon Wukong's powerful arm, and with a swift motion, they vanished. Outside, in the abyss of darkness as the five appeared, a massive dark golden energy shield materialized instantaneously. Wukong gazed at the colossal, pitch-black rift before him, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. In the next heartbeat, he hurled the silver shuttle towards the gaping maw of that immense void. To the others, the silver disc spiraled forward, growing ever larger. Within Wukong's dark purple pupils, ablaze with black energy, the silver shuttle expanded as it approached the rift, perfectly occupying the very center of that vast opening. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, the once crescent-shaped silver shuttle abruptly split apart, with each half rotating in opposing directions. The result of this rotation produced two silver vortices, emanating liquid silver that gradually infiltrated the space shrouded in ominous black mist. Before long, the immense fissure, save for the void at its center, became enveloped by a silvery substance. To the eyes of the other four, that silvery plate suddenly transformed into two, spinning continuously, and then a liquid of silver began to emerge from the two whirlpools, painting the void as if it were a canvas tainted by cosmic pollution. Then a great silver maw materialized. In Wukong's gaze, the silvery liquid covering the fissure ceased its movement at that moment. The two silver whirlpools at the center of the fissure began to spin with an even more terrifying intensity. Accompanied by this, the sides of the fissure, ensconced in the silvery liquid, began to shift in an upward and downward motion, widening increasingly. Observing the ever-expanding fissure, Wukong understood the cause. So this is how that repelling force manifests. Minutes passed, and the fissure, visible only to Wukong, had grown tenfold, resembling a demon yawning wide. Its dark, profound interior seemingly capable of devouring all. After a few seconds of watching the fissure cease to expand, Wukong turned to the others behind him and proclaimed, "All right, this should be its maximum size. I shall venture inside. If I do not return within a day, you are free." With that, Wukong enveloped himself in golden flames and transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the unknown darkness ahead. Upon entering this bizarre fissure, he found himself amidst an endless void of darkness, as if rendered blind. With no other recourse, Wukong could only rely on an instinctive sense to navigate aimlessly through the shadows. Time seemed to dissipate in this dark realm. As he wandered, the sensations in his body began to fade one by one, until only his darkened eyes remained. Suddenly, amidst the pure darkness, a peculiar streak of blood appeared. Chapter 35. The Blood Jade Giant Egg and the Old Man in Black. This trace of blood, in the midst of such profound darkness, stood out like a firefly. Drawn by the vivid crimson hue, Wukong, now reduced to mere eyes, instinctively moved towards the blood trail. As time slipped away, the blood transitioned from sparse to rich. Imanating afanoha. After an indeterminate duration of progression, a small red dot emerged ahead. Gazing at this dot, Wukong felt an inexplicable urge to blink. A compulsion he could not resist. In the blink of an eye, a giant egg suddenly materialized before him. He examined this towering blood-red egg, akin to jade, and turned his gaze back, finding the distant red dot vanished. Could it be? So soon? At that moment, the red giant egg released a mist of crimson, encircling Wukong, gradually restoring the sensations in his previously numb body. Wukong moved his limbs, then approached the giant egg, reaching out to touch it, finding it somewhat cold to the touch. So frigid, even if there were life within, it must have perished. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to relocate this object, allowing the others to study it thoroughly and discern its nature. The four individuals gazed at the immense silver maw in the sky, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. At that moment, Dr. Brief glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, "It has nearly been a day. It seems we must part ways." "Doctor." Jero cast a fleeting glance at the time, his countenance shifting between uncertainty and resolve. In contrast, Bulma remained remarkably composed, undisturbed as she stood still, documenting her observations of the great silver aperture before her. Meanwhile, Cell had been standing with his arms crossed, head bowed, in quiet contemplation since Goku had entered. As another half-hour passed, Dr. Brief's anticipation grew palpable. He fixated on his watch, counting each second with fervor. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as if time itself were whispering its passage, culminating in Dr. Brief's internal countdown reaching its final number. "Now, it has arrived," he announced as Cell, who had previously kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide and echoed the sentiment. Instantaneously, a colossal crimson egg erupted from the depths of the silver maw. As it emerged, the yawning abyss behind it gradually receded, ultimately vanishing along with the silver shuttle and the liquid that had accompanied it. The onlookers' eyes lingered curiously on the blood-red egg for a fleeting moment before collectively shifting their gaze to Goku, who stood behind the egg. As a fissure formed, the egg began to levitate, shrouded in a swirling crimson mist. "What is this?" Dr. Jero inquired, his voice laced with urgency as he observed the eerie fog enveloping the egg. "I discovered this in the rift. It is chilling to the touch. I wonder if the creature inside is alive or dead." Goku replied, stepping closer to the egg and gently tapping it with his fingers. Thud! It is remarkably hard. After feeling its rigidity, he circled the egg several times, and realizing there was no other course of action, he addressed the three individuals within the energy shield. "I'm at a loss. Bulma and esteemed doctors, I must rely on you to discern what this entity is." The trio nodded in understanding, and with a wave of Goku's hand, the immense energy shield fragmented into three smaller sections, granting them the freedom to maneuver through space. Armed with their tools, they encircled the blood-red egg, preparing to collect samples and conduct analyses. Dr. Jero, brandishing a syringe, approached the egg with intent. "You dare!" he exclaimed as the needle pierced the surface. Suddenly, a cataclysmic roar erupted, reverberating through the air like thunder. In an instant, among the five present, only the formidable Goku and the relatively strong Cell remained standing. The other three collapsed, overwhelmed by the sound. Nevertheless, Goku and Cell were not unscathed. As their ears rang with a cacophony, their bodies racked with discomfort and dizziness. Struggling to maintain their balance, the two gradually acclimated to their disorientation. Yet the thunderous roar persisted, echoing incessantly in their ears. Abruptly, a swirling black vortex tore open in the distant void, from which a plume of black smoke surged forth, racing toward the colossal egg with astonishing speed. Ha! 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 Indeed, indeed. Ha ha ha! The dark smoke emitted a laugh of relief, though the sound was low and unpleasant. It carried a wildness that instilled fear. The figure began to transform, the inky vapor swirling as it continuously formed the various parts of its body. In no time, a person cloaked in a black robe, wielding a gray-bone staff, materialized before them. Cough, cough. The figure erupted into laughter, only halting when a cough escaped its lips. Ceasing its raucous mirth, it turned towards the still-adjusting Goku and Cell, inquiring, "Were you the ones who brought forth this colossal egg?" Noticing their silence and dazed expressions, the robed figure waved its staff, and a black aura rippled like waves, instantly sharpening Goku and Cell's focus. With a swift motion, they retreated until the terrifying figure was out of sight, stopping only then. What was that just now? Although they could not sense its aura, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them. As Goku prepared to speak, a figure suddenly appeared before him, gazing at the faceless figure in black. He realized escape was futile. The creature was far too powerful. In the next moment, they found themselves back in front of the blood jade egg, bewildered at their sudden return to the previous location. Goku could only marvel at its might, feeling a mixture of awe and trepidation. "Is this thing what you brought forth?" The figure extended its left hand, bony and pale, pointing at the enormous egg with its raspy, grating voice. "Indeed," Goku replied candidly, feeling no need for concealment, as the evidence was right before them. "Can you see the evil heart rift?" "Huh? Oh." Cell, looking bewildered, crossed his arms and bowed his head in silence. Goku mused to himself, "So that rift is called the evil heart rift." I could see the evil heart rift you mentioned," he stammered. "Oh." The robed figure turned, its interest piqued as it scrutinized Goku, who reciprocated by observing this enigmatic being. The black robe shrouded a body reminiscent of a hunchbacked elder, exuding an aura of impending death, as if on the brink of expiration. After a moment of examination, the figure's gaze locked onto Goku's eyes, and it smiled. "Huh, such pure darkness. I understand now why you can perceive the evil heart rift." Its tone shifted to one of gravity, though still unpleasant. The raspy voice echoed ominously in their minds. "Young man, you have accomplished something truly remarkable." Chapter 36, Secrets of the Past. "Oh," Goku responded, puzzled by the black-robed elder's assertion. "Why do you say that?" The elder offered no reply, but instead tapped the colossal egg before them. Tap. Top. Of course. It is due to this. After scrutinizing the blood jade egg once more, he turned back to Goku and said, "This is no ordinary object. Do you know the Omni King?" "Ah, no. How can such a little fellow comprehend the likes of the Omni King?" The elder in the black robe shook his head in resignation, poised to enlighten Wukong with knowledge beyond his grasp. "The Omni King, indeed. And how dare you, old man, look down upon others?" Wukong responded with evident displeasure, musing to himself that had he not been uncertain of his ability to defeat the elder, he would have already unleashed a tremendous force to send him flying. "Oh," the black-robed elder exclaimed in astonishment, his head slightly lifting beneath the dark fabric. His distinctive voice soon resonated again. "Though I am perplexed as to how you are aware of the Omni King, this spares us from delving into trivial matters. Since you possess knowledge of the Omni King, I shall reveal to you that this egg is profoundly connected to him. In fact, it is the Omni King himself." Wukong uttered in confusion, while Cell regarded the enigmatic elder with a similar look of skepticism, clearly questioning whether the elder was jesting. The black-robed elder seemed to perceive their thoughts without needing to see their expressions. "You need not doubt, for once I finish my tale, you will both understand." With that, the peculiar and seemingly malevolent elder commenced a tale brimming with fervor. Long, long ago, two extraordinary life forms were born. One emerged with unparalleled strength, destined from the moment of its birth to reign as the supreme sovereign. In contrast, the other, which could be deemed its younger sibling, was vastly different. Perhaps it was a case of yin and yang. Compared to its formidable brother, the younger sibling was absurdly weak. Not only was it frail and diminutive, but its dark skin rendered it exceedingly unattractive. The weak brother and the powerful sibling ultimately belonged to disparate worlds. when the elder ascended to become the Omni King. The younger was sadly cast away by its naive brother. Thus, the younger wandered through various universes, subjected to relentless bullying due to its grotesque appearance. Being weak, it was often left battered and bruised. This torment persisted for a millennium, until one fateful day, the younger sibling, having been beaten into unconsciousness yet again, lay with countless wounds bleeding profusely. Suddenly, a dark cloud descended from the heavens, enveloping the unconscious brother and whisking him away into oblivion. From that day forth, the frail brother vanished, never to re-emerge. Another millennium passed before a sinister dark force arose, swiftly conquering universe after universe with terrifying efficiency. Their leader was a fearsome entity known as the Dark Demon. Under his overwhelming might, every universe ultimately fell into his clutches. With the conquest of all realms complete, the Dark Demon relentlessly advanced towards the last bastion that had yet to succumb, the palace of the Omni King. When the final battle commenced, the mysterious Dark Demon revealed his true identity. He was the younger sibling, who had been missing for a millennium, sharing a symbiotic existence with the Omni King. Upon their meeting, the Omni King addressed him directly, saying, "You should retreat. Otherwise, I shall erase you." The All-Demon gazed at the seemingly oblivious king with a look of incredulity, as if struggling to comprehend the dire situation, all the while listening to the two senseless statements just uttered. Amusement turned to anger, and the derisive glint in its grotesque eyes danced with mirth. In the next moment, the All-Demon thrust a blood-red orb toward the king's innocent visage. Undoubtedly, the All-Demon, steeped in a legacy spanning 10,000 years, held the upper hand. In this fierce battle, the king faced defeat. However, due to their symbiotic relationship, he did not perish but was instead imprisoned. Among his followers, only the great divine palace managed to escape, while the rest were mercilessly vanquished. Following this monumental conflict, the All-Demon emerged as the new sovereign of the cosmos. Yet, the All-Demon was not one to remain idle. After a brief respite, it resolved to conquer other realms. Harnessing the temporal powers of the Time Ring, the All-Demon embarked on a new campaign, leaving a trail of bloodshed and violence as each dimension fell one after another. However, pride often precedes a fall, and during one such temporal traversal, the All-Demon and its entourage encountered a rare temporal storm, resulting in numerous casualties. Upon returning to their stronghold, they discovered, unbeknownst to them, that the great divine palace had risen to form a formidable force. After rescuing the imprisoned king, they seized the opportunity to ambush the beleaguered All-Demon and its companions. The severely wounded All-Demon was not imprisoned, having learned from past mistakes. It was instead fragmented and sealed within the spatial rifts of various dimensions. Those loyal yet misguided followers of the All-Demon were confined to the exiled lands. The Abyss of Blood. Thus concludes this tale, a story brimming with fervor, albeit ending in the brother's defeat. Yet, the feeble brother, through relentless effort, managed to best his formidable sibling once. For a moment, even Goku was entranced by the narrative, but as it drew to a close, he could only sigh in resignation. Now you understand the immense value of what has emerged from the rift, do you not? The old man in the black robe concluded, gesturing with his staff toward the massive crimson egg behind him. Goku nodded, while the cold and calculating Cell stood with arms crossed, silent and observant. After a brief silence following the old man's words, he continued, stating that this was merely one fragment of a greater whole. "Young one," the old man said, his eyes, shrouded beneath his robe, fixated on Goku with an unsettling intensity. "Only you possess the vision to perceive the cracks of malevolence. Can you assist me in locating the other fragments?" "Me?" Goku replied, a playful glint in his eye, a sly smile gracing his lips. "Why do you believe I would undertake such a perilous endeavor?" "Ah, it's merely intuition." The old man chuckled. "The fire in your eyes reveals that you are not one to acquiesce to tranquility. Your ambitions are vast indeed." As he spoke, the old man circled around Goku, adding, "And I can aid you in realizing those ambitions." "You?" Goku fixed his gaze upon the elder, incredulous. "What gives you the right to think you can assist me?" "I recall your tale wherein the All-Demon was taken by the black clouds and vanished for a millennium." The old man observed the astonishment in Goku's eyes before continuing. "Do you believe that with a decade of training, I could cultivate an unparalleled being such as the full demon? Is it truly beyond my modest aspirations?" After a moment of contemplation, Wukong inquired, "What if I choose not to assist you?" The old man in the black robe fell silent for a brief interval before responding. "What will be done then? We would merely have to await the next candidate. So what is your answer?" Chapter 37. The Mysterious Visitor. The atmosphere became eerily still, as the old man in the black robe remained motionless, awaiting Wukong's reply. This profound silence did not persist for long, as approximately 2 seconds and 3 breaths later, Wukong declared, "Very well. I shall lend my aid." "Excellent, excellent," the old man exclaimed, tapping his skeletal staff in delight. "You have not disappointed me. Young one, you have made a judicious choice." Wukong could only feign a smile, though a sense of wariness brewed within him. Indeed, this old fellow was a character of duplicity. Had his response been contrary to the old man's desires, the outcome might have been starkly different. Alas, it ultimately comes down to strength. Had I not sensed my inability to vanquish this ancient being, I would have long since revealed his true form. Wukong's inner monologue remained unheard as the old man placed his hand upon a massive egg. A plume of black smoke enveloped it, and shortly thereafter, both the smoke and the egg vanished. "What is this?" Wukong gazed at the extraordinary scene, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "Do not be alarmed. You too could achieve this, provided you attain a certain level of power," the old man remarked, having stowed away the massive egg. "Now, we possess but this one fragment. We must continue to gather the remaining 6 parts to resurrect the full demon. How shall we locate the other fragments?" Wukong asked, his curiosity piqued. The full demon was divided into 7 parts and scattered across countless realms. To locate and assemble them is akin to scaling a mountain. However, the old man continued, with the 1/7 you fortuitously discovered, the prospect of resurrecting the full demon has become attainable. Attainable? Wukong echoed. Indeed, the fragment you uncovered merely serves to guide us. We must also acquire the time ring of the Kaioshin, but these are not the most critical elements. The final item is paramount. Upon hearing that additional conditions were necessary, Wukong expressed mild impatience. Why must this be so complicated? Yet, the last item should be a trivial matter for one of your caliber. Trivial? Ha! The old man shook his head. While it may seem simple, the prerequisite is capturing her. Regrettably, her power is under her sole dominion, unless she desires to be found. None shall succeed. Oh, what manner of being possesses such prowess? She is no ordinary individual. She is, suddenly, a voice interrupted their dialogue. Crack, crack, just above them. An expanse of void split open, and a diminutive figure leaped forth, shouting exuberantly at last, "I've found you, temporal fugitive." The elderly figure cloaked in black was no longer the tranquil presence he once was. Disbelief echoed in his voice as he gazed, somewhat dazed, at the sudden appearance of an individual. However, in an instant, he regained his composure, erupting into laughter as he pointed his skeletal staff towards the void, unleashing a ripple of darkness that spread forth. "Heaven has truly favored me. What remarkable fortune!" he exclaimed, gesturing towards the celestial visitor above. "Isn't this astonishing? Just as I was about to mention her, she materializes before my very eyes." Wukong looked up perplexed. At the familiar figure, a petite woman with soft orange hair and delicate skin that danced between shades of lavender and pink, exuding a sweet and charming allure. She wore an off-shoulder, burgundy outer garment cinched at the waist with a brown belt, paired with loose gray trousers and white shoes. "Who is she? I feel as though I've seen her before," he pondered. Noticing Wukong's momentary stupor, the old man in black interjected, "It is truly incredible. Young one, she is the final piece of the puzzle to resurrect the king of all, Cronoia, the Kaioshin of time. By capturing her, who possesses the power of time, we shall traverse the cosmos without the need for the time ring. Had she not appeared before me, I would have never located her, let alone controlled her." Though the old man's face remained obscured, his voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement. Meanwhile, Cronoia, the Kaioshin of time, hung in the air, her expression fraught with concern as she murmured anxiously, "How could this happen? Why has the time travel mechanism failed?" She cast her gaze upon the dark figure, radiating a terrifying aura below, her heart racing. "What do I do?" Moments prior, the charming Kaioshin had uttered those words upon emerging from a temporal rift, only to sense a surge of malevolence. The subsequent laughter drew her attention back to the cloaked elder. Upon their first encounter, she instinctively summoned her time power to open a time tunnel, but to her dismay, no response ensued, igniting her urgency. "Huh, you dare venture where angels fear to tread, Cronoia. You shall surrender willingly," the old man declared, extending a hand towards her in a feigned gesture of grasping. An aura of gray light, unique to her time power, enveloped Cronoia. "Dreadful demon, you shall not prevail," she retorted defiantly. In the next heartbeat, a colossal hand forged from black energy lunged towards her. Instantly, a violent clash erupted between the ebony lightning and the argent radiance, the air crackling with intensity. As the Dark Hand's electric energy surged, the silver glow began to wane, with tendrils of lightning piercing through, striking the Kaioshin of time with devastating force. A searing, penetrating pain swiftly coursed through her entire being, eliciting agonized moans. The sinister laughter of the great demon, resonating with the current scene, felt particularly fitting. A pitch-black hand gradually consumed the remaining light, while the god of time, Cronoa, found himself enveloped by a dark sphere, akin to a basketball ensnared within a palm. In the next moment, both the god of time and the colossal hand vanished. Subsequently, the great demon, an elderly figure draped in black robes, descended and, gazing at Goku, chuckled. This luck I scarcely wish to comment. Everything is in place, though something is still lacking. Having just witnessed the old man's formidable strength, Goku's apprehension deepened. What is still lacking? He inquired. What is lacking, you ask? Naturally, it is your power. The great demon retorted. Since I have promised you that your strength will match your ambitions, I shall not go back on my word. Goku promptly pointed to the three unconscious figures behind him, stating, Let me first tend to my subordinates. No need for that. I shall assist you, the great demon replied, waving his skeletal staff. Instantly, a wave of inky black mist engulfed the three individuals like swamp. There, they have been returned to their rightful places. Chapter 38. The Devil's Training begins. Observing the vanishing figures, Goku could only wish them good fortune. The great demon then gestured, and a swirling black vortex materialized before them. As he approached the whirlpool, he remarked, You must have heard my name by now, yes? Indeed, the god of time referred to you as the great demon. Goku and Cell replied, following closely behind. Very well, you may call me that. By the way, we will be together for some time. How shall I address you? Goku. Just call me Goku. Cell. Excellent. The three of them disappeared into the inky whirlpool. On Earth, in an uninhabited expanse, a swamp-like black mist abruptly appeared, only to vanish at an astonishing speed, leaving four unconscious individuals behind. Moments later, Dr. Gero, the cyborg creator, was the first to awaken. Rubbing his head, he stood and slowly recollected the tumultuous events he had just experienced. How dare that old rascal, he thought, recalling the last sound he heard before losing consciousness. A shiver ran through him as he seemed to return to a time when that voice held sway over him. After steadying himself, Dr. Gero glanced at the still unconscious Bulma and Dr. Brief. After a moment's contemplation, he leapt away into the horizon. Meanwhile, Bulma and Dr. Brief remained oblivious to how long it would take for them to awaken. In an endless, unknown realm of darkness, a colossal blood-red planet, laced with black lightning, floated alone. Within this sphere, Goku, Cell, and the great demon, who had previously vanished into the dark vortex, began to materialize one after another. Kid, this is the location for your intense training, the great demon declared. The environment here is harsh, with gravity 100 times that of an ordinary planet, and it fluctuates at will. Moreover, the soil of this planet possesses unique qualities, which you will come to understand once you experience it. This place indeed tests one's mettle. Now, time is of the essence, Goku. Unleash your full strength. I wish to ascertain the extent of your power. As the demon god spoke, Goku and Cell surveyed their surroundings with keen eyes. Goku swiftly retracted his gaze, raising his right hand in a gesture for Cell to step back slightly. Then, Goku bent his arms, clenching his fists as a golden aura erupted forth, expanding rapidly alongside the intensifying energy. Goku's fur gradually transformed to a reddish brown, while his hair shifted to a deep crimson, shadowed ominously, engulfed in a unique violet-red flame unlike the ordinary Super Saiyan 4. As Goku transformed, a formidable wave of energy radiated outward, and a flickering violet-red light ignited in the air. Cell, pushed back several meters by the forceful energy wave, wore a face of terror. Is it truly this formidable? Had he harnessed this power earlier, he might have crushed me with a mere finger. Goku S might redefine Cell S understanding, plunging him into a state of self-doubt regarding his own insignificance. Meanwhile, Goku, having just attained his strongest form, regarded the seemingly unaffected demon god with a grave expression. His own power had surged, yet he still could not gauge the depth of the demon god's strength. Is this truly your full power? Indeed, this is my utmost state. Super Saiyan 4, limit break. Not bad. Stronger than some gods of destruction. The demon god acknowledged with a nod, but still too weak. I could easily dispatch you with a single blow, though that is not my intention. Upon hearing that the demon god could eliminate him with a mere strike, Goku felt a twinge of reluctance. But he had no choice but to clench his fists in acceptance. I've got it. No sooner had he spoken than the demon god transformed into a swirling mass of black mist and surged towards Cell, enveloping him entirely. Gradually, Cell let out a muffled groan of resistance before settling, his green exoskeletal shell morphing into white, adorned with eerie black patterns. Demon god, what is this? Goku inquired, momentarily perplexed by his actions, filled with questions yet remaining composed as he awaited an explanation. This body is quite suitable. It is weak enough to allow me to control my power and prevent accidental fatality. As the demon god spoke, he swayed rhythmically in his new form, displaying a certain grace. And what of him? Oh, that little fellow. Fear not. He is far too weak. I have sealed him within this body. Once your special training concludes, I shall return the body to him. Though uncertain of the truth in his words, Goku could only hope that the demon god would keep his promise. Now Goku, come forth. Feel free to attack as you wish. Unleash your power to your heart's content. Listening to his words, Wukong no longer hesitated. He transformed into a streak of crimson light and charged towards him. Bang! The fist enveloped in Wukong's purplish-red aura collided fiercely with the fist of the great demon god Cell, producing a sound akin to clashing steel. Subsequently, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their silhouettes darting against the crimson sky, colliding and separating in a relentless rhythm. The sounds of impact echoed, punctuated by the thunderous noise of their ferocious combat. After several minutes of this intense confrontation, one of them was suddenly sent flying, crashing into the ground composed of black, peculiar soil. In an instant, a large crater formed, yet the other did not grant him a moment's respite, immediately pursuing him with a powerful, descending kick. Thud! It was uncertain if the kick connected, but the impact transformed the crater into a profound pit, and the assailant revealed his true form. Wukong, sensing the force of the kick, realized he had evaded it. At that moment, from the swirling smoke behind him, a white leg emerged, dispersing the fog and striking Wukong in the back, propelling him forward and carving a significant trench along the ground. However, Wukong swiftly returned, landing a punch squarely on the face of the demon god Cell, sending him crashing into several black peaks. Without a moment's pause, Wukong teleported above the demon god Cell, preparing to unleash a red and blue Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha wave. A column of blue-red light enveloped the demon god Cell, intensifying in power, causing the beam to thicken and the destruction below to widen. Wukong gazed at the massive energy wave in his hands, roaring in fury as he amplified its output, causing the energy column to swell several times over. Tenfold Kamehameha. In an instant, the colossal, formidable energy wave, radiating a terrifying aura, surged violently towards the black earth below. Ultimately, this blood-red celestial sphere erupted with a thunderous boom, piercing through. Chapter 39. The Terrifying Great Demon God. Wukong hovered in the air, hands still clasped as he maintained the posture from his recent energy wave. He surveyed the giant crater below, still emitting wisps of smoke, remaining vigilant. Although he had struck a blow, this adversary was far from easily vanquished. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, from the smoke-filled mouth of the crater, a series of coughs emerged as the demon god Cell gradually ascended, fanning away the smoke while remarking, "The power is commendable, though the smoke is rather suffocating." Moreover, the visibly massive mouth of the crater began to shrink slowly, returning to its unscathed state as if it had never been damaged. Damn it! Observing the unscathed demon god Cell, Wukong thought begrudgingly, such formidable resilience. With determination, Wukong clenched his fists and aimed another punch at the demon god Cell's face. But this time, it was not so easily landed. The demon god Cell firmly caught the punch, gripping tightly and denying Wukong any chance of escape. As Wukong observed one of his hands ensnared, his reflexes kicked in, and with his other hand, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to the face of the demon god. Salu. Thud. The elbow penetrated deeply into Salu's visage, causing his head to jerk backward with a splatter of crimson blood. However, such a fierce assault did not compel him to relinquish his grip. Hey, not bad, kid. Salu forcefully returned his head to its original position, then seized Wukong's wrist, yanking his elbow free. In no time, his previously mangled and bloodied face restored to its former state. Salu then pulled Wukong toward himself, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. Following this, with hands clasped, he executed a hammering blow that sent Wukong crashing into the ground. Boom! The once smooth surface now bore a deep crater, while Salu, crossing his arms, appeared entirely at ease. Wukong, emerging from the shattered pit, stood up. Thanks to the formidable physique granted by Super Saiyan 4, the recent attack had not inflicted significant damage. Ascending into the air, Wukong gazed at the demon god before him. Is this what special training entails? I sense that the intensity is rather lacking. Salu smirked, shaking his head side to side, twisting his neck, his thumbs interlocking, producing a series of crisp cracks. All right, I believe I've warmed up sufficiently. Let us commence in earnest. With that, he provocatively beckoned with a finger. Observing Salu's audacious demeanor, Wukong refrained from acting impulsively and instead brought his hands together, assuming a familiar stance. Kamehameha, though merely a test, the power behind it was not to be underestimated. As the azure energy beam surged toward Salu, an astonishing scene unfolded. The massive elliptical energy wave was effortlessly swatted aside by Salu. Like a graceful arc, it collided with the ground, and a tremendous explosion ensued, creating yet another deep pit. This is different. Wukong immediately sensed a profound sense of oppression. Yet he resolved not to succumb easily. In the next instant, he teleported behind Salu and delivered a kick aimed at his neck. Bam! The sound echoed, as if striking steel, yet Salu remained utterly unmoved, as though he felt nothing at all. What's going on? Why is my strength so feeble? It barely registered, exclaimed Wukong as Salu seized his leg and flung him away. In an instant, Salu appeared before Wukong, landing a kick squarely on his face. Wukong transformed into a meteor, carving a long fissure into the ground, as if splitting the earth itself. From within the dark crevice, Wukong emerged, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to find Salu standing before him once more. You'd better hurry up, or once I become more accustomed to my body, you won't stand a chance. Salu, in his demonic form, warned while flexing his fingers. In an instant, Goku surged forward, his fists striking like phantoms towards the malevolent being, Cell. Yet these powerful blows were effortlessly evaded by Cell. Gradually, Goku's fists began to emit smoke from the exertion. Yet he still failed to make contact. Is evasion your only skill? He exclaimed. Suddenly, whether by chance or design, Goku's fist connected with Cell's face. However, the force that had previously dented his visage now felt as though it had struck an indomitable wall of steel. As pain coursed through his hand, Goku intended to retreat. But in a swift motion, Cell seized his wrist. Following this, a simple yet devastating punch from Cell landed squarely on Goku's abdomen. Blood spewed from Goku's mouth as he clutched his midsection, bending over in agony. Before he could gather his wits, Cell unleashed a ferocious kick to Goku's head, causing the stone wall to shatter upon impact. Without pausing, Cell initiated a flurry of rapid punches, striking Goku's wild form repeatedly, their momentum carrying them deeper underground. After descending several meters, Cell pressed a hand against Goku's chest. In the next moment, a basketball-sized sphere of dark energy materialized, rapidly expanding. Dark Obliteration Sphere. The energy orb detonated at its zenith, unleashing a torrent of brutal energy that engulfed Goku and the surrounding area. In the aftermath of the despairing darkness, the landscape lay in ruins, with a massive crater, as large as a basketball court, glaringly evident. Cell floated in the air, arms crossed, murmuring to himself, "Oh, you didn't fall from that?" Not to mention, this body's resilience is rather impressive. At the center of the vast pit, Goku struggled to rise from the debris, gasping for breath as crimson blood trickled down his skin, each droplet falling to the ground. He had endured the full brunt of that terrifying attack, his body marred with wounds that continued to bleed. His black vest and white trousers were tattered and torn. Goku gazed up at the hovering Cell with intense focus, placing his hands on his hips as a radiant blue light began to emanate from him, followed by a surge of violet energy. "Demon God, behold my strongest strike," he proclaimed, the hundredfold Kamehameha wave. As soon as the words left his lips, a massive crimson energy wave surged towards Cell. Observing the colossal orb rushing towards him, Cell scoffed. "Allow me to demonstrate the insurmountable chasm between us." In response to the formidable hundredfold Kamehameha, Cell pressed both hands against it, his body clinging to the wave like a gecko, being propelled backward. However, after only a few meters, Cell forcibly halted his motion and began to push the immense energy wave downward. Until it was brought before Goku, he exerted force with both hands, compressing it to the size of fist, and then gently poked it. Chapter 40. underlying currents. Boom! The fist-sized Kamehameha exploded, casting a brilliant azure light that illuminated the surroundings and enveloped both individuals. The next day, on the pitch-black earth, the demon god Cell sat cross-legged, eyes closed, utterly unharmed, while Goku lay unconscious on the ground before him. Minutes later, Cell suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Goku. 3 seconds passed, and Goku's eyelids twitched before he finally opened his eyes. Goku first stared at the crimson sky, then sat upright, pondering, "How long have I been asleep?" "One day," Cell replied, extending a finger. "However, your recovery ability is quite remarkable. You managed to heal from such injuries in merely a day." Goku patted his sturdy chest, smiling as he responded, "The reason is a bit complex. Just consider it good fortune." With that, Goku stood up, declaring, "All right, let us begin. I need to hurry and grow stronger. I cannot endure another defeat like yesterday." In an instant, Goku transformed into a series of afterimages, launching an assault on Cell, as they exchanged blows beneath the blood-red sky. For months later, on Earth, in the Arctic glaciers, an endless expanse of white was beset by a biting, bone-chilling snowstorm. Amidst the towering, pristine snow peaks, there lay an unexpected low snow valley. Beneath the thick layer of snow, a spacious area resembling a basement awaited. In this dark world, only scattered mechanical devices and computers emitted faint glimmers of light. Before the largest computer, a cacophony of keystrokes filled the air, illuminated by the dim glow. An elderly man with white hair, resembling a venerable scientist, revealed his visage. Following a series of incomprehensible mechanical sounds, a stream of excited exclamations burst forth from the old man's lips. "Ha ha ha! It worked! It worked! With this, I, Dr. Gero, shall return." His elation stemmed from the massive cylindrical glass incubation chamber positioned before him, filled with a luminous green liquid, within which a tiny, egg-like embryo lay sleeping peacefully. 4 years later, following the battle with Cell 4 years prior, Earth enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, such serenity appeared poised to be shattered today, as a spacecraft traversed the cosmos toward Earth, located dozens of light-years away. Inside the ship were 4 humanoid beings, 2 blue-skinned, jelly-like aliens. A tall figure with a blood-red complexion, adorned with small red horns, and ears resembling wings extending outward. A robust figure clad in loose blue attire, draped in a white cloak, stands prominently. Curiously, the 3 individuals in front bear an emblem resembling the letter mu upon their foreheads, while the last one is devoid of such a mark. The final extraterrestrial appears akin to a withering brownish-yellow gnome, with sparse tufts of hair atop its head, adorned in an orange-yellow robe of enchantment, beneath which lies a white dress, and its abdomen is protected by white armor, also bearing them insignia. How long until we arrive? Truly, it seems you lot are utterly inept. Within the confines of the spacecraft, the yellow gnome, seemingly ignited with fervor, berates the 2 individuals, chattering incessantly. After a bout of parched speech, it lifts a nearby cup to sip water, then glances at the imposing red extraterrestrial. "Depura, are you certain that other beings from Earth are plotting against us?" "Indeed, Lord Babidi," Depura replies with a courteous bend of his right arm across his left shoulder. "As a member of the demon race and a former demon realm king, I possess a heightened sensitivity to dark magical energies. I can assure you with utmost certainty that I have detected such forces, and they emanate an overwhelming terror beyond my comprehension." What great terror could possibly exist? None can rival my beloved Majin Buu. Babidi retorts with indignation. Observing Depura's silent demeanor, Babidi, seeking an outlet for his frustration, aims his weapon at the 2 hapless extraterrestrials piloting the ship before them. "You 2 imbeciles, why the slow pace? My Majin Buu is growing impatient." The circular vessel glides through the void amidst a flurry of curses. On Earth, the expansive expanse of white glaciers remains unchanged, with countless snow-capped peaks concealing hidden valleys. Beneath the thick layer of snow, the environment is as dark, eerie, and frigid as it was 4 years prior. Every negative descriptor applies to this place. Guided by scant rays of light, before the largest computer stands the familiar figure of Dr. Gero, hands clasped behind his back, intently scrutinizing a creature within a glass incubation chamber. Its massive body coils, obscuring its features. Yet the terrifying aura it exudes signifies it is a formidable entity not to be underestimated. Almost there. Soon this, my most powerful weapon, shall be complete. Doctor. Gero thinks excitedly, his eyes gleaming with ambition, sharper than ever. Over the past 4 years, while Earth has seen little significant change. It has witnessed the emergence of a criminal gang comprised of two pairs of twins, dubbed the Pisces Assassins and the Gemini Demons. Why one is labeled an assassin and the other a demon? Though these twin pairs are cut from the same cloth, their temperaments diverge greatly. One pair is notoriously bloodthirsty, resembling demons in their malevolence. Another pair is less bloodthirsty. They merely delight in the destruction of certain structures, inadvertently affecting lives. And they only resort to killing those who strike at them first. Although the emergence of these two criminal factions has increased chaos on Earth, the devastation they cause is not particularly severe, as they tend to vanish abruptly during their rampages, only to reappear after some time. While the reason for their disappearance remains a mystery, humanity has attributed it to divine intervention, kneeling in prayer each time destruction occurs. In a remote, abandoned factory, the notorious quartet of murderers is perched atop the highest steel structure, shaped like a cross. Two strikingly beautiful and cold young women with golden hair sit on either side of the cross, their slender legs dangling in midair, playfully swaying. Leaning against one of the central pillars is a dark-haired, aloof young man clad in a green and white t-shirt and tattered blue jeans, his back resting against the steel. Upon closer inspection, one might mistake these four for quadruplets, as the two young women are identical, while the two young men mirror each other as well. Suddenly, the blonde beauty on the right exclaims, "How infuriating! Was it really necessary to pursue us for merely stealing some clothes?" Her finely arched brows furrow slightly, and she pouts in displeasure. Yes, yes, yes. The subsequent destruction of the mall and the collateral damage were merely a chain reaction. This has nothing to do with you. The other blonde seems to disagree, immediately retorting. Moreover, had I not been engaging with the enemies alongside Lapras, you two would have been captured long ago. Lazily. You are right, number 18. We must exercise caution. Our leader has not contacted us for 4 years, remarks the dark-haired young man leaning against the pillar. When we encounter those Saiyans, we ought to endure. Once our leader returns, we shall no longer have to tread lightly. Upon hearing his words, the other three fall silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Are you certain your leader is still alive? And will he truly allow us to join his ranks? Number 18, filled with apprehension, gestures to herself and her silent brother, number 18. Rest assured, Lapras suddenly stands, exuding confidence. Our leader is a seeker of talent. As long as you demonstrate your worth, you will undoubtedly become his subordinate. Stretching her arms above her head, her form-fitting black attire accentuates her remarkable curves. Hey, what is that? Just after stretching, feeling invigorated, Lapras points to the sky with her striking blue eyes, perplexed. The other three turn their gaze upwards, witnessing a colossal flying object streaking across the sky at terrifying speed, leaving a long trail behind it. Oh, could it be an alien invasion? It doesn't seem like it. What could it possibly be? The four individuals engaged in fervent discussion, all captivated by the arrival of this extraterrestrial visitor. Isn't it simple? Let's go take a look and find out, declared number 18, utilizing the steel beneath her to leap forward, swiftly pursuing the alien object. Lazuli flicked her golden hair and hurriedly followed suit, while two identical black-haired youths exchanged a glance before silently trailing behind. On a desolate plain, wisps of white smoke ascended languidly into the sky, remnants of the alien craft that had just traversed the horizon and now lay upon the Earth. Following the thickening smoke, a silver disc-shaped spacecraft materialized on the ground. With a resounding crash, the silver iron door was forcefully kicked open, and two gelatinous blue aliens armed with laser guns emerged, taking positions on either side. From within the spacecraft, the wrinkled, brownish figure of Babidi stepped forth, closely followed by the towering Dubra. So this is Earth, Babidi inhaled deeply, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I seem to detect the delightful scent of my dear beau. Truly a pleasing aroma. Behind him, Dubra elegantly bowed and inquired, Master Babidi, what shall we do next? Isn't it obvious? We must collect energy, and then unseal my precious Majin beau. Babidi replied, his expression one of impatience as he regarded the somewhat dim-witted Demon King, contemplating that once beau was revived, this lumbering oaf would become expendable. Unbeknownst to Dubra, Babidi's ulterior motives were brewing in his mind. After responding, Dubra prepared to seek out energy sources when suddenly, his expression shifted. Master Babidi, we have company, and quite a few of them. With hands clasped behind his back, Babidi pondered, our immediate priority is to locate the egg that seals Majin beau. The rest can wait. Having concluded, he turned and re-entered the spacecraft, declaring, let's first find my Majin beau. Other matters can be addressed later. We cannot allow anyone to snatch my Bu away. His 3 subordinates followed him back into the spacecraft, where Babidi took his seat and the 2 minions activated the vehicle. The disc-shaped craft then adjusted its course and soared into the sky. 3 minutes later, 4 figures descended from the eastern horizon, landing at the site where the spacecraft had just touched down. Where's the UFO? It left so quickly. Number 18 observed the scorched earth, glancing around in exasperation. Following closely behind, Lazuli taunted, "See? It's all because you flew too slowly. If it weren't for waiting on you, we would have arrived much sooner." Number 18, unwilling to engage, merely huffed and replied, "Since it's gone, we should move on." "Move? It seems we can't escape just yet," remarked Laplace, casting a sharp gaze toward the west. Prompted by Laplace's observation, the other 3 sensed something amiss and turned their attention toward the western sky. Soon, figures began to materialize amidst the clouds. They soon ascended to the sky, gazing down at the quartet below. Ah, another opportunity to engage in battle. The black-crab-headed son Wukong looked at the 4 with sparkling eyes, so excited it seemed he might drool. "Humph." Beside him, Vegeta huffed discontentedly at Wukong, exclaiming, "If it weren't for you insisting on sparing them, we wouldn't have this mess." Son Wukong grinned. "Isn't it to ensure I don't regress? Their presence fuels my motivation. Besides, we have Bulma Scouter. With that device, we can arrive on time every time. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about." Vegeta turned his head away. "Fine. Now quickly choose which 2 opponents you desire." "Oh, this time I want all of them," son Wukong declared, pointing a finger at the 4 below. With that, he transformed into his golden-haired form, surrounded by a blazing aura, and charged directly at the 2 pairs of android twins. "What the hell? Kakarot!" Vegeta exclaimed, witnessing Wukong's disregard for decorum as he hastily pursued him. The 4 twin siblings, seeing Wukong advancing towards them, quickly retreated in all directions, only to regroup and attack him as he landed. With swift and agile movements, they struck at Wukong, yet he showcased his profound martial prowess, effortlessly countering their assaults. However, this momentary equilibrium was soon shattered as Vegeta, like a rampaging bull, charged into the fray, clashing forcefully with the 5. His entrance plunged the melee into utter chaos. In a moment of carelessness, Wukong was sent flying by a punch from Vegeta, clearing the path for him to inherit Wukong's remarkable feat of taking on 4 opponents simultaneously. Chapter 42, The Unsealing of Majin Buu begins. "Ouch, what was that for?" Wukong complained, rubbing his sore nose. "We're on the same side. Why are you hitting me?" "Cursed." Rubbing his reddened nose, Wukong observed the fierce battle among the 5 and quickly grasped Vegeta's malicious intent. "Wait, I'll share 2 with you." Wukong hastily re-entered the battlefield, fearing that if the fight ended, he would be left without an opponent. Instantly, the battlefield was divided into 2 segments, with Vegeta and Wukong each battling a pair of android siblings, their clashes fierce and intense. As they fought, they would occasionally switch opponents. The Lazuli siblings had, over the past 4 years, honed their skills to a level comparable to Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, allowing them to hold their ground against their foes. However, the same could not be said for androids 17 and 18. Despite their continuous battles over the past 4 years elevating their strength to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, they still fell short, consistently finding themselves on the losing end against anyone they faced. If it weren't for the occasional exchange of opponents, they might have already faced defeat. After all, their progress did not mean that Wukong and the others would regress. The combat was dynamic and perilous, while on the other side, Babidi was also making strides. "Ha! I have finally found it." Babidi and his entourage arrived at an expansive underground cavern, where a solitary orb of indeterminate hue stood out prominently, resembling a colossal round walnut. Ecstatic, Babidi circled the egg of the demon Buu a few times before exclaiming, "Hurry, bring it to the surface. Ha. The next step is to gather energy to release my demon Buu." With a sinister and malevolent grin, Babidi slowly commanded his 2 minions to push the egg upwards through the subterranean passage. After traversing the dimly lit tunnel for nearly half an hour, the 4 emerged into the sunlight, accompanied by the pale, purple egg. The 2 minions, exhausted from pushing the hefty egg for so long, contemplated a brief respite. However, the moment was fleeting. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up. No slacking off. Get that egg into the spaceship," Babidi admonished as he emerged from the tunnel. Noticing the 2 slaves attempting to rest. "Really, my powerful demon Buu is about to be unleashed, and you dare to delay this process." Despite their fatigue, the 2 alien minions, under the influence of malevolent thoughts, continued their labor amidst Babbidi's scolding. Subsequently, the duo pushed the egg, which sealed Boo, into the spaceship, placing it upon the circular energy conversion device. Babbidi, filled with arrogance, caressed the sealed shell and declared, "All right, we must commence gathering energy." He then returned to his seat and commanded, "Scan for significant energy fluctuations." Upon receiving Babbidi's orders, the two aliens, having taken only a brief respite, immediately resumed their tasks. Within seconds, the results emerged. Master Babbidi, to the east, 50 kilometers, then 200 meters to the right, and continue straight for 400 meters. There are several substantial energy points. Babbidi stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "East, then right, straight ahead." Why does this seem so familiar? Observing Babbidi's perplexed demeanor, Depura could not resist offering a reminder. "Master, it seems we just came from that direction." Upon hearing this, Babbidi's expression darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing into slits as he replied, "Of course I know that. Are you instructing me on my duties?" Depura promptly bowed gracefully, apologizing. "Forgive me, Master Babbidi. I spoke out of turn." "Humph." Babbidi huffed, closing his eyes as he settled into his throne, commanding, "Then let us proceed to that location with abundant energy sources." "Yes, Master," the two aliens replied in unison. They piloted the spaceship into the sky, rapidly heading eastward. Moments later, after covering a considerable distance, they penetrated the clouds. The two aliens glanced at the screen inside the ship and reported, "Master Babbidi, we are nearing our destination." Babbidi opened his sinister, malevolent eyes and stated, "Activate stealth mode. Then deploy all micro-energy collectors and hummingbirds. This time, I shall amass the release energy in one fell swoop." As he spoke, a triumphant laughter erupted from him, as if the formidable Majin Buu was already within his grasp. Upon Babbidi's command, the two extraterrestrials sprang into action, manipulating the controls until the spacecraft's exterior gradually transformed into transparency, ultimately vanishing from sight. Mere seconds later, a swarm of densely clustered black dots emerged from the void left by the spacecraft. However, in the blink of an eye, they dispersed, becoming invisible to the naked eye. Inside the cloaked vessel, the four individuals gazed at the large screen before them, displaying footage from a surveillance hummingbird. The imagery revealed the ongoing battle between the android siblings and the formidable duo of Vegeta and Goku. The once pristine expanse lay in tatters, marred by cracks and debris. Shadows flickered incessantly in the air. Following the preliminary skirmishes, the confrontation had escalated into a fierce clash, both sides bearing wounds. Yet, the android siblings suffered the most, particularly Android 18 and 17. Their once radiant appearances had dulled, their stylish attire tattered, and their bodies marred with numerous bruises, rendering them a pitiful sight. With a resounding thud, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Android 17's abdomen, sending Android 18 flying with a swift kick. Meanwhile, Goku, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, was evenly matched against the siblings, though this was merely an illusion. They had only recently attained this level, and Goku had yet to unleash his full potential, relishing the thrill of combat instead. Observing Goku's playful demeanor, Vegeta interjected, "Kakarot, enough of the games. We've fought long enough. It's time to conclude this." With that, he charged at the siblings, executing his signature move, the Princess Technique. Countless yellow energy blasts cascaded down upon them like rain, and amidst the ensuing smoke, he landed a punch to Android 18's abdomen, followed by a mighty strike that sent her crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the android Lapras, engaged in a one-on-one duel with Goku, quickly found himself overwhelmed, being relentlessly battered until a powerful energy wave sent him soaring away. Hovering above, Vegeta observed the four androids slowly rising from the ground, exclaiming with impatience, "What resilience! Well then, it's time to put an end to this." Extending his arms outward, an immense surge of energy enveloped him, and as his hands drew together, he unleashed his ultimate flash. A colossal golden energy beam erupted from his flower-shaped palms, striking down toward the earth like a giant serpent. In an instant, the ground beneath him fractured and evaporated under the explosive force of the golden energy. As the radiant energy dissipated, a vast chasm had formed in the earth, emitting wisps of steam. In the air, Vegeta gazed in bewilderment at his palm, then glanced down at the immense pit below, internally questioning, "What is happening? Is this truly my ultimate flash? The scale of destruction seems utterly disproportionate to my efforts." Not far from the abyss, Imperceptible black dots transformed into vibrant red before soaring wildly into the sky. Within the chasm, the artificial siblings, barely surviving with the aid of hummingbirds, shook their disoriented heads and then collapsed onto the ground, resigned to fate. Suddenly, in the air, the self-doubting Vegeta was struck by an intense heat, prompting him to glance around in confusion, heightening his vigilance. Nearby, Goku observed the swaying Vegeta and inquired curiously, "What's the matter, Vegeta? Wow, it's so hot, so hot." Goku exclaimed, clutching his chest with a grimace, and anxiously warned, "Vegeta, be careful. Something scalding attacked me." Boom! As soon as he spoke, an explosion resounded. Vegeta gazed at the source of the blast and declared, "There must be an enemy. They intend to assault us with explosions. Stay alert and shield our surroundings." With that, the two parted ways, remaining vigilant for any impending detonations. Observing the final scene unfold, Babidi chuckled gleefully, "Haha, at last. My Majin Buu shall make his grand reappearance." Beside him, Dubra added his praise, "Congratulations, my lord. This will only amplify our strength." Yet Babidi, fixated on the glowing crimson screen, noted the substantial energy emanating from the golden-haired human. A single surge would cause the uncollected energy from all the hummingbirds to overload, intensifying the glow. Dubra remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't that better? A direct infusion of energy without the need for collection." "Indeed, you speak wisely." Babidi nodded, continuing, "It is an honor for him to contribute to the perfection of my formidable Buu." Before long, the frenzied miniature hummingbirds surged from all directions into the invisible spacecraft. Upon entering, they dove headlong into the energy conversion device housing the Majin Buu egg, and in no time, the device displayed a vibrant green, indicating it was fully charged. "Excellent, excellent," Babidi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the green-lit conversion device. "My Majin Buu is about to emerge." However, glancing around the cramped quarters of the spacecraft, he uneasily remarked, "How can my powerful Majin Buu descend in such a wretched place?" With that thought, Babidi wielded his magic, instantly relocating himself, the others, and the faintly shimmering purple Majin egg to the ground. Soon, Goku and Vegeta in the air sensed a formidable malevolent aura that was only intensifying. What a wicked and powerful presence. "It seems to be coming from that direction." Goku pointed toward Babidi and his entourage. Without hesitation, Vegeta surged toward the source of the overwhelming energy. In a short while, the two arrived at the site of Majin Buu's unsealing. Gazing down at the individuals below and the strikingly prominent giant purple sphere, with a single glance, Vegeta identified his target. In an instant, he clasped his hands together, golden energy converging within his grasp as a brilliant golden light, accompanied by immense force, surged forth towards the colossal purple sphere. Observing the oncoming energy wave, Dubra swiftly lifted Babidi, narrowly evading the attack, and cast a casual glance back, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Dubra's towering figure shielded the diminutive Babidi, as the ferocious gusts were effectively blocked by his formidable physique. "My lord Babidi, are you unharmed?" Dubra inquired with genuine concern after meticulously inspecting him. However, Babidi brusquely shoved him aside, his gaze fixated on the smoldering crater before him. His eyes glazed over as he muttered, "No, no, no, my Buu." Babidi's anguished wail echoed, lamenting the years of effort that had just been rendered futile, a pain that only he could comprehend. Witnessing Babidi's sorrowful display, Dubra's resolve solidified. He believed he had acted rightly, for one capable subordinate sufficed for Babidi's ambitions. At that moment, the smoke within the massive crater had dissipated, revealing the split purple shell that captivated the attention of all present. Babidi, peering into the empty egg, felt an even deeper sorrow engulf him. Meanwhile, Dubra wore a wicked grin. Up in the air, Vegeta and his companions speculated optimistically about the bisected sphere, pondering if the malevolent entity had indeed been vanquished. In the depths of the crater between the two halves of the egg, a minuscule flesh point was frantically dividing, expanding into a pink mass. The four witnesses gradually recognized this peculiar phenomenon, their eyes widening as it grew larger until it transformed into a pink orb. In the next instant, the orb began to rotate, sprouting limbs and a head adorned with antennae, rapidly taking the form of a colossal figure with pink skin, its upper body clad in a diminutive black vest with golden trim. The lower half was draped in loose white trousers and golden shoes. A broad belt emblazoned with the letters cinching its waist, complemented by a flowing purple cape and golden gloves reminiscent of boxing mitts. Before long, This exuberant pink creature flitted about joyously, soaring left and right, up and down in sheer delight. At that moment, the weeping Babidi seemed to regain his composure, shouting towards the airborne figure, Majin Buu, Majin Buu, come down. I am your master, Babidi. The pink entity, Majin Buu, paid him no heed, continuing its whimsical flight. Vegeta and his companion, suspended in midair, exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain whether this being was friend or foe. Observing Majin Buu's disobedience, Babidi's frustration boiled over, and he urgently commanded, Buu, do you wish to be sealed away in that dark abyss once more? Come down at once. Upon hearing this, Buu halted, an adorably angry expression forming on his insignificant features. Though reluctant to heed the words of the diminutive wizard, the thought of being sealed away was even less appealing. In a state of helplessness, the formidable Majin Buu descended and stood before Babidi. Gazing at the much-desired Majin Buu, Babidi circled around it, prodding its soft, pink flesh with glee. This is indeed the world's most powerful and wicked Majin Buu, as my father described. Haha, with it, I shall conquer the entire world. Chapter 44. The Battle Between Majin Buu and the Prince. Babidi cackled maniacally on the ground, as if the world were already under his dominion. Coughing, he turned his shame and ire toward the airborne Vegeta and Kakarot, pointing at them and bellowing, Buu, go. Eliminate them and prove your might. After a brief pause, seeing that Buu remained motionless, Babidi's fury ignited, and he shouted, Hurry up. Do you dare to defy me? I will seal you away this instant. Buu, annoyed, let out a grunt, but obediently soared toward Vegeta and Kakarot. Once Buu departed, Dubra approached Babidi and inquired, Master Babidi, can this rotund creature truly succeed? Shall I take over? His tone was laced with skepticism regarding Majin Buu. No need, just watch. Observe how my Majin Buu wields its immense power to vanquish those two. Babidi retorted, his eyes wide with delight as he anticipated the imminent clash. In midair, Majin Buu and Son Goku stood oppositely, while Vegeta, regarding the foolish pink behemoth before him, arrogantly demanded, Who are you? What nefarious plot are you concocting here? Buu ignored him, instead rubbing its belly and stating, I happen to be a bit hungry. You shall become my meal. In an instant, its pink appendages stirred, sending deep violet beams hurtling toward the two. Vegeta and Son Goku cautiously evaded to either side. You scoundrel! A sneak attack! Furious, Vegeta surged forward, enveloped in golden energy, and landed a punch squarely on Buu's face. Regardless of its effect, the bizarre consequence was that Buu's neck elongated under the immense force. Realizing something was amiss, Vegeta withdrew his fist from Buu's face and thrust it into its ample belly. In the next moment, his entire arm sank deep into the pink flesh, only to be pulled back out again, followed by another relentless assault. Buu's belly resembled a sponge, constantly caving in and bulging out, while its considerable form staggered backward. Yet, these blows seemed ineffectual, as Buu, even while being struck, took the time to pat its distorted face with its gloved hand. After restoring its plump visage, Buu suddenly accelerated, dodging Vegeta's next attack and delivering a powerful kick to his left cheek, sending him flying. From a distance, Sun Wukong observed Vegeta being sent flying and perceived an opportunity arising. Just as he ascended into the air, a hand unexpectedly appeared on his shoulder. Kakarot, do not impede me. He's my prey, Vegeta exclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. In an instant, he propelled himself toward Buu like an arrow released from its bow, launching a fierce punch aimed at Buu's head once more. Bang! Vegeta's fist was firmly grasped by Buu's massive hand, rendering him unable to break free. Seizing the moment, Buu retaliated with his other hand, while the two engaged in a fierce struggle, each clenching the other's fist, unwilling to yield. Although they appeared evenly matched, Vegeta possessed the advantage of intellect over Buu. With a furious roar, he shouted, Ah! Instantly, Buu's head was sent flying, his neck stretching like a spring. However, Vegeta's sudden high kick seemed to have little effect. Buu's head soared into the sky, yet his two large hands remained tightly entangled with Vegeta, continuing their relentless struggle. After a moment, Buu's head, suspended in the air, swayed like a serpent before coming to a halt. His mouth moved, damn it. A sneak attack, huh? Watch this. In an instant, Buu forcefully flicked his head back, elongating his neck once more, tightening the flesh around it, and then his entire head snapped back into position. While Vegeta and Buu continued their struggle in midair, a sudden rush of air signaled an approaching threat. Vegeta looked up to see a fiery red head descending like a meteor. Thud! The powerful impact left Vegeta momentarily dazed, his mind blank, and his weary fists could no longer halt the oncoming Iron Fists. Smack! Buu's two massive punches landed squarely on Vegeta, sending him hurtling toward the ground. Following this, Bu extended his hands, gathering two deep purple energy spheres, preparing for a colossal explosive attack. The two energy spheres, each comparable in size to his palms, erupted violently, merging into a singular beam of energy that surged toward the earth. Boom! The tremendous force split the ground asunder, carving a vast, deep crater. In the air, Bu gleefully floated, as if the recent assault had dispatched Vegeta for good. Goku! Amidst the billowing smoke of the crater, a few coughs unexpectedly broke the silence, causing Bu to pause mid-air, his expression turning menacing as he gazed into the depths of the pit. Vegeta, coughing and shaking his throbbing head, bore a large bruise on his forehead, with blood trickling down. His battle-worn attire had transformed into a ragged state after the recent energy wave. Closing his eyes momentarily to regain his composure, Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the floating Majin Bu, exclaiming with fervor, "I shall ensure that you are reduced to nothing." In the next instant, Vegeta erupted with a golden aura crackling with electricity, forcefully shattering the ground beneath him. He soared towards Bu like a golden comet. In a heartbeat, the surge of speed and power propelled Vegeta to strike Bu, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Eventually, he pressed closely against Buu's body and unleashed a rapid-fire version of his ultimate flash. The blinding radiance faded to reveal a gaping hole in Buu's abdomen. Yet with a mere shake and a thrust, the wound was promptly filled. Ooh, ah! Majin Bu emitted a peculiar laughter, patting his pudgy belly, the writhing flesh seemingly mocking Prince Vegeta's audacity. Damn it! Witnessing Buu's aggravating antics, Vegeta's fury reached its zenith. He extended his arms, channeling immense power throughout his body. As his hands drew together, energy gradually gathered before him. Golden serpents of electricity danced between his palms, and the bulging veins across his body testified to the extraordinary nature of this strike. Ultimate flash. With a roar, the golden beam surged towards the seemingly dazed Majin Bu. In the blink of an eye, the radiant sphere enveloped Bu, swallowing a vast expanse of mountains and plains in its overwhelming glow. Chapter 45. The Relay of Son Goku. Moments later, the brilliance of the ultimate flash gradually dissipated, revealing an eerily pristine landscape. All traces of the previous scene had vanished, leaving behind a massive, dark passage that bore witness to the destructive force unleashed moments ago. Vegeta, panting and poised for attack, gazed upon the magnificent spectacle he had wrought, a smug smile curling at the corners of his lips. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, scattered throughout the obsidian passage were minuscule fragments of pink flesh, slowly writhing and converging from all directions. The triumphant smile on Vegeta's face faltered as he beheld the pink masses floating before him, his eyes widening, his mouth moving. No way. Even in pieces, he is not dead. Before long, the flesh coalesced back into the rotund form of Bu, who upon restoration, grinned widely, his eyes glimmering with mockery as he extended his pink tongue towards Vegeta. "You hit me so hard. Now it's my turn." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Bu instantaneously appeared before Vegeta, delivering a punch to his abdomen, followed by a brutal grip that slammed him into the ground. But that was not the end. Bu swung his fist downward, elongating like rubber, striking the earth with relentless speed akin to a machine gun, causing the ground to shatter inch by inch. Just as Bu reveled in his onslaught, a massive foot suddenly soared through the air, crashing into his face and sending him flying backward. After traveling a considerable distance, Bu halted, glaring at the assailant. Upon seeing the crab-headed figure before him, his face flushed crimson, akin to a boiling kettle, releasing a cloud of steam. Damn it! Bu loathed nothing more than someone striking his handsome visage. Upon uttering this, Bu surged fiercely towards Goku. The crab-headed Goku, witnessing the approaching Majin Bu, wore an expression of exhilaration, thinking, "Finally, it's my turn." In an instant, he transformed into the golden-haired Super Saiyan, his hair standing on end, and charged at Bu. With a resounding thud, their fists collided against each other's faces, distorting their features in a fierce struggle. In the next moment, both retracted their fists simultaneously, only to launch them forward again. Their figures appeared as mere afterimages, constantly clashing in a breathtaking display of ferocity. With a powerful kick, Goku sent Buu's head flying, which then bizarrely continued to battle, his elongated head trailing to one side. Yet this did not impede Buu's combat prowess, as he retaliated fiercely against Goku. However, Goku felt disheartened. His strike seemed utterly ineffective against the relentless Majin Buu, and he began to comprehend Vegeta's frustration. Damn it, this guy is like an indestructible cockroach, he thought. It seems I must get serious. With this resolve, Goku bent his legs and delivered a forceful kick to Buu's rotund, pink belly, then leaped back to a safe distance, unleashing a primal roar. Ugh. Instantly, Goku's energy surged, crackling with arcs of electricity, his hair standing even more erect, and his gaze turning icy. Without a moment's hesitation, Super Saiyan Goku dashed towards Buu, landing several punches on its ample belly before delivering a swift kick to its now normal head, sending it flying. Buu soared through the air for a moment before coming to a halt, utterly unscathed. Seeing Buu still unharmed only intensified Goku's sense of urgency. Yet, with no time to ponder, he clasped his hands together at his waist and shouted the familiar incantation. Kamehameha! A brilliant blue light erupted as he thrust his hands forward, a sky-blue energy beam hurtling towards Buu. In response, Buu joined his hands together, unleashing a radiant yellow wave to meet Goku's attack head-on. The two tremendous energy blasts clashed, pulling back and forth in a stalemate, neither willing to yield, culminating in a spectacular mutual annihilation. The blinding energy and residual shockwaves forced both Goku and Buu to retreat a few steps. In the next moment, Buu relentlessly unleashed a barrage of rapid energy blasts at Goku, the dense waves striking him and sending up clouds of smoke. As the cacophony of explosions subsided, Goku swiftly emerged from the haze, landing a punch squarely on Buu's face, sending him flying. Goku quickly pursued, delivering several more punches, and finally, with a powerful kick, he sent Buu crashing into the ground. With a resounding thud, Buu rose unscathed from the crater, brushing off the dust with a wicked, lecherous grin etched across his face. Subsequently, it crouched and leaped, creating an even deeper pit in the ground, while Majin Buu moved with the swiftness of teleportation, crashing directly into Goku's embrace. Without hesitation, Buu wrapped his arms around Goku's waist, soaring through the skies and diving into the earth, forcing Goku into a rather intimate contact with the ground. No matter how fiercely Goku retaliated, it was futile. Majin Buu would not release him. In no time, Goku's body bore the marks of numerous impacts. Sensing Goku's resistance waning, Buu assumed he had exhausted all strength. He ascended into the air, then turned to execute a devastating drop towards the earth. The two embraced as they plummeted like a meteor, creating a resounding crash that reverberated across the land, leaving yet another deep crater in their wake. Buu instinctively let go, believing Goku to be powerless. However, in the next instant, as Buu released him, Goku performed a backflip, sending Buu flying away, before leaping to a safe distance. Observing the once formidable Buu now drifting through the air like a feather after his surprise attack, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke slowly. Seeing you so leisurely, I suppose it's time for you to find something to occupy yourself. With a powerful roar, Goku's veins bulged on his arms, his face contorted with determination, and his golden hair grew longer, cascading down to his waist. His brow furrowed, cheekbones pronounced, and an immense aura surrounded him, crackling with energy. A wicked smile, more sinister than that of a villain, crept across Goku's lips as he gazed at Majin Buu floating above him, murmuring, I can't maintain this state for long. Let's conclude this battle within 5 minutes. With that, he vanished in an instant. In the air, Buu, taken aback by Goku's sudden disappearance, had no time to react before the Super Saiyan 3 Goku appeared behind him and kicked him away. In the blink of an eye, Goku positioned himself in Buu's trajectory, delivering another kick, then swiftly striking him again, treating him like a mere soccer ball. The final downward kick flattened Buu entirely, sending him crashing into the ground and collapsing several mountain peaks in the process. Chapter 46. After the battle, a new arrival. The shattered peaks transformed into rubble, momentarily entombing Majin Buu. However, this was only a fleeting respite. With a resounding crash, Buu burst forth from the debris, soaring towards Goku. Faced with the resilient Buu, Super Saiyan 3 Goku immediately felt the need to exert himself further. In the next moment, he flashed before Buu, seizing his head and delivering a flurry of heavy punches to his rotund belly, followed by a relentless barrage. Before long, Buu's massive abdomen became riddled with wounds. Goku then tossed him upwards and placed his hands on his hips, radiant azure light erupting forth. Kamehameha. The colossal energy wave enveloped Bu and propelled him into the higher skies. As it soared higher and higher, until the energy wave erupted, Sun Wukong exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this should be the end. At that moment, a blob of pink slime descended from the heavens, landing precisely upon him. Along with this drop, several more pink droplets fell from above, all landing accurately on Sun Wukong's body. Gradually, as the slime fused, a familiar, distorted, plump face began to emerge. Gazing upon that hauntingly persistent grin, Sun Wukong, while grappling with the soft tendrils wrapped around him, exclaimed, "Damn it, Majin Bu, your resilience is truly remarkable. Oomph, just watch me devour you." Majin Bu began to recover more and more, slowly enveloping Sun Wukong completely. Feeling his face being squashed and his body sinking deeper into the suffocating mass, Sun Wukong, unwilling to accept such a fate, suddenly unleashed an even greater surge of power. In an instant, radiant light burst forth from Majin Bu's vast form, driving away the pink mass enveloping him. Now free, Sun Wukong beheld the reconstituted Majin Bu and clenched his fists tightly. I can't hold out much longer. I must end this quickly. With that thought, he dashed behind Bu at lightning speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, followed by a flurry of dazzling punches. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struck, regardless of the severity of the injuries inflicted, it was but a matter of time before Bu would bounce back to life once more. Bang! 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 After a series of exhausting attacks, Sun Wukong, panting heavily, stared in disbelief at the unscathed Majin Bu, plagued by doubt. This guy, could he truly be immortal? However, after a few more encounters, he dismissed his doubts. Observing the slightly breathless Majin Bu before him, he noted that its recovery speed had noticeably slowed during their recent skirmishes. Indeed, a wave of clarity washed over Sun Wukong. Bu's regenerative ability relied on stamina. As long as he could deplete its energy, it would remain invincible. Yet, seeing the slightly winded Bu, Sun Wukong brimmed with confidence, clenching his fist. Yes, I can do this. Just as the thought of triumph flickered in his mind, a sudden wave of weakness enveloped him. In an instant, Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state. Feeling the overwhelming fatigue coursing through him, he offered a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, Bu, sensing the abrupt shift in Sun Wukong's energy, spun its befuddled head around a few times before, in a moment of bizarre clarity, it reacted. First, its face lit up with excitement, followed by an expression of wicked, triumphant glee. Then it assumed a starting position, and with a swift motion, whoosh, Bu transformed into a pink cannonball, crashing into Sun Wukong and sending him hurtling away. Crashing into and embedding himself within the mountainside, Bu bounced joyfully, then slowly approached the mountain, its antennae quivering as it unleashed a beam of purple light. Bang! Bathed in a purplish hue, Goku transformed into a diminutive figure of chocolate, which then tumbled to the ground. Majin Bu approached and swiftly consumed it, before soaring to the debris-laden pit, where Vegeta lay battered and bruised, still striving to ascend despite his injuries. Witnessing Vegeta's relentless struggle stirred a sense of pity within Bu, prompting him to cast a beam of purple light upon the Saiyan. Picking up the chocolate-turned Vegeta, Bu swallowed him whole, licking his lips in satisfaction and nodding approvingly. At that moment, Babidi, who had been observing from a distance, rushed over, exhilarated by the sight of Vegeta's defeat and consumption. Well done, Bu. Truly, you are the invincible demon of the universe. From now on, heed my commands and join me in conquering this cosmos. Babidi extolled, eagerly awaiting Bu's affirmation. However, after a prolonged silence, his impatience grew, and he snapped, "What is this? Have you forgotten my words so soon? If you continue to disobey, I shall have no choice but to seal you once more." As Bu heard the dreaded term from the grotesque little wizard, a flush of irritation crept across his face. Yet, the thought of being sealed compelled him to suppress his displeasure, responding with a disgruntled, "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by a few remarks. "Oh, what is this? Are you reprimanding your subordinates?" Soon, a throng of individuals emerged, among them a familiar elder with white hair and a wrinkled visage, exuding an air of confidence. To his left stood two polar opposites, a short, stout black man and a tall, slender white man, each bearing the weight of 4 companions. On the right was a singular entity, a creature adorned with green and red hues, interspersed with black spots, boasting a robust physique. Its stern countenance radiated arrogance, with blood-red eyes betraying a fierce aura of carnage. It could be described as a more aggressive version of Cell, complete with a meteor-like tail. Babidi regarded the group with indifference, questioning, "Who are you? What do you seek from me?" Dr. Jero, clad in a white lab coat, smiled slightly, his hawk-like eyes glinting as he replied, "Oh, nothing much. I merely have a keen interest in that pink behemoth by your side. I hope you might lend him to me for research purposes." "What?" Babidi exclaimed, widening his eyes in disbelief. "You? And why would I lend my precious Bew to you? Does this mean we cannot come to an agreement?" Dr. Jero shrugged, his hands raised in a gesture of nonchalance. "Humph, be gone. Otherwise, I shall unleash Bew upon you all," Babidi retorted fiercely. Dr. Jero chuckled ominously, gesturing forward with his palm. "Very well then, let my most perfect creation alter your perceptions." Chapter 47. The New Android, Cell 2. At the command of Dr. Jero, the replica of Cell stepped forward slowly, its tail swaying like a meteor hammer behind it. Babidi, eyeing the unsightly red and green creature, turned to Majin Bew and said, "Bew, your meal has arrived. Go and devour it." Upon hearing the mention of food, the plump Bew brightened with delight, disregarding Babidi's rude tone. He approached the replica of Cell and met its serious gaze. In the next moment, both struck simultaneously. Bew was sent flying, while Cell swiftly pursued, seizing Bew by the yellow ankle and delivering a barrage of blows. Bew stood no chance to retaliate, his rotund body being pummeled into a grotesque shape. Following this, Cell hurled Bew into the air. The meteor-like tail followed suit, striking Bew relentlessly like cannon fire, quickly reducing him to a mass of battered flesh. The onlookers watched in shock as Bew suffered severe beatings, with Babidi staring in disbelief at the merciless display. It seemed almost surreal. What kind of creature was that? His stammering words echoed the grave concern in Dubra's heart beside him. Dr. Jero, observing the panic-stricken expression of the bespectacled dwarf, couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Sensing Babidi's bewilderment, he began to boast about his most prized creation. "Is this frightening to you? We are just getting started. My most perfect creation has yet to reveal its full potential. It is a new and improved android, Cell 2, Cell Pro, based on the design of the original Cell." Babidi, snapping back to reality from Jero's seemingly self-indulgent monologue, retorted defiantly, "Humph. Do you think your minion is the only one not using its full power? My Majin Bew hasn't even gotten serious yet. Just wait and see." Their verbal sparring did little to influence the fierce battle between the two beings. In mere moments, Majin Bew was battered repeatedly in the air. However, his terrifying regenerative abilities were remarkable. Each time he was left maimed, he would quickly mend himself. Cell Pro grasped Bew by the antenna atop his head, lifting him to inspect his regenerating form with keen interest. "Fascinating. I wish to confirm whether you can indeed recover indefinitely." No sooner had he spoken than Bew's fist, encased in a gauntlet-like form, struck Cell Pro's face. Unfortunately, the impact had no effect against its steel-like visage. In retaliation, Cell Pro delivered a kick that left a long imprint on Bew's back, then clasped both hands together and slammed him into the ground. With a resounding thud, Cell Pro dove into the resulting crater, expanding it multiple times over. The sounds of destruction echoed. Thud, thud, boom, boom. The underground reverberated with relentless impacts, and before long, a figure erupted from the ground, only to be swiftly sent flying by a powerful kick. In an instant, Cell Pro arrived at the location where Bew had been sent hurtling, seizing its tendril once more, while placing his other hand before it. Immediately, a multitude of radiant particles coalesced at the center of his palm, and in the next moment, a barrage of black energy blasts, each the size of a fist, detonated upon Bew's form. Thus, Bew's body was repeatedly obliterated, only to regenerate time and again. After a period of relentless explosions, the cacophony gradually subsided. Cell Pro gazed upon the slowly recovering, panting Majin Bew and sighed in resignation. "Alas, you have disappointed me. It appears you too possess limits." Releasing the tendril from his grasp, Bew lay feebly on the ground. "How is this possible?" In the distance, Babidi watched in disbelief as his invincible Majin Bew lay defeated, his eyes glazing over, his body trembling as he muttered, "Bew, my Majin Bew has been vanquished." Observing the distraught little sorcerer, Dr. Jero shook his head and turned to Cell Pro, saying, "Just collect some cells and put an end to this, and deal with those two as well." Upon receiving Dr. Jero's command, Cell Pro seized the tendril atop Bew's head and yanked it forcefully. With a swift motion, the tendril was torn free, and he flung it back, where it arced gracefully through the air before being caught deftly by Dr. Gero. In that instant, Dr. Gero placed the tendril into a specially prepared vessel of unique material. After discarding the tendril, Sheru Pro opened his palm, directing it toward the incapacitated Majin Buu. As dark energy swiftly gathered within his grasp, the black orb expanded with increasing magnitude, pressing down upon the ground beneath him until it collapsed and burrowed deep into the earth, followed by an explosion that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Once the tempestuous wave of energy subsided, the surrounding landscape had been irrevocably altered by its terrifying force. Sheru Pro hovered in the air above a vast chasm, its depths unfathomable. Casting a fleeting glance at the abyss, Sheru Pro soared toward Babidi. In the distance, Babidi and Dabura watched in trepidation as the monstrous figure approached. Dabura exchanged a glance with Babidi before advancing to confront Sheru Pro. Without a doubt, as Dabura approached and threw a punch, Sheru Pro retaliated with even greater speed, landing a powerful blow to his abdomen. With a splatter of blood, Dabura instinctively clutched his midsection, staggering backward in a daze, ultimately losing consciousness and plummeting from the sky. Having dispatched this tiresome interlude, Sheru Pro continued his advance toward Babidi. Observing the relentless approach of Sheru Pro, Babidi, in a state of panic, scrambled backward, exclaiming, "Stay away. You monster, do not come any closer." After shouting for a while with no results, Babidi was in a state of utter desperation, retreating while pondering, "What should I do? What should I do? This monster is far too powerful. Even Majin Buu has been defeated. A head-on confrontation is futile. What can I do?" As he gazed upon the approaching specter of death, Babidi anxiously queried, "What can I do? What can I possibly do?" In the midst of contemplating his own abilities, he suddenly recalled his expertise, dark magic. Yet, a flicker of doubt emerged. Could he truly control such a formidable creature before him? After a moment of internal conflict, he resolutely fixed his gaze on the ever-advancing Cell Pro, deciding to take a gamble. If he failed, he would meet his end. With that thought, Babidi raised his hands, and crimson waves of energy enveloped Cell Pro. As the brilliance intensified, Cell Pro's movements began to falter. Chapter 48. The Devil's Training concludes perfectly. Babidi's malevolent, dark magic waves were gradually taking effect on Cell Pro, whose steps slowed and gaze became vacant. Soon, Cell Pro clutched his head, unleashing a series of anguished roars. A terrifying energy erupted from within him, causing the ground to crack and stones to fly. A fierce, red aura blazed, its surface streaked with green and black, crackling with electricity. After several minutes, the roars subsided, and Cell Pro's body heaved as if gasping for breath. Babidi ceased his dark magic, cautiously opening one eye. Upon seeing the black M symbol on Cell Pro's forehead, he widened his eyes in disbelief. After a few seconds of silence, he exclaimed with fervor, I have succeeded. I have controlled this monster. In the distance, Dr. Gero observed the ecstatic Babidi, perplexed. What is happening? Has he lost his mind? Once the elation subsided, Babidi straightened his posture, regaining his previous confidence, and pointed at Dr. Gero and his companions, commanding, quickly, eliminate them all. Cell Pro bowed his head in response, yes. With a piercing sound resonating through the air, Babidi felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the red arm piercing through his chest. How about that? My performance was commendable, wasn't it? He looked into the blood-red, ferocious eyes and stammered. You're not under my control? Of course not. Someone like you is hardly fit to control me. It will be a millennium before that happens. However, your magic did have some effect. At first, something invaded my mind, and then the pain intensified, doubled. It wasn't until your waves dissipated that I began to feel better. Cell Pro rubbed his head, as if savoring the peculiar sensation he had just experienced. Enough. Babidi was about to utter another word when he was hurled into the air, only to be obliterated by a wave of dark energy, reduced to mere dust. Sheru Pro flicked the remnants of flesh from his hands before soaring towards Dr. Gero and his companions. As he passed the colossal chasm created by their previous battle, he suddenly halted, a curious smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Moments later, numerous fragments of rock began to levitate, and soon, the transformed Majin Buu ascended, enveloped in a malevolent aura, foreboding and eerie. His once corpulent form had shrunk, the yellow gauntlets replaced by black wristbands, and his facial features became unmistakably sinister, radiating wickedness. He cackled with a diabolical glee, and with a surge of energy, The surrounding stones were violently propelled aside as he charged at Sheru Pro. His enormous fist struck Sheru Pro's face with force, yet it appeared to have little effect. In an instant, Bu unleashed a flurry of punches, dozens, if not hundreds, of rapid strikes that left only afterimages in their wake. Crack! Sheru Pro seized Bu's colossal fist in his grasp, his crimson eyes swirling with disappointment as he remarked, "I expected you to have grown stronger. Yet, you remain so feeble." With a swift motion, Bu's captured fist was crushed, and simultaneously, he delivered a kick to Sheru Pro's neck, though it too proved ineffective. The ensuing battle mirrored the past. Bu was utterly defenseless, being obliterated in various ways, only to rapidly regenerate. However, through the relentless cycle of destruction and restoration, Bu's stamina waned significantly, ultimately collapsing, much like his counterpart, Fat Bu. Meanwhile, in another realm, a change was unfolding. In an unknown abyss of darkness, a single blood-red planet loomed, where fierce and terrifying combat raged within. Inside the planet, the black terrain was riddled with innumerable circular pits of varying sizes. Upon closer inspection, these craters were remarkably smooth, devoid of cracks, as if the earth itself were harder than steel. As we traversed these countless depressions, the sound of intense collisions grew ever closer, as if they were occurring right beside us. Boom! Crash! A shadow darted across the sky, akin to a wild stallion, creating large craters upon impact with the ground and toppling several towering peaks, vanishing amidst the mountainous chaos. In the next moment, a flash of red light appeared, hovering in midair, its wild body adorned with crimson fur and covered in injuries. Its dark golden eyes, akin to those of an eagle, gazed intently at the distant. Suddenly, a figure emerged before him, a black and white body similarly marred with wounds, a trickle of black blood staining the corner of its mouth. "Goku, you are growing stronger. I'm almost unable to withstand your punches," the demon god Sheru remarked, rubbing his right cheek, still smarting from the recent blow. Wukong shook his head and said, "No, it is still too early. You may not be at your true form, yet you can contend with me. I still have a long way to go." "Haha, you are quite the insatiable one." The demon god Cell flexed his right arm, moving it up and down. "If that is the case, let's continue." As he spoke, Cell moved with the swiftness of teleportation, driving his knee into Wukong's chin. Simultaneously, Wukong's fist struck towards Cell's jaw. The two separated only to collide once more in a flurry of sound. Bangs and thuds echoed as their bodies clashed, leaving no trace of their incredible speed. This cacophony of battle continued until one of them was sent flying, revealing their figures once more. It was Cell, who was now in a worse state than before, his face covered in blood and his left arm hanging at an awkward angle. "All right, Wukong, I believe your devilish training can come to an end. Your strength is sufficient, and we should attend to the task you promised me. Moreover, I cannot assist you any further. This body has reached its limit." Cell gasped as he spoke, blood seeping from his wounds, looking utterly pitiful. Wukong pondered for a moment before nodding and replying, "Very well then." However, he added with a change in tone, "You must unleash your most powerful energy wave before we depart to fulfill your grand undertaking." "All right." With that, Cell gathered all his remaining energy into his right hand, and in an instant, a massive black energy sphere materialized before him. "Go!" Destructive Death Ball. The enormous black sphere shot toward Wukong, but to everyone's astonishment, Wukong merely deflected it aside with a gentle motion, sending the dark orb flying into the horizon. Looking at his hand, and then at the vanishing energy sphere, he nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. The devilish training has concluded perfectly. Now let us proceed. First, we shall return to the original universe, gather my subordinates, and then venture to other universes to collect the remaining parts of the entire demon." Cell nodded in agreement. "All right, I will recover first." A few minutes later, fully restored, Cell opened a black portal. "Let's go." Stepping through first, Cell was followed closely by Wukong. Moments later, the black hole disappeared, leaving behind a desolate and scarred landscape. Chapter 49. The Countdown of Life for Little Bu. On Earth, the battle between Cell Pro and Majin Bu neared its conclusion, with Little Bu being mercilessly pummeled like a punching bag, occasionally struck by forceful knee jabs that elicited cries of distress. With a powerful punch, Cell Pro pierced through Bu's body, seizing his head and locking eyes with him, declaring, "It seems you are nearing your end." In the next moment, his tail swung down violently toward Bu's head, smashing it to pieces, while his other hand swiftly coalesced a massive dark red energy sphere. The energy orb suddenly erupted with a terrifying force, shattering the body of Kid Buu and scattering its pink flesh into the air. However, the resilience of Majin Buu is extraordinary. The dispersed remnants gradually coalesced into chunks of pink flesh, which fused together to form Bu's diminutive form once again. Although his body was restored, it was evident that his strength had significantly waned as he gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on his face. Without granting Kid Buu a moment's respite, Salu Pro swiftly appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick to his chin that sent him flying. As Buu soared through the air, Salu Pro followed up with an elbow strike from behind. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. Observing Kid Buu plummeting toward the ground, Salu Pro spread his arms and unleashed the prince's technique. Countless red energy blasts erupted upon Kid Buu, repeatedly devastating and restoring his pink form in a relentless cycle. Time passed, minutes, perhaps even more, until the cacophony of energy explosions finally ceased and the smoke began to dissipate. Kid Buu floated in a pitiful state, his body battered and fragmented, with only half of his head remaining and a portion of his right chest still intact. In a fit of rage, Kid Buu unleashed a sound wave attack. Yet, no matter how loudly he roared, his slow recovery rate betrayed his diminished power. Salu Pro, observing the beleaguered Majin Buu, smirked, sensing that the end was near. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this foe's regenerative abilities were indeed troublesome. Unfazed by the thoughts racing through his mind, Salu Pro positioned his hands in a lotus formation at his waist. Gazing at the severely weakened Majin Buu, "Kamehameha," he declared. A blinding red light flickered as a massive crimson wave surged toward Kid Buu. At that moment, a black hole materialized in midair, perfectly intercepting the attack in front of Kid Buu. A pale hand emerged from the void, effortlessly blocking the colossal wave. Dark gas then surged from the hand, enveloping the massive energy blast, which gradually transformed from a robust form to a frail one, ultimately shrinking until it vanished entirely. From the black hole, a being emerged, first revealing the black and white patterned Majin Salu, whose white eyes surveyed the surroundings. Moments later, Goku, adorned in a black vest, red fur, and white pants, burst forth from the swirling darkness, basking in the long-lost sunlight. As the minutes passed, an eerie tranquility enveloped the scene. Salu Pro stood calmly, instinctively sensing the peril that this doppelganger represented. Meanwhile, on the ground, Dr. Gero gazed at the red-haired Goku emerging last, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. However, upon witnessing the battered state of Kid Buu, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently reassuring himself. Fear not. Fear not. I possess the formidable Salu Pro. Is the strongest, the mightiest. Without mentioning Dr. Gero's incessant psychological suggestions, in the air, the demon cell suddenly touched his chest and turned to Goku, exclaiming, "It's no use. This clone has expended considerable energy during our battles over the years and can no longer inhabit this body." Upon hearing this, Goku, with a hint of resignation, replied, "What should we do then? If you perish, how will I seek out the other Dragon Balls?" Coughing, Cell placed a hand on his chest and reassured him, "Do not worry. I am not so easily vanquished. I merely need to conserve my strength, and my form will become more ethereal. Nonetheless, I can endure for a while longer." "Oh, that's a relief." Goku nodded, only to witness a swirl of dark energy emanating from Cell, gradually taking the shape of the familiar hunched old man. As the dark energy departed, Cell's yellow eyes flickered as he confirmed there were no anomalies. Then he braced himself on his thighs, gasping for breath. Observing Cell's state, Goku chose to disregard him and instead focused on Dr. Gero below, curious about the source of his confidence. Scanning the surroundings, he realized that the most formidable presence was indeed this creature resembling Cell before him, with no one stronger in sight. Oh, does he truly believe that this imitation of Cell can defeat me? How intriguing. A mischievous smile crept across Goku's ruggedly handsome face. Noticing Cell still gasping for air, Goku shook his head, approached, and pointed at the opposing Cell Pro, saying, "Come on, stop wheezing. Where's your brother?" "Huh? What? Brother?" Cell lifted his head, following Goku's finger to see Cell Pro, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Cough, how fascinating. This must be the artificial being created by Dr. Gero in my image. Rising to his feet, Cell began to acclimate to his somewhat unfamiliar body, twisting his waist and flexing his hips, throwing a few punches while remarking, "Perfect. You shall serve as my warm-up. I have forgotten what it feels like to use my body over these 4 years." After feigning the final punch, Cell launched himself towards Cell Pro, only to be immediately repelled, as if he were entirely outmatched and being thoroughly beaten. Goku watched as Cell struggled, choosing to ignore him and instead turned to face the recovering Majin Buu. At that moment, Majin Buu had nearly fully regained his strength. I wondered where that familiar power was coming from. It's you? What a twist of fate. Gazing at Majin Buu, Goku's eyes sparkled with a greedy glint, as if he were staring at a delectable feast. Majin Buu, sensing the ominous gaze directed at him, felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, this person vanished and reappeared directly in front of him. Just as Majin Buu opened his mouth, a large hand swiftly silenced him. In the next instant, endless black energy began to seep from Majin Buu, spiraling toward Goku as if drawn by an unseen force. Little Buu, in a state of terror, pressed his palm against his mouth, feeling as though it were glued to his lips. With no other option, he resorted to striking Goku with punches and kicks. However, these feeble attacks felt as ineffective as cotton candy against Goku's resilient form. As time elapsed, the ominous black aura enveloping Goku intensified, while Little Buu grew increasingly frail, the clock of his existence ticking down to its final moments. Chapter 50. The fierce battle between two Cell. Little Buu's body gradually withered, shrinking, and the once vibrant gleam in his red eyes faded away. His diminished hands hung limply at his sides, and as the last wisp of black energy escaped from him, his struggling legs finally stiffened. With a thud, Goku discarded the drained Little Buu as if he were mere refuse. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, feeling the dark energy swirling around him, which then surged into his body. Once it fully dissipated within him, Goku opened his eyes, dark as an abyss, savoring the comforting flow of malevolent energy coursing through him, thinking to himself, "Indeed, it is a testament to the ancient evil that has existed since time immemorial. This essence, forged through the ages, is delightfully savage and dark." The malevolent deity hovering above keenly sensed the change in Goku and remarked in awe, "It has only been a short while, yet you have grown stronger. Truly monstrous." Listening to the deity's words, Goku humbly replied, "Master, I merely had the fortune of a favorable encounter with this Majin Buu." The deity chuckled, "You needn't be so modest. Your talent places you among the top 10 of all I have encountered." The dark figure, concealed beneath a black cloak, spoke with a raspy, unrefined voice. Goku remained silent, his gaze directed towards the sky where the clash between the two most formidable androids continued unabated. From the onset, Cell had been thoroughly dominated, showing no signs of resistance. Curiously, despite the multitude of blows he endured, Cell remained unscathed, a smile of exhilaration plastered across his face. Observing Cell swaying under the relentless assault, the deity turned to Goku and inquired, "You seem quite confident in him, don't you?" Goku responded, "Of course. If he can serve as my punching bag for such an extended period, he is not as weak as he appears. He simply needs to reacquaint himself with his body." "Do you believe, Master, that Cell cannot prevail?" "I am certain he has the capability to succeed. After all, it is my own body he is utilizing." Just as the two engaged in conversation, the battle between the two Cells took a pivotal turn. The one who had been relentlessly pummeled seized a fist that was flying toward his face. Cell Pro furrowed his brow, instinctively attempting to withdraw, but the force gripping his fist was akin to a vice, rendering him immobile. Observing the surprise etched across Cell Pro's expression, the exhilarated smile that had lingered on Cell's face since the onset of the fight finally vanished, replaced by a mocking grin. "After enduring so much, it is now my turn." As the words left his lips, Sheru exerted a powerful force, resulting in a sharp crack. The captured arm was severed instantly, and his other hand swiftly struck into Sheru Pro's abdomen. In that fleeting moment, Sheru Pro's eyes widened as he was forcefully propelled away. Sheru moved with the swiftness of teleportation, delivering a powerful kick to Sheru Pro's back. In an instant, a dark meteor streaked across the sky, crashing to the ground and fracturing a vast expanse of earth. Oh no, this won't do. I thought you to be formidable," Sheru remarked nonchalantly, clapping his hands together. Suddenly, Sheru Pro surged forth from the pile of stones, soaring into the sky. Observing his dejected arm, he yanked it with a fierce tug, and with a decisive pop, the arm was instantly severed and carelessly discarded. Moments later, a brand new arm burst forth with a resounding sound. Sheru Pro flexed his new limb while exclaiming, "Quite clever, using such a feigned weakness to catch me off guard. However, should you fail to eliminate me in one strike, you shall come to regret it." With fists clenched tightly and his body slightly bent, he adopted an aggressive stance. A series of furious roars erupted from him as a tremendous power exploded from within Sheru Pro, unleashing a jet of purple-red flames that shot skyward. Surrounding him, purple-red lightning flickered incessantly. In an instant, Sheru Pro's energy surged dramatically, continuing to rise unabated. Once the energy stabilized, Sheru Pro stood at ease, with the currents beneath his feet swirling like waves. This terrifying power is my true strength. In this state, I am an indomitable force. His voice brimmed with absolute confidence. Clenching his fists, he continued, "In this condition, my punches carry immense weight. You'd best brace yourself." With that, he transformed into a streak of red light, moving at an unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, the same red light shot back even faster than before, crashing through several mountain ranges before being buried beneath the rubble of a shattered peak. Moments later, colossal boulders splintered into fragments under the force, and purple-red flames erupted violently as Sheru Pro wiped the blood from his lips. Gazing at the purple blood on his hands, he first chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then his laughter grew louder and more maniacal. "Ha, ha, ha, you scoundrel! I will surely end you." With renewed fervor, Sheru Pro soared towards Sheru once more, and a thunderous clash ensued as their iron fists collided. The air was filled with a symphony of red light and white shadows, accompanied by the continuous sound of thunderous strikes. As the battle intensified, Sheru Pro grew increasingly alarmed. While their powers and speeds were nearly equal, he realized that Sheru's body was extraordinarily resilient, indicating a greater capacity to endure punishment. In but a fleeting moment, numerous imprints of fists appeared upon his body. His legs bore injuries, yet the opponent's form resembled steel, exhibiting no significant impact save for a few faint marks. With a resounding thud, the formidable Salu Pro delivered a horizontal kick aimed at Salu's left cheek. Alas, Salu evaded the strike with remarkable swiftness, preparing to counter with a brutal knee strike. However, Salu Pro, quick to react, pivoted and unleashed a forceful kick to the other half of Salu's face, sending him hurtling away. Without hesitation, Salu Pro surged forward, overtaking the airborne Salu. Positioning himself above, he intertwined his hands, conjuring a massive crimson energy wave, trailing a long tail as it propelled Salu toward the earth below. The red energy radiated outward, pulsating with a blinding light. As the brilliance faded, a vast crater emerged, shrouded in white smoke, desolate and barren. In midair, having executed a successful strike, Salu Pro felt no elation. His crimson gaze fixated on the center of the crater, where a figure flickered in and out of visibility. Indeed, thanks to you, I sense that this body still harbored immense potential yet to be unveiled. The recent battle has allowed me to gain a measure of control. Now, let me present you with a taste of my newfound power. Within the crater, Salu murmured, indifferent to whether anyone could hear him. Chapter 51. The Rampaging Salu Pro. In Salu Pro's line of sight, a dazzling light suddenly flared within the crater, and a tempestuous whirlwind surged forth, causing an explosive surge of energy within Salu's being. A pillar of light shot skyward, blossoming momentarily before gradually subsiding. In its wake emerged a newly transformed Salu, a stunning and marvelous figure adorned in radiant gold and ethereal orange. This power is indeed formidable. Salu flexed his fingers and stretched his body, producing a series of criss-cracks. In the distance, the great demon gazed upon Salu's new form with astonishment, exclaiming, "Your little brother is quite impressive. His adaptability to power is remarkable. This strength surpasses that of some destroyer gods." Goku casually remarked, "This is all thanks to the teacher, otherwise he wouldn't have reached this level so swiftly. Now he merely needs to gradually master the power he cannot yet control to fully assimilate the results of his 4 years of training. At that point, he shall possess the strength of a novice angel." While the two conversed, the other two had already readied themselves for battle. Salu scrutinized his transformed body and pondered for a moment, declaring, "Since my form is primarily gold and orange, I shall name this new transformation Orange Gold Salu." He then glanced at Salu Pro above, secretly resolving, "Let you serve as my sharpening stone." In an instant, Salu materialized before Salu Pro, delivering a powerful golden fist that struck him squarely, causing his chest to cave in. Salu Pro coughed forth a copious amount of purple blood, his body soaring higher into the sky, only for Salu to reappear behind him, fists clenched, ready to send him crashing down once more. Then once again, It pursued with terrifying speed, launching an assault that instantly reversed the tide of battle. The once battered Cell had now transformed into the aggressor. Cell Pro was sent hurtling through the air like a ball, both combatants seemingly operating at the level of a god of destruction, yet the disparity between them was monumental. If the realm of gods of destruction were categorized into early, mid, and late stages, then the orange-gold Cell represented the mid-stage, while Cell Pro was firmly in the early stage, with a gap between them akin to that of heaven and earth. In that fleeting moment, Cell Pro experienced all that Cell had previously endured. Bang, bang, bang. Cell Pro skimmed the surface, tearing a bottomless fissure into the ground, soaring freely within the underground crevice. Cell clasped his hands together, targeting the trajectory of the retreating foe, retracting the energy he had placed at his waist, the azure light intensifying with his words. Kamehameha? The cerulean beam surged into the fissure, racing towards the distance. Moments later, a blinding white light erupted at the farthest point of the crack, gradually filling the entire gap. As the brilliance began to fade, it revealed that the fissure had widened several-fold, culminating in an enormous underground passage that stood starkly visible. Oh, is this where it ends? The great demon god sensed the aura of Cell Pro and, after a few moments, shook his head, saying, "Indeed, there is no lingering energy, barring any unexpected turns. It should be dead." After uttering these words, the great demon god turned his gaze to Goku, who remained with his eyes closed, arms crossed, quietly waiting as if for something. "What is this? Do you harbor a different opinion?" Goku did not open his eyes, but replied, "That old man down there is not one to easily concede." "Oh." The great demon god directed his attention to the white-haired elder below. "Doctor." Jero was in a dire state. Since Cell Pro had fallen into a disadvantage and was being mercilessly attacked, his expression had soured considerably, his brows deeply furrowed. When Cell Pro was engulfed by the orange-gold Cell-S Kamehameha, his face had turned dark and ominous, the flames of rage in his eyes seeming to materialize. "Damn it. I cannot allow myself to fail again. It's impossible. You forced my hand. You've compelled me." Without hesitation, Doctor. Jero retrieved a remote control with a red button from his left pocket. Snap! He pressed the button with a wicked grin, exclaiming, "Now, you shall all meet your demise." Dr. Jero's maniacal, triumphant smile drew the attention of those present towards the direction where he had pinned his hopes on Cell Pro. Now submerged, an eerie, low sound emanated from below, and in the unseen depths, Cell Pro's damaged form was slowly regenerating, its violet flesh flickering with unknown transformations. Gradually, a hint of crimson emerged, multiplying swiftly as the rate of the flesh's metamorphosis accelerated with the rapidity of a viral infection. The complete resurrection of Cell Pro has not ceased its transformation. Its form fluctuates like an inflated balloon, with its eye sockets consumed by a bloody crimson hue. During this oscillation, Cell Pro's body fractures inch by inch, resembling a black serpent's veins sprawling across its entirety. Ah, the anguished roars echo from the vast, deep corridor, reminiscent of a demon's cry escaping its prison. In the next moment, a scarlet shadow leaps like a specter above the passage, its red form entwined with dark, swirling tendrils, exuding a sense of malevolence. In the distance, the great demon gazes at the newly transformed Cell Pro, unable to suppress his admiration, exclaiming, "That old fellow is truly remarkable. Such skill. This power has surged tremendously." Goku, witnessing the newfound strength of Cell Pro, muses, "It seems we shall have to engage once more." Hovering at the cave's entrance, Cell Pro suddenly fixates on the golden-orange cell opposite it, and in the next heartbeat, it charges forward like an enraged bull. Its terrifying velocity, akin to teleportation, magnifies as Cell Pro envelopes the orange cell, propelling them both onward. They collide with an emerging rock wall, creating a resounding impact, and a gaping fissure appears. As they delve deeper, the moment they burst forth from the stone wall, it crumbles behind them, and they continue their path of destruction. Faced with the grotesque creature before him, Cell, unwilling to remain entangled with the monster, unleashes a surge of searing energy. However, Cell Pro's new form is fearsome, withstanding the onslaught of this formidable force. Noticing their inability to separate, Cell intensifies his output, unleashing a torrid aura that envelopes Cell Pro like a miniature sun. As Cell amplifies his energy, the beastly Cell Pro roars, gradually being forced away by the sun-like heat. Observing Cell Pro being repelled from his own body, the orange cell does not cease his emission of energy, but rather escalates it, subsequently drowning Cell Pro in a terrifying wave of power. Chapter 52. The Demise of Cell Pro. The blinding radiance persists, and when calmness finally descends, the ground has been pressed into a vast circular crater. Cell's brilliant form stands at the center of the pit, white smoke swirling from the heat. With a thunderous crash at the edge of the crater, Cell Pro pushes aside the heaps of rubble, slowly rising to its feet. The previous assault has inflicted minimal damage. Yet, the rapid heaving of its chest betrays its utter fury. Cell Pro bellows, stepping forward and shattering the ground beneath as it charges ahead. The clash of their contrasting fists reverberates through the air with a series of explosive impacts. Bang, 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 thud, thud, thud. As the fists of the two combatants briefly touched, they immediately retracted, only to collide once more with their limbs and bodies, resembling ferocious beasts engaged in a primal struggle. The physical contest was undeniably savage. Despite the dramatic surge in power of Cell Pro, it was evident that the resilience of its form paled in comparison to the thoroughly honed physique of the original Cell. With a resounding thud, Cell sent Cell Pro hurtling through the air, blood spewing from its mouth. Yet within mere moments it rose again, baring its bloodied teeth and charging at Cell with a furious roar. The ensuing exchange of blows was marked by a cacophony of impact. Thud, crack. Cell Pro's arm bore the brunt of the force, causing its dark veins to rupture, releasing a torrent of ominous energy. Surprised by the escaping dark essence, Cell Pro howled in retreat, a series of guttural cries escaping its throat as tendrils of black energy coiled around its form. Gradually, as the dark energy intensified, its once crimson body morphed into a shadowy figure, expanding in size until it resembled a monstrous silhouette, save for its blood-red eyes. Observing this transformation, Cell shook his head, reflecting on how the powers derived from malevolent sources could never truly rival the reliability of genuine strength. Yet, Cell Pro, now engulfed in a frenzied state, found newfound vigor, its speed akin to teleportation as it landed a punch against Cell's defensive arms. The two once again clashed, the previously outmatched Cell Pro now evenly matched with Cell. The sounds of their bodies colliding echoing in the air, mingled with splatters of black and purple blood. In a moment of simultaneous impact, both fighters struck each other in the abdomen. Suddenly, Cell Pro opened its massive maw, unleashing a brilliant crimson beam that surged forth like a comet. Cell was propelled away by the force of the energy wave, landing distantly and creating a colossal mushroom cloud. Cell Pro, navigating its gargantuan form, swiftly pursued, aiming a fist the size of a cauldron at the now rising Cell amidst the ruins. With a resounding crash, Cell propelled through the air, twisted mid-flight before regaining his stance, gently wiping away the blood trickling from his left cheek. As he faced the imposing figure of Cell Pro, a whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. In truth, he found an unexpected fondness for this foe. Through their battles, he felt himself growing stronger and more attuned to his own body. Moreover, new powers were continually surfacing, hinting that he was on the cusp of reaching a new level. Alas, he lamented, he truly did not wish to eliminate this formidable punching bag. Yet, a creature driven solely by destruction and devoid of reason must be liberated from its existence. Resolving to conclude the battle, Cell swiftly maneuvered behind the colossal form of Cell Pro, delivering a powerful kick to its back, sending it flying, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of punches, hundreds like phantoms, raining upon its rear. Thud, 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 a primal roar erupted from the chaos. Amidst the relentless sounds of impact, Sheru delivered a resounding kick to its adversary's neck, sending it soaring to the left, carving a deep gash into the ground. Slowly, Sheru Pro rose, yet its appearance had taken on an oddity. Its neck, askew and elongated, appeared incongruous with its towering physique. This time, it refrained from reckless charges. Instead, it began to spin in circles, its unusual head twisting, until, with a sudden explosion, its neck ruptured, causing its head to drop limply to the ground. Without its head, Sheru Pro came to a halt, simultaneously losing its sense of direction and perception. Subsequently, guided solely by instinct, its massive form surged straight ahead. Sheru observed this unfolding scene, internally contemplating. Has it collapsed? Watching as Sheru Pro's body passed directly beside him, he noted its imminent disappearance and hurriedly pursued, swiftly positioning himself in front of it, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. Thud! The orange arm pierced through its body with ease. Withdrawing his arm, Sheru remarked with a sigh, "Alas, it truly has deteriorated beyond repair." Suddenly, With a gaping wound in its abdomen, Sheru Pro collapsed to its knees, its obsidian form swelling like a balloon, expanding ever larger. Ultimately, the inflated remnants of Sheru Pro reached their limit, bursting with a resounding pop. As it exploded, Sheru swiftly conjured an orange protective shield, deflecting the blackened remnants. The black ichor met the shield with a sizzling sound, akin to burning, as Sheru ascended into the air, casually casting a massive wave downwards. In an instant, blinding light engulfed this formidable foe. In the distance, Dr. Gero's eyes widened in despair, exclaiming, "It's over. It's all over." However, the doctor's resilience was strong. After a moment of shock, he clenched his fists and abruptly turned to fly away, muttering defiantly, "As long as the green hills remain, there is no fear of firewood running out." Following closely behind him were two individuals of contrasting heights, who, upon witnessing the doctor's flight, hastened after him. They're running away. Aren't you going to pursue them?" The great demon god inquired, observing Goku's lack of action. Goku turned, watching the figures of the three fade into the distance, leisurely crossing his arms and replying, "No worries. Let them soar for a while longer." Meanwhile, having dealt with the enemy, Sheru teleported instantly to Goku's side, reporting, "Boss, it's done." Goku responded, "Well, now only three remain, an old man, a tall, slender one, and a short, stout one." Minutes later, pausing with his finger resting on his arm, Goku slowly declared, "All right, they must feel secure by now. Let us allow them to descend into despair." No sooner had he spoken than the two figures vanished in an instant. In the distance, far from the previous battlefield, three figures swiftly traversed the sky, continuing their flight forward. Suddenly, two individuals appeared out of thin air ahead, obstructing their path, forcing Dr. Gero and his companions to come to a halt. Chapter 53. The Return of Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero's expression darkened as he gazed at the formidable blockade before him, his mind racing with anxiety as he sought a solution to this predicament. "Doctor, are you really leaving without so much as a word?" Wukong remarked, unable to resist teasing the visibly upset doctor. "You must remember, we were quite the team 4 years ago." "That was 4 years ago," Dr. Gero retorted slowly, revealing his true thoughts. "Moreover, you vanished, and our collaboration should have concluded then. It is time for us to part ways and pursue our separate paths." "Oh," Wukong smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Are you planning to betray me and establish your own domain?" "Betrayal? What are you talking about?" Dr. Gero quickly objected. "You abandoned me. I waited for 1 or 2 months after your disappearance." "Ah, so I should thank you then." "My loyal doctor, waiting faithfully for 1 or 2 months." Wukong's words were sharp, causing Dr. Gero's features to twitch with irritation. "Enough of this nonsense. You have 2 choices. First, we forget the past, and I forgive your betrayal. You remain my subordinate, and as long as you abide by my rules, I shall not trouble you. Second, since you fail to recognize my generosity, I shall unleash a devastating blow that will turn you to ashes." Dr. Gero clenched his fists, a surge of indignation rising within him. He had yet to realize his ambition of world domination. He could not afford to perish. Observing Dr. Gero's hesitation, Wukong contemplated offering him assistance. In the next moment, a dark golden energy wave materialized in his hand. Wait! Dr. Gero instinctively raised his hands defensively, exclaiming, "I choose option 1. I choose option 1. "Oh." A sly smile spread across Wukong's face as he taunted. "Have you come to your senses?" Yes. I feel that working under your command is far more comfortable, Doctor." Gero nodded, awkwardly laughing. Seeing Dr. Gero's newfound compliance, Wukong gradually dissipated the energy wave in his palm. "Since you have chosen to return to the right path, let us put your earlier intentions and past matters behind us." With a sigh of relief, Dr. Gero replied, "Yes. Thank you for your mercy, boss." Wukong approached Dr. Gero and inquired, "By the way, after my disappearance 4 years ago, aside from you, where are Dr. Brief and Bulma now?" "I'm not entirely sure. When I regained consciousness, I left, and over the past 4 years, I have been diligently focused on my research underground, so I am unaware of their circumstances." Upon hearing Dr. Gero's information, Wukong fell into deep contemplation. Upon his arrival on Earth, he immediately sensed the presence of a Bulma, albeit with certain nuances that distinguished her from the Bulma of his own universe. What, then, of the Bulma from the despairing temporal rift I brought here? Furthermore, the essence of Dr. Brief was conspicuously absent. "Hey, kid, we don't have much time. This is not the moment for daydreaming." The hovering demon lord interrupted Goku's contemplative state with urgency. Goku acknowledged, snapping back to reality, and gazed at Dr. Gero, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Doctor, since you're unaware of their whereabouts, I must trouble you with a request. Dr. Gero's expression shifted as he cautiously inquired, what is it that you require? Goku replied with a relaxed smile, it's nothing much, just the silver substance we discussed last time. I need you to produce a larger quantity. Oh, that item. No problem. I happen to have some samples left. However, Dr. Gero paused before continuing, but the other components of this substance are quite rare, so it may take some additional time. Additional time, you say? Goku mused, glancing upward at the Demon Lord, recalling its earlier words. Kid, we are well prepared. We only lack one item, the silver substance that will allow you to enter the rift. Are you referring to the silver shuttle? Indeed, with that in your possession, you shall be able to traverse the wicked fissure. Otherwise, you can only gaze longingly at it. Goku shifted his focus back to Dr. Gero and instructed, proceed with utmost haste. We cannot afford to wait indefinitely. Understood. After relaying his orders, Goku turned to the two individuals accompanying Dr. Gero, inquiring, who are they? In response to Goku's question, Dr. Gero explained, this tall one and short one are my latest research. Fully artificial beings, androids 1 and 2. And those two, he gestured towards a black-haired individual and another with green skin, are Gohan and Piccolo, whom we encountered on the road after they were defeated by Cell. Subsequently, we advanced and discovered the unconscious pairs of android siblings, whom we promptly rescued. After listening to the doctor's elaboration, Goku nodded and pointed at Gohan and Piccolo, stating, very well, you may take charge of them. Handle them as you see fit. First, return to gather the materials needed for the silver shuttle. And once you have healed the two pairs of androids, rendezvous with me at the highest peak over there. Goku gestured towards the distant towering mountain. Yes, boss. We shall return to prepare. Dr. Gero, along with androids 1 and 2, bowed deeply before soaring ahead of Goku and the others. As Goku watched the group vanish from sight, he turned to Cell and said, let us proceed and await their arrival. With Goku leading the way, he took flight towards the mountain peak, closely followed by Cell. Their speed was remarkable, and within mere minutes, they reached the summit and descended, settling into a serene wait. On the other side, Dr. Gero and his companions hastily returned to the subterranean laboratory beneath the glacier, propelled by a fierce wind. Without delay, Dr. Gero placed the two pairs of androids into the incubation chamber for treatment, while he diligently gathered the necessary items into a multifunctional capsule. After completing his collection, he gazed at the unconscious Gohan and Piccolo, pondering the dilemma of how to handle these two. How vexing. If only I had more time, I would surely transform them into my most formidable androids. Dr. Gero's face bore a look of regret. Alas, for now, I shall confine them here. Once I fulfill the master's task, I shall return to meticulously convert them into my ultimate weaponry. Having resolved this, he promptly placed the two into the nutrient-filled incubation chamber, then approached the colossal computer, inputting various data. In the dimly lit underground space, aside from the 6 figures encased in the green incubators, only the soft sounds of keyboard strokes broke the silence. Chapter 54. The Temporal Vortex of Parallel Universes. Atop the towering peaks, Goku and Cell stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, resembling two statues frozen in time, while the great demon leisurely floated above them. It had been some time since they parted ways with Dr. Gero, and as moments trickled by, doubts began to surface. Was the doctor perhaps fleeing? Boss, it has been a while. Do you think that old man might have run away? Cell slowly articulated his suspicion, opening his cold eyes. Goku simultaneously opened his eyes, stretching his robust arms, his thick black hair billowing wildly, akin to a fierce lion. No way. He is a clever man, aware of what he can and cannot do. If he exhausts my patience, it will be his undoing. Let us wait a bit longer. He should be arriving soon. Should he truly betray me, I shall annihilate this planet and pursue that old man relentlessly until I crush his skull. Upon finishing his statement, Goku halted his movements, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his face as he looked ahead, saying, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Cell, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards the distance, where several small dark figures were drawing nearer, their features becoming increasingly distinct. The approaching group appeared to be in a hurry, and the once great distance soon closed in. Dr. Gero, accompanied by a tall and a short figure, along with 2 pairs of android siblings, came to a sudden stop in midair before gracefully descending onto the peak. As Dr. Gero's feet touched the ground, he promptly stepped forward, bowing his head in apology. Boss, I'm sorry. I inadvertently arrived late. Observing the grave expression on Dr. Gero's face, Goku quickly reassured him. It's all right. What matters is that you are here. He then turned his attention to the pairs of siblings behind him, noting that their tattered garments had been replaced with the familiar attire from their first encounter. The two Android 18s donned identical denim jackets, black leggings, and black tops, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish one from the other. The two number 17s adorned themselves once more with the long-absent orange scarves and stylish green denim trousers. At that moment, a pair of android siblings approached, slightly bowing their heads as they addressed their leader. Boss, during your mysterious absence over the years, we have waited for you on Earth and gathered 2 subordinates in your honor. However, everything remains under your command, so we seek your permission to allow them to join us. Upon hearing this, number 18 and number 17 also bowed their heads slightly, their expressions stoic yet tinged with unease. Goku, gazing at the android siblings with a radiant and charming smile, replied, of course. I wholeheartedly welcome all like-minded friends to join me. Upon hearing their leader's affirmative response, 17th and 18th rejoiced, exclaiming, yes, we pledge our loyalty to you, boss. Goku nodded and addressed everyone. By the way, we will soon travel to other universes, so prepare yourselves mentally. This journey will neither be too long nor too slow. Understood? Everyone responded promptly, though their thoughts varied internally. What about the 2 subjects in my laboratory? I hope they won't escape by the time I return. Dr. Gero's calm demeanor momentarily darkened, a hint of gravity reflecting in his murky eyes. He could only hope to conclude matters swiftly. The android siblings, Lazuli and Lapis, harbored no such concerns. Having traversed this path before, the novelty had faded into indifference. Conversely, 18 and 17 were consumed by a mix of excitement, curiosity, and trepidation regarding their venture into the unknown. As they took a moment to process their thoughts, Goku refocused his attention on Dr. Gero. Doctor, I must emphasize the significance of your task. Once we arrive, I will ensure you have a dedicated facility for research and production. Your foremost objective is to expedite the development of the Silver Shuttle. This is of utmost importance. Do you understand? Dr. Gero bowed his head even lower, responding, I understand. Goku nodded and then turned to the great demon in the sky, declaring, all right, we can begin. Although the others were puzzled by their leader's seemingly one-sided conversation with the air, their high emotional intelligence prompted them to remain silent. In the sky, the great demon, invisible to all but Goku, swept his hand through the void, creating a towering black fissure. Dark magic coiled around his hand as the gas slowly seeped into the rift, gradually expanding it. Minutes later, a massive blood-red egg emerged, dragged forth by the black demonic energy. After many years, Goku once again beheld this familiar giant egg, the lingering sense of dread resurfacing with all its former intensity. I can't believe I have grown so powerful. Yet this mere 7th of the full demon still evokes an involuntary shudder within me. Goku felt his body resist the presence of this object, a heavy weight settling in his heart. The great demon cradled the full demon egg in his left hand while reaching once more into the expanding vortex with his right. Moments later, a black sphere, several times larger than a basketball, was extracted, revealing the sealed god of time, Kuranoya Kane. What a twist of fate. Every time the dark demon recalls the god of time's self-imposed entrapment, he feels that the opportunity for his demonic kin has finally arrived. The rise of the demon race cannot be delayed. Goku flew beside the dark demon and inquired, what shall we do next? The dark demon weighed the sealing orb in his right hand and replied, we must first rely on the assistance of our formidable god of time. With that, he grasped the air with his right hand, causing the sealing orb to levitate. In the next instant, a torrent of dark magical energy flowed into the orb, and after several breaths, an astonishing transformation occurred. Strands of silvery light pierced through the dense darkness of the sealing orb's surface, gradually increasing until the black sphere was enveloped in a shimmering silver globe of pure white radiance. Seeing that the time was ripe, the dark demon shouted, open for me. Time-space vortex. In the next moment, boundless silver light radiated, and with the activation of the god of time's power, numerous silver whirlpools materialized in midair. Subsequently, the dark demon propelled the blood egg upward with his left hand, continuously feeding it with dark magical energy. The blood egg emitted an eerie crimson glow, producing waves of sound that rippled outward. The sound waves from the blood egg spread towards all the silver whirlpools, leaving the onlookers below in a state of bewilderment as they witnessed whirlpools multiplying and filling the sky, evoking an inexplicable awe of this power. After some time, one of the whirlpools unexpectedly turned crimson. The dark demon immediately altered his use of temporal power, and in the next moment, all the silver whirlpools vanished except for the blood-red one. "Found it! Let's go!" exclaimed the dark demon, as he sent the giant egg and sealing orb into a mysterious dark rift, promptly drifting into the red whirlpool. "Follow me," Goku declared before diving into the vortex. The others hesitated not, each following suit and rushing into the whirlpool one by one. Once they all entered, the vortex gradually dissolved into the air. Chapter 55 Parallel Universes. In the vast expanse of countless parallel universes, an unremarkable one suddenly welcomed a few unexpected visitors. What will they bring? Within the dim, blue-glowing void of the cosmos, a blood-red vortex suddenly unfurled, and moments later, several figures burst forth. The sudden arrivals, under the influence of gravity, were uncontrollably plummeting toward a planet, their speed increasing as their bodies ignited with fiery friction from the rapid descent. In the blink of an eye, they resembled shooting stars, hurtling toward a lush, verdant planet. On this green planet, life thrived abundantly, with towering, ancient trees reaching for the sky and majestic mountains adorned with moss. Various birds and creatures flitted through the foliage and soared across the skies. Lush, resilient green grass blankets the entirety of the earth, while colossal creatures resembling dinosaurs traverse this vast expanse. Some extend their serpentine necks to feast upon the purple fruits atop ancient trees, while others lower their heads to sip the cool, sweet waters of the lake. Suddenly, a magnificent being, akin to a giraffe and engaged in devouring fruits, emits a resounding, prolonged roar. Upon hearing this call, the surrounding creatures gaze skyward, where fiery red stars flicker in the horizon. The beings observe this spectacle in quietude, seemingly unfazed, yet exuding an air of confidence. With a crunch, a gigantic long-necked creature bites in half an apple, chewing thoughtfully as it gazes at the heavens. Influenced by this beast, the other creatures continue to indulge in their meals, occasionally casting sidelong glances upward. In the sky, several fiery meteors plummet toward the verdant planet, one after another descending into an expansive, boundless forest. The rhythmic thuds resonate through the woods, startling flocks of birds into the air as they flee into the distance. From above, billowing clouds of smoke rise from the forest, and following the trail of smoke, one can see numerous craters of varying sizes dotting the grassy ground. In the largest crater, the golden energy aura surrounding Wukong gradually dissipates, while nearby, Cell emerges from his own golden shield, surveying his surroundings. Not far off, the android troops emerge from the craters, each bearing the marks of their recent collision. "This is quite a remarkable planet," Cell remarks, having meticulously observed the environment. "I beg to differ," Dr. Gero interjects sharply. "This is clearly a primitive world, of no use to my experiments. What I require is a planet rich in advanced technology." "Enough," Wukong interjects, swiftly halting their argument. "The experiment is paramount, but we are uncertain of our current location. Let us rest here for the night and decide our course in the morning." "Agreed." The others nod in unison. "I shall seek sustenance." With that, Cell ascends into the sky, disappearing into the distance. At that moment, Dr. Gero suddenly tosses a multifunctional capsule onto the grass, which expands with a pop, revealing a grand 3-story villa. "Boss, their SA house. You should go inside and rest. We'll notify you when the food is ready." Hearing Dr. Gero's words and witnessing his earnest gesture, Wukong could only accept his kindness. "Very well. I have a few matters to attend to." He then turned to the quietly observant android siblings, saying, "Feel free to explore. Let us gather here once darkness falls." With that, Wukong entered the villa, gazing at the blue and white bed, and sat upon it, looking up at the sky. "Master, where are you? Why can I not see you?" The air remained tranquil for a considerable duration before a raspy and unpleasant voice of the great demon emerged, accompanied by a hint of frailty. "Young one, there is nothing to worry about. It is merely a matter of exhaustion. A brief respite should suffice for my recovery." "Very well," he continued. "My intention is to first seek a planet where Dr. Gero can focus on his research to manufacture the silver shuttles. Once we have produced a sufficient quantity, we shall then pursue the malevolent rifts. What are your thoughts? Or do you have an alternative perspective?" After Goku finished speaking, he patiently awaited the demon's response. After a span of over 10 seconds, the deep voice of the great demon resonated again. "All right, let it be so, but instruct that old fellow to expedite his efforts. Our time is limited." Goku nodded, reassuring, "Rest assured. I comprehend the gravity of the situation." Good, I entrust this task to you. Now, to conserve my strength, I shall refrain from assuming my true form, except for seeking the malevolent rifts and traversing the cosmos. Understood. I shall hasten Dr. Jiro's production of the silver shuttles. Goku remained in place for a moment, noting the absence of further activity, and then lowered his head to contemplate subsequent actions. He pondered that once all the demons were gathered, he would likely join their ranks, leading to a quest for vengeance. By that time, he should be able to enter the primary timeline of the Dragon Ball world, gradually plotting his course. As time passed, countless strategies and images flickered through Goku's mind. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door interrupted his thoughts and daydreams. Boss, the food is ready. You may eat now. Upon hearing the call from outside, Goku realized he had been lost in thought for quite a while. He promptly replied, "All right, I'll be right out." Before long, Goku pushed open the door and stepped out of the villa. The night sky had enveloped the world in darkness, save for the countless twinkling eyes on the horizon. Ahead, the group had gathered, their faces illuminated by the golden flames. A massive foreleg of an unknown creature was roasting over the fire, the flames crisping its exterior while keeping the interior tender, appearing delectably golden. "Boss, come sit here." Dr. Jiro shifted aside, revealing a spacious spot. Goku approached, took a seat, and began to gnaw on the roasted leg, speaking as he ate. "Everyone, today, let us rest well. Tomorrow, we embark on a quest for a planet with advanced technology." With a few swift motions, Goku devoured the substantial chunk of meat and continued. "You know, what we are undertaking is a noble endeavor, one that aids others. Furthermore, it shall lead us to a grander stage, one filled with even more excitement and intrigue." After a moment of silence following his words, the group responded in unison. "Boss, fear not. We shall wholeheartedly assist you in accomplishing this monumental task." Goku tossed aside the bone in his hand and, while walking, remarked, "As long as you all follow me diligently and harbor no treacherous thoughts, I shall lead you down a path of unprecedented brilliance. I will take a stroll outside. Feel free to do as you wish." Dr. Jiro, along with the other androids, gazed contemplatively at Goku's receding figure, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Chapter 56, Planet Capitus. In the tranquil yet shadowy forest, Goku walked with a light step, leisurely meandering as towering trees obscured the faint starlight above. This dark and eerie woodland exuded a sense of peril, a truth that became increasingly evident as Goku ventured deeper, where famished intruders began to emerge from the shadows. Drip, drip, drip. The sudden sounds of dripping water and faint, labored breaths filled the air, prompting Goku to halt. A glint of playful malice sparkled in his eyes, and a confident, hunter-like smile graced his lips. After a moment's pause, as Goku remained motionless, the anxious creatures darted forth from behind the massive trunks. Enormous green wolves encircled him, their drool pooling on the forest floor. Crack! With a swift motion, Goku struck, snapping the neck of the last green wolf, leaving a scene of utter devastation in his wake as he continued his journey through the forest. In the boundless darkness, time lost all meaning, and eventually, Goku came to a standstill. The enveloping darkness seemed to embrace him. He extended his arms, closed his eyes, and gradually merged with the shadowy surroundings. Reflecting on his journey from inception to strength and his gradual encounter with higher realms of existence, he recognized the duality of opportunity and challenge. Recalling his former self, innocent, kind-hearted, and combative, he realized that his previous life, dominated by the duality of sustenance and conflict, was far too monotonous. Had he remained that incomplete version of himself, he might have endured, yet now, he found himself irrevocably changed. "I shall trample upon all those who stand above me, seizing dominion and mastering everything within my grasp." As Goku engaged with the natural darkness, he gradually attained clarity and resoluteness regarding his aspirations, and the path ahead became ever clearer. Thus, he spent a solitary night in the depths of the darkened woods. The following day, the nascent sunlight penetrated the great trees, casting a warm glow upon Goku's golden eyes, which shimmered with resplendent brilliance. The dawn has arrived. I must hasten back, for we are set to embark shortly." Goku swiftly sensed Cell's presence and disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, adjacent to the villa, Dr. Jiro and his companions stood in perfect formation, seemingly awaiting a review. With a whoosh, the space rippled, and Goku materialized before them. "All right, we are ready to depart. Is there anything else?" he inquired. "If not, take my hand and hold on tight." Upon hearing this, Dr. Jiro approached the villa, pressing an unseen mechanism. With a puff, the villa transformed into a multifunctional capsule. And after retracting it, the doctor promptly returned to his previous position. Master, I have nothing more to discuss. Upon hearing this, Dr. Jero, with a glance at the remaining few, noted their silence and declared, very well, seize me, and let us seek an individual who can inform us of planets with advanced technological capabilities. One by one, the androids placed their hands on their respective arms, followed by Dr. Jero resting his hand on Goku's shoulder. Meanwhile, another hand grasped Goku's other shoulder, belonging to Cell. Goku pondered silently, wondering if the king of the universe resided in the same location. In a flash, his figure vanished along with all those beside him. In the North Galaxy, on the King-S planet amidst the yellow sea of clouds, the portly king suddenly shivered, as if sensing an impending calamity. He exhaled deeply, patting his chest to reassure himself, and turned to retreat to his chamber for a brief respite. Suddenly, he was startled by the appearance of a crowd behind him, causing him to shudder. After a moment, he calmed his racing heart and cautiously inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Goku stepped forward, smiling as he addressed the king. "Your Majesty, we come with a simple inquiry, devoid of malice." Upon hearing this, the king perked up, standing straighter and thinking to himself, "Ah, so they seek my assistance." He turned, hands clasped behind his back, and asked, "Are you familiar with my tale?" Silence enveloped the area, and after a few minutes of awkwardness, the king, feeling disregarded, continued, "My rule is that you must entertain me with a joke to earn my help." With that, he tilted his head, bracing himself for the jest. Goku approached, gathering a dark golden energy sphere in his hand as he moved behind the king, pressing the energy against the back of his head. "I apologize, but I lack the luxury of time. You must choose, your life or your foolish joke." The king squinted at the glowing sphere, his tone calm yet cautious. Wait, no jokes please. Let's remain calm and rational." After swallowing hard and wiping the sweat from his brow, the king continued, "What is it that you wish to ask?" Goku dissipated the energy in his hand, stating, "I seek a planet of advanced technological prowess." Very well, very well." The king, relieved at the vanishing energy, exhaled deeply and began to stretch his somewhat sluggish body. Once his state was restored, he straightened his antennae, gripping tightly with both hands, sending ripples into the air. Moments later, his antennae twitched, then drooped to either side. The king turned to Goku and announced, "I have found it. Here are the coordinates." With that, a white wave surged forth from his black antenna, enveloping Goku in a circle of energy. "Having provided you with the coordinates, may I take my leave?" Goku glanced at the numerical coordinates in his mind and nodded in affirmation. The king of the universe, observing this perilous figure, consented and hastily retreated, enveloped in a plume of smoke, swiftly darting into his abode, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud. Goku disregarded him and merely nodded to his subordinates, saying, "There should be no issue. Let us proceed to explore this technologically advanced planet." No sooner had he spoken than the group adeptly positioned their arms, resting them upon their shoulders, and with a whoosh, they vanished from sight. Cabitus planet, one of the most technologically advanced celestial bodies in the northern galaxy, is a vibrant azure sphere brimming with creative vitality. Encircling the planet is a colossal mechanical serpent, coiling protectively around Cabitus, emanating a dazzling array of multicolored luminescence. This intricate machinery is in constant motion, presenting a breathtaking vista from afar, a striking contrast amidst the desolation of the starry expanse. Within the technologically resplendent Cabitus, one is greeted by towering silver edifices, while various high-tech spacecraft dart through the skies. On the ground, metallic automatons perform intricate mechanical dances, alongside a myriad of other marvels. Chapter 57. The mysterious hourglass structure in this solemn and austere atmosphere. Goku and his companions materialized in midair, and the numerous flying vessels around them faced this unforeseen obstruction with undeniable surprise. Boom! Bang! Crash! The initial collision of the first spacecraft triggered a domino effect, leading several ships and disks to collide, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Moments later, a dark mushroom cloud billowed into the air as those vessels plunged recklessly into the expanding cloud, causing it to swell even larger. After a few minutes, these mindless mechanical beings finally ceased their self-destructive trajectory, halting in place and encircling Goku and his companions, who remained unscathed amidst the swirling smoke. As time progressed, the haze gradually dissipated, revealing the assorted flying apparatuses surrounding them. Ahead, many of the flying vessels began to veer aside, clearing a path. Soon, an unusually distinctive robot approached. It possessed a diminutive frame, adorned with bird-like silver wings that were disproportionately large, each wing surpassing the size of its entire body. Upon reaching a suitable position, this petite automaton regarded Goku and his companions, its tone frosty as it inquired, "Who are you? Are you intruders?" Goku, unfazed, turned to Dr. Gero and asked, "What do you think? Does this place meet your requirements?" Dr. Gero had been surveying the surroundings intently, nodding intermittently, and upon hearing his leader's question, he promptly replied, "Indeed, this place is exceptional. Conducting research here will surely accelerate my development to its utmost potential." "Excellent. Then this shall be our domain." Wukong extended his palm towards the small mechanical figure that appeared to be the leader. In an instant, a brilliant energy wave surged forth, striking with blinding intensity. Bang! Boom! The winged robot exploded spectacularly, scattering sparks and mechanical debris in all directions. As Wukong unleashed his assault, nearby Cell and the androids rushed towards the surrounding aircraft, which soon erupted one after another like firecrackers. Before long, the sky was devoid of any flying machines. Cell casually discarded a flattened piece of metal to the ground and gazed at the fully armed robots below, exclaiming, "I hope this brings me some amusement." He then swept his gaze downward, unleashing a crimson beam that carved 2 deep trenches into the earth, leaving several robots severed in half beside them. The robots, armed with laser guns, witnessing their comrades' devastation, hurriedly fired at Cell in the sky. Streams of blue light shot upwards, only to be effortlessly blocked by Cell's energy shield. After a brief standoff with the lasers, Cell grew disinterested, dissipating the shield and preparing to welcome the onslaught of lasers with his body. The powerful lasers, upon striking Cell's well-honed physique, proved as ineffective as feathers brushing against stone. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Cell's mouth as he forcefully charged through the unrelenting barrage of lasers towards the robots on the ground. With lightning speed, a single punch shattered the robots to pieces, and a sweeping blow annihilated entire groups. In no time, the number of robots dwindled, and the arrival of additional androids accelerated their demise. After a little over 10 minutes, only scattered remnants of the robots remained on the ground, as Cell and the androids trampled over the mangled metal in search of any survivors. After a thorough inspection, the group ascended into the air, awaiting Wukong's next command. Wukong's gaze fell upon the colossal hourglass-shaped structure that connected with the heavens, its dark, blue exterior exuding an aura of lifelessness. "That must be the core structure of this planet. Let's go investigate," he declared, propelling himself towards the hourglass monument, with the others hastily following suit. As they drew closer, the grandeur of the hourglass became increasingly evident, stretching beyond sight above, while numerous tendrils resembling veins plunged deep into the ground below, clearly representing the pinnacle of this planet's technology. The group halted before the turtle's shell-like edifice, and upon discovering the absence of any entrance, Android 18 directed a key blast at the hourglass. The yellow energy wave collided with the exterior, vanishing without a trace and yielding no effect. "What?" Android 18 exclaimed in puzzlement. At this moment, the knowledgeable Dr. Gero remarked, "Its outer shell must possess an energy absorption mechanism. As long as it hasn't reached its energy absorption limit, we cannot do anything to it." Upon hearing this, the crowd was poised to unleash their collective strength against the looming edifice before them, when suddenly, with a wave of his hand, Cell interjected, "Wait. Allow me to give it a try." He retreated to a suitable distance, his gaze fixed upon the structure as he brought his hands together at his waist. A formidable energy began to coalesce within his palms, radiating forth in a brilliant azure glow. The Kamehameha wave surged forth, striking the building with tremendous force. After a moment, the exterior of the structure and the energy wave found themselves in a stalemate, the Kamehameha fluctuating in intensity, alternately growing larger and smaller in a capricious dance. Cell maintained his output, feeling as though his power was being drawn into an abyss, endlessly vanishing. "You glutton, if you enjoy consuming so much, then let me provide you with an ample feast." With this thought igniting his resolve, Cell unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, a golden aura erupting around him, causing the blue energy wave in his hands to expand several-fold. As this terrifying force continued to assail the building, ominous cracking sounds began to emanate from what had seemed an impenetrable facade. Sensing an opportunity, Cell let out a furious roar and intensified his output. The colossal energy wave inching closer, methodically shattering the outer wall. Finally, the once formidable barrier could not withstand the onslaught. A massive plume of white smoke erupted from the gaping hole left in the wake of the assault. Surveying the result of his efforts, Celeste's face broke into a confident smile. All right, we have an entrance. As the crowd waited for the smoke to dissipate, they began to enter the colossal hourglass structure. Inside, they were greeted by a haphazard array of dilapidated machinery, and ahead lay a tunnel carved by the Kamehameha wave. Goku led the way into the depths, the surroundings cloaked in darkness, save for the flickering sparks above and the currents beneath their feet that offered a modicum of illumination. After an indeterminate passage of time, a golden glow, signifying an exit, finally emerged ahead, and the group surged forth from the tunnel. Upon exiting, they recognized the familiar architecture and turned back to glance at the hourglass-like structure. Suddenly enlightened, it dawned on them that the powerful energy wave had indeed pierced the very heart of the edifice. Oops, Cell remarked, sheepishly touching the smooth black surface above. My bad, who knew this thing was so fragile? With no alternative, the group was compelled to retrace their steps. As they ventured back, each member searched for any potential points of entry. After a thorough examination yielded no results, they gazed upward in unison. Once more, Cell summoned his energy, the golden flame enveloping his form shimmering brilliantly in the darkness. In no time, a blue light flickered once more at Celeste's waist, and as his energy surged, an unexpected transformation occurred. The overhead machinery appeared to come alive, parting to reveal a circular passageway above. The crowd, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, grew vigilant, and Cell, seizing the moment, dissipated the energy he had been on the verge of unleashing. After a few tense minutes, observing that no immediate threat emerged, the group turned their attention to Goku, curious to see how he intended to proceed. Let us proceed. Everyone else has cleared the intersection, and we must not succumb to fear. With that, Wukong was the first to soar into the tunnel above, followed closely by the others. After traversing a lengthy, dark passage, they emerged into a corridor suffused with a mesmerizing blue luminescence, exuding an aura of advanced technology that appeared almost dreamlike. Upon reaching the end, they were met with a vast silvery platform, upon which rested a colossal mechanical structure resembling a flower stamen. As Wukong descended onto the platform, he approached the flower-like machine and circled it a few times. Noticing that its silver petals appeared to be closed, he took it upon himself to pry them apart. With each exertion, the sound of cracking intensified until, with a resounding crash, the petals shattered and were flung away. Wukong gazed into the now open stamen, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Nestled within was a sleek black sphere, which he curiously lifted and tapped with his fingers. The sound resonated normally, prompting him to ponder for a moment before carelessly tossing it behind him, exclaiming, "Doctor, do take the time to investigate this curious object." Dr. Goro deftly caught the sphere, nodding in agreement. The group then conducted several inspections of the area, yet no hidden mechanisms were discovered. Wukong surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on the silvery platform beneath him, which he began to find somewhat superfluous and obtrusive. In the next instant, a dark golden radiance flickered forth, and the silver platform gradually disintegrated, culminating in a spectacular explosion that created a gaping hole. As the smoke cleared, revealing an array of high-tech devices within, Wukong's expression reflected his realization of their significance. The group leapt down into the newly unveiled realm, akin to stepping into another world, where various advanced life forms were diligently conducting experiments. As Wukong and his companions delved deeper, the once dense congregation of technological beings gradually thinned. Upon reaching the terminus, they encountered a colossal blue holographic projection. To their astonishment, the projection bore a striking resemblance to the winged mechanical leader that Wukong had previously shattered with a powerful wave. However, its current state appeared grim. Its large blue wings were enveloped around its body, resembling a wounded creature in the throes of recovery. "Is it dead or merely incapacitated?" asked Sheru, directing his gaze towards the individual most likely to comprehend the situation. Dr. Goro, sensing the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes upon him, cleared his throat softly and replied, "Its physical form is indeed deceased. However, its core data likely managed to escape and return here. It is currently in a state of recuperation." "And how do we resolve this predicament?" Sheru inquired, seeking clarity on the matter. "Fear not, Doctor," Goro declared as he stepped forward, examining the ethereal data projection before him, retrieving his tools, and commencing his work. "After I make a few modifications, it will be ready." The others quietly observed Dr. Gero at work. Hours passed, and the ethereal shadow above began to transform. Its previously insubstantial form gradually solidified and expanded in size. At last, Dr. Gero ceased his actions. He had successfully transformed it into a voice assistant, rendering it completely harmless. Goku gazed at the radiant shadow and nodded, stating, "Very well. However, now that everything is in place, the development of the Silver Shuttle must proceed swiftly." Indeed, with that, the doctor resumed tinkering with those incomprehensible high-tech devices. Goku casually found a spot to await the completion of the Silver Shuttle's fabrication. The two pairs of android siblings also settled in various corners of the spacious area. Meanwhile, one tall and one short android approached Dr. Gero to assist him. 3 days later, the once tranquil laboratory erupted in commotion. Dr. Gero slammed his hand on the massive computer before him, his face contorted with frustration as he muttered to himself, No, this is simply insufficient." Hearing the commotion, the others gathered around, observing the doctor's distressed demeanor. Goku, puzzled, inquired, "What is wrong? Is there an issue with the Silver Shuttle?" In response to his leader's question, Dr. Gero begrudgingly replied, "Yes, we are out of a rare material for the Silver Shuttle. Without it, the research cannot proceed." "What is it? Where can we find it?" "It's a mineral called silver netherstone. It grows in a unique environment and can only be found in such conditions." As Dr. Gero spoke, he pondered how he could assist Goku and the others in locating this mineral. Deep in thought, he glanced around until his gaze fell upon the swirling data in the air, which sparked a fleeting idea before dimming again. What to do? What can serve as a carrier? After a moment of intense contemplation, the doctor suddenly had a revelation, exclaiming, "Eureka!" He retrieved a universal capsule, opened it, and a round black orb materialized on the ground. Picking it up, Dr. Gero joyously declared, "Aha! This should serve as a perfect carrier." He then eagerly immersed himself in work, not pausing until the following day. Observing the unchanged orb in the doctor's hand, Goku looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "This is what you spent the entire night creating?" Dr. Gero, understanding the skepticism in Goku's expression, quickly explained, "Boss, this is no ordinary black orb. Just watch." As he spoke, he tapped the orb and called out, "D little eyeball." No sooner had he uttered the words than the black orb shot into the air, spinning and unfolding into a beautiful azure eye. Gazing at this remarkably fitting creation, Goku curiously asked, "What is happening?" Dr. Glow, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "It is quite simple. I merely fuse the injured data life with the incomplete little black sphere. The results are remarkably effective. This tiny entity now possesses the entire data reservoir of the fragmented data life, and one might say it has transformed into a veritable repository of information." After a brief pause, the doctor continued with palpable excitement. "What is most astonishing is that it is still in its juvenile stage, with a long journey of growth ahead. What will ultimately evolve into is beyond even my predictions." Upon hearing about the situation of the spherical eyes, Wukong promptly inquired, "So, will it assist in locating the silver dark stone?" "Indeed," Dr. Glow replied, "its information repository contains clues regarding the silver dark stone. It should not take long to find it." Observing the lively black orb flitting about in the air, Wukong remarked, "It seems to be quite spirited." Dr. Glow responded, "Yes. Just now I tapped it, which activated its free mode. If I tap it again and call its name, it will obediently respond." After hearing this, Wukong swiftly darted into the air, his hand moving like lightning as he tapped the top of the black orb and called out, "Little eyeball." As the final syllable escaped his lips, the previously bouncing and erratic black orb came to an abrupt halt, as if immobilized by an unseen force. Wukong floated curiously above it, while Dr. Glow shouted from below, "All right, boss, you can now command it at will." Hearing that he could direct the orb, Wukong quickly exclaimed, "Spin around." In the next instant, the still black sphere widened its azure eyes and began to rotate in a clockwise direction. As it spun faster and faster, leaving behind a blur of motion, Wukong, wishing to halt its relentless rotation, called for it to stop and issued other commands. After a series of experiments, it became evident that the little orb exhibited absolute obedience. "Come here," he commanded. The small black sphere, which had been some distance away, immediately soared to Wukong's side. Pleased with this obedient little orb, Wukong contemplated a name for it. "Given your blue eyes, I shall call you Little Blue." The newly named Little Blue blinked its azure eyes, seemingly acknowledging its name. Wukong nodded and then addressed Dr. Glow. "Very well, time is of the essence. I will swiftly return with the silver dark stone, while you complete the remaining preparations." "Understood." Just follow Little Blue, Dr. Glow instructed. Wukong commanded Little Blue. Lead me to the silver dark stone. Little Blue blinked its eyes, and blue light refracted, transforming into a guiding path. Subsequently, Little Blue shot upwards with Dr. Glow and his two assistants following behind, while the others trailed closely. As the group followed Little Blue through the dark, spiraling passageway, they journeyed an indeterminate distance until they halted, at which point the sight before them elucidated the necessity of traversing this route. At the end of the line of sight, a colossal spacecraft, entirely cloaked in black and reminiscent of a whale, lay quietly in wait. Suddenly, the large blue eyes of the small creature emitted a beam of azure light, sweeping over the vessel's surface, causing the whale-like craft to come alive. It shimmered with dazzling green luminescence. Gradually, the radiant patches of light began to fade, leaving only the two green eyes at the prow flickering. With a soft hum, the broad hull of the craft revealed a rectangular hatch that slowly opened. The little blue creature darted inside, prompting Goku and the others to follow suit. Upon entering the vessel, they were momentarily enveloped in darkness, but soon the interior lights illuminated one by one, transforming the space into a realm as bright as day. As Goku surveyed his surroundings, the little blue creature soared straight ahead to what appeared to be the control panel, then abruptly dove down, fitting itself into a recess on the console. Subsequently, the once unremarkable control panel became ethereal and transparent, and the massive whale ship trembled before ascending into the sky. After navigating through several tunnels, the spacecraft burst forth from the surface of the planet Carbitus and commenced its interstellar journey. Inside the ship, Goku, having grown accustomed to the novelty of the vessel, approached the control panel and observed the little blue creature nestled in the recess. He inquired, "Where are we headed now?" The blue creature instantly opened its eyes, revealing its enchanting, dreamlike orbs, and projected a transparent blue beam that formed a square frame in the air. Inscribed with the words, "We are en route to the planet Luxaru in the Western Galaxy, which harbors a mineral somewhat akin to the Silver Darkstone." This is one of the clues from my database. Understanding the nature of their destination, Goku settled into a seat, eager to arrive swiftly and ascertain whether the sought-after Silver Darkstone awaited them. The others similarly found seats within the spacecraft, awaiting their arrival in silence. 3 days later, Goku, feeling the pangs of hunger, turned to the little blue creature and asked, "How much longer until we arrive?" The blue eyes sparkled once more, and a dialogue panel appeared. "At the current speed of this vessel, we will reach Luxaru in half a month." "Half a month, huh?" Goku sighed, resigning himself to sleep, hoping that upon awakening, the planet Luxaru would be within sight. In the dark expanse of the starry sky, the immense whale spacecraft transformed into a streak of black interspersed with green light, swiftly darting past countless stars before vanishing into the vastness of darkness. Half a month later, the whale ship gently came to a halt before a violet-hued planet. Inside the vessel, the sleeping occupants were roused by a sudden ringing. Goku rubbed his head, yawned, and asked Little Blue, "Have we arrived?" A blue dialogue box promptly appeared. "Indeed, the planet shrouded in purple mist before us is our destination, Luxaru." In an instant, the blue box transformed, presenting a vivid, three-dimensional model of the planet on the screen. Upon witnessing this, Wukong promptly exclaimed, "Then let us proceed." No sooner had he spoken than a blue dialogue box reappeared. "This planet is enveloped by an unknown magnetic field. If the spaceship recklessly enters, it may result in unpredictable changes and peril. In that case, I shall descend alone to investigate," Wukong declared, preparing to teleport. Yet, the words on the dialogue box changed once more. "Wait, you must take this with you." Suddenly, a small, flattened orb emerged from the azure glow of Little Blue's eyes. "This is a specialized communication device. Once you arrive, I will guide you on how to locate the ores." Wukong took the device, inserted it into his ear, nodded in acknowledgement, and then attuned himself to the energy of the planet ahead before vanishing in an instant. Inside the planet of Luxaru, there was an abundance of purple mist, purple mountains, purple waters, and purple soil. A massive purple sea turtle glided slowly through the violet waves, and on its vividly patterned shell, a figure appeared. Wukong floated above the turtle's shell, first surveying his surroundings before casting a covetous gaze upon the great turtle struggling to swim below. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Wukong delivered a powerful punch to the enormous shell. After a brief exchange of blows, the colossal purple-shelled turtle was hoisted onto the shore, its sturdy exterior obliterated. Its smooth flesh was placed over the fire, and gradually it began to firm up, releasing an enticing aroma. Wukong wiped the scant droplets of moisture from the corner of his mouth and, disregarding the heat, tore off a large chunk of the purple-black turtle meat. Unperturbed by the possibility of poison, and stuffed it into his mouth. As Wukong's belly swelled, the turtle meat vanished at a visibly rapid pace. After satiating his hunger, he reclined on the ground, his stomach as imposing as a mountain, waiting for the food to digest. Seconds ticked away, and his belly slowly receded. In merely 2 minutes, his sculpted abdominal muscles returned. Once restored, Wukong floated into the air, adjusting to the directional guidance in his ear, and set off towards that destination. Along the way, he encountered numerous exotic creatures, though their uniform purple hue diminished their uniqueness. After a swift flight, Wukong soon spotted the mountain range indicated by the device. Upon reaching the summit, he gazed at the peculiar mountains resembling quadruplets and marveled at nature's capacity for transformation. Extending a hand towards the mountains, a dark golden energy wave began to coalesce. Let us moderate its power. I wouldn't want to reduce it all to rubble. With meticulous control, he shaped the wave to the size of his palm and then propelled it forward. The minuscule energy wave struck the colossal mountain range with remarkable speed, and moments later, with an explosive burst, the mountains crumbled inch by inch, swiftly disintegrating into debris. As the fragments scattered across the ground, Wukong traversed through the wisps of smoke, stepping upon the stones, and casually picked up a piece of pure, transparent ore before vanishing once more. Wukong found himself amidst a vast forest of purple leaves, gazing down at a massive purple-skinned wild boar. With a swift motion, he stomped down, unleashing a transformative dragon service that turned the creature into a delectable roasted piglet. After placing the roasted delicacy into the dark space he had learned from the great demon god, Wukong vanished once more, reappearing inside a spaceship floating in the void of space. He turned to Xiaolan, producing a pure white mineral from his hand, and inquired, "This is the mineral from the planet Luxalu. Could it be what we seek?" Xiaolan's eyes gleamed with a ray of light as she scanned the mineral repeatedly. After several thorough examinations, the dialogue box concluded, "Not compatible with silver netherstone." Observing the text on the blue box, Wukong crushed the mineral into dust and returned to his seat. At that moment, new words appeared in the blue dialogue box. Next, proceed to the planet with the next clue regarding silver netherstone. The colossal spaceship, resembling a great whale, slowly turned its bow and set course for another direction. Subsequently, the vessel traversed to the planets of Fakabi, Maluk, and Jakast. It crossed through the western and eastern galaxies, yet each clue yielded no trace of the desired silver netherstone. The passage of time and the elusive nature of the stone heightened the urgency among the crew. With a sharp crack, Wukong crushed the black mineral in his hand once again, observing the radar image projected by Xiaolan, where numerous green dots were marked with blood-red crosses. "How many remain unexplored?" he queried. No sooner had he spoken than the red crosses on the radar began to vanish, leaving only 4 green dots displayed. The dialogue box updated, revealing, "The last 4 locations are situated in the southern galaxy, and according to my database, the rate of planetary disappearance in the southern galaxy has exhibited abnormal phenomena in recent years. The planets currently existing in the southern galaxy are scarce, and there is no guarantee that these 4 planets have not vanished." With a resigned smile, Wukong remarked, "There is no other option. We must take a gamble. Let us set off." After more than 10 days, the spaceship arrived in the southern galaxy region. Through Xiaolan's real-time projection feature, they observed that, compared to other galaxies, the planets in the southern galaxy were indeed rare resources. It took a considerable time before they spotted 1 or 2, and, after another day of flight, the vessel finally reached the nearest green dot. However, the real-time projection revealed an empty void outside. Nothing was present, while another radar detection screen marked a green with a glaring red cross. With no alternatives, they proceeded to the next location, identified in the data as a planet named Madrat. The spaceship immediately veered eastward and soon disappeared from sight. Chapter 60. The legendary Super Saiyan. Madrat. This planet appeared brimming with vitality, encircled by 2 Saiyan rings, one large and one small, surrounding its immense celestial body. Inside the colossal whale spaceship, the crew gazed at the approaching Madrat planet, collectively releasing a sigh of relief. The disappearance of 2 consecutive planets raised doubts about the potential discovery of the elusive Silver Shadow Stone. As this planet exhibited no peculiar magnetic fields, the giant whale vessel boldly penetrated the outer atmosphere. Amidst the fierce friction with the atmosphere, the spaceship transformed into a blazing fire whale, hurtling towards the verdant earth below. With a thunderous crash that shook the very ground, the spaceship descended onto a vast plain. Shortly thereafter, the two large eyes at the front of the vessel gradually dimmed, and the hatch swung open. Figures emerged, one of whom was Wukong, suspended in the air, observing the small blue entity perched on his left shoulder. Indeed, it had emerged from the recess as before. Whenever the magnetic field remained undisturbed, the little blue creature would accompany them. It seemed to possess a profound fascination for discovery, eagerly leading the group in search of clues related to the Silver Shadow Stone. This occasion was no different. 3 pairs of crystalline blue wings unfurled from behind the little blue creature as it soared above Wukong's head, its azure eyes twinkling. Moments later, it darted towards a particular direction. Wukong and the others pursued it to a towering peak adorned with lush greenery, where the little blue creature halted, its large blue eyes casting an ever-expanding beam of light. The light scanned the mountain, and after a few seconds, a new message appeared in its dialogue box. Found it. Seeing this phrase, Wukong felt a twinge of cautious optimism, recalling previous instances where similar declarations led to unexpected setbacks upon inspection. Thus, it was imperative to verify the actual find. Once more, he concentrated a moderately sized dark golden light wave in his palm and directed it towards the base of the mountain. With a resounding boom, the ground was blasted open, revealing a dazzling display of shimmering purple radiance. The little blue creature darted forward, its blue light sweeping over enchanting purple ore. As time passed, Wukong noted that this assessment seemed to take longer than usual. After more than 10 minutes, the judgmental blue ray finally flickered out. The little blue creature returned to the air, and the dialogue box displayed the recent findings, confirmed as 100 Silver Shadow Stone. Wukong's excitement surged upon reading the words on the blue dialogue box. After such a lengthy search, he had finally succeeded. Quickly, let us transport these ores aboard the spaceship, he urged his companions, prompting them to commence the task of clearing the area. The ensuing scene depicted Wukong, Shalu, and the android siblings, each cradling large bundles of purple silver shadow stones, shuttling back and forth between the spaceship and the mine. The quantity of silver shadow stones in the mine steadily dwindled. Cradling a hefty collection of the purple stones, Wukong glanced at the diminishing pile, a new thought stirring within him. It appears there are not many left, just enough to seek out some food and reward myself. With a sudden burst of energy, Wukong transported the pile of silver soul stones back to his spacecraft and soared away to a nearby forest. Upon arriving at the lush expanse, his excitement surged, compelling him to venture into the verdant depths. He scoured the area in pursuit of delectable morsels, yet after a considerable time of discerning selection, nothing truly gratifying met his discerning palate. However, as he traversed the serene lake nestled within the woods, the despondency that had shrouded him began to dissipate. There, glistening beneath the surface, was a culinary delight that tantalized his senses, a magnificent creature, resplendent in crimson, boasting colossal pincers, 8 robust, serrated legs, and a plump, rounded abdomen. Bubbles ascended from the lake, each one appearing more adorable than the last. Wukong, awestruck by the mouth-watering sight, felt his excitement surge as saliva trickled down his chin. Was this crab to be steamed or braised? Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a crimson blur, plunging into the lake. After a vigorous and spirited tussle, the delectable giant crab succumbed to blissful unconsciousness. Before long, a splendidly roasted crab, its shell gleaming golden and exuding an irresistible aroma, emerged, perfectly cooked. Wukong eagerly tore off a leg and savored its crunchiness. Crack, crack, crack. After finishing the succulent limb, he exclaimed, "So crispy." As he indulged further, relishing the sweetness of the meat, he began to boast, devouring one leg after another, and even a claw. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupted his feast. Clack, clack, clack. Wukong, still gnawing on a crab leg, turned towards the source of the noise, and a man emerged from the shadows of the trees, his upper body bare. Adorned with golden armlets and a necklace, he wore a red cloth wrapped around his waist, secured by a golden belt, complemented by loose white trousers. The design of his necklace, armlets, and shoes mirrored that of his belt, all featuring azure gemstones set in golden metal. His expression bore a hint of melancholy. But upon noticing Wukong and the crab leg in his grasp, disbelief washed over him as he beheld the remnants of the once magnificent crab. In an instant, his sorrow transformed into fury. Golden flames erupted from him as his previously black hair stood on end, shifting to a golden hue. "You wretched creature! How dare you slay my friend?" he roared, charging at Wukong. Swiftly, Wukong leapt into the air, narrowly evading the punch, but the subsequent onslaught was relentless and rapid. To preserve his prized delicacy, Wukong could only retreat while continuing to eat. Crack! Boom! The surroundings bore the brunt of their clash, trees and ground alike suffering under the intensity of their confrontation. Meanwhile, Cell and the android siblings were in the midst of transporting the last remnants of silver soul stones when a shadow suddenly darted past them. They turned to see Wukong suspended in the air, unharmed and savoring the final morsel of his meal. Just then, a tall figure cloaked in golden light surged towards him. Upon witnessing this, Cell hastily discarded the silver soul stones and rushed to position himself before Wukong, determined to intercept the mysterious Super Saiyan. Wukong, observing the intruder disturbing his meal, hastily swallowed his food and addressed the furious figure before him. "I apologize. I was unaware that it was your companion. However, your friend is truly delectable." With that, Wukong licked his finger, smeared with crab roe. At that moment, the devoured companion's demeanor shifted. He began to mumble incoherently, his voice initially a mere whisper, gradually escalating to a thunderous crescendo. "Kakarot, kakarot, kakarot, gakao." With a final bellow, the being underwent a transformation. His golden hair morphed into a vibrant green, and the aura surrounding him surged into a more turbulent shade of green. His pupils vanished, replaced by a terrifying void. Muscles bulged dramatically, and his stature soared to an imposing 3 meters. Wukong, taken aback by this striking transformation, suddenly recalled a familiar figure from his memories. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, born with a battle power of 10,000, a prodigious warrior. However, fearing Broly's potential, King Vegeta had persecuted him, yet he miraculously survived, escaping to another planet. Upon maturing, he encountered the now-grown Kakarot, igniting their fateful bond. Ultimately, it was only through Kakarot uniting the strength of all that they barely managed to defeat him. Subsequent resurrections were swiftly dealt with. Wukong promptly enveloped himself in dark energy, entering a state of invisibility, pondering the peculiar situation before him. He hasn't been eliminated. Could this imply an alternate universe? Meanwhile, as Wukong's thoughts raced, Cell, locked in a stalemate with Broly, found himself overwhelmed by the latter's sudden surge in power, being forcefully driven into the ground. Instantly, a massive crater formed beneath him, and the onslaught continued as Broly seized Cell by the head, dragging him along the earth in a violent friction. After sufficient torment, Broly hurled him into the air, following up with a green energy blast that split into numerous smaller projectiles. The barrage of energy orbs enveloped Cell, and as the explosions resonated, the smoke had yet to clear when Broly charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Cell's neck, sending him hurtling away. Chapter 61. The frantic, terrifying Broly. Cell's body flew through the air, shattering several mountain peaks before finally rebounding off the ground, regaining his composure. Gazing at the approaching Broly, Cell couldn't help but remark, 66666. What a volatile individual. Yet, when faced with the fist aimed at him, Cell wisely evaded while retaliating with a punch toward Broly's right cheek. Contrary to expectations, Broly absorbed the blow, resolutely aiming to retaliate with a fist the size of a cauldron aimed at Cell's face. With a resounding impact, this seemingly ordinary punch delivered a critical blow. Cell spewed forth a copious amount of blood, sent flying, his face grotesquely contorted, with fury blazing in his eyes. Broly touched his bleeding left cheek. In the next moment, the radiant orange-hued version of himself emerged. Yet, this transformation bore no effect on the relentless Broly, who continued to roar and charge towards the orange-hued warrior. His colossal fists, akin to a cauldron in size, seemed to inflict no damage unless aimed at the head, as they once again descended upon the face of his opponent. However, this time, the assault was effortlessly parried by the orange-hued figure. In a swift motion, while blocking the punch, a powerful uppercut landed on Broly's chin, causing his head to snap back, his pure white eyes fixating on his adversary, followed by a sinister, malevolent grin. The previously captured fist was released, and Broly seized the fingers of his opponent, followed by an audible crack as he crushed them, subsequently pulling the figure toward himself and delivering a brutal headbutt. The sound echoed through the air with a resounding thud. Yet, one strike was not sufficient. Broly unleashed a flurry of headbutts, disregarding both his own well-being and that of his opponent. Afterward, he delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen, sending the figure flying. Broly, Resembling an unyielding beast, relentlessly pursued, his massive frame overshadowing his opponent as they exchanged blows without a hint of defense, each testing the limits of endurance. The sounds of impact reverberated through the air, and before long, both warriors were left battered and bruised. As the battle intensified, the orange-hued figure grew increasingly alarmed. Realizing that this monstrous adversary was seemingly tireless, growing stronger and more invigorated with every exchange, a sudden realization struck him. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly, for if he delayed any longer, he would surely be overwhelmed. Resolute in his decision, he harnessed the momentum from Broly's incoming punch to retreat, soaring into the higher reaches of the sky. With both hands resting on his hips, the blue radiance between his palms began to shimmer with increasing intensity. Yet, Broly was not one to remain passive. He charged towards his opponent, but just as he was about to strike, the figure vanished, only to reappear at a distance. In this relentless game of cat and mouse, each time Broly approached, the figure would instantaneously teleport away, gathering energy with each fleeting moment. The blue luminescence enveloped the surroundings, illuminating the battlefield. Sensing the burgeoning power in his grasp, the figure recognized that the moment had arrived. He began to circle around Broly, employing rapid teleportation, his form gradually becoming indistinct due to the high frequency of movement. Broly, relying on instinct, attempted to pinpoint the figure's location, but the rapid disappearances left him increasingly bewildered. In the midst of this confusion, the figure seized the opportunity, moving swiftly while declaring, Kamehameha. As the last syllable echoed, he materialized beneath Broly's right, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy directly towards his towering frame. In an instant, Broly was engulfed by the colossal blue energy wave, forcefully propelling him skyward. Yet, he refused to yield, gripping the energy wave with both hands, summoning all his strength in a desperate attempt to redirect its course. Ugh! He exclaimed as the struggle intensified. Broly roared in defiance as he struggled against the onslaught of the Kamehameha wave. However, despite the meticulous preparation behind this colossal attack, he was ultimately powerless and was hurled from the planet into the vastness of space. In the wake of the explosion, a blinding light illuminated the dark expanse. Cell gazed at the distant fireworks blossoming in the sky, his hands clasped together in a flower-like formation, his body heaving from the exertion. In the depths of space, the thick mist gradually dissipated, revealing a green luminescent energy shield. Within it, Broly braced himself against the sides, veins protruding from his forehead, shouting, Kakarot! Kakarot! Terrifying roars echoed through the void. Moments later, a green light shot towards Modrat, while Cell's expression grew increasingly grim as he stared intently at the sky. Indeed, a small green dot drew ever nearer. Damn it, this creature is truly monstrous, Cell thought, just as Broly emerged into view, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to that of an ancient behemoth, charging towards him. Clenching his fists, Cell steeled himself and charged at Broly, their fists colliding with explosive force. Cell was sent flying like a cannonball, while Broly merely tilted his head, seemingly unfazed, and pursued the airborne Cell. With remarkable speed, Broly caught up with Cell, seizing his head with one hand while delivering a relentless barrage of blows to Cell's abdomen, each strike akin to a tempest. After exhausting himself with the assault, Broly unleashed a furious wave of energy at the same spot, the green blast enveloping Cell like shrapnel. Once the onslaught concluded, Broly seized Cell's head and hurled him toward the ground. With a resounding thud, a massive crater formed upon impact. The battle raged on, as Broly conjured a standard energy orb and hurled it toward the earth. This seemingly ordinary green energy orb grew exponentially as it descended, becoming dozens of times larger by the time it struck the ground. The colossal orb slowly sank down before erupting violently, green light and energy waves radiating outward, leaving only a pure green hue in its wake. As everything gradually faded, the immense crater remained as the sole testament to the terrifying power that had just been unleashed. Broly bellowed, his rage intensifying, the green aura around him surging violently. Suddenly, a cough broke the air, and a figure emerged from the depths of the crater, rising slowly into the sky. Cell bore numerous injuries from the tremendous energy, blood streaming from his left hand, which hung limply at his side. Damn it, Broly exclaimed, seeing that Cell had not yet succumbed to his injuries. Enraged, he charged once more, unleashing a savage beating upon Cell, who was rendered defenseless. Akin to a mere punching bag, blood splattering with each strike. With a sudden motion, Broly seized Cell and slammed his head against his own, as if not satisfied. He delivered 2 more crushing blows. Immediately, Broly tightly embraced the somewhat smaller figure of Cell, his arms exerting tremendous force, transmitting a colossal pressure throughout Cell's entire being. Ah! Ah! The sound of cracking bones echoed as Cell let out a pained roar, his body seemingly unable to withstand the burden. Soon, under the influence of excruciating pain, Cell's cries diminished, his eyes growing vacant as if consciousness was slipping away. Disinterested by the thrilling cries of the creature in his grasp, Broly gradually released Cell, who then plummeted to the ground like a lifeless stone. Howl! Howl! Kakarot! Kakarot! To eliminate Cell, Broly indiscriminately unleashed a barrage of green energy blasts in all directions, obliterating the once beautiful surroundings in an instant. Observing the chaotic destruction wrought by Broly, the 2 pairs of android siblings exchanged worried glances. "Boss, we must stop him, or this planet will be annihilated," one of them urged Goku. Nodding in agreement, Goku replied, "Go ahead, buy us some time." With that, Android 18, Android 17, Lazuli, and Lapis soared towards Broly. Their initial greeting was a coordinated assault of 4 Prince techniques, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that erupted against Broly, enveloping his towering figure in a cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity while Broly's vision was obscured, the 4 of them struck fiercely at his neck, back, legs, and abdomen. When the smoke cleared, Broly stood unfazed, as if the 4 attacks were merely the work of ants. In the next moment, he seized the legs of 2 of his assailants, spinning violently and sending the other 2 flying away. With a swift motion, he drove the captured Lapis and Android 18 into the ground with no chance of retaliation. Chapter 62, Ultimate Form, Majin Cell. Broly released the legs he had gripped, gathering green energy spheres in his palms, which he hurled towards the 2 who were now buried beneath the earth like radishes. Boom! Bang! The green energy waves expanded uncontrollably. Then, noticing Android 17, who had just risen, Broly approached with a sinister grin. His terrifying speed and overwhelming presence left 17 momentarily stunned, resulting in Broly's massive fist driving him into the ground. But this was merely the beginning. His other fist followed suit, alternating strikes that echoed with relentless force. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, Lazuli flew in and landed a kick on Broly's head, yet he appeared utterly oblivious, continuing his assault on the ground. Realizing her attack was ineffective, Lazuli swiftly changed tactics, bringing her hands together to unleash energy waves towards Broly's back, creating a cascade of smoke behind him. As the smoke thickened, it enveloped the area, and when the calm returned, Lazuli's gaze fell upon Broly, enscathed amidst the dissipating mist, her eyes filled with terror. Broly lifted his gaze towards Lazuli overhead, and then soared upward, his blood-stained fist crashing violently into her face, propelling her away. He swiftly pursued her, unleashing a flurry of fists the size of cauldrons upon her, while simultaneously hurling a green energy orb into her abdomen. In an instant, this ordinarily sized energy orb expanded exponentially. Lazuli was engulfed by the overwhelming pressure of the colossal energy sphere. It was astonishingly swift. In mere moments, 4 androids were obliterated. Though fleeting, this brief distraction granted Cell just enough time to regain consciousness. His formidable resilience and the delay had revived him. As Cell staggered to his feet, he fortuitously locked eyes with Broly. Fueled by rage, Broly charged at him once more, bellowing Kakarot, having already been unable to defeat Broly. Cell now found himself stripped of his orange-gold form. Broly's powerful fist struck Cell's abdomen, forcing him to spew blood as he was sent hurtling backward. Broly followed up with a devastating knee strike, shattering Cell's face into a grotesque mess, sending him crashing into the distance, where he shattered several mountain peaks. In the next moment, 2 green energy spheres materialized in Broly's hands, which he hurled towards Cell. The explosive force of the 2 energy spheres seemed magnified by dozens of times, casting a verdant glow that illuminated the sky. However, these 2 were merely the beginning. Broly soon transitioned to his bloom mode, swiftly leveling the distant peaks, creating immense craters in their wake. Boom! 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 After a series of resounding detonations, Broly finally ceased his onslaught of energy blasts, roaring as his power surged once more, green flames raging around him. In the wasteland, now flattened and riddled with craters, Cell's condition was dire. Most of his components had vanished, leaving only a bloodied fragment of his face. The single remaining eye, bloodshot and weeping purple fluid, bore no trace of fear, only excitement and madness. Before long, the flesh on Cell's face began to regenerate at an alarming rate, first restoring his complete head, then his torso and limbs, until the rejuvenated Cell stood within the deep crater. Observing Broly's frenzied state in the air, Cell smiled confidently. "Monster, I owe you a debt. Were it not for you, I would have never realized how long it would take to fully harness my power and transform into my demon form." No sooner had he spoken than the demon Cell erupted with energy, golden flames surging around him. Gradually, the golden flames contracted, transforming into a sinister red glow. Cell's body was infused with this eerie red energy, which faded after several seconds, revealing a dramatically altered Cell. He was now composed of dark black and chilling white, with blood-red irises darting about in their white sockets, reminiscent of a creature with a tail. Curious, Sharu glanced at his hands and body, then proceeded to stretch his limbs. Eager to test his speed, he gazed at Broly in the sky and instantly vanished. In that very moment, Sharu reappeared directly in front of Broly. As Broly began to react, Sharu delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, Sharu followed up with a swift kick to Broly's head, sending him flying. In the next instant, Sharu seemed to teleport behind Broly, executing a fierce downward strike that sent Broly plummeting like a shooting star. A tremendous impact created a massive crater riddled with cracks, shaking his somewhat pained head. Broly unleashed a surge of energy, a green sphere radiating chaos around him. Once the energy fluctuation subsided, Broly encased himself in a green energy shield and charged at Sharu, both warriors throwing punches simultaneously. Broly's powerful fist connected with Sharu's left cheek, while Sharu's punch was blocked by the protective shield. Seizing the momentum, Broly continued his assault with several more strikes. However, to his astonishment, Sharu remained unscathed. In a swift motion, Sharu grasped Broly's incoming fist. As he did so, his other hand struck the energy shield with a resounding crash, the force rippling through the barrier. Yet, the shield proved remarkably resilient, only displaying slight ripples on its surface. Broly swung his other fist, only to have it captured by Sharu as well. In that moment, their struggle transformed into a test of strength. A stalemate ensued. Sharu, fixated on the green energy shield before him, suddenly charged at it with his head. The impact echoed with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves through the barrier. Withdrawing his head, Sharu launched another ferocious assault, striking the shield repeatedly. The relentless barrage gradually began to take its toll as fine cracks emerged, multiplying and widening. With a final explosive sound, the once impenetrable green shield shattered into countless shards, dissipating like glass. Now exposed, Broly found himself at the mercy of Sharu, who violently collided with him once more. Their heads clashing fiercely. As they grappled, each refused to yield, their foreheads soon streaming with blood of various hues from the intense confrontation. Suddenly, Sharu withdrew his head, evading their struggle, causing Broly to instinctively lean forward due to inertia. Seizing the moment, Sharu drove his knee into Broly's chin, propelling him skyward. With his hands clawed and bent, Sharu concentrated a red energy wave within his palms. Countless crimson energy spheres erupted forth, bombarding Broly relentlessly. Once the barrage ceased, Sharu soared to a position parallel to Broly in the sky. "Kakarot! Kakarot!" he called out. Broly, consumed by an unwavering fixation, repeatedly called out the name that lingered in his heart. Blood flowed incessantly from the wound on his forehead, rendering his visage even more terrifying. With a fierce roar, Broly charged once more at Cell, yet this time, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Effortlessly parrying Broly's punches, Cell retaliated with remarkable speed, each strike landing with precision. In every aspect, Cell had now surpassed Broly, leaving him with little choice but to endure the onslaught. Thud thud crack bang. A powerful kick sent Broly flying, his exterior marred by injuries, yet his aura remained ominously formidable. Cell, now wearing an expression of seriousness, mused to himself, "This creature is truly monstrous. Can he continue to grow stronger?" Broly, with his head bent from the blow, twisted it back to glare at Cell, bellowing, "Kakarot! Kakarot!" With that, he surged forward again. Observing Broly's increasing might, Cell thought, "I must end this swiftly. If he grows any stronger, I may not stand a chance." With that resolve, Cell clasped his hands at his waist, summoning a swirling amalgamation of black and white energy. Soon, a colossal energy wave emerged, characterized by a black core enveloped in white energy. Demon God Kamehameha Wave. Chapter 63. Return. The immense energy wave forcefully repelled the advancing Broly. And as the output of energy intensified, Broly gradually succumbed, overwhelmed by the luminous torrent. The wave consumed its target, continuing its trajectory until it vanished into the distance. As Cell sensed Broly's energy dissipating to an almost imperceptible degree, Goku reappeared, instantaneously teleporting beside Cell. He is not dead. Bring him back, he instructed. Understood. Though perplexed, Cell acknowledged Goku's authority and flew towards the direction of the dissipating energy wave, hoping that Broly would still be alive. After Cell departed, Goku turned to the small blue figure on his shoulder and said, "Little Blue, locate those 4 androids and bring them before me." Upon hearing this, Little Blue manifested 2 colossal energy arms from behind and soared into the ruins. The immense energy appendages cleared away the rubble, searching for the defeated androids 17 and 18. As time passed, Little Blue soon grasped the 2 battered figures, and once again, the massive mechanical arms emerged from behind. Little Blue then flew to another location, the blue beams scanning continuously until they halted at a vast pit. Immediately, Little Blue began to excavate, hurling stones aside. After a flurry of activity, 2 more wretched bodies were retrieved. Securing all 4 individuals, Little Blue then soared back to Goku. Moments later, Goku extended his hands towards the 4 androids held in the grasp of Little Blue. A radiant light enveloped them, and their wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. 2 minutes later, the battered bodies of the 4 individuals fully restored to their former state. However, observing the still unconscious quartet, Goku surmised that they had likely been rendered unconscious. He then instructed Xiaolon to escort them aboard the spaceship while he followed closely behind. Pondering, with the Silver Shadow Stone now in our possession, we only need to fabricate the Silver Shuttle to reach the next colossal egg, bringing us one step closer to lifting the seal on all magic and resurrecting once more. Meanwhile, Cell pursued the traces of his Kamehameha wave to a range of undulating mountains, though they appeared drastically altered, while the sides retained some semblance of normalcy. The center revealed a vast, semicircular chasm. This dark abyss was enigmatic, its destination unknown. Cell flew along the chasm, meticulously observing and sensing the energy around him, yet yielded no results until he reached the chasm's terminus, where he finally spotted his quarry. Broly was ensnared within a pile of stones, with only his rejuvenated black-haired head protruding from the rubble. Cell approached, grasped his hair, and hoisted him up, exclaiming, "Well, you're still alive, though not for long." The flickering aura of Broly's life force resembled a candle's flame, faint and ephemeral. Cell immediately focused his energy and vanished in an instant. Aboard the Great Whale spaceship, Goku and his companions had returned, with the 4 androids still unconscious in their seats. Goku was meticulously counting the Silver Shadow Stones, 1126, 1127, 1128. Suddenly, Cell appeared, casually depositing Broly before reverting to his usual demeanor, bowing his head to report to Goku. "Boss, I brought him back." As Goku set down the pile of stones, he turned to the unconscious Broly, who bore a significant wound in his chest, and remarked, "You did well." He then extended his hands, invoking the healing technique he had acquired after absorbing Kid Buu. Noticing the radiant light before him, Cell wisely returned to his seat. As Goku's healing energy enveloped Broly's chest, the gaping wound gradually diminished, and the once ethereal life force began to stabilize. However, Goku did not fully heal him. He merely ensured that Broly would not perish and left him be. He then approached Xiaolon, who was stationed near the recess, and inquired, "Xiaolon, how long until we reach Kabi Star?" The blue dialogue box responded, "At the speed of the Great Whale spaceship, if we proceed at full throttle, it will take 1 month to reach Kabi Star." "A month? That's rather swift. It's a fortunate development." Goku nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "All right, proceed at full speed." The blue dialogue box instantaneously updated, "Understood." In the next moment, the spaceship's once green eyes transformed into a blazing red. With a resounding boom, the Great Whale spaceship surged forward at an unprecedented velocity, streaking through the darkness of space like a meteor. 1 month later, propelled by the fervent pace of the Great Whale spaceship, Goku and his party arrived punctually at Kabi Star as the vessel descended vertically from above. Once again, I found myself traversing the familiar passage as the colossal whale-shaped spacecraft descended with remarkable speed, swiftly passing through various distinct corridors. It was not until it reached the docking bay that the vessel came to a halt, only to soon resume its journey, navigating through a spiraling dark tunnel, where the passageways seemed to expand of their own volition to accommodate the immense ship. Emerging from the tunnel, the spacecraft arrived at the platform where I had previously encountered the blue figure, landing beside an open space. The hatch opened, and Wukong stepped out first, followed closely by the others. Observing the damaged platform below, Wukong leaped down, swiftly maneuvering past the surrounding high-tech apparatus, soon spotting Dr. Gero at the far end. Engrossed in his research, hearing the rush of wind, Dr. Gero turned to see Wukong and promptly stood up, bowing slightly as he exclaimed, "Boss, you've returned so soon." Wukong, landing before the doctor, casually replied, "What do you mean so soon? I actually thought it was a bit slow. Anyway, the silver darkstone is on the ship outside. Please have your 2 assistants and those 4 android siblings bring it over." "Understood." Dr. Gero nodded and called for the twin assistants to fetch the silver darkstone. Suddenly, a towering shadow fell from the sky with a resounding crash. Bang! Broly's body tumbled on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Reacting instinctively to the noise behind him, the doctor lunged forward, only to realize there was no immediate danger. Turning around, he saw an injured man sprawled on the ground, and he quickly grasped the situation. After a brief cough, he stood nonchalantly and inquired about the unconscious Broly. "What is this?" Just then, Cell, who had thrown Broly down, landed as well. Responding to the doctor's question, he replied casually, "Just someone who attempted to attack us and was nearly killed by me." "Huh?" the doctor asked, perplexed. "Why is he still alive?" At that moment, Wukong interjected, "I'm rather curious about him. Also, I need you to create something." "What kind of thing?" Wukong, frowning at Broly's distressed expression, stated, "A device to control emotions." "Control emotions?" Dr. Gero asked, intrigued. "Which emotions? Do you wish to regulate all of them?" "No." This individual becomes excessively angry, losing consciousness and transforming into a destructive monster, so he needs assistance in managing that. Otherwise, he could become quite troublesome. "Doctor." Gero's eyes gleamed with understanding as he replied, "Very well, I comprehend. I shall devise a flawless device. By the way, that is secondary. The primary focus remains the silver shuttle. Understood?" "Indeed. Boss, rest assured, I grasp what is most important." With that, Dr. Gero delved into the array of machines to commence his research. Wukong gazed down at Broly, lifted him up, and instructed Cell to assist in transporting the silver darkstone. Then, with Broly in tow, he vanished in an instant. Mordrat, in the midst of the planet's atmosphere, Goku appeared instantaneously with Broly in tow. He grasped Broly's hair, pulling him close, while his other hand rested upon the back where a small wound persisted. A golden radiance emanated from his hand, enveloping Broly's back and gradually spreading throughout his entire being. The minuscule wound shrank until it vanished entirely, and all other injuries healed as if they had never existed. Broly's tightly shut eyes fluttered before slowly opening, revealing a look of bewilderment as he gazed into the vast, empty sky. The sharp tug at his scalp prompted him to leap forward in defiance. Goku, observing the handful of black hair in his grip, soon felt a gust of wind scattered into the air. Once freed, Broly disregarded the pain of his torn hair and focused on the familiar figure before him. His physique surged in size, his pupils fading as they transformed into a striking grass-green hue. Kakarot, Kakarot. Chapter 64, The Calm Crown. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly erupted in rage, once again assuming the legendary Super Saiyan form. His towering frame and the menacing presence of his muscles exuded an overwhelming pressure as he swung his massive fists toward Goku. However, these attacks posed little challenge for Goku, who effortlessly caught the colossal punch with a hand that dwarfed Broly's. With a deft maneuver, he redirected the force, hurling Broly back. After a brief flight backward, Broly halted and charged once more at Goku. Observing Broly's exuberance, Goku contemplated that a firmer approach would be necessary to bring him to compliance. In an instant, as Broly lunged forward, Goku delivered a swift kick to his right cheek. Bang! Broly was launched like a cannonball, crashing through an untold number of mountain peaks, leaving the landscape utterly ravaged, marked only by the deep ravines carved in his wake. Goku paused momentarily before vanishing into thin air. In the distance, Broly lay amidst a pile of cracked stones, while Goku reappeared before him. Broly maintained his legendary Super Saiyan form, yet his condition appeared dire. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his pure white eyes, devoid of pupils, were eerily tainted by encroaching darkness spreading from the edges toward the center. Gazing at Broly's fearsome visage, Goku slowly articulated the reason for his current state. Indeed, even a trace of dark magical energy could influence his irrational form. Broly struggled, his brow furrowing deeply, before suddenly unleashing an anguished roar. Ah! A terrifying surge of energy erupted from within him, a fierce green flame raging violently. The already fractured ground exploded, creating a vast crater beneath him. The dreadful wave of green energy dissipated peculiarly just a meter from Goku. Observing Broly, who had grown even larger, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, "Truly, he lives up to the legend of the Super Saiyan, appearing once every millennium. Remarkably powerful, capable of shaking off the influence of dark magic." As Goku spoke, he could hardly contain his excitement, ready to clap in admiration. Yet, Broly's returning punch abruptly interrupted his exhilaration. With effortless grace, Wukong intercepted the punch with the back of his hand, swiftly following up with an uppercut that sent his opponent soaring through the air. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Broly utterly defenseless, akin to a child battling an adult, completely outmatched. The sounds of impact echoed bang, bang, thud, boom. With a final resounding crash, Broly was driven into the ground, his colossal form, emblematic of the legendary Super Saiyan, gradually diminishing to a more ordinary stature, his vibrant green hair reverting to its natural black. As Wukong descended to the ground, he seized the incapacitated Broly by the leg and vanished in an instant. Upon returning to the planet Capitus, he carelessly tossed Broly aside and sought out Little Blue, requesting the communication device to inform her of his training plans and to notify him once the Silver Shuttle was complete. The following day, Wukong returned with Broly, Cell, and the android siblings to Modrath, intent on engaging in some vigorous activity with the 6 of them. With the addition of 5 companions, Wukong finally felt a modicum of pressure, though it was merely a slight burden. After spending a bit more time than the previous day, he managed to bring everyone to their knees, and they spent the night resting on Modrath. Each subsequent day, the scene unfolded with Wukong battling against the 6, a solitary figure amidst a crowd. A month passed, and the once verdant and lively Modrath was devoid of its greenery, presenting a desolate and ravaged appearance, as if the very earth had been plowed. "What? All right." Wukong floated in the air, listening to the voice in his earpiece, a smile illuminating his face. "I'll be right back." As the blue sound faded from his ears, Wukong swiftly gathered the scattered Broly and the others, enveloping them in a golden healing aura. Gradually, their injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Minutes later, all had returned to their former selves, except for Broly. "Hold on to me, we must return." Upon hearing Wukong's command, the group moved with precision. Cell lifted the still unconscious Broly, while the android siblings clasped hands and rested them on Wukong's shoulders. In an instant, they vanished, leaving behind the battered Modrath. On planet Capitus, within the hourglass-shaped structure, in the basement of Dr. Gero's laboratory, the doctor eagerly examined 2 silver, jewel-like objects, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, a flash of void heralded the arrival of Wukong and his companions behind the doctor. "Doctor, how is it?" Upon hearing the voice, the excited yet focused Dr. Gero turned around, spotting Wukong, and exclaiming, "Boss, look! The silver shuttle you requested has been manufactured, and I've even upgraded it." Immediately, the doctor demonstrated, as the seemingly lifeless silver hook-shaped object in his hand suddenly softened, transforming into a liquid form. The doctor deftly maneuvered the silver thread between his fingers, explaining, "Do you see? After the upgrade, not only has it become more agile, but it has also acquired a new feature. Upon contact with the silver underworld stone, it can assimilate it. As long as there is a continuous supply of silver underworld stones, it can persist indefinitely. This should save you a significant amount of time, right?" Observing the flowing silver liquid in Dr. Gro's palm, Wukong nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, splendid work, Doctor. You truly are a genius." Extending his hand, Wukong prompted Dr. Gro to place his hand above Wukong's. Gradually, the silver liquid flowed down into Wukong's grasp. He carefully sensed the properties of this new silver thread. It felt cool to the touch, slightly harder than water, yet not overly soft, a most peculiar sensation. Noticing Wukong's growing pleasure, Dr. Gro suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Ah, by the way, the device you asked me to research for controlling emotions is also complete. I wonder if it will still be of use?" Oh, hearing this, Wukong, still playing with the silver thread, responded, "Indeed, it is useful. Haha, Doctor, you are truly an extraordinary genius. I never imagined that while researching the new silver thread, You would also resolve the controller I entrusted to you. Haha, you flatter me, my lord. Doctor. Gro humbly replied as he retrieved a crown-like headpiece of icy blue from behind him. My lord, this is the calming crown I crafted as per your specifications. Its effect is to bestow absolute tranquility upon the wearer. Curiously, Wukong accepted the exquisite crown, and upon contact, a chilling aura penetrated deep within him, sinking into his very soul, as if, in an instant, all emotions were frozen. Feeling the marvel of this creation, Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness. He quickly placed the crown upon Broly's head, and then cast a healing spell. As golden light enveloped them, Broly's wounds rapidly healed, returning him to his former self in no time. With a troubled expression, Broly slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, initially gazing around in confusion, before finally locking his gaze onto Wukong's face. Are you alright? Broly's initially dazed eyes transformed upon hearing this question, his pupils beginning to dissipate. However, the crown acted promptly. Blue gas swirled around Broly's head, his pupils fluctuating between dispersing and converging, his body swelling and contracting as if inflating. He uttered sounds of ka-ka-ka, his entire being caught in a tug of war. After several minutes of this struggle, the calming crown ultimately triumphed. Broly's rapid breathing gradually steadied, leading him toward a state of tranquility. After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, Wukong greeted him, hello. The greeting, hello, merely prompted a slight twitch of Broly's eyelids, which soon settled back to calmness. Broly, you ought to have composed yourself by now. We should have a proper conversation. Upon hearing this, Broly opened his eyes and regarded Goku. Who are you? Although I am unsure how you know my name and have the ability to provoke me, it seems we have little to discuss. Little to discuss? Goku replied with an enigmatic smile, slowly continuing, on the contrary, we have quite a bit to converse about. Observing the perplexed expression on Broly's face, Goku elaborated. We share a significant connection. I once bore the name Kakarot. Broly, upon hearing this name, momentarily lost focus, then resolutely denied. It must merely be a coincidence. Moreover, you bear no resemblance to him, and I am quite certain that I have slain him along with all his companions. At this revelation, Goku felt a stirring within, contemplating. The circumstances of this universe differ somewhat from my memories. It appears that in this parallel universe, Broly has exterminated Goku and his companions. Upon grasping the situation, Goku resolved to elucidate the current circumstances. I am indeed Kakarot, but not the Kakarot from this parallel universe. Not from this universe. Broly's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Indeed, Goku affirmed, this world encompasses numerous parallel universes, each diverging due to alterations in history. In your parallel universe, I am aware of 2 timelines. One in which you were vanquished by Goku, a Kakarot which transpired in another parallel universe, and another timeline, which is the present one, where you annihilated Kakarot and his allies. Broly found himself momentarily overwhelmed, his mind swirling with concepts of parallel universes and timelines, grappling with the notions of his demise and his own extermination of others. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, since you are Kakarot, why not eliminate me? Why would I wish to kill you? Goku replied candidly, as I stated, I am Kakarot, yet not the Kakarot you know, and in my own universe. We share no intersection. There exists no enmity between us. Goku regarded Broly earnestly. I see great potential in you, and I am in need of capable subordinates. You align perfectly with my requirements. Do you not understand? After a brief silence, Broly responded, are you not afraid? After all, you too can provoke my emotions. Should you ever lose control over me, it could lead to your own downfall. Downfall? Goku chuckled with a hint of resignation. Do not even entertain the idea of breaking free from the control of the crown of calmness upon your head. Even if you were to lose control, what then? I can defeat you once, which means I can vanquish you countless times. I harbor no concerns. Upon hearing this profoundly disdainful declaration, Broly lowered his head, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke. Very well, I shall join you. However, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely seek the crown upon my head that allows me to control myself. I care not for your reasons for joining. I only know that since you have chosen to align with us, you must fulfill your duties diligently. As he spoke, Goku's gaze darkened, and his tone grew weightier. Do not let me discover that you are acting deceitfully behind my back, harboring ill intentions. For if you lack profound value, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. With that, Goku toyed with the liquid silver needle in his hand, an ominous aura silently pressing upon Broly. Moments later, Broly struggled to clench his fists, speaking slowly. All right, I understand. As the words left his lips, he felt his burdensome body suddenly return to normal, exhaling a sigh of relief. Secretly reflecting, that was terrifying, as if an unseen eye had been fixated upon me, making even the surrounding air feel heavy. With matters concerning Broly settled, Goku turned his thoughts to the primary purpose of their presence in this universe, pondering, all right, everything is now in readiness. We need only locate the rift of evil and retrieve the egg of all magic. It is time to awaken the master. Although I can vaguely sense the area of the rift, such matters are best left to the experts. Subsequently, Goku utilized the techniques of the great demon god, infusing his voice with dark energy, calling into the void, Master. His voice echoed persistently throughout the subterranean chamber. After a while, when no response was forthcoming, Goku shouted again, Master! Yet still, there was no reply. Thus, he continued his fruitless calls again and again, until on the 100th attempt, a change occurred. The void began to ripple with dark waves, gradually coalescing into a black vortex. All right, you rascal, interrupting my rest. Were it not for the good news, you would have faced dire consequences. Accompanied by a raspy, unpleasant voice, an old man cloaked in black robes emerged from the vortex, his hunched form and emaciated body floating in the air. Goku gazed at the hovering great demon god and presented the silver needle in his hand, stating, Rest assured, Master, it is indeed good news. The silver needle has been completed, and we can extract the egg of all magic from the rift of evil. The great demon god examined the flowing silver liquid in Goku's palm, and with a wave of his bony hand concealed beneath the ethereal robe, the silver needle soared from Goku's grasp, encircling the skeletal hand of the great demon god. After a moment of careful consideration, the great demon god exclaimed with delight, Indeed, this is it. I sense a profound power of space. In the next instant, the great demon god clenched his hand, condensing the flowing silver needle into a spherical form, declaring with authority, Very well, let us hasten our departure. After tossing the silver shuttle, which was about to transform into a sphere, back into Wukong's hands, he brought his palms together. A series of black and red ripples emanated from the great demon god, spreading outwards. Found it. As soon as the words left his lips, the great demon god forcefully opened his tightly clasped hands, and simultaneously, a grand red door appeared before him. Without hesitation, he rushed inside, prompting Wukong to soar into the sky as well, exclaiming, Follow my path. In an instant, Wukong's figure vanished through the crimson portal, though this was only visible to those with sight. To those like Cell and Dr. Gero, Wukong appeared to simply vanish into thin air. After a brief moment of astonishment, Cell, Broly, and the pairs of android siblings were the first to react, following the trajectory Wukong had taken and plunging straight into the unseen red door. Dr. Gero and the other androids watched as Cell and the others disappeared, their hearts racing with uncertainty. Yet, ultimately driven by fear of Wukong, they too ascended into the air. On the far side of the universe, in the depths of the inky void, a blood-red door materialized, from which a shadowy figure emerged. Moments later, a crimson silhouette followed, and after several breaths, 6 figures burst forth, the last 3 being an elderly man with white hair, a short stout figure, and a tall, thin one. As Wukong emerged, he activated his dark golden protective shield, and Dr. Gero and the other androids did the same. Before them lay a familiar sight, an immense, dark rift. This is it. The great demon god floated around the rift, sensing the swirling black hole at its mouth. All right, let's begin. After a brief moment of hovering, he approached Wukong and gestured for him to start. Without hesitation, Wukong hurled the silver spherical shuttle towards the malevolent rift. The silver sphere halted abruptly at the center of the rift, then instantaneously melted, flowing into the fissure and swiftly forming the recognizable silver maw. Upon witnessing this familiar sight, Dr. Gero and Cell were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. The two intelligent minds quickly deduced that this series of events was undoubtedly complex, harboring unknown secrets beyond their comprehension. Hurry, go inside and retrieve the egg. Wukong nodded and swiftly entered the gaping silver mouth. Inside the rift, he was met with the familiar, boundless darkness. Wukong navigated through it with ease, retracing his steps. Soon, the well-known sensations returned, culminating in the appearance of that beautiful crimson mark which guided him forth. Following the trace, Wukong promptly located the blood-red egg. Upon finding it, everything returned to normal, and with practiced ease, he lifted the colossal egg onto his shoulder and retraced his steps back. Chapter 66, A Most Peculiar Parallel Universe. From the depths of the obsidian maw, adorned with a silvery grin, Wukong emerged, laboring under the weight of a blood-red colossal egg. As the metallic jaw gracefully detached, it found its way into Wukong's grasp. He relinquished the enormous egg, allowing it to hover in mid-air, while his gaze fell upon the silver shuttle in his hand. It appeared altered, its once lustrous form now dimmed, its agile demeanor replaced by a forlorn droop, exuding an aura of impending demise. "Doctor, what is the meaning of this?" Wukong inquired, shaking the silver shuttle before Dr. Gero. The doctor accepted the shuttle, scrutinizing it intently before returning it to Wukong, saying, "Fear not, my friend. It simply requires replenishment after excessive use. A sufficient supply of silver shadow stones will suffice." Taking hold of the shuttle, Wukong maneuvered it around the azure bracelet encircling his wrist, then turned his attention to the ominous figure looming above. The great demon god was conjuring his dark realm, a swirling vortex of inky shadows rising like waves, from which another enormous crimson egg, ensnared in dark tendrils, emerged. The sudden appearance of this second colossal egg elicited gasps from all present, save for Wukong and the unseen demon god. Gradually, amidst the astonishment, the two identical blood-red eggs began to draw towards one another, merging into a singular egg of even deeper and more resplendent hue. Wukong sensed the surge of energy and presence emanating from it, now magnified tenfold, leaving him speechless. Merely merging one egg had amplified its strength 10 times. He could scarcely imagine the potency that this full-fledged demon god possessed. Meanwhile, the likes of Cell and Broly were equally gripped by an overwhelming sense of foreboding, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Dr. Gero interjected, "Boss, what exactly is this entity, and have we not completed our mission?" "Completed?" Wukong chuckled softly, addressing Dr. Gero, "We are only just beginning. This is merely the second one." The doctor's expression shifted drastically, as if a dreadful realization dawned upon him. Stammering, Only two? There can't be more of these eggs, can there?" Observing Dr. Gero's astonished countenance, Wukong offered a gentle, sunny smile, replying, "Not many. Just 7 in total. We have already located 2, leaving 5 remaining. Fear not, it shall be swift." "Is that so?" The doctor managed a strained smile, his discomfort evident. Wukong nodded affirmatively. In the air above, the great demon god circled the newly fused egg, gradually absorbing the surrounding black mist, his ethereal form solidifying with each passing moment. After several minutes, the demon god's essence appeared rejuvenated, vibrant once more. "All right, while my condition is favorable, let us press onward to the next universe." The gravelly voice of the demon god resonated with vigor, and Wukong, in agreement with this resolve, promptly addressed his subordinates. "Attention! We have fulfilled the purpose of this universe, and it is time for us to embark on our journey to the next one. Those who have traversed this path before will be familiar with the process. Let us proceed as we did last time." A chorus of agreement echoed, save for Dr. Glow, whose countenance betrayed a reluctant spirit, bidding farewell in silence to the 2 experimental subjects left behind in his laboratory. In swift succession, the dark god extracted the familiar black orb from the abyss, deftly manipulating it with both hands. With his left hand, he left a black handprint upon the colossal egg of fusion, while his right hand prepared to unleash the sealed power of the Time Realm God, controlling the dark sphere for activation. As the dark magic enveloped the orb, the dormant power of the Time Realm God was instantly awakened, transforming the black sphere into a radiant silver orb. Time-space vortex. Harnessing the power of time, the dark god conjured forth the time-space vortex, and soon, familiar silver whirlpools began to materialize amidst the inky void of space. After the blood-red giant egg received a swift strike from the dark god's black palm, concentric waves of crimson ripples emanated outward, intermingling with the ever-multiplying silver whirlpools. Rapidly, the whirlpools proliferated, and the crimson ripples became increasingly frequent. As time progressed, the dark magic recently acquired by the dark god was steadily depleted, rendering his form increasingly ethereal. Just as Goku began to suspect failure, a newly formed vortex unexpectedly morphed into a familiar shade of crimson. The moment the red vortex emerged, the dark god ceased the transmission of dark magic, causing the silver whirlpools to gradually dissipate, leaving only a singular, distinctive red vortex. The dark god opened the dark space, and tendrils of shadowy gas coalesced into claws, seizing both 2/7 of the giant egg and the orb sealing the Time Realm God. Subsequently, the The dark god transformed into a cloud of black mist, enveloping Goku before vanishing, leaving only a few lingering words echoing in Goku's ears. Young one, I have expended too much energy. I shall retreat to your dark space to recuperate. When we arrive there and all is prepared, call for me. Goku nodded involuntarily, responding in his heart. Understood. Master, please rest well. Turning his gaze toward the blood-red vortex, he called out to the group trailing behind him. Let us proceed. We are off to our next adventure. Without hesitation, he plunged into the vortex, followed closely by Cell and the android siblings. Dr. Glow and Broly entered last. And as all had crossed over, the vortex slowly began to dissipate 3 seconds later. In an inconspicuous, unknown parallel universe, within the pitch-black and serene expanse of space, a slender red fissure gradually widened until it expanded into a blood-red vortex towering a human height. Moments later, an individual surged forth, followed shortly by 2 more waves of individuals after a brief pause. Cloaked in a dark golden protective shield, Goku observed the emerging figures, and once the vortex vanished, he declared, "All right, let us first seek a suitable planet to land upon. Then we shall search for the silver netherstone." Having spoken, Wukong casually selected a direction and took flight. He led the way, with a few others trailing behind, gradually forming a spearhead formation as they soared through the cosmos. 3 days later, Wukong's expression soured as they traversed the vastness of space. The reason for his discontent was that despite 3 days of relentless flying, not a single planet had come into view, an unequivocal anomaly. What could possibly be amiss? Leading the charge, Wukong's mind was beset with questions. This was profoundly irregular. 3 days had passed without even a stray asteroid or space debris in sight. What on earth was happening in this universe? Yet, with nothing to illuminate his doubts, he could only continue onward, hoping to encounter something, anything. Days slipped by, and the surrounding expanse remained eerily empty, amplifying the sense of desolation. Wukong sensed that the pace of his companions had noticeably slowed. It was imperative to find a place to land soon, or they would be unable to endure much longer. With this thought in mind, Wukong once again augmented his speed, causing the spearhead of their formation to diverge significantly from the trailing group. 3 more days elapsed, and Wukong had created a considerable distance between himself and the others. As he flew, he gazed ahead, mulling over the absurdity of having not encountered a single planet in all this time. Could it be that this universe lacked any celestial bodies classified as planets? Just then, a series of rhythmic, synchronized sounds emanated from the front, akin to something moving ahead. Curious, Wukong's excitement surged. Finally, a sign of activity, resolute in his determination. He hastened his pace, fearing the unknown entity might escape. His velocity was akin to a streak of golden light, and soon the nature of the mysterious object became clear. It was a colossal planet, shimmering with a metallic sheen, and bizarrely, it was in motion. Indeed, it was moving and not at a leisurely pace. It barreled through the void like a colossal iron sphere, recklessly navigating the inky blackness of space. As Wukong observed the erratic movements of this metallic planet, shifting right, then left, advancing and retreating, his heart swelled with indignation. No wonder we hadn't seen a single planet in this interminable flight. Chapter 67, The Unknown Metallic Planet Enemy. Wukong's anger was justified. This wandering planet was infuriating. Its incessant movement was not mere idleness, but rather an act of assimilation, consuming everything within its sight. Before Wukong, this monstrous metallic body unleashed a flurry of elongated metal shards from its surface, sending them flying in all directions. It became evident that the myriad planets they had yet to encounter were being pierced one by one, as if they were mere marbles, swiftly drawn toward the grasp of this iron planet. Subsequently, it softened its steely form, devouring one planet after another, leaving a barren void in its wake. Observing this, Wukong silently rejoiced, grateful for his foresight. Otherwise, had he continued at his previous speed, he might have spent a lifetime without glimpsing this peculiar celestial body. Now aware of the origins and causes of the situation, he resolved that such arrogance could not be allowed to persist. Wukong accelerated once more, quickly overtaking the metallic planet, trailing a long golden tail as he positioned himself directly in its path. He then executed a swift turn, bringing his hands together. As a dark golden energy coalesced into a dark golden energy sphere, the Kamehameha wave. The massive, dark golden energy orb, adorned with a pillar-like tail, hurtled toward the metallic planet. Upon collision, the energy sphere forcibly halted the planet, and as the wave's power intensified, the planet's surface began to fracture. As the destruction escalated, the planet was ultimately breached, creating a colossal void at its core, where strands of metallic material intertwined and reconnected. In a brief moment, a fully restored metallic planet emerged, seemingly unscathed. Witnessing this, Wukong grinned mischievously as his golden aura surged dramatically. His right hand transformed into the shape of a pistol, aimed at the metallic planet before him. It appeared that unless he reduced it to cosmic dust, it would persist in its existence. "Let's see how you handle this," he declared, as the tip of his hand transformed into a black that swiftly enlarged to the size of a basketball. Encircled by black lightning that shimmered with a sanguine glow, the annihilation blast, the basketball-sized orb of dark energy sped toward the planet, vanishing within its immense form. Moments later, the diminutive energy sphere began to expand exponentially, gradually engulfing the metallic planet. Observing the dark energy sphere replacing the metallic one, Wukong extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. 2 seconds later, the colossal dark energy sphere detonated, the resulting black flames incinerating all remnants into nothingness. "This time, let us see how you manage to mend yourself." With a silent chuckle, Wukong hastened back, and a day later, he encountered Cell, Broly, and the androids on their journey. After informing them of the location they had found, he led them back along the same route. As the others, save for Wukong, had exhausted their energies, their speed was notably diminished, causing them to take a bit longer. After 2.5 days, they finally arrived at the site of the obliterated metallic planet. Thanks to Wukong's timely intervention in destroying the devouring metallic planet, a few celestial bodies remained unconsumed. The group selected a nearby planet and swiftly ventured inside. Upon traversing the atmosphere, they landed on the surface in a manner strikingly similar to their previous descent. Amidst several plumes of smoke from the black craters, Wukong gradually dissipated his protective shield, and the other shields vanished simultaneously. "Rest for a moment. I shall procure some sustenance," he announced. As he spoke, Wukong soared into the sky, and, at his terrifying speed, he swiftly arrived at the most potent and dense area of this planet's atmosphere. The cerulean, transparent sea lay still and serene, seemingly safe, yet concealing unfathomable terrors beneath its surface. Wukong casually hurled an energy wave into the ocean as a greeting, then patiently awaited the unfolding events. Time flowed slowly, and after 2 minutes, countless sea creatures erupted from the depths. The spectacle resembled gazing up at a star-studded sky, and seizing the moment, Wukong's eyes darted about, searching for his desired prey. At that moment, a dragon-headed creature caught his attention. Its light blue skin and deep azure eyes ensnared the very instincts within him. Acting on impulse, as Wukong's appetite was piqued, his body instinctively responded. With a swift, precise, and forceful kick, he struck the dragon's head. Bang! The sound of colossal waves reverberated through the air, and a tremendous force created a vacuum in the water. The dragon-headed sea beast instantly lost consciousness and plummeted back into the ocean. Wukong promptly dove into the sea, and moments later, he emerged from the water, cradling a massive sea creature with the body of a horse and the head of a dragon. Once airborne, he gazed at the creature, marveling at its peculiar form, pondering, could this be the sea dragon horse? Yet, it is astonishingly large. How long will this sustain me? Indeed, the stark contrast in size was reminiscent of an elephant being lifted by an ant. Disregarding the enormity, Wukong's mouth watered at the sight of the plump sea dragon horse as he swallowed hard, shouldering it, and hastening back to his previous location. Thanks to Wukong's incredible speed, the enormous sea dragon horse was no burden. In fact, it propelled him even faster. A few minutes later, he successfully returned to the site of his descent, where he cast the colossal creature onto the ground. Bang! Dr. Gero and the others gazed at the immense beast, their admiration for the Saiyan's appetite deepening. Wukong landed and beckoned everyone to join him in feasting upon their catch. In no time, with their combined efforts, the sea dragon horse was skinned, its flesh stripped, and skewered onto a towering tree branch, which was then placed over the flames to roast. As they cooked, Wukong recounted his earlier encounters, eager to gauge their thoughts. Upon hearing Wukong's tale, the group fell into deep contemplation, the atmosphere thick with silence, broken only by the crackling of the flames. After a brief moment, it was the astute Dr. Gero who first spoke. "Boss, I sense that the metallic planet you mentioned, with its regenerative capabilities, is far more complex than it appears." The doctor's pallid face bore a grave expression. If my instincts are correct, there's not just one such metallic planet. Not just one. The seriousness on Cell's face mirrored that of Dr. Jarrow as he realized the implications. Let's hope there are not many. The doctor then proposed another hypothesis. Indeed, if their numbers are substantial, they must possess their own means of communication. Thus, it is conceivable that we may have been discovered, and a formidable force could be en route. The two pairs of android siblings exchanged knowing glances, intuitively pondering. Are we about to engage in battle with the planet? With a swift motion, Goku tore off a substantial piece of sea beast meat, munching on it while exclaiming, "Perfect! Their arrival is most opportune, as it spares me the trouble of seeking out the silver soul stone myself. All I need to do is recruit these metallic beings to procure the stones." Hearing their leader speak with such unwavering confidence invigorated the spirits of those around him, alleviating their apprehensions regarding the impending unknown dangers. Subsequently, everyone's appetite surged, and they eagerly tore into the delectable flesh of the sea dragon horse, indulging in a hearty feast. Before long, through their collective efforts, the meat from the sea dragon horse was consumed piece by piece, leaving behind nothing but a pristine skeleton. Most of the meat found its way into the bellies of the two Saiyans, with the next largest share going to Cell, who possessed Saiyan cells, while the others consumed but a meager portion. After feasting to their heart's content, Goku reclined on the ground, gazing up at the azure sky, and remarked, "All right, I shall take a nap. You are free to do as you wish. Now we merely await the arrival of those enigmatic metallic planets." With that, Goku closed his eyes, his state of consciousness uncertain. Cell remained awake, leaving behind a brief statement before soaring into the sky, declaring his intent to explore. Dr. Jarrow and his two assistants mentioned their desire to find a river to continue their research. The pairs of android siblings sought out a forest, each finding a large tree to recline against while admiring the blue expanse above. Broly, too, casually lay on the ground, his belly as round as Goku's, limbs outstretched as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 68, The Metallic Gula Replicates. Goku and his companions each found a spot to quietly await the arrival of their adversaries. Reminiscent of the calm before storm. In the dark void of space, an enormous entity, adorned with numerous mechanical tentacles, slowly advanced toward the planet where Goku and his companions resided. This object bore semblance to a planet, yet its form was extraordinarily peculiar. Its grotesque body was quite unwieldy, its oval shape punctuated by numerous protruding semicircles, as though someone had embedded a planet within. Though this extraordinary life form appeared to move languidly, its speed was anything but slow. Its sheer size rendered its rapid motion less conspicuous. Over the course of a day, this misshapen planet grew larger, assimilating other metallic planets that traversed its path. 10 days later, within the confines of the planet where Goku and his companions resided, they gathered once more, with Cell inquiring, puzzled. Have we perhaps overthought this? Might there be only that singular peculiar planet? The doctor shook his head, resolutely stating, "My expertise assures me that there is certainly more than one of those strange planets." The others remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Wukong, eager to discern his thoughts. Sitting on the ground with his arms crossed, Wukong pondered for a moment. "I too sense that the metallic planet is rather extraordinary. Let us wait a little longer. In 2 days, if there are still no anomalies, we shall take the initiative, for we are bound to encounter it eventually." The group nodded in agreement, deeming this plan the most prudent under the circumstances. Wait a moment. Dr. Gillow gazed skyward, indicating that there would be no need to wait 2 days. The target had already arrived. The others followed the doctor's line of sight and looked up. In the sky, a tiny black dot, no larger than a fingertip, was surrounded by countless delicate tendrils. Though the nature of this entity eluded their understanding, they grasped that it was an adversary rather than an ally. It appeared to be a planet. Due to its considerable distance, it resembled a star. However, given its rapid enlargement, it would not be long before it reached them, as Dr. Gillow promptly elucidated. Upon hearing the doctor's explanation, the others silently watched the black dot gradually swell in size, until the next day when they all gazed in astonishment at the darkened sky. What? Wukong and his companions observed as the small black that expanded to obscure the heavens, plunging the entire world into a profound darkness. How vast could this object possibly be? This question echoed in everyone's minds, especially since this darkness had persisted for quite some time, indicating that it was still far off. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed from a distance, followed by a brilliant white light that flickered to life, illuminating the darkened world. After a brief period of sudden blindness, Wukong and his companions gradually adjusted to the brightness, beholding the radiant world and the pristine sky above. Dr. Gallo squinted one eye in disbelief, wondering if the light emanated from that peculiar planet. Although this notion seemed somewhat implausible, the luminous environment unmistakably affirmed his suspicion. Wukong's ocular adaptability surpassed that of his subordinates. After a brief moment of disorientation, he was unscathed. Quickly regaining his composure, he soon understood the source of the earlier sounds. In the distance, numerous crisscrossing metallic pillars came into view, remnants of what had previously descended from the sky and produced the cacophony. As the others' vision gradually improved, they beheld the iron columns before them, speculating on their purpose. At that moment, countless tiny points appeared densely clustered atop the pillars, cascading downward. And due to their overwhelming number, the area quickly became shrouded in mist. The dense, numerous footsteps converged, creating a tremor akin to an earthquake. After a brief interval, all sound vanished, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Only the wisps of smoke at the mountain's peak continued to swirl, and as the fog dissipated, metallic beings, glistening with a sheen akin to metal, emerged atop the mountain. As the smoke dissipated, a multitude of metallic beings filled the mountainside, their gleaming bodies shimmering in the light. One of the metallic figures advanced alone, and as it approached, Goku's memories surged back to life. This was Cooler, the frozen demon of the Frisia clan, the elder brother of Frisia, who boasted an additional transformation compared to his sibling. Driven by a desire for vengeance, he had come to Earth. In the ensuing battle against Goku, he foolishly engaged the Sun family, ultimately losing when Goku hurled both him and his energy sphere towards the sun. However, he did not perish entirely. His remnants drifted into the cosmic graveyard, merging with mechanical entities to become the core of the metallic life planet. Subsequently, he invaded New Namek, where Goku and his companions came to aid, witnessing the rebirth of the metallic Cooler. Upon their encounter, a fierce battle ensued. The now more powerful Cooler ensnared Goku in a grueling struggle. Yet, with Vegeta's assistance, the two transformed into Super Saiyans and managed to narrowly defeat one of Cooler's duplicates, only to discover a multitude of metallic Cooler replicas awaiting them. Overwhelmed, Goku and Vegeta were captured and brought before the core Cooler, who intended to drain their energy. However, the potent energy of the two caused a short circuit, resulting in the destruction of his original form, thus concluding his tumultuous existence. Observing the metallic Coolers standing atop the mountains, Goku, seasoned by experience, realized this was yet another wayward parallel universe, where Cooler had not only survived, but had also grown more formidable and terrifying. Just as Goku was lost in thought, one of the metallic Coolers approached the group, seemingly eager to challenge them single-handedly. "Allow me," Robbie said coolly, eyeing the metallic Cooler. "Let me test this creature's strength." No sooner had he spoken than Robbie's dashed forward, delivering a swift sidekick to Cooler's face, which was deftly blocked by the metallic being's hand. The two exchanged powerful punches, momentarily separating before Robbie's vanished, reappearing behind Cooler. With a resounding thud, his elbow struck Cooler's nape, sending him hurtling forward. Yet Cooler quickly regained control mid-air. After executing a graceful flip, Cooler landed on the ground, shaking his head side to side before charging at Robbie's. The two collided instantaneously, limbs flailing in a blur of motion as fists and feet exchanged strikes with rhythmic intensity. Suddenly, Cooler delivered a powerful kick, but Robbie seized his ankle and hurled him away. Hud, hud, hud. Cooler crashed through several boulders, becoming entangled in the rubble, but soon emerged, rising to his feet once more. The two figures exchanged glances before colliding once more, their speeds as swift as phantoms, each unable to gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Sheru observed the two combatants, noting their indecisiveness and lack of decisiveness, and pondered the duration of their engagement. With a sudden resolve to assist, Sheru fixated on the rapidly moving duo, seizing the moment to unleash a crimson beam that explosively obliterated the head of the assailant. Rappies, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the headless monstrosity, exclaimed in shock, "Goodness, this is utterly unexpected and thrilling." He instinctively touched his own head to confirm its presence, exhaling a breath of relief mixed with anxiety. Before him, the headless body of Metal Gula sprouted numerous steel wires from its neck, and in no time, its head was restored. Rappies swiftly delivered a kick to its newly formed face, then seamlessly appeared behind it, locking its head and driving it forcefully into the ground. With a resounding crash, a massive crater formed, engulfing the upper half of Metal Gula, leaving only its feet exposed. Without granting a moment's respite, Rappies conjured a colossal wave of energy, directing it swiftly downward. Boom, boom. The golden surge relentlessly bore into the earth, erupting moments later in a spectacular explosion, radiating golden light alongside immense destructive force. Chapter 69. The Elusive Aberration Planet. As the dazzling brilliance faded, a vast pit emerged, accompanied by wisps of smoke. Rappies descended into the crater, surrounded by mechanical debris that attested to the demise of Metal Gula. Following the obliteration of this probing entity, the multitude of Metal Gula duplicates on the mountainside simultaneously ignited with crimson intensity. They charged down the slope, stampeding like a herd of wild bulls, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Boss, we shall advance ahead," announced Lazuli as she propelled herself forward alongside androids 17 and 18. Broly remained silent, silently soaring ahead, with Sheru closely tailing him, harboring lingering doubts about Broly's intentions. Before long, the group converged, and while a few of the androids faced challenges in their battles, the other two effortlessly shattered Metal Gula after Metal Gula. Even if any escaped, they would inevitably meet their end with a single punch from Goku. Any signs of regeneration would be swiftly crushed to fragments. Time raced onward, and the numbers of Metal Gula dwindled. Yet the relentless descent of new ones from the myriad iron columns ensured their ranks remained unyielding and ever-growing. Goku surveyed the battlefield, densely populated like an anthill, and cast his gaze towards the labyrinth of iron pillars in the distance, a smirk playing on his lips. In the next instant, countless dark golden energy waves cascaded like raindrops toward the iron columns, crashing with explosive force. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and most of the iron pillars in the distance were obliterated. Subsequently, the metallic Gula replicants, which had been descending, found themselves devoid of any pillars to grasp. Plummeting from the sky, the scene resembled a devastating flood. The metallic Gula swarm in the distance was thrown into disarray, and those that crashed to the ground were swiftly overwhelmed by their falling counterparts. This chaotic spectacle unfolded repeatedly, momentarily alleviating the pressure on Sheru and Dr. Gero's group, who were on the brink of exhaustion from the seemingly endless onslaught of metallic Gula. Goku's maneuvers were far from over. Ascending into the sky, he alternated his hands at his waist, forming a flower-like shape as a blue and red energy sphere steadily expanded, radiating a brilliant glow. Tenfold Kamehameha. Goku's gaze sharpened as he directed the attack towards the cascade of descending metallic Gula. The immense red and blue energy sphere, trailing a long tail, collided directly with the swarm of Gula. Boom! Crash! From Goku's perspective, the semicircular red energy wave enveloped the area, and the metallic Gula on the periphery were propelled away by the shock wave. As the energy wave gradually dissipated, a vast crater emerged, littered with fragments of steel and iron. Yet this did not seem to provide a permanent solution, for the metallic Gula continued their relentless descent from above. Goku shifted his gaze to the colossal object shimmering with white light in the sky. It was evident that annihilating the massive celestial body was the only way to halt the incessant production of these Gula. After a brief contemplation, Goku surged upward, rocketing towards the heavens, leaving a series of sonic booms in his wake as his figure vanished. Breaking through the atmosphere, he found himself in outer space, where a dark golden energy shield materialized around him. In the vastness of space, the enormity of this entity became even more apparent. Its blinding white light, dazzling enough to blind an ordinary person. However, having acclimated to such brilliance, the glaring light had a diminished effect on him, allowing Goku to perceive the boundless expanse of this object. With a slight sigh of awe, he prepared to venture deeper into this bizarre planet when suddenly, numerous black dots began to descend from its surface. As they approached, their familiar shapes sparked a sense of recognition. Countless metallic Gula replicants drifted through space, charging towards Goku. With a swift motion, he obliterated the fastest one with a punch, then soared upward, shattering all the encroaching Gula into fragments with each blow and kick. Although these entities posed little threat individually, their incessant descent remained a considerable nuisance. Goku seized two of the replicants clinging to him and hurled them away, seizing the opportunity to ascend further. Yet soon after, another wave of Gula replicants arrived to hinder his progress. Boom! Crash! After pulverizing the scrap metal surrounding him, Goku fixed his gaze upon the blindingly bright, colossal object ahead, raising his right hand in a pistol-like stance, pointing directly at it. A basketball-sized black energy sphere swiftly materialized between his fingers. Wukong squinted one eye, producing a resounding bang. The re-emerging annihilation beam shot fiercely towards the colossal planet before him. After a few breaths, that eerie blackness began to spread, gradually enveloping the white light in a shroud of lifeless darkness. The soft white glow slowly faded, and the once bright world succumbed once more to shadows. Boom! Bang! Thud! Following a series of explosive sounds, a deafening collapse echoed as the grotesque planet was utterly obliterated. Dark flames drifted through space. Gazing upon the still-burning abyss, Wukong remained uncertain whether he had vanquished this monstrosity. However, the answer soon became apparent. Gradually, white light began to converge from all directions, initially a mere flicker, but soon blossoming into a radiant brilliance. The light steadily submerged the burning darkness, and in an instant, the grotesque planet reverted to its original form. Witnessing this, Wukong could only exclaim in awe. It seems I merely destroyed a fragment of its being, allowing it to swiftly regenerate. What a terrifying magnitude. Just how enormous is this creature? Pondering for a moment, he felt the situation becoming increasingly daunting. Without knowing the true size of this entity, he was at a loss as to how much power he should wield to ensure he did not inadvertently annihilate it, while simultaneously rendering it powerless to resist. Suddenly, a rush of wind heralded an incoming attack. Instinctively, Wukong grasped the approaching leg and hurled it away. In that case, I shall venture inside its body to investigate. With this thought in mind, Wukong disregarded the assaults from the metallic Gula duplicates and surged upward. The metallic Gula, realizing its attacks were futile, attempted to restrain Wukong's form. Nevertheless, Wukong remained undeterred, crashing through the throng of metallic duplicates and into the planet's interior. Thud! Wukong collided with the metallic ground, sending a significant portion of the metallic Gula flying. Rising from the sunken metallic pit, he casually flung aside the Gula that clung tenaciously to him. Bang! 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 The expelled Gula collided with the steel walls in a series of impacts. Surveying his surroundings, Wukong found two paths ahead and behind him, while both sides and above were tightly sealed with steel. Onward then. I am eager to discover what this technological monstrosity has prepared for me ahead. As Wukong advanced into the deep passage, circumstances quickly escalated. Zzz. A fiery red thread pierced deeply into Wukong's chest. Observing the bloodstains on his chest, he noticed that his once pristine red fur now emitted a charred aroma. Soon, perhaps due to the activation of a mechanism, a dense onslaught of crimson laser beams erupted around him, encircling Wukong entirely. Taking a slight step back, Wukong gazed at the crimson laser beams with a smirk of disdain. Could this trivial obstacle truly impede my progress? Subsequently, an enigmatic black mist enveloped his entire being. With this shroud of darkness, Wukong felt an immediate surge of fearlessness, striding forward with resolute confidence. Strangely, when the red laser beams encountered the black mist, they flickered momentarily before vanishing as if short-circuited. Thus, wherever he traversed, the crimson beams dissipated. Upon exiting the realm of red light, the path ahead widened slightly. Wukong glanced back to see only a few remaining laser beams flickering dimly. He murmured to himself, I hope the toys prepared for me ahead are not as uninspiring as these. With that, he continued onward, the expanded passage resembling a gaping maw as he advanced into it. Chapter 70, Beyond the High Star, the Core of Gula. Traversing the spacious corridor, Wukong felt as though he were traversing the intestines within the belly of this planet. Time slipped away, quietly amid the echoes of his footsteps. Suddenly, he halted. What is this? After walking for so long, where are the surprises? He surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the seemingly endless corridors, no other routes presented themselves. It seems I must express my dissatisfaction. Without hesitation, Wukong directed his palm upward, unleashing a wave of dark golden energy that crashed above him with a resounding boom. A substantial hole was blasted into the ceiling, and Wukong soared upward. However, after a brief ascent, he was met with an iron wall blocking his path. This wall is quite formidable. Wukong marveled at the fact that his strike had failed to penetrate it. Yet, I wonder if it can withstand another blow, he thought, raising his hand once more. This time, the energy sphere he conjured was several times larger than before, inching upward with a dark golden energy wave. Finally, a massive aperture appeared above, and Wukong promptly flew through it. Upon emerging, he found himself in an environment identical to the one below, with a singular, monotonous pathway stretching before him. Could it be? Are all these passages merely one-way routes? The prospect of such monotony unsettled Wukong, prompting him to hover in mid-air as dark magical energy coalesced into a crimson energy shield around him. With his arms spread wide within the energy dome, countless blood-red energy orbs erupted forth, shooting in all directions. As Wukong's sanguine meteor shower commenced its assault, the surroundings reverberated with boom, boom, boom. The steel walls were instantaneously obliterated by the barrage of crimson energy spheres, unveiling new paths that swiftly vanished into oblivion. Observing the sluggish pace of destruction, Wukong expanded the energy shield several more layers, causing the energy waves to unleash with a frenzy akin to a machine gun. Perhaps Wukong's fervor was excessive, for the master of this mechanical planet could no longer remain passive. In an instant, numerous metallic gulas emerged from the steel walls, launching a relentless barrage of deadly assaults towards Goku, who was ensconced within a crimson energy shield. Often, these metallic replicas met their demise before they could traverse even a few steps, yet the sheer number of these constructs was not to be underestimated. The surrounding walls erupted with fissures, from which a steady stream of metallic gula replicas poured forth. Now, a stalemate had ensued, leaving only endurance to determine the victor. A vast expanse of metallic gulas spilled forth from the crevices, only to be shattered into fragments moments later, as the entire area became enveloped in a dense, impenetrable sphere of red energy. Inside this crimson cocoon, Goku observed the gula replicas that scarcely survived a breath, and while he relished the spectacle, he recognized that this approach could not persist indefinitely. His concern was not for his own stamina, but rather for the protracted passage of time. The extent of this entity's capabilities and the infinite production of replicas remained unknown. While he could endure for days on end, he pondered the resilience of his subordinates below. It appeared that he must employ his cunning intellect. Reassuring himself inwardly, Goku swiftly rummaged through his memories regarding metallic gulas and the peculiarities of the planet Begao, in search of a strategy to break the deadlock. Alas, it seemed there was but one course of action. After revisiting his recollections of the metallic gulas, Goku concluded that he could resort to the same tactics once more. He decided to sustain a continuous onslaught for several days, feigning fatigue and ultimately collapsing. He would gamble to see if these gula replicas, akin to his memories, would transport him to the planet's core. Surveying the grotesquely transformed planet Begao, Goku pondered, surely this plan would succeed? 5 days later, over the course of 5 days, Goku showcased his remarkable acting prowess, with each passing day revealing a different aspect of his demeanor. On the 5th day, he appeared thoroughly exhausted within the crimson energy shield, his eyes half closed, fluctuating in size, presenting an overall aspect of lethargy. The area that had been ravaged remained unchanged, as the seemingly endless gula replicas were no trivial foes. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Goku began to diminish the intensity of the blood-red meteor shower, gradually reducing its frequency until only a handful of energy blasts were emitted. Within the energy shield, Goku, ever diligent, gasped for breath, further decreasing the number of energy spheres released, signaling that his strength was waning. Finally, after struggling to unleash a final energy sphere, the crimson shield flickered and ultimately vanished, allowing Goku to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Surrounding him, the gula replicas, witnessing their targets fall, exchanged wary glances before cautiously advancing towards Goku. One particularly swift gula replica approached, cautiously and intently prodding Goku's back with its foot. After a tense pause of several seconds without a response, it turned to its companions and nodded affirmatively. In an instant, several gula replicas approached, joining forces with the foremost metallic gula to hoist their seemingly unconscious target. After lifting him, they appeared to be waiting for something, remaining utterly still, until the surrounding walls provided an answer. Metallic tendrils emerged from the walls, coiling around Goku, as his energy was gradually siphoned away. This was dire. Cursed be their unconventional tactics. Goku felt his energy dissipating and cursed his misfortune as it was absorbed directly. However, this must connect to the core, right? If all else failed, perhaps he could explode it along with the core. Time slipped away, and Goku felt little, for his energy was abundant. Yet the metallic tendrils were a different story. The tendrils, initially the size of an adult's arm, had swelled to the size of a full-grown man, continuously expanding. Suddenly, with a series of explosive sounds, more than a dozen colossal tendrils erupted violently. Shrapnel of metal flew everywhere, even sending some nearby Gula replicas tumbling. After being flung away, Goku landed back on the ground, resuming his earlier unconscious posture. A few Gula replicas stood up and once again lifted Goku, their eyes glowing a menacing red as they exchanged glances. Moments later, their silent communication yielded a decision. They carried Goku to an iron wall, which then parted to reveal a black fissure. The metallic Gula, bearing Goku, entered the darkness, disappearing within as the fissure slowly closed behind them. Goku, helpless in their grasp, mused inwardly. This environment feels different. It seems I am to meet their leader. Thus, the metallic Gula carried Goku through this dark realm until, suddenly, a rift opened ahead. Upon passing through, they emerged into a vast expanse illuminated by a faint halo from above, casting light only a few meters ahead. In the midst of this illuminated ground lay a peculiar entity, its upper half visible, while its lower half was ensconced in mechanical iron, rooted deep in the earth. As the Gula replicas approached, this being, resembling a Gula replica, inquired curiously, "What brings you here?" The Gula replica's eyes flickered with a crimson glow, and upon noticing, the being seemed to receive some information, stating, "Understood, place him down. The outer absorption apparatus is about to explode. It cannot accommodate the volume. Let the core absorb him now." The Gula replicas gently set Goku down and retreated. The core Gula swiftly extended several robust silver wires from his chest, slowly wrapping around Goku and commencing the absorption of his energy. At this moment, Wukong felt no need to feign anymore. He opened his eyes and immediately beheld the conspicuous Gula core before him, silently acknowledging, this must be the Gula that surpasses the high star core. It appeared to be entirely mechanized, devoid of any human emotion. Upon noticing Wukong's awakening, the Gula core's eyes flashed crimson, and it proclaimed, "Greetings, energy being. Your energy is of the highest quality and quantity I have encountered." Subsequently, its eyes flickered, and in a mechanical voice, it began to utter, "Energy overload, energy overload. Data error, data error." Chapter 71. The transparent form of Gula resurrected. Commencing correction. Correction complete. Emergency procedures initiated. Energy expansion commencing. Absorption apparatus activated. The Gula core ceased its speech, and the silver-white wires entwined around Wukong thickened and multiplied, gradually encasing him in a white statue. Energy surged through the silver threads, continuously feeding into the Gula core, which then dispersed the energy throughout the entire celestial body. As time passed slowly, the once slender silver lines transformed into monstrous, serpent-like forms, expanding as if on the verge of explosion. Meanwhile, the Gula core, the recipient of this energy, was not faring well. Its formerly slender upper body had swollen to a round, balloon-like shape. Calculation error. Target energy cannot be estimated. Initiating force shutdown during the shutdown process. Unknown energy detected. Commencing analysis. Energy cannot be analyzed. Unknown energy forcibly interfering with shutdown process. After a few breaths, the process was interrupted, and with a resounding thud, the forced shutdown failed. No! With a loud explosion, the Gula core disintegrated. Bereft of the Gula core's regulation, the absorbed energy rampaged uncontrollably across the high star, and this unrestrained absorption began to cause the planet to rupture in various locations. Within the silver statue, Wukong sensed that the absorption rate was still insufficient, prompting him to unleash his energy. In the next moment, the statue was engulfed by a surging golden aura, which continued to expand, causing the serpent-like silver wires to swell once more. As the energy output intensified, explosions across the high star became increasingly frequent, engulfing the entire planet in chaos. Gradually, the planet could no longer bear the strain. Its deformed surface cracked, spewing forth flames and electrical currents. Soon, fissures covered the entire planet, and after a desperate struggle lasting several minutes, the high star ultimately erupted. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the vastness of space, the light enduring for over 10 seconds before fading away. Once again, darkness enveloped the cosmos, with remnants of the exploded high star drifting languidly in the void. Amidst the chaotic and overwhelming debris of space, Wukong seized the silver thread, as large as a python, resting upon his shoulder and yanked it down. Observing the disarray around him, he exhaled deeply and ran a hand through his hair, realizing that perhaps he had exerted himself a tad too much. What he initially intended to subdue had instead met a swift demise. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. After all, this creature had an insatiably small appetite. Feeling a momentary pang of regret, Wukong hastily flew towards the planet where his subordinates were still engaged in a grueling battle. Accelerating deliberately, he swiftly penetrated the planet's interior and soared towards the battlefield below. As he traversed a series of white clouds, he soon beheld the tumultuous scene beneath with clarity. The metallic gula were predominant, densely packed, among which the transformed Broly, with his grass-green hair in the Super Saiyan form, stood out remarkably. With a casual punch, he obliterated several gula replicas, and with a wave of green energy, a multitude of them were reduced to fragments. He moved like an indomitable warrior, rampaging through the throngs of gula replicas. Another captivating sight was a metallic gula that forcefully smashed the head of another gula, before turning to assault yet another. Then there was the effortlessly maneuvering orange-hued Goku, followed by the struggling androids. Observing the situation, Wukong mused. Although only the gula deployed to this planet remained, their sheer numbers would still require considerable effort to vanquish. Gazing at the densely packed gula replicas below, resembling a swarm of ants, Wukong smiled slightly and thought to himself, "Allow me to lend a hand." With his right hand shaped like a gun, he pointed forward, and instantly, scarlet energy surged from his fingertip, enveloping his entire being in a circular formation. Countless red energy orbs cascaded down like raindrops, raining down upon the myriad of gula replicas below. In an instant, the count of gula replicas dwindled rapidly. Aside from the transformed Broly, the others present breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing their leader's return. Before long, with their combined efforts, the gula replicas fell one by one, and, as the last of them was crushed into a heap of scrap metal by Broly, the relentless assault of the gula army finally came to an end. Wukong descended to the ground, intending to inquire about the situation from the doctor, particularly regarding how the gula replica beside him had attacked their own. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, as he charged at Wukong. With a sigh, Wukong shook his head in resignation, then instantaneously appeared behind Broly, delivering a swift kick to his left cheek that sent him hurtling into a stone wall. Having resolved the immediate conflict, Wukong returned to his original position and continued his inquiry. What was the meaning of that adversary who just flew away, as well as the one beside you? Goku gazed at the sole surviving gula clone, standing motionless, adorned with tattered remnants of various components. With clarity gained from Dr. Glow's explanation, Goku swiftly comprehended the entirety of the situation. Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan was primarily due to the overwhelming number of adversaries. The ordinary Super Saiyan form of Broly could scarcely alleviate the burden on his companions. Dr. Glow decided to deactivate the Calm Crown's effects, allowing Broly to unleash his full potential. Beside him stood the familiar figure of Xiaolon, or rather, Xiaolon was controlling this body. According to the doctor, during a battle with several metallic gula units, he was inadvertently propelled away and accidentally dropped Xiaolan's universal capsule, which had been nestled in his pocket. One of the metallic gula units unleashed an energy wave, inadvertently causing the capsule to explode, releasing Xiaolan, albeit in a severely damaged state. Subsequently, Xiaolan shot forth a beam of blue light from the shattered ocular cavity, swiftly infiltrating the body of a metallic gula and commandeering it for combat. All right, I understand the situation. Now that big star has been obliterated, everything has come to an end. We must continue our search, Goku declared, only to pause mid-sentence, turning to gaze into the myriad of craters filled with scraps and debris. Strange? Is it just my imagination, or do those remnants appear to be moving? No sooner had he uttered these words than a fierce whirlwind erupted across the littered ground, ensnaring all the components of the clones in its tempestuous grasp. In the vastness of outer space, the remnants of Big Star also began to stir, seemingly guided by an unseen force, surging towards the nearby planet. Soon, fragments from all directions were caught in the maelstrom, and as the debris multiplied, the storm intensified. Within moments, the sounds of clanging metal echoed through the tempest. Minutes later, an eerie silence fell, punctuated only by the howl of the wind. Gradually, the storm began to abate, dissipating entirely. In the eye of the tempest, a figure emerged in midair. Through the recesses of his memory, Goku recognized this form as Gula's ultimate manifestation, significantly larger and more robust than the ordinary Gula. From its head, for protrusions extended backward, while the shoulders jutted out like a protective breastplate, and two additional horns sprouted from its back. Its arms elongated into blade-like appendages. Yet its overall form was translucent, emanating an otherworldly aura, most peculiar indeed. Gula descended slowly, surveying all present, his gaze lingering on Goku's face for a brief 2 seconds before he lunged toward Goku and his companions, bellowing, "Energy collection! Energy collection!" Cell, observing the approaching Gula, regarded it with disdain, accelerating toward it at an even greater speed, aiming a punch directly at its visage. In the next instant, an uncanny phenomenon occurred. Cell's fist swiftly passed through Gula's diamond-like, transparent left cheek. Sheru gazed in astonishment at his own fist, while Gula's powerful and solid punch struck Sheru's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air with a look of bewilderment on his face. Gula did not relent. He continued to soar towards Goku, while Sheru drifted momentarily in midair. In disbelief, he quickly halted his body, enduring the pain in his abdomen, and unleashed another punch. Chapter 72. Gula's tenacious attacks rendered ineffective. Sheru's punch bore considerable force. Yet it was as if Gula's head had become incorporeal. Sheru's fist passed straight through Gula's transparent visage. In turn, Gula's punch connected solidly with Sheru's chin, propelling him away. Sheru's upper body arched backward, his feet skimming the ground, leaving behind 2 long, deep gouges. With a clap, Goku caught Sheru by the shoulder, halting his trajectory. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Sheru instantly forgot the pain in his chin and boldly responded, "Of course. This is just the beginning." He quickly straightened himself and charged once more at Gula, pouring all his strength into each punch. However, to his dismay, every strike merely passed through Gula's form without inflicting any damage. Conversely, Gula's every punch landed squarely on Sheru, and in this exchange of blows, Sheru soon found himself at a disadvantage. From a distance, Goku observed intently, muttering to himself, "How is he accomplishing this? The punches glide through so smoothly, and nothing seems amiss. How peculiar." Just as Goku pondered Gula's troublesome ability, the battle on Sheru's side intensified. Gula executed a split, forcefully bringing his legs down. Bang! Bang! Sheru was sent crashing into the ground, even deeper beneath the surface. Moments later, Gula surveyed the dark pit in the ground, waiting in silence. And the atmosphere grew eerily still. Suddenly, with a bang, the expansive ground erupted as Sheru burst forth, suspended in midair, purple blood trickling down his forehead, and his orange chest heaving irregularly. "Damn it! Ah!" Sheru roared, channeling his strength anew as his golden aura expanded tenfold. In an instant, he appeared behind Gula and delivered a kick to his neck. Unsurprisingly, the kick passed through Gula's neck as if it had encountered nothing. Thud! Gula seized the leg that had passed in front of him and forcefully hurled it downward. In response, countless crimson energy waves erupted from Gula's hands, showering the ground like raindrops, enveloping the area in a haze. Subsequently, Gula brought his hands together, conjuring a massive sphere of red energy. Red giant star. The colossal energy orb plummeted downward, expanding several folds the moment it left his palms. At last, it struck the ground with the force of a true planet. Having narrowly evaded the barrage of energy waves, Sheru gazed at the enormous sphere before him, and with no means of escape, instinctively braced himself with his hands. In an instant, a colossal sphere of energy plunged deeply into the ground, dragging Cell along with it. Shortly thereafter, the half-submerged energy sphere began to shimmer with light before erupting in a magnificent explosion. The immense force radiated outward, transforming the landscape into a vast circular pit, which replaced the once flat plain. Within this crater, Goku retracted the dark golden energy shield enveloping everyone and gazed towards the smoky battlefield ahead. Amidst the yellow haze, 2 figures flickered in and out of visibility. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, revealing the 2 combatants, Cell, battered and bruised, and Gula, unscathed and transparent. Cell clenched his fists, feeling the undeniable strength forged during his rigorous training come into play. The 2 figures once again entwined in a fierce struggle. Yet it was Cell who bore the brunt of the attacks. Each time he passed through Gula's ethereal form, he was met with a crushing blow. Were it not for his hardened physique, he might have already been vanquished, for Gula was superior in every aspect. With a resounding thud, Gula landed a kick on Cell's right temple, causing him to spit blood and briefly lose consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Cell felt a firm grip on his head. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he instinctively attempted to pry off the hand that held him captive, but, as before, he could not make contact with Gula's body. After a futile struggle, Cell suddenly sensed a pull from above, and his remaining strength began to dissipate. Time trickled away. and Goku, observing Cell's dwindling resilience, pointed forward and instructed the others. You all go now. Try to hold on a little longer while I figure out his tricks. At Goku's command, Dr. Gero and the 7 androids swiftly converged on Gula, forming a circular formation around him. Gula surveyed his surroundings before casually tossing aside the incapacitated Cell. In unison, the 7 androids launched their assault, their fists and feet passing harmlessly through Gula's form. Gula's transparent fists struck back with ferocity, sending the androids hurtling through the air. He fixed his gaze on the weakest trio of Dr. Gero's creations and charged toward them. With a resounding crack, Dr. Gero was kicked in the head and sent sprawling. The stout android was struck in the abdomen, causing a deep indentation, while Gula's fist sank into the slender android's midsection. In mere moments, the trio was cast aside, rendered unable to continue the fight, lying on the ground in a state of unconsciousness or perhaps conserving their strength. Disregarding the fallen trio, Gula turned his attention to the remaining pairs of android siblings, using his untouchable ability to evade their attacks while inflicting increasingly severe wounds upon them. Gula suddenly delivered a powerful kick to Lazuli's abdomen, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. He then followed up with another kick to her face, sending her flying through the air in a graceful arc. After exerting some effort, he managed to incapacitate the remaining 3 individuals. Observing the fallen foes before him, Goku turned to glance at Broly, who lay unconscious on the ground, and the few scattered parts of the small blue figure. These 2 were the last remnants of his allies. At that moment, Gula surveyed the individuals around him, then suddenly arched his back, launching several mercury-like projectiles towards the unconscious figures. The previously down Dr. Gero and his companions rolled away, just in time to narrowly evade the incoming projectiles, hastily retreating. Goku watched the fleeing doctors and the android siblings ensnared by the mercury, shaking his head in exasperation before vanishing in an instant. He reappeared behind Gula and delivered a punch to his abdomen, his red arm effortlessly piercing through Gula's transparent back. Gula retaliated with an elbow strike, but Goku had already anticipated the move and evaded. Suspended in the air, Goku pondered the reason behind Gula's immunity to harm. Gula, noticing Goku above him, swiftly maneuvered to appear behind the Saiyan and aimed a kick at him, but Goku narrowly dodged once more. Missed attacks only fueled Gula's aggression, as he launched a series of punches, all of which Goku deftly evaded. Amidst their exchanges, Goku contemplated the enigma of Gula's damage immunity. Their confrontation reached a stalemate. One was relentless in attack, yet unable to land a blow, while the other sought understanding but yielded no results. Time slipped by quietly, and Goku's patience began to wane. A mere nuisance that could be crushed with ease was proving to be infuriatingly resilient. Frustrated, Goku ceased avoiding Gula's strikes and unleashed a flurry of heavy punches aimed at Gula's grotesque face, though they felt akin to striking air. Finally, Gula managed to connect with Goku, but each punch struck the Saiyan with the sound of metal on metal, as if he were made of steel. If Gula had retained any semblance of reason, he might have remarked in disbelief, "You are even more unyielding than I." After a brief while, Goku realized this approach bore no fruit. Faced with this troublesome adversary, he resolved to obliterate it entirely. With this thought, a sphere of purple destructive energy materialized in his palm, a testament to his 4 years of rigorous training. The deep purple hue reflected Goku's pure desire for destruction. He extended his hand and forcefully launched the basketball-sized orb towards Gula. Unfazed, Gula charged straight ahead. Upon impact, the purple sphere detonated against Gula's head, obliterating it and everything above the waist. Gula's lower half was sent crashing to the ground, but soon after, numerous transparent tendrils and parts erupted from his abdomen. And in no time, he had restored himself. Chapter 73. The brand new form of Xiaolan. After Gula restored itself to its original state, it did not immediately launch an attack. Its once transparent eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, shimmering ominously. The cause of this transformation was the destructive energy unleashed by Goku, which had directly caused chaos within its information terminal. It detected an unknown energy capable of disrupting its phasing form, attempting to decompose it. However, the decomposition failed, and attempts at assimilation were also unsuccessful. It was now formulating a strategic retreat. In Goku's eyes, Gula stood motionless, its eyes flickering incessantly. Once it regained its composure, it wasted no time in fleeing. Trying to escape? A mischievous smile crept onto Goku's lips as he vanished in an instant. In that moment, Goku appeared before Gula, blocking its path of escape. "Can you really get away?" Gula, recognizing the imminent danger before it, sought to veer off in another direction. Goku denied any opportunity for escape, swiftly moving to intercept its intended route, his palm radiating with purple destructive energy directed at it. You'd best not move. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will remain in one piece. Gula's body tensed, but as the purple light intensified, it found itself helpless, compelled to remain still. Goku regarded Gula with a judgmental gaze. Initially, I intended to eliminate you outright, but I have recently come to an understanding regarding your ability to negate attacks. Now, I wish to verify it with you. As the purple energy dissipated from his hand, Goku continued, my destructive energy must have disrupted the medium that enables your attack negation, which is why my attack was effective. Let me hazard a guess. Goku stroked his chin, pausing for a moment before speaking. What exactly did the destructive energy dismantle? The air? The light? Or perhaps some other substance? After pondering for a short while, a radiant smile illuminated Goku's face. He turned his hand towards Gula, spreading his palm. No more speculation. Let us put it to the test. Subsequently, a small black dot materialized beneath Gula's floating feet, gradually expanding until it enveloped both of them, coalescing into a half-spherical form exuding dark energy. Inside this semi-sphere, Gula and Goku stood upon a deep, eerie black lake, gazing at each other. Allow me to introduce this. This is a power I mastered 2 years ago, the Realm of Darkness. As for its effects, you shall soon find out. Very well, let our experiment commence. Goku snapped his fingers, and with a resounding pop, he declared, let us start with the most likely candidate, air. No sooner had he spoken than the air within the Realm of Darkness began to dissipate. Eager to probe further, Goku instantaneously teleported beside Gula, delivering a swift kick towards its neck, yet passed through without consequence. Oh, I guessed incorrectly. Goku positioned himself behind Gula, raising his finger once more. In that case, let us try light. Snap! In an instant, as the sound of a finger's snap echoed, the entire Realm of Darkness was engulfed in shadows. Goku, surveying the pitch-black world before him, relied on his acute senses to deliver a powerful kick towards the concealed Gula lurking in the darkness. The impact resounded with a thud, sending Gula hurtling through the air. Feeling the exhilaration from his recent strike, Goku's spirits soared. Finally, a chance to unleash his power. With determination, Goku charged towards the direction where Gula had fallen, seemingly locking onto his target in the absolute darkness. He swiftly struck Gula with a flurry of punches and kicks. The air was filled with the sounds of fierce collisions that echoed for a considerable duration. With a final elbow strike, Goku concluded the brutal onslaught. In the depths of darkness, Goku raised his hand, conjuring a black orb that harmonized seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. To ensure your demise, I shall not grant you a glimmer of light, he declared before launching the orb downward. The dark energy surged, causing the black lake to churn violently. While at its center, a colossal circular vortex began to spin. Above, a semicircular black dome gradually dissipated, showering the ground with a cascade of battered fragments. Hovering in the air, Goku gazed at the desolate and fragmented landscape, reflecting, at last, the battle with this mechanical contraption is over. Unbeknownst to anyone, the damaged copy controlled by Little Blue began to tremble violently, disintegrating into numerous shards, which then surged toward the fallen debris. Upon contact, a flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and moments later, the fragments appeared to come alive, merging into one another. In the air, Goku noticed the pile of moving parts below and pondered, what is happening? Is it not defeated? He immediately prepared to unleash a devastating blow, eager to see it reduced to ashes and rendered incapable of revival. However, the transformation that followed halted his destructive intent. In his line of sight, a familiar spherical form began to coalesce. Could it be? Goku exclaimed, astonished as he observed the rounded shape taking form from Gula's remnants. Is it possible that Little Blue can control even something more formidable than Gula? At that moment, the successful fusion of Little Blue took flight, fluttering gracefully in the air, tracing a small circle several times. Coming to a halt, Little Blue turned its large azure eyes towards Goku, then immediately soared toward him. Master! Master! The large eye exclaimed in human-like speech as it approached Goku. Gazing at the familiar azure orb, albeit now translucent, Goku recognized it instantly. Little Blue, what have you done? Give it to me. Xiaolon emitted an odd, eerie laugh and remarked, I have merely deprived that counterpart of its information terminal's control. Henceforth, all that it possessed now belongs to me. You truly are remarkable, exclaimed Wukong, filled with admiration for Xiao Lan's extraordinary abilities, as well as delight at having such formidable allies. Xiaolan, what new powers do you possess now? Oh, I'm not entirely sure if this counts, Xiaolan responded. And with that, a radiant white light enveloped its form, gradually transforming its physique, enlarging its limbs and the four corners of its head. When the luminescence faded, the newly transformed Xiaolan stood before them, resembling Gula with a transparent body, yet distinctively marked by striking azure eyes. Observing this undeniably more handsome visage than Gula's previous form, Wukong promptly inquired, Xiaolan, can you still wield Gula's power of damage immunity? Oh, is that what you're referring to? Xiaolan gracefully flicked its hand, pondering. It seems there's been no change? This. Xiaolan, noticing Wukong's puzzled expression, began to elucidate. This is a new ability I acquired post-deprivation of the information terminal called phasing. It is a peculiar state reliant on the refraction of light, existing in that wondrous liminal space between reality and illusion, impervious to ordinary methods of interaction. Master, you may experiment. Xiaolan patted its chest, inviting Wukong to strike. Nodding in agreement, Wukong was curious to ascertain whether Xiaolan had inherited that remarkable state of nullity. In an instant, Wukong vanished and reappeared behind Xiaolan, delivering a punch aimed at its back. The next moment, Wukong's fist indeed penetrated Xiaolan's form as expected. Rather than withdrawing his fist, Wukong curiously moved it side to side, gliding through what seemed like empty space. This is truly unique. It feels as if nothing else exists. It's as if it has slipped into another realm, merely a phantom, he mused. Having satisfied his curiosity about this phasing mode, Wukong realized that understanding it further held little significance. Subsequently, the two gathered the scattered androids and assessed their injuries. Except for the trio of Dr. Gero, who had cunningly avoided serious harm, the others remained unconscious. Wukong extended his hands, invoking a healing spell, as white light cascaded over them, swiftly mending their wounds. A few resilient souls began to awaken, grimacing in pain as they quietly awaited their recovery. Chapter 74. Preparing to collect another fragment. Minutes passed, and all the injured had been healed. As Cell and the android siblings regained consciousness, the sight of the newly transformed Xiaolan startled them, prompting Cell to instinctively throw a punch. His fist once again penetrated Xiaolan's form with familiar ease and without hesitation. Cell retracted his fist and began to leap backward in rapid succession. On the 17th, the four individuals exhibited a remarkable restraint. Upon noticing Goku standing nearby, they seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and quietly reclined on the ground. Meanwhile, Cell, who had retreated to a safe distance, also spotted Goku beside the enemy and suddenly realized that perhaps he ought not to have thrown that punch. The tension in Cell's body dissipated, and he gradually made his way back. Approaching the now docile figure of the former adversary, he felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. He then promptly inquired of Goku, "Boss, what is the situation?" At that moment, Dr. Gero, who was feigning severe injuries and had just regained consciousness, along with the android siblings, turned their attention to Goku, eager to learn what had transpired during their slumber. In truth, the situation had transformed into something entirely different with the emergence of the newly evolved Small Blue. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds, after which everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, how could this be?" Goku proceeded to recount the tale of how Cooler had been defeated and subsequently consumed by Small Blue, who had seized the opportunity to absorb him. After hearing this convoluted narrative, the crowd cast incredulous glances at Small Blue, whose large, curious eyes reflected their surprise. Dr. Gero, feeling a hint of embarrassment, chuckled and remarked, "This is truly a testament to the perfection of my creation. It has undergone a remarkable upgrade." Those nearby could not help but mentally scorn the old man's audacity and self-aggrandizement. "Well, the matter is settled. We must continue with our tasks," Goku declared, turning to Small Blue and asking, "Small Blue, could you check your database for any information regarding the Silver Soul Stone?" "Certainly." Small Blue's big eyes sparkled, and after a few moments, the enchanting blue light began to fade away. "I found it. Master, this universe has nearly been entirely devoured and merged. But there remains one location with some planets. According to the data, there is indeed a planet with a Silver Soul Stone. Oh, thank goodness. As long as it exists. That's all that matters." Goku sighed in relief, having feared that the Silver Soul Stone might have also been consumed by the planet-devouring mechanical beings. "Shall we set off now, Master?" Small Blue inquired, to which Goku responded with curiosity, "Yes. Is there anything else we should be aware of? Not at all. I can expedite our journey to the Silver Soulstone planet, Small Blue replied, ascending into the air. In a dazzling display, white light enveloped Small Blue, who then began to transform autonomously. Moments later, a ship-shaped luminescence materialized, and as the radiance dissipated, a colossal transparent spacecraft emerged in the sky. Such an array of functions. Goku marveled at the recent developments, realizing that they would no longer lack for spaceships in the future. The transparent vessel swiftly descended to the ground, and its two-side doors opened gradually, allowing Goku and the others to step inside. The interior of the ship bore a resemblance to ordinary spacecraft, albeit constructed from a special transparent material. Goku took his place in the captain's seat, and once everyone was settled, he issued the command, "Let us depart." The transparent spacecraft advanced a few paces before suddenly ascending vertically, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and plunging into the abyss of space. A month later, in the southern expanse of the cosmos, in a secluded corner, a cluster of over a dozen planets lay scattered. Suddenly, a beam of blue luminescence pierced the tranquility from afar. The diminutive blue transformed into a colossal vessel, its prow adorned with a massive blue eye scanning the surroundings. Upon reaching its destination, it came to a precise halt before a violet planet. Inside the ship, Wukong gazed at the violet planet displayed on the translucent screen. At last, they had arrived. This must be the Silver Netherstone planet. The rich hue of purple suggested an abundance of silver netherstones. Little Blue, how shall we gather such a multitude of netherstones? He inquired. There are two methods. First, I can merge with the planet, assimilating it, thus ensuring a sustainable source of silver netherstones. The second option is to devour it and then refine it, which would be less cumbersome, Little Blue explained. Upon hearing these options, Wukong did not hesitate. He had no desire to seek out such a rare stone elsewhere. The first option, Little Blue, my decision is the first. Understood, command received, commencing execution. Outside, in the vastness of space, several silver metallic tendrils suddenly emerged from the transparent ship, elongating as they surged toward the silver netherstone planet. They formed a circle around the planet's surface, gradually enveloping it. The tendrils multiplied until, in a short while, the entire silver netherstone planet was transformed into a silver sphere. The next phase commenced as the exterior silver substance began to contract, devouring and assimilating, while the once massive planet slowly diminished in size. After a mere 10 minutes, the enormous planet had shrunk to the size of a marble, and soon it vanished entirely. Inside the ship, Wukong watched the once visible silver netherstone planet disappear without a trace and anxiously inquired, Little Blue, how is it? Did we succeed? Silence enveloped the ship, and Wukong surmised that they were at a critical juncture, so he patiently awaited a response. The following day, that familiar voice finally resonated, assimilation complete. Conversion rate 100%. Master, the assimilation has concluded successfully. Fantastic, Wukong exclaimed, rising with excitement, clenching his fists, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. After all, too much time had been squandered on the silver netherstones previously. By the way, Little Blue, can you now energize the silver shuttle? Indeed, the recently absorbed planet has provided ample silver netherstones, more than sufficient for a recharge. Excellent. Then proceed with the energizing. Wukong swiftly tossed the soft silver shuttle into the air, and in the next moment, a silver tendril extended from the ship's apex, enveloping the shuttle. Ignoring the shuttle's charging process, Wukong inwardly summoned the great demon god. 10 seconds, 1 minute, 10 minutes, until half an hour had passed, the great demon god finally stirred. Suddenly, Wukong's dark space activated autonomously, and a rift opened in the void before him, gradually morphing into a black hole. The great demon god emerged from the black hole, his harsh, gravelly voice echoing, "Well, young one, are you prepared?" Observing the hovering figure of the great demon god, Wukong respectfully replied, "Yes, master, the silver shuttle is charging. We can set off for the corrupted rift now, and by the time we arrive, the silver shuttle should be ready." "Very well, but I can only take a few of you. This vessel is too large, and enveloping it would deplete my magical energy excessively." The great demon god's eyes scrutinized the spacecraft, and with his cunning intellect, he instantly recognized it as a form of mechanical life, articulating his predicament. "Do not worry about that, Little Blue," Wukong responded, giving a gentle kick to the transparent deck. Moments later, the massive ship gradually transformed into the shape of Little Blue, a small orb amidst a surge of white light. Just as the ship vanished, Wukong encased those who could not survive in space within protective shields. This should suffice, right? He pointed towards Little Blue. The great demon god was slightly taken aback, but then, leaning on his staff, he struck the ground, and instantly, black flames erupted from beneath his feet, enveloping everyone before they vanished completely. In the emptiness of the western cosmos, a desolate area devoid of even a stone, black flowers suddenly bloomed in the void. Wukong opened his eyes, the flames around him gradually dissipating, revealing a rift suspended in the abyss. Visible only to him and the great demon god. Little Blue, is the silver shuttle fully charged? Little Blue's azure eyes glimmered as it responded, charging at 99%. Just one more minute. Hearing that only 60 seconds remained, Wukong fixated on the rift and began to count silently. 24, 31, 40, 50. All right. Little Blue's brilliant blue glow diminished to its usual hue, and the silver shuttle, now resembling a pearl, emerged from behind Little Blue. Chapter 75, commencing a new mission, devouring planets. Wukong seized the approaching silver shuttle and hurled it directly into the rift, where it steadied itself in the center of the inky void. As before, a silvery liquid enveloped the rift, prying it open, and soon a familiar silver maw emerged. Without hesitation, Wukong dashed inside, while the others, having gained experience from past encounters, patiently awaited his return. Minutes later, Wukong emerged from the rift, cradling a blood-red colossal egg. "Ha! Young one, splendid work this time. Your speed is impressive." The great demon god gestured, and the giant egg Wukong bore soared to his side. "No, it's merely a matter of getting accustomed to it. Speed comes with practice," Wukong replied. "All right, I shall begin now," declared the great demon god, extending his left hand forward as a dark portal slowly materialized. Soon, a multitude of black vapor swirled around the same blood-red egg, drifting forth from the ebony entrance. As the two blood-red orbs collided, they were irresistibly drawn together by their shared, inherent forces, merging at the point of impact. Before long, a dark crimson orb, less vibrant than its predecessors, materialized in their stead. The great demon god circled the orb, absorbing the surrounding black mist. After 4 rotations, the black vapor was consumed, and from the abyssal void, he summoned the god of time, enveloped in dark magical energy. "Listen, while I'm in this favorable state, I shall transport you to the next world to seek the next fragment," declared the great demon god, gripping the black sphere as he addressed Goku. "All right," Goku replied. The great demon god channeled the dark magic within the sphere, which soon surged with activated silver-white temporal energy. The luminescent orb was cast skyward, whereupon a series of white vortices emerged, each a gateway to parallel universes birthed from temporal discord. With a decisive strike, the great demon god unleashed a black mist claw against the dark crimson orb, sending rippling waves of red energy radiating outward. Goku fixated on the white vortices, searching intently for the next coordinate. The others, save for Little Blue, were somewhat familiar with these silver-white whirlpools, recognizing them as conduits to the forthcoming realm. Time languidly passed, and the number of vortices multiplied, yet the anticipated red vortex remained elusive. The great demon god's form began to tremble, just as Goku feared failure. Fortune smiled upon them. A newly emerged white vortex transformed into red. "All right, it's your turn, kid. I will enter a period of slumber. Do not disturb me. I shall awaken when I have regained my strength." With that, the great demon god opened his dark void, casting the resealed black sphere within, alongside the dark crimson orb. Subsequently, he transformed into a plume of black mist, surging into Goku's dark space. "Let us depart," Goku exclaimed as he led the charge into the blood-red vortex above. One by one, the others followed suit, diving into the swirling portal. In a parallel universe, within the northern galaxy, lay an unremarkable medium-sized, life-bearing planet. A commonplace sight amidst countless others. However, today, an anomaly occurred. A blood-red vortex suddenly manifested in the azure sky, drawing the curious gazes of various creatures inhabiting the planet. Moments later, a crimson figure emerged, robust and wild, exuding an air of dominance, with a handsome, captivating visage scanning the surroundings. After a few breaths, several individuals burst forth from the red vortex, clustering around the red-haired figure as the whirlpool gradually dissipated. "Fortune favors us this time. We have landed directly on the planet." Goku observed the vibrant scene with immense joy. "Boss, what shall we do next?" Dr. Jiro's words were abruptly interrupted by the rumbling of Goku's stomach. Gazing at his own abdomen, Goku fixed his eyes on Dr. Gero and said, "Isn't it obvious? We have just endured a fierce battle, and now it is time to replenish our energy." Indeed, Dr. Gero lowered his head, falling silent. "All right, everyone, go find some delectable food." With that, Goku soared toward the giant mountain turtle he had just set his sights upon, delivering a flying kick that rendered it unconscious. Subsequently, a powerful wave shattered the massive shell on its back. Goku then carried the mountain turtle to a spacious mountaintop, dismantled the excess parts, retaining only the most exquisite portion, and began to roast it. Soon after, the others brought their own finds. Cell had acquired a colossal red-skinned dinosaur, Broly a gigantic black wild boar, while the rest had gathered more ordinary creatures. The food was swiftly devoured, leaving behind a scattering of bleached bones. Goku, with a bulging belly, picked at his teeth using a bone spur. "Hey, Xiaolon, are you just going to watch us? You should also replenish your energy." Goku called to Xiaolon, who was flitting about in the air. Xiaolon halted, its large blue eyes gazing at Goku as it replied, "Master, I have already assessed the energy levels of this planet. I am quite satisfied." Goku suddenly remembered. After devouring by Gao Gula, Xiaolon had evolved to the point of consuming planets directly. He patted his shrinking belly, contemplating silently. After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, everyone was well fed and rested. They simultaneously ascended into the sky, breaking through the clouds, exiting the atmosphere, and leaving the planet behind. Upon reaching space, Goku promptly equipped the few androids who could not survive in the cosmos with protective shields. He turned to Dr. Gero and said, "Doctor, when you have the time, please enhance everyone with the ability to survive in space. I cannot be here every time." Dr. Gero bowed hastily, exclaiming, "Boss, this is a minor task. I have merely been preoccupied with the silver shuttle and subsequent troubles, and it slipped my mind. Rest assured, I will begin the enhancement shortly." Goku nodded and turned his attention back to the planet they had recently departed. Xiaolon had mentioned it would commence its feeding after everyone left. Thus, in consideration of the still hungry Xiaolon, Goku and the others hurriedly flew out. Moments later, the planet began to tremble as silver metallic wires encircled it in spirals, transforming the greenish-yellow sphere into one gleaming with metallic luster. Gradually, the planet diminished in size, becoming smaller and smaller until it ultimately took on Gula's final form. Xiaolon suddenly appeared before Goku, who immediately inquired, "How was it? Are you full?" Xiaolon nodded. "The taste was exquisite." "Good, now that we are all rested, let's get down to business." With that, Goku pondered what they could accomplish next. The Dark Demon had exhausted itself. To locate the Rift of Malevolence, they would have to wait for it to awaken and guide them. In the past, he might have sensed the faintest trace of the Rift's eerie aura, thereby gaining a general idea of its location. As the Rifts continue to multiply, the malevolence I can sense has begun to pervade the entire cosmos, leaving even me uncertain of my exact location. What have we done now? Goku pondered deeply, realizing that the Silver Dark Stone had become self-sufficient. It seemed that all that was needed was to locate the rifts to increase the fragments. "Xiaolon, do you have enough reserves of Silver Dark Stone?" Goku suddenly inquired. Xiaolon, in her Gula form, paused momentarily before responding. "My Silver Dark Stone primarily derives from my energy conversion, and that recent planet could barely replenish half the energy for the Silver Shuttle." "What?" Goku exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "Has the Silver Dark Stone planet from the last universe been completely depleted? I thought I no longer needed to worry about the Silver Dark Stone. Yet it appears the journey ahead remains arduous. Indeed, that Silver Shuttle consumes the void energy within the Silver Dark Stone rather voraciously. In that case, let us first replenish your energy." Goku contemplated, noting that there was nothing pressing at the moment. So it would be prudent to store a considerable amount of Silver Dark Stone energy. Upon hearing this, Xiaolon visibly brightened. "Yes, Master. By the way, Master, why don't you all enter my body?" In the next instant, Xiaolon was enveloped in white light, transforming into a transparent butterfly-like spacecraft, allowing Goku and his companions to board. Inside the ship, the display screen illuminated with numerous green dots twinkling above. Chapter 76. The target, the evil cosmic emperor Frieza. Gazing at the solitary crimson dot amidst a sea of green, Goku remarked, "That lone red amidst the myriad greens must be us, correct?" "Indeed. The surrounding green dots represent other planets." "Very well. It resembles a radar. Let us set forth." "Yes." The ship, transformed by Xiaolon, surged forward, and 2 days later, it arrived at the nearest planet indicated on the radar. This was a massive celestial body, several times larger than the previous planet consumed by Xiaolon. Too thick, elongated metallic tendrils shot forth from the underside of the spacecraft, entwining the target like a colossal serpent, swiftly obscuring the immense planet from view. Before long, the engulfed planet shrank smaller and smaller, until only the retracted tendrils remained. In this manner, Xiaolon continued to devour various planets, while Goku and the others lounged leisurely within the ship. Indeed, each time they arrived in a new world, it was either in the midst of battle or on the way to one. Such leisurely and carefree days had long been absent from their lives. However, this tranquil existence was not destined to last. A month later, while Xiaolon was consuming a medium-sized planet, the ship's mouth suddenly hesitated momentarily, but soon disregarded it and resumed its voracious consumption. After yet another planet vanished, Xiaolon continued on her journey, eventually voicing her earlier concern. Master, something felt odd just now. What? Goku, seated in the command chair, inquired while observing the display. When I devoured that life planet, there were several sentient beings present on it. Moreover, they do not appear to be natives, all hailing from the same formidable force within the cosmos. Goku's mind suddenly became much clearer, and he curiously inquired about their origins. According to the information gleaned from the heads I consumed, they belong to the Frisia Force, under the dominion of the cosmic tyrant Frisia. Their purpose on this planet is to conquer it. The Frisia Force's daily operations revolve around planetary trade. Enough said. It's an old acquaintance. Goku reminisced about past battles, regarding Frisia as the first true antagonist he encountered. His overwhelming power, ruthless demeanor, and cold-heartedness were aspects Goku deeply admired. Contemplating this, Goku reflected, since Frisia still exists, it implies that the timeline of this universe is set in an earlier period. In that case, capturing this unscathed Frisia before he faces the harshness of society should prove to be quite entertaining, right? The more he pondered, the more intriguing it became, prompting Goku to swiftly issue a command. Xiaolon, proceed in the direction of the Frisia Force and devour everything in your path. Let us witness the infamous malevolence of Frisia in the cosmos. Understood, Xiaolon replied, adjusting its course before continuing onward. Thus, amidst intermittent feasting, Goku and his companions quickly entered the territory of Frisia's dominion, frequently spotting oval-shaped spacecraft darting about. Along the way, they encountered soldiers from Frisia's legion. However, upon their first encounter with Xiaolon, they were consumed before even a breath could be taken. As they drew nearer to the Frisia Force's base, the uninvited snacks became increasingly abundant. Yet, due to Xiaolan's swift actions, no one had yet realized that the territory of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia was under invasion. After devouring over a dozen planets, Xiaolon finally brought everyone to the stronghold of the Frisia Force. It was a massive, pale blue planet, dim and silent, embodying a cold aesthetic. Bang, 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 boom. After obliterating the patrol fleet encircling the planet, Xiaolon surged directly towards its interior, racing swiftly and soon penetrating the cloud cover, continuing its descent towards the surface. Inside the vessel, the overhead canopy transformed into real-time surveillance of the planet, allowing for a comprehensive 360-degree view. Observing the abruptly changing images, Goku curiously asked, Xiaolon, are these various scenes from the planet? Indeed, Master, you are correct. How did you manage that? Goku inquired, captivated by the ever-shifting visuals on the canopy. As soon as we entered the atmosphere, I deployed countless flying surveillance devices throughout the planet. I see. Well then, let us hasten to the location of the Frisia Force. All right. As Xiaolon finished speaking, the scenes on the canopy rapidly shifted, ultimately settling upon a dense forest of steel and technology. The transparent spacecraft then surged forth, racing towards the Frisia stronghold depicted in the imagery. On the other side, within the steel jungle of towering edifices, the Frisia Force had sounded the alarm. The buildings in the darkness flickered with numerous crimson lights, while the central control room was abuzz with activity. On the colossal screen, yellow warning lights flashed incessantly, as an extraterrestrial creature with 4 eyes and yellow toad-like skin tapped away at an array of keyboards, producing a cacophony of sounds. What is happening? A cold, hoarse voice resonated from behind, sending a shiver down the spine of the yellow-skinned alien. Startled, it turned around and immediately prostrated itself, repeatedly bowing and uttering apologies. My lord, I am so sorry. Please forgive me. After a moment of fervent supplication, sensing no immediate threat, the 4-eyed alien felt a surge of relief and was about to express gratitude for the Lord's magnanimity when a crimson beam of light abruptly shattered its head into fragments. The headless body collapsed, and thick blood began to pool on the ground, creating a grim tableau in the dim light. "Hey, who told you to stop?" The voice belonged to a figure seated in a floating contraption reminiscent of a baby carriage, which hovered before the screen, casting a sickly yellow glow upon its visage. The face bore an eerie, sinister smile, flanked by red markings. Its gaze was frigid, and atop its head, a white armored crest was adorned with two outward curving black horns, while a beautifully glass-like purple dome graced its center. The diminutive body nestled within the carriage was revealed to have flesh-colored limbs clad in specialized combat attire. Useless. You didn't even grasp the situation before meeting your demise. In quick succession, various aliens of diverse forms entered the room, their eyes widening in horror at the ghastly scene, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. "Lord Frisia, what has transpired here?" A bespectacled alien, seemingly the leader among them, inquired with trembling trepidation. "If I knew, would I require your presence?" Upon hearing such a blood-curdling remark, the bespectacled alien's complexion paled. As it approached the screen, it stammered, "Why, yes. I shall ascertain what has occurred immediately." The alien's fingers danced across the keyboard, executing a flurry of commands. With a final keystroke, it swiftly turned back, placing its hand upon its forehead in a gesture of report. "Lord Frisia, it appears we have an enemy incursion." "Appears?" The alien stood straighter, exerting more force into its declaration. "Indeed, the detector has registered strange energy fluctuations within the planet, and our patrols in outer space have simultaneously gone dark. However, curiously, there were no visuals of any intruders on the monitors, a most perplexing development." The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, the assembled crowd holding their breath, tense with anticipation of the impending verdict. How intriguing. There are still those who dare to invade the lair of the cosmic emperor. Oh, how delightful. Let me witness the mettle of such audacious beings. With a peculiar laughter, Frisia turned and glided away in the baby carriage. On the other side, Xiaolon carried Wukong and his companions at a breathtaking speed, swiftly arriving above the lair of Frisia. The towering structures, reminiscent of a steel jungle, exuded an air of solemn grandeur. In the next moment, a brilliant white light enveloped the spacecraft, gradually diminishing, revealing several figures in the air as the now miniature Xiaolon perched upon Wukong's shoulder. Below, the soldiers of the Frisia army, stationed within the steel jungle, took note of the unexpected visitors, hastily signaling their comrades as they ascended into the sky. An increasing number of soldiers converged, encircling Wukong and his small band. Among them were various alien beings, some barehanded, others wielding advanced weaponry, all chattering incoherently at Wukong and his companions. Suddenly, an eerie silence blanketed the scene. The aliens displayed expressions of anxiety, parting to create a passageway. Chapter 77. The Swift Defeat of the Ginyu Force. A sinister laughter echoed from the opening, and shortly thereafter, Frisia, seated in a baby carriage, floated forth, casting a malevolent grin upon the intruders. "You audacious invaders truly have no shame, daring to stand here so brazenly." Wukong, gazing at the familiar visage of Frisia, felt memories resurface, vivid as if the great battle on Namek had transpired just yesterday. "Why should you not appear here? This place will soon belong to me," Wukong declared, gesturing toward the ground beneath them. Upon hearing this, Frisia's smile widened even further. "Ah, so you truly come to invade me?" No. Wukong waved his left index finger. "I have come to conquer you and make you my subordinate." "Oomph. Truly ignorant," Frisia scoffed, raising his hand and gesturing forward. "Attack! Crush them!" At Frisia's command, the densely packed soldiers surged forward, led by Dodoria and Zarbin. In an instant, apart from Wukong, the rest transformed into mere afterimages as they charged at the soldiers. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Wukong's group dispatched the small aliens with single punches, while even Dodoria and Zarbin could only withstand a couple of strikes, resulting in heavy losses for Frisia's forces. As he witnessed his subordinates falling rapidly, Frisia seethed with rage. Addressing the quaking soldier beside him, "Where is the Ginyu Force? Why have they not yet arrived?" "And Master, Captain Ginyu mentioned he was devising a new move, which delayed him a bit, but he promised he would arrive shortly." The soldiers stammered, trembling with fear. "And what of that Vegeta and those Saiyan monkeys? They have gone on a mission and have yet to return." With a disdainful huff, Frisia radiated a chilling aura, his tail impatiently snapping through the air, producing sharp cracks. However, Captain Ginyu was quite punctual. Before long, several vividly colored figures soared before Frisia, simultaneously executing their respective opening poses. The purple eggplant knelt on one knee, hands outstretched, proclaiming, Ginyu. Behind him, a stout green toad and a red-skinned creature with white hair, one crossing his arms while the other raised a fist skyward, shouted, Guldo. Geez. At the rear stood two towering figures. One, a large orange-haired oaf, turned his back to all, casually placing one hand at an angle, while the other, sporting a blue basketball-shaped head, struck a one-leg pose and exclaimed, Requiem, Gurta. Together, the five chorused, We are the Ginyu Force. Frisia observed this awkward spectacle, his face momentarily flushing red, before covering his face and saying, Mr. Ginyu, the priority now is to defeat the enemy. This dance can wait until after the battle. Captain Ginyu rose, placing a hand over his heart in a bow, replying, Yes, Lord Frisia. With that, Ginyu turned to signal his comrades to follow. Soaring towards the chaotic battlefield, he thought to himself, I must see who dares to disturb the universe's finest elite, the Frisia Force. Meanwhile, Goku, who was not engaged in battle, unexpectedly witnessed the Ginyu Force's performance. Amused, he quickly gestured for his subordinates to ease their assault. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the Ginyu Force surveyed the overwhelming situation and shook their heads in dismay. It appeared that the training regimen of the squadron needed to be intensified. Hearing their leader's words, the other four nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. With that, Ginyu launched himself towards an enemy, targeting the green insect-like Cell. Ginyu delivered a kick to Cell's neck. But with a resounding crack, the formidable creature's physical prowess resulted in Jinyu's leg being broken. The sudden surge of pain elicited a loud cry from Ginyu. Cell, having dispatched a nearby minion, turned his gaze towards his assailant. Observing the purple eggplant writhing in agony, Cell impatiently grasped Ginyu by the throat, tightening his grip around the hapless warrior's fate. If it weren't for the boss saying not to eliminate you, I would have crushed you already, Cell grumbled, oblivious to the glimmer of white light emanating from Jinyu's eyes and mouth. Change. Ginyu shouted hoarsely, as the white radiance shot towards Cell. However, despite Cell's lack of attention, their power disparity was vast. The moment Ginyu called out, Cell instinctively teleported behind him. The white light dissipated into the air, while Cell seized Jinyu's head from behind, warning, You better not move. Otherwise, you might just catch a glimpse of your own brain matter. Please, don't kill me. I want to move, Ginyu pleaded. Cell applied just enough pressure, thinking to himself, That was close. I nearly made a grave mistake. That white light must be his secret weapon. Although the effects remain uncertain, it is evident that it is not something of merit. The battle with the Ginyu Force has reached its conclusion, and the other four are nearly finished as well. Ginyu confronted Android 18, only to be utterly defeated. Had it not been for Goku's command, he might have met his demise much earlier. Guldo attempted to engage Broly, hoping to utilize his time-stopping abilities. But before he could even manifest them, he was caught off guard by Broly's terrifying speed as he dispatched the lesser foes. Struck unexpectedly, he could not withstand the force and was sent flying, losing consciousness in the process. G's targeted Android 17, but his supposed pride in his speed proved worthless as he was relentlessly pursued and overwhelmed. Lastly, Buddha set his sights on the golden-haired Lazuli, who, without doubt, suffered the same fate of humiliation. The once formidable Ginyu Force arrived in haste, only to be vanquished just as swiftly, barely having begun their efforts before meeting their end. Witnessing the swift collapse of his highly anticipated subordinates, Frisia's face contorted with fury, veins bulging as he faced Goku, shouting from his hovercraft, Do not jest, you insignificant insects. Do not presume that defeating these pathetic fools can undermine my dominion. Frisia rose from the infant carriage, fists clenched, continuing, Let me assure you, I can effortlessly defeat each of you, one by one, at my whim. I am unlike those weaklings. In my current form, I can easily obliterate them, and I possess several even more potent forms. With his hands clasped behind his back and his chin held high, Frisia proclaimed, Now you comprehend the folly of opposing me. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you submit to me, I shall overlook your transgressions and even reinstate your positions of power. Following his declaration, silence enveloped the scene. After a moment, frustration crossed Frisia's features as he coldly inquired, I have granted you ample time. Will you choose life or death? A mocking chuckle escaped Cell's lips as he carelessly hurled Ginyu towards Dr. Gero, seizing him by the nape of his neck. Approaching Frisia, Cell taunted. You little imp. Your stature may be diminutive, but your temper is quite grand. Frisia's countenance darkened, muttering little imp. Nearby, two of Frisia's minions trembled in fear at Cell's words, realizing the gravity of their situation. It is over. The king despises being called short. They are doomed. This may even extend to us. They exchanged glances, then hurriedly retreated. Frisia seethed, his body quaking with rage as he charged at Cell. Observing the furious approach of the diminutive tyrant, Cell wore a wicked grin, and as Frisia reached him, he swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. In an instant, Frisia transformed into a mere shadow, hurtling back towards his lair. The echoes of his impact resonated. Thud, thud, thud. Frisia directly demolished several buildings below, causing thick black smoke to rise in billowing clouds above the shattered remnants of the dark steel jungle. With a resounding crash, two massive black panels were pushed aside, and Frisia staggered forth, clutching its abdomen, blood staining the corners of its mouth. However, its appearance had transformed. It had become diminutive and delicate. The horns atop its head vanished, and its body had turned a pristine white. The blood on its lips rendered it seemingly harmless. Yet deep within, Frisia was gripped by a pulse of fear. What a terrifying kick that was. Had I not unleashed my full power in that critical moment, I would have certainly been rendered incapable of fighting, if not dead. Chapter 78. The king enduring relentless abuse. Cough. Gasp. The aftereffects of that last kick surged anew, and Frisia, bracing itself on its hands, involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the air, witnessing Frisia's pitiful state, Cell flickered and instantly appeared before Frisia, pressing it down forcefully onto the ground. Wasn't this the once cocky cosmic emperor, King Frisia? Why is it now sprawled on the ground? Get up. Cell twisted his foot savagely on Frisia's back. Feeling the immense weight pressing down upon it, Frisia attempted to turn and struggle, but it was utterly futile. With every effort to resist, Cell increased the pressure, causing Frisia to sink deeper. Ugh! Whimpering in agony, Frisia buried its head in the dirt, unable to articulate a complete thought. After toying with it for a while, Cell gradually lost interest, seizing Frisia by the neck and lifting it before flying to Goku. Boss, this fellow has lost all ability to resist. By the way, do we really want such a weakling to join us? Cell remarked, shaking Frisia disdainfully in his grasp. Observing Frisia's battered and bloodied visage, Goku reassured, fear not. Its potential is still considerable. It merely requires time. With that, Goku flew closer, scrutinizing Frisia's disheveled face. So, have you made up your mind? Will you become my subordinate? Frisia's pitiful countenance twisted into a sardonic grin. I am a malevolent cosmic emperor. I am Frisia. You think I would submit? Impossible. Seeing Frisia's haughty demeanor, Goku delivered two swift slaps, exclaiming, Here's a little color for you. Don't think you can play hard to get. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief, turning a fiery shade of red. Why I what? Goku interrupted, pointing at Frisia's smooth purple forehead, emphasizing with each jab, you must seize the opportunity when it arises. There's no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Besides, to me, you are merely expendable. Any of my subordinates is stronger than you. Frisia scoffed disdainfully, gritting its teeth and retorting, stronger than me, you say? Others may differ. Yet how could that old man and those feeble humans possibly surpass me? Are you jesting? Goku retorted while gazing at Frisia. Frisia merely offered a disdainful chuckle, yet his demeanor spoke volumes of his disbelief. A wicked smile crept upon Goku's lips as he proclaimed, in that case, I shall shatter your confidence. Frisia, I present you with an opportunity. Let us wager. If you can defeat any one of us, I shall spare you and depart. Upon hearing this, the king's dim eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Very well, it is settled, he declared. Observing the confident smile adorning Frisia's face, Goku envisioned the astonishment that would ensue when he was inevitably bested. With a flicker of healing light emanating from his right hand, Goku enveloped Frisia in a radiant glow, swiftly mending his wounds until they vanished entirely. Before long, fully rejuvenated, Frisia broke free from Cell's grasp and retreated to a relatively secure position. The king's icy gaze fixated intently on Cell, as if etching his humiliation into memory. You may choose now, Goku reminded him. The king averted his gaze and scrutinized his potential adversaries, men and women, old and young, tall and stout. After a moment's contemplation, he prudently selected the one who appeared the weakest, pointing decisively. It shall be you. Dr. Gero, bewildered, stared at the finger aimed at him. But recognizing the authority of the leader's choice, he reluctantly approached while muttering, "What a stroke of bad luck. It seems we must engage. I am a scientist after all, and constant fighting seems rather unbecoming." Standing before Frisia, he adjusted his slightly askew hat and addressed the king. "Frisia, is it? You would do well not to underestimate me, lest you find yourself at a great disadvantage." Frisia merely cast a derisive glance at the doctor before suddenly teleporting in front of him, launching a flurry of punches. Dr. Gero effortlessly intercepted Frisia's rapid strikes, the two exchanging blows with increasing intensity. As the battle unfolded, Frisia's expression grew increasingly grim, ultimately settling into a state of grave concern. "Damn it, I've struck the iron plate. This luck. This old man must be the strongest among those humans." The more they fought, the more at ease Dr. Gero became. After all, he had not wasted the years, and through various experiments, his power had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. Frisia was still far from his level. With a decisive strike, the doctor landed a punch that knocked Frisia's head askew, causing him to involuntarily stagger back a few steps. "Wait!" Frisia exclaimed, extending his right hand and opening his palm with a loud shout. The doctor paused his assault, inquiring with concern, "What is it? Is something amiss?" Gasping for breath, Frisia stammered, "I wish to change opponents. I miscalculated my choice." Dr. Gero instinctively glanced at Goku, who nodded in affirmation, prompting the doctor to reply, "Very well. You may choose." The king then cast his gaze upon the remaining individuals. After eliminating Broly, the stout fellow, and the tall, slender man, only two individuals remained. Observing the two identical blonde maidens, the king casually pointed, "You shall be my opponent." The designated android, 18, pointed to herself in disbelief. "Me? Very well. It's just the opportunity one need to stretch my legs." With that, android 18 swiftly advanced towards the king, delivering a kick aimed at his chin. As the king was sent hurtling backward, a thought raced through his mind. Am I to be defeated once more? In the blink of an eye, 18 reappeared behind him, delivering another kick that sent him flying once more. The king spun through the air several times before regaining his balance. Faced with the woman who defied his expectations, the king felt a surge of frustration. "No, I refuse to believe this." Frisia roared, charging fiercely at 18. However, every powerful blow he attempted was effortlessly neutralized by her. Android 18 deftly evaded the king's incoming punches, then unleashed a ferocious strike to his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, while rising as a result. Without hesitation, 18 followed up with a kick to the king's cheek, propelling him across the ground and creating a massive crater upon impact. Smoke billowed from the pit, and Frisia, battered yet resolute, rose to his feet, gazing at the indomitable woman above. Doubt began to seep into his mind. This woman is far too formidable. While she may require time to truly defeat me, I refuse to be treated like a mere punching bag. Realizing that he was outmatched, Frisia made a swift decision and retreated, thinking, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. With this philosophy in mind, Frisia fled at an incredible speed, soon vanishing from sight. In midair, Android 18 pondered continuing the fight, only to find that he had fled. Just as she contemplated pursuing him, Frisia suddenly reappeared before her, and upon noticing the figure behind him, she comprehended his return. "King, your battle is far from over," warned Cell, who was gripping Frisia's shoulder. With a forceful shove, Cell propelled Frisia forward before vanishing from the battlefield. The king clenched his teeth, glaring viciously at the woman he could not best. Damn it, I was about to escape," Frisia growled. "Then let us resume," Android 18 declared, not granting the king a moment to react as she struck his handsome visage with lightning speed. After dealing a blow to his head, she targeted other areas, and in that moment, the king truly became the punching bag he had feared. Each of Android 18's rapid, precise, and brutal punches inflicted unbearable pain upon the king, as she relentlessly pressured him, sending him flying through the ruins of the ground and buildings, leaving destruction in her wake. However, the king's resilience to blows is truly remarkable. Despite his bruised visage and numerous injuries adorning his body, he is still able to move, albeit with considerable slowness.